here at the very top, or the very bottom one. It says 1 degree of latitude, called an arc degree, covers about 111 kilometers, 69 miles. So this says it's kind of like the opposite. So like 1 degree is 69 miles. It's not like every 69 miles it's 1 degree. The opposite. You know what I'm saying? 1 degree is 69 miles of difference. Not like, oh, over 69 miles, it's only 1 degree. They is it because they're wording it the opposite to minimalize it?
Okay.
Yeah, be careful on Google. They try and minimize everything, dude. They're burning the books basically right in front of our face. But yeah, that's a good point.
Top, it says,
we're talking about.
At the very top, it says a degree of longitude is about 111 kilometers, 69 miles at its widest. The widest areas of longitude are near the equator, where Earth bulges out because of Earth's curvature. The actual distance of a degree, minutes, and seconds of longitude depends on its distance from the equator. So there's no consistency anyway because of the bulging at this equator. So that
well, it depends on what you're saying, dude.
Oh,
if you're going to use the drop, though, then you could use radians and the arc. You know, pretty much the arc. It's pretty much 3,000. It's almost 3,700 feet as far as the height aspect of it. But yeah, that's a lot. That's almost a mile. And then it expands over 1 degree, 2 degrees. It's exponential. Y'all know how it works. But yeah, so 1 degree is literally 69 miles, and they do everything to take you off that point. That's a good idea. Good point.
The opposite.
All right. So would you be able to measure this half a degree over the course of 12 hours somehow with the stars? Like we should be able to measure this. They're claiming that they can measure fractions of an arc second or a few arc seconds.
Yeah. Well, Polaris is 1/3 of a degree, right?
Half a degree now.
Or what? Correct me if I'm wrong. What's Polaris? Is it off by like 1/3 of a degree from being perfect? They say you can see that, but what is it?
0.7 degrees from true. Polaris is off 0.7 degrees from true north.
It's 0.7 or 0.07? Definitely 0.7.
I'm pretty sure 0.7. Yo, what does that have to do? Guys, let's focus, bro. Focus.
Well, you wanted to know what it would look like.
He's trying to crunch your numbers, Jeremy.
That's not going to knock Polaris off a half a degree.
Just let him crunch his numbers. Trouble wanted to say something.
What's up, Trouble? Miss Trouble. Hit us with it. Trouble, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to ask a question about like they just said before that on Orion's belt, where they start to separate, I can't remember the words now, that it's measurable.
Converge.
Yeah, that's a measurable amount. It's been measured or something.
Okay, so Jeremy's not understanding. She's talking about Orion's, the constellation Orion. He's got 3 stars in his belt, and I think it was Brian who said it, but I can't remember. That when Orion gets to the western horizon, his constellation expands a bit, I think, from what I understand.
and then the Globers said but the angle of something difference between them doesn't change. So they're not really separating and converging. So is that true?
Well, no, even in their model,
how you measure the angle.
I didn't know you knew so much about it. So Rigel and Betelgeuse, so take Rigel and Betelgeuse, and then if you're going to plot them, you're going to plot Rigel going -1. Like, I'm just using that as an example. I know it ain't right over 1, but let's say 10. So you're going to plot that going -10, and you're going to plot Betelgeuse going +10. And in their model, that's that's pretty much antipodal or whatever. And I just think it works better. I don't know, man. To me, I go with what I can see and measure. So I don't know.
So the whole constellation's expanding and contract and. It's not just like
Miss Trouble. It depends on how
it's perspective.
It depends on how. Go ahead, Brian.
No, I say it's perspective, and I'd welcome them to flat Earth. But they say that it's they like to take everything perfect and mathematic, but they just don't get through. It's got to be perspective, in my opinion.
The answer to your question, Miss Trouble, is it depends on how you measure the angle. If you're measuring it via a star trail, it will appear to converge or diverge. If you're changing your azimuthal angle, so if you change off a horizontal, they'll measure it to not converge and diverge.
Oh,
Does that
I
answer your
see.
question?
Yep.
All right, but can we
Okay.
focus, guys? What's up with this half a degree shift that's supposed
Listen,
to
man,
happen?
this is your idea. You got to work this shit out, not me.
No, we all got to work this out. You need to, you and me, Travis. We need
Jeremy,
to work
that's why I
Well,
brought up Polaris. If you say, go ahead, Travis.
I'm just gonna say it again. I hear what you're saying, but I don't know what it's supposed to look like to be off by a degree or half a degree. It doesn't make any sense to me. I can't visualize.
The only reason I
Well,
brought
these
up
guys
Polaris
claim to
is
be.
because it's off 0.7. So if you're talking a half a degree and Polaris is around a half a degree, can you see it? That's about what it would look like, right?
Dude, it's
about
not
like
going to make
Polaris.
Polaris be 1.2 degrees off the North Pole, this half a degree thing.
So what's the before and after, Jeremy? Like, why are you picking the solstice for the point of reference or the time reference for doing this time lapse?
Well, if you do it on an equinox, you can get 12 hours, give or take, right?
Okay.
So 12 hours gives you one half of a day, and if it's about a degree a day, it just makes the math easier to get a star trail like 12-hour.
Well, okay. So then I think then to answer your question is, you take 3 days before the equinox and 3 days after, so you got 7 days of filming, and then you see what's different. Is that going to be your address?
I mean, maybe, but this could be captured. It's a half a degree in one night, right? So we're trying to see what it looks like in the star trails, but regardless of the star trails or not, we can measure a half a degree easy. These guys claim to be measuring arc seconds. So how do we measure that half a degree over the course of one night?
Yeah, I'll say it again. I think you just have to take star trails each night, 3 nights up, three nights after.
Why? You're not going to see it change. Why?
Okay, I don't know how to make it any clearer. I don't know what it's supposed to look like. So if I take control pictures 3 days before, the day of, 3 days after, I can compare the pictures and see if there's something changed. If there's nothing changed over 7 days, then I don't know what you're supposed to see then. I don't know what
you're supposed to see something throughout the course of the night because it's a whole half a degree.
Okay, so you think that the effect is going to happen in the night. That's what I said then, right? So then you're going to have two different movements, which is what I said earlier. You're filming the star trail, and then you're suggesting that in the middle somewhere there's going to be this glitch bump where they should move a half a degree. That's what I tried to have earlier.
It's going to happen over the course of the whole 12 hours.
So it's going to be like a slope.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow thing over the course of the whole 12 hours. Yeah.
No. I said slope, SLOPE. If it's changing, how is it changing, right? It's got to like veer off. It's got to like veer off course. And then just like, that's what I'm saying. Okay.
0.5 of a degree every hour.
So what did you do? Did you just crunch this idea all day? Or did you read this somewhere?
One of the top flat earthers gave me this idea. Don't worry about it.
Figure it out too. Oh, wow. Okay.
One of the top flat earthers, bro.
Thanks for letting me talk to you.
What'd you say? No, my bad. What'd you say? I did cut you off. My bad.
I was teasing you. I said, thanks for letting me talk to you.
Oh. No, I didn't come up with it, but one of the top flat earthers did.
Okay.
Are you trying to taunt me?
I'm just teasing you, man. It went over it fell short, man. Don't worry about it.
All right.
Nice.
So but yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like if we start at whenever the stars are able to be seen, You got to start filming. At some time in that shift, you're going to have a slope. I think you'd be able to do calculus on that slope, right?
Hey, will somebody please notify me or warn me before they mute me next time? I wasn't trying to be disruptive. Just so I don't know.
I don't know who
sorry.
did it, Brian.
I don't.
know
Yeah,
who
I
did.
didn't know anybody who did that. So
The only reason I brought up Polaris is because, well, it's rotating 0.7 of a degree, so you want to know what it looks like. Well, we see
would be-
how much.
yeah, but
We see how much movement 0.7 gives us. So what do we?
yeah, but that circle is going to be too tight. I think that it would be too difficult, right?
I don't know where. I don't know what this would look like.
Well, that's how much distance from the radius.
Well, listen. Why can't you go to Sun Moon whatever fuck cloud calc and find the star trail and just look at it over the night? Can't you do that?
I don't do anything. I delegate things.
No. Okay.
So
Think about it. Shouldn't we be able to look at what you want to look at? Isn't it recorded? Can't we like go back to that day and replay it?
In Stellarium or something, probably. Yeah. What was?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So no. I was just saying. I forgot about Stellarium. I was just spitting out whatever.
It would
Yeah,
it would look like, so you could imagine this, you know how the star trails look, right? Like circles in the sky all around each other, yeah?
Yeah.
So it would look like every individual star would have its own individual arc at the same time.
I don't know what that looks like.
Well, just imagine like the stars are moving around in a circle, yeah? Star trails in circles, yeah? So
Okay.
also at the same time, every single individual star would have a slight arc as well. They wouldn't be straight.
Yeah, something like that. That's what I'm thinking. A half a degree.
I don't get it. I'm not getting it yet.
Dude, the star. Okay, we're.
Hey,
we're
listen.
moving.
Wait. I'm sorry. Was that crypto?
Carlos.
Carlos. Hey, look. So like, I don't know if you have a protractor or something, but you could use the protractor to like make three makeshift concentric circles. I don't give a shit that they're going to be the same. And then just kind of like show one of them to be doing what you're suggesting, and then put it in the chat or something.
It doesn't matter which is the other vector. It doesn't matter which it is. It's just not going to be the same vector as what the star trails are doing. So you can pick any vector that you want. If it's moving half a degree over 12 hours, it's definitely every single individual star are going to have the same vector of their own individual arcs.
But they would all be the same, though. They would all be the same together.
They would all be the same together, and they'd all have their own individual arcs together.
Yeah, they're all shifting half a degree over 12 hours together. So it's not like you're going to see. It's all going to look this. It should all look the same, right?
Yeah, it should look like little curved worms, all moving in a spiral, but all arcing at the same time.
Personally, I don't think we'd notice it.
A half a degree, Brian.
Definitely would.
They can measure. Brian, you
I'm
don't
just
think we're going to
joking,
notice
though.
a
I'm
half a
just
degree
joking,
when
man.
they're claiming we measure? My bad.
I think if you even bump the camera a little bit, bro, I think it's going to mess up the entire star. That's what I noticed when I do star trails. If I even kick the tripod, bro, I got to start.
Okay,
if I even,
I know, I know, but Brian, they're claiming they can measure arc seconds. You don't think we can measure a half a degree?
Oh, as far as measuring it, yeah. If they can measure an arc second, yeah, they absolutely could measure it.
Okay, let's measure this shit up. You got the fucking theodolites and shit, right? I'm trying to get Rocky to survey the stars for me. I don't know how you...
They're gonna go to the interferometer and say that it's detected, dude. But that's just. But I think the claim is bullshit.
How do we measure this, guys? This half a degree thing how do we measure it?
I think even saying it's half a degree is already minimalizing it way too much, because it's literally over 536,000 miles of a position change.
And their model,
that's if you're turning the camera to aim at north. You know, I mean, you're talking literally, and then you're talking about compared to the infinite star. And I think that's the trick.
Bro, I'm just talking about in their model. They say it's a half. It should be shifting a half a degree because the orbit.
Yeah.
So I don't
First of
know.
all, we got to think of what tool they use. So they're going to use an interferometer or a ring laser. So if that measures degrees, I
Bro,
don't,
we use
I don't know,
theodolite
man.
to measure degrees, right? Theodolite.
Yes, sure.
Did you say yeah, sure, or yes, sir?
Yeah, well, no, I'm just asking if you're going to do the whole 12-hour total measurement or the progression. That'd be my question. I'm just trying to clarify so I could give an
I don't
honest
know.
answer.
I don't know how to measure it. How do we measure it? Where's our measuring guy? Rocky, I need you to survey the stars, man. Come on, bro.
Okay, so just to be clear, you want the equinox because it has longer hours. But then wouldn't this mean that it would happen every night anyway? Right?
Yeah,
Every
it happens
day.
every night.
Yeah.
Every night, but it's just, I mean, you want to get it. It'd actually be better to do it solstice or something, or some point where you're getting like maybe 15 hours or something of darkness. You know?
Wow. I think that. So is this all okay? Look, is this all begging the question?
Yes, completely, 100%.
Fuck yeah, fuck it then. I'm not doing it.
Oh wait,
What
also
do you
I just
mean?
thought of something. Okay, here's a question for people that know that the sun compared to the stars position. They're saying that the rest of the galaxy moves along with our sun, right? So that we don't have to worry about the 500,000 miles per hour that the sun's doing. Well, to us, it looks like our sun's moving across the sky, which is what it seems to be doing. So are they saying then that the stars, all the stars, are keeping the same relative position to the sun, no matter no matter how far the sun goes?
Listen, I told you guys this like 2 years ago. It's called celestial locking.
Okay, is that
It's just
happening?
it's just like the fucking moon. It's just like the fucking moon. Tidal locking. The moon's supposed to be doing something, but we can't even see it. Oh, it's tidally locked, so it's perfectly in sync. Now, all they have to do is throw up some bullshit, fancy title, take the stars as far away as they want, just like Doofus said the other day when he was asked how far, hey Doofus, with all these vectors, how far did the stars that he goes, far as we need them. Move
And
as
then
far as we
denied
need them.
it.
Oh, wait till you
That
hear
As
sounds
this.
like
far away as they need to be, as far as away as they need to be for it not to make a difference. But
Yep.
wait, hold on. If the North Star stays where it is 24/7, we know that North Star is not moving very much, at least. Then, and we know the sun does move. That proves right there that the North Star is not moving along with our sun.
Say that
You guys
again.
aren't.
Would it be fair to say that if it's going with
the sun moves, right? The North Star is not staying relatively the same position compared to the sun. And if the sun's supposed to be moving 500,000 miles per hour and we're being dragged along with it, that's another vector we have to figure in.
Dude, we didn't
Would
even
it be-
work out this first vector yet.
Yeah,
We
that's
didn't
because
even get this half a degree down yet.
Would it be
that's
fair to
because
say that if it's on the same 180.5 degrees over 12 hours, if it's parallel to the same vector, if it's off vector, then we'd get half a degree up or down. And I think that they'd measure that. I think they've claimed they have. According to MC Toon, they have. I don't believe it. But even if
They've
they
measured
have,
this half. You said they've measured this half a degree over the course of a night.
yeah, he said they measured the Michelson Morley. They measured the freaking rotation in a day, and they've got instruments precise enough to measure the rotation over a year. On top of that, how could it?
We're talking
have
about
trouble.
the half a. Dude, we're talking about the half a degree the stars are off. How does Michelson Morley measure that? Half a degree throughout the night of the star shift. Are you talking about something else with new perspective? I'll wait. Well, go ahead. We'll bring this up
No,
another time.
that was it. Bro.
You guys
That
don't
was
want
it.
to.
hey Jeremy,
Nah,
did I get my gross room?
Not yet, bro. Not yet.
All right.
It'll be coming. No, don't worry. We're working on it. We want it. A lot of people want it. Okay, you're
All
not
right.
the only one. I proposed this a long time ago.
Hey, but
We're
isn't that a
working on
dope
it.
name though? It's a dope name, right?
That's not the name we're doing. That is a funny name, but
Aw.
it's a good name, but we can't do that.
Okay, wait. So my point is that why is it we just accept that the rest of the galaxy moves along with our sun, and we don't have to worry about that change?
We don't
that
even
was
we don't
supposed
even
to-
accept. Yeah, we don't even accept that it's a globe at all. We don't accept that. We're just you know, trying to.
Exactly, but
It
you
depends on what
you
you
can
argue,
measure
where
the
you argue
stars
from.
in position to the sun and see that changes as well.
You have to make a video. Make a video.
I'll give you that. That's a good point because I didn't even consider that. I was thinking they told me it was 1/365th of a degree with a 24-hour, and I bought that, you know. But so if it's half a degree over 12 hours, then yeah, you know, they had me
The
fooled. Just from their
orbit
end.
is 360 degrees. That shit happens once over the course of a year. A year is 365 days, almost a whole degree a day.
Right, right. So I'm not gonna.
How do we
I'm gonna keep
measure this
open
half
mind.
a degree? How do we measure this half a degree in the stars shift over the course of one night? Surely a theodolite or something, no?
Well, they take
No,
they
I
Right.
take
don't
the
Do you?
think
infinite position
so.
of the stars and make it even like 0.000000000, hardly at all noticeable because the stars are so far away. We can make this number seem so minimal. Even if it's just 1 degree, that
No,
1
it's
degree is only 0.00000 compared to the distance of the stars. That's how they do it.
Hey,
no.
Jeremy,
It has to be a half a degree.
the theodolite's not going to work as far as I understand it because they are supposed to just make a horizontal. I don't think that they're supposed to correct. Uh,
That's an
lean,
auto level.
they're not supposed to
That's
lean
an auto.
back
That's an
like
auto
45
level. A
degrees.
theodolite can make any angle.
Okay.
That's an auto level. A theodolite can measure angles, tops of mountains, all kinds of goofy shit.
Okay.
Yeah,
They
but I
make
think they
angle
use
measurements.
Well,
interferometers.
then my other response would be I don't think that you'd be able to resolve anything in it because it's I don't know. It's
You
going to be
can't see the
nighttime.
stars in a
Yeah, it's
theodolite.
going to be nighttime. I don't know. The theodolite's only useful because it has a crosshair. Why don't you just use a regular telescope then?
Dude, I don't know. Whatever we need to do to measure this half a degree. I mean, it has to be okay. They claim we can measure arc seconds.
I know.
Okay,
I get you, man.
a whole half a degree. A whole half a degree should be easy peasy.
I get you. I hear what you're saying. I think
Listen
the
to me,
only
man. Hold on, Travis. Listen. They use this is how they measure it. They say it's the Earth and rotating, and we say it's the sky doing it. So that's the argument. If you argue whether we notice it, yeah, they could measure it, but they claim that it's the because of the Earth spinning and orbiting around the sun is why they detect that. We claim that it's the sun, you know, with an extra orbit. I mean, extra rotation over the course of a year, and so it
I don't
comes
know
back
what
down
you're
to that
saying,
argument.
right? I don't know
Well,
what
they
you're
use
saying.
interferometry to measure that shit. That's what they use.
To measure the angle, a star's angle to star.
Yeah, as far as being able to notice it, yeah, I don't think that would help visually, but
Well, what are they doing
as
with
far
the
as
sextant, guys? Aren't you guys all up to date on the sextant celestial navigation argument? Aren't they measuring angles to stars? No, no one's good
yeah,
with the
it might be
celestial
possible. It
navigation
might be
argument.
possible, man. But you mean from beginning to end of the star trail, or at one point in time? I'm just trying to ask questions so I can help
Yeah, I
find
don't
an answer.
know. I don't know, Bri. This is brand new. Okay, one of the top flat earthers brought this to me. I'm clearly in the loop now. Heads recognized. All right. And you know, I just got this information with this half a degree thing.
Well, I'm not going to
How do
help
we
you
measure
until
the
I
half
get
a degree?
put. I want in the loop, man. I'm not helping, man, until I get put in the loop.
You're not in the loop, Bri. You're not in the loop. How do we measure this half a degree, guys? This could blow the whole thing wide open. This is the difference between us moving or not. This is like proof. This would be like proof. Proofsies. I don't hear none of the Globers piping up right now. That should be telling for you.
Yeah, good point.
there any Globers in here? We got Smooth muted still?
I gave the answer that
Yeah.
I was told
I'll
in the
unmute him.
debate.
I was kind of waiting for Globers to pipe up there, but it didn't happen.
That's what I hear you. Where's
I don't think he's
Rubik
in there.
at?
I don't think he's in here. He's going to be muted when he comes back.
Oh,
Because
that's
he was
fine.
talking, he was being really rude.
I know, I heard it. That was weird. All right, that's fine. How we getting
Yeah,
these
of course, I think-
perfect? How we getting these perfect star trail circles when the night sky should be shifting a half a degree in 12 hours? Could you shift a half a degree and still get perfect circles? Travis, did you buy a thing? Did you buy a thing and you're going to do like some kind of thing experiment with the stars and shit?
The more I think about it, the more I think like over 12 hours, a half a degree shift would be pretty damn gradual. But yeah, measurable. I don't see why not.
It's gradual.
I couldn't do it.
It's gradual, but it should be measurable. A half a degree is fucking huge for this shit they claim to be measuring. Travis, what'd you get? A lazy Susan or something and some lights? What'd you get? Is he here? Travis. All right, well, think on it, guys. Think on it. How do we measure it, Brian? Come up with something. Does anyone have a fucking, what's the celestial navigation thing called? Fuck, what's the tool? What's the tool they use?
I mean, we could triangulate it and it'd probably come out to, yeah, they are minimizing it because they're going to say half a degree to try and church it down, but it's going to come out to trillions of miles probably.
Sextants.
But,
Sextants. How they gotta be measuring some really tight fucking angles with that, no? Who knows about sex? Does anyone know about sextants in here?
I've never really used one out
Okay,
at
I
sea.
figured it out. I know how to measure it.
All right.
The celestial equator. That's moving in a straight line. It needs to be off that straight line by a half a degree by the end of 12 hours. Perfect. That can't make a straight line star trail. It needs to be a half a degree off from the top to the bottom. You measure it at the top, you measure it at the bottom, maybe one time in the middle or something. Here we go. No? Is that not good or what? What's up? Are you guys sleeping? What's going on in here?
Right, guys, I'm gonna hop off because I know the Witsy debate's starting in a minute, but I'll come back to see if anyone's had any thoughts on it.
Hold on, who's he debating?
That Brian Myers guy.
Crypto, that's how you measure it, the celestial equator, possibly. We'll think on it. I'll see you.
See you guys in a bit. Bye-bye.
The celestial equator. We need to be underneath that shit. And then you can trace it out over the course of a night. You could plot
I'll give
it
you
out.
the Glover answer, man. Personally, that's the way the Earth rotates in their model. So it depends on how I'm arguing it. If I'm arguing it within their model and begging the question, then I gotta say that the way the Earth spins is pretty much almost parallel with the orbit. I think it's off by what, 23 degrees. So yeah, we should expect a quarter of a degree out of the circle over 12 hours, which should be measurable, but I don't think it'd be like a big boom gotcha as far as looking at
It's
a
a
star
half
trail.
a degree. Why'd you say quarter of a degree? It's a half a degree.
Because the Earth's tilt would be off about 1/4 of a degree, so that we could only technically claim the other quarter.
Okay, so we're orbiting with the celestial equator. Aha. So that line, even if we were orbiting, that line would still be straight. That's not how we measure it. Because you wouldn't see it there. Where would you see it? Towards the north or the south? That's where it would shift. No?
I think the claim I asked a little bit different of a question, but he made it sound like it was on top of the daily rotation. There was an extra 365th, but that was a different type of question. You already kind of pointed that out, but there's all my knowledge, man. Whether it's wrong or right. I think SC had a point just right off the bat, you know, and I think we all know that. Just the way everything moves, you know, that's given a lot. So anybody who's listening, know that, you know, we're begging the question to even considering it, because in our world, the stars aren't gajillions of miles away. So any kind of movement like that, in reality, you bump the tripod, you mess up your whole entire star trail. I don't think you could. I don't know. I think we all agree
Whatever,
deep
though.
down with SE.
I don't agree with him. And if you're working in the globe model, I absolutely almost never agree with SC when it comes to the globe model.
Oh yeah. If you're working within the globe model, then yeah, his arguments are.
No, his argument is in the globe model.
Yeah,
Bro,
I agree with you.
The other movements aren't relevant. The stars we see, they're all in the Milky Way. So why does the motion of the Milky Way galaxy matters? Because everything's moving relative with us in the Milky Way. That motion doesn't even matter. If all the stars are moving together, why would that motion matter? Do you know? I don't know why it would matter.
Looks like Witsit's going against this PhD nemesis.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check it out for a minute, and then I'm coming right back.
He's just doing an intro right now. It hasn't started.
Okay, I'm gonna hang out for a minute. Thank you.
Tell Witsit to give us a shout out, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, I did on Modern Day Debate twice, and I did on
Did you?
what you call it.
Did you do good in the debate?
Yeah, pretty good, man. I had him
Who'd you
stomping on his
debate?
Mr. Sensible.
All right.
I had him contradict himself a couple times. It was pretty civil. You know, I get along with him pretty good.
Yeah, guys, if we're going out there on these main big platforms and shit, let's try to look like we know what we're doing.
And the
them guys
intro,
get a lot of views. Like McToons gets like 10,000 views, bro. That's like heads are hearing you. That ain't normally hearing you. So if you go out there and get crazy, like it's not a good look.
I'm gonna post my intro in Discord. I mean, in Live Text 1, but I showed where the moon is in the sky and the sun is like not only off height but off angle to the sun, because sometimes we see it way off what they claim. And I showed that, and then I showed the stars separating from each other. And I had him say in the intro where he said, yeah, the stars are moving overhead and fanning off to the right toward the north and left. And then I asked him, so we got separation between the stars at the equator. And he said, whoa, no, they're not actually separating. And I was like, oh, okay, because just a minute ago I thought you said they did. And
sorry, Brian. Jeremy with Jaren has a hat that has like some LED on that scrolls with some words. It says, "I don't want to talk to Austin."
What happened?
Jaranism.
Yeah.
He has a hat that pretty much displays a message, and is scrolling by. It says, "I don't want to talk to Austin."
Oh yeah, that's what the guy said. He's debating tonight. The guy they ended the debate. The
And
guy
now
didn't want
he's
to talk
having
to
a
Austin no more.
I was having a debate with him. That's hilarious.
I guarantee you
Elbow.
that guy's been crunching the books and trying to find terms that Austin don't understand and all that, but Austin is still going to crush him, even if he throws in a couple terms Austin don't understand. He's going to do his best to take away from his character instead of the argument. That's what they do.
Elbow, the
You
Star
kidding?
Trail
Winston's
thing.
going to be throwing him terms he's never heard.
What's up?
Yeah, which is no joke. Elbow, the stars in the night sky over the course of one night are shifting 0.5 degree every night because of the orbit, right?
According to the model, right?
In the globe model, they should be shifting 0.5 degree because we do an orbit. 1 degree a night. 360 degrees around the sun over the course of 365 days. So that's almost a degree a day. Pretty close.
Okay.
So
is this measured?
So, huh?
Go ahead.
In the light on. Hold on 1 second. So in the globe model, stars over the course of 12 hours shifting degree over the course of a 12-hour night.
So,
right?
Right. So in 12 hours, it shifts practically a degree, right?
0.5 degree.
0.5 degree. Okay, so it's
Yep.
24 hours for a full degree.
That is a sun width, right? That's a sun width. Should be noticeable.
But it wouldn't be noticeable.
In my
I thought it was going to be
lifetime.
measurable. I thought it was going to be measurable at the celestial equator, but that's the axis of rotation. So it's shifting along with that. So it should be more than 15 degrees an hour for this. Hold on, I think the celestial equator is. Hold on, Brian. I think the celestial equator is. I think the celestial equator is the key to this.
I think this all has to do with the sidereal day, bro. The little offset. It's all tied in. For sure. But then again, I bought their shit about the 1/365th of a degree, so double check.
So if it's 1 degree per day, right? About.
Yep.
That's 365 in a year.
Yeah.
This should be like clearly noticeable.
That's what I'm saying. 0.5 degree over one night. That should be noticeable. Now, how fast do the stars rotate in the sky? 15 degrees an hour.
Right.
I'm asking, is that right? I know the sun's 15, give or take. It shifts throughout the course of the year, actually. But
I mean, if they're saying that
it's the equation of
right
time or something. But
right. If they're saying the Earth is the one rotating and not the stars or the sun, and they're saying the sun's rotating 15 degrees an hour. I mean, it should rotate about 15 degrees an hour.
Yeah, somebody look this up. How fast do the stars rotate? Yo, I think we got them on this. This is all. How fast are the stars supposed to move according to the globe model? 24 hours.
They're gonna
exactly.
say, they're gonna say it's
24 hours exactly, because that's how they do a day by a sidereal day, like Brian was saying. The stars are supposed to come back around in 24 hours. That has to be 15 degrees an hour, right? Because we're rotating that. It's how fast we rotate. Once every 24 hours, so the stars come back. Why does the sun only do it in 23 hours and 56 minutes, though? I don't know. It's not important right now. Let's not get sidetracked. Focus. We got to focus
on a flat Earth
on this.
Because on a flat Earth, it just is what it is, right? And a globe Earth, because they say, because of the freaking orbit. I think there is something here, too. I think there is, too. Or why would they have gave me bullshit?
I think we got him. with this.
And dude, this is every argument. I agree
half
with
a
Jeremy. You
degree
got to
a
look
day.
in deep, man. You got to really look at this shit, dude.
So
The
are they
devil's always
saying-
in the detail.
Sorry. So are they saying it rotates under a shift, like a certain direction, half a degree, like, or is it just rotating around in a circle?
We're orbiting this half a degree a day is because of the orbit, right? So envision this in your mind. We're rotating. The stars move 15 degrees an hour, but there's also this other movement that's happening, which would cause the stars to shift. I don't know in which direction, but it needs to be a half a degree over the course of 12 hours. So that's 0.1 degree. Hold on. That's a half. That's 0.05 degrees, give or take, an hour. The stars can't be rotating. Hold on, I need to look into this a little bit when I get home or something tomorrow, maybe. Unless somebody is anyone at their computer? Are you at your computer, Brian?
Not right now. What's your question? I can try.
Bro, I don't know. I don't know what my question is. The stars are supposed to rotate 15 degrees an hour? Are the stars supposed to rotate 15 degrees an hour?
Yeah, pretty close. Yeah, I think so. Exactly. Right.
Are you sure?
I think so. I'm not 100% positive, but I'm pretty damn sure that it's the sun that deviates by that tiny bit every day. So upon first
That 4
glance, I
minutes?
don't think we'd be able to notice it much, but then again, it should be measurable. Like you said, they could measure a couple arc seconds, but like I said, MC Toon said that it is measured. I don't think it's a gotcha, but then again, who knows? It's worth looking into. It's worth discussing. Give you that. I'm drawing blanks.
Yoo-hoo. Earth's a globe, by the way. It's a globe.
Yeah, Rufus, how much do the stars rotate in one day?
They make
15 degrees, or is that not right?
they make a circle in a day, in a sidereal day, obviously.
Which is 24 hours, so it's 15 degrees an hour, right?
Approximately, yes.
What do you mean approximately?
Well, they rotate in a sidereal day.
Yeah, 24 hours, 15 degrees. That's 15 degrees an hour, right?
No, 15.04 degrees per hour.
15.04?
15.041 degrees per hour.
So if you multiply 15.04 times 24, you come up with 360? Bruhif?
Give me 1 second. All right, what was the question?
So if we multiply 15.04 times 24, we come up with 360?
No, you get 361 approximately.
Okay.
You know what a sidereal day is, right?
Yeah, it's 24 hours.
No. A sidereal day
hours
is
and
23
56 minutes?
Yes. Right.
So the sun is the 24-hour one. Okay. No, that can't be right.
A solar
Not
day.
right. You're not right.
Oh,
You're not right, Ruhif.
a solar day.
If you were right, and it was hold on, Ruhif. If you were right and it was the stars, so you're saying the sun rotates 24 hour. You're saying the sun is the 24-hour day?
Yes, a solar day is when the sun comes back to the same position in the sky. That's 24 hours. It's slightly more than 360 degrees rotation. It's about 361.
Yeah, so if that happened, it would be nighttime would shift by 12 hours every year. If it was 24
that's
hours
the
for the
sidereal
sun.
day, right? If we didn't
Yeah,
have,
if the sun came back in 24 hours,
yeah,
there would be a shift happening every year. The PM would switch to AM, basically.
that if you're measuring time by sidereal days, yes.
We're measuring time by hours and minutes.
By solar time or sidereal time?
Yo, we don't even need the sun anymore to tell time, right? We got
Okay,
clocks
so we're
and
just
shit.
sidereal day. Yeah. Yep. Then yes, midday would be sunny, right? Using sidereal time, midday would be sunny at one time, and then 6 months later it'd be dark at midday, using sidereal time.
No,
Or
if the sun
sidereal day.
came back around in 24 hours, bro, if the sun came back in 24 hours, right, every time to the same spot,
That's a solar day.
the AM would shift to PM. The reason why they say the sun is the 23-hour and 56-minute one
No,
is
it's the other
to
way
account
around.
for this shift. Is to account for this shift that doesn't happen.
No, it's the other way around. If we did
I
not
don't
use the
know.
sun for a day, right? If we didn't use the sun, we'd do a full rotation in 23 hours and 56 minutes and 4 seconds or whatever. And 6 months later, the same sidereal time, right? If we had a sidereal day of 23 hours, 56 minutes, the same sidereal time would switch from day to night.
Yo, try it. Stop using different times. We have the
I'm trying to
time.
explain them to you, and you're not getting it. So, anyway.
There's not different times though. We already know what time it is. We can keep track of the time without the sun, right? We got atomic clocks, grandfather clocks, wristwatches, all types of shit. We don't need the sun for the time. We know what time is.
But are we using
Stop
24
using
hours?
sidereal time and solar time. That shit don't even make sense.
Are we doing 24-hour days? Or 23 hours, 56-minute days?
24-hour days.
24-hour days. Okay, so then sunlight is always going to be midday.
Yes, because it takes the sun 23 hours and 56 minutes. It's short 4 minutes every day. That makes up for why on one side of the orbit it's not sunny at noon, and then the other side of the orbit it's not dark at noon, like midnight.
The sun
Because that's what would
takes
happen.
24 hours.
Go ahead.
The sun takes 24 hours to reach. There's 24 hours between solar noons, all right? But you understand that because we're also in an orbit, we have moved a little bit in that time. So we have to rotate a little bit more to point back to the sun to be solar noon. That's a solar day. It's a consequence of us moving in our orbit.
Yeah, you're saying it takes 24 hours for the sun to come back in the same exact spot, give or take, it was the day before, right?
Yes.
Okay, that can't be right.
That is a solar day. That is what a solar day is. A sidereal day is a 360-degree rotation of the Earth to come back to point at the same distant star, whatever that may be.
All right, listen, I'm telling you right now, if it takes 24 hours for the sun to get back to the same spot, at one point in the orbit, you have the sun facing America at noon. And then on the other side of the orbit, the sun would be facing China at noon for Eastern time.
Because every day you're rotating an extra degree. So over that 6 months, you've rotated another 180 degrees. So you are pointing back at the sun.
Yeah, the sun can't take. All right. I'm
This
just going to Google it. I'm just going to Google it on my phone. Real
Sidereal
quick.
day versus solar day. If you look in the almanac, right, and you see the Greenwich hour angle between any 2 hours that you need to interpolate between, it's not going to be 15 degrees. It'll be 15.041 or something. It's not 15 degrees per hour. It's approximately 15 degrees per hour. And it's approximately 361 degrees of rotation per solar day.
I disagree.
Say that again.
I disagree.
Okay. I mean, you're a flat earther, so of course you disagree with rotation. But that is what a solar and sidereal day is.
No, that's just an assumption. Like, again, if you look at all your theories and calculations, the very first thing that's mentioned is that the assumption is that the Earth is round. Yes or no?
All of our observations lead us to believe that it is.
If you actually read your own scientific papers, they all begin by saying, we assume the Earth is round. And
Okay,
then
but
they
all our observations lead us to conclude that it is.
Then they continue on with their ridiculous calculations and assumptions.
Okay,
So this
you can call
idea
it ridiculous, that's fine.
of rotating, this idea that you think of rotating, so what? I could say the same thing. I could say, if I assume the Earth is going, in a particular direction, I'll be able to determine some pattern and blah blah blah. Like, none of what you say is unique. It's just made up.
Okay, if you assume something about whatever you said, right? You said the Earth is moving in some direction, right? There will be some consequences to that in reality that you can test. If you go and test them and you don't see them, then your idea is wrong.
No, that's not true. If it were
Yes,
the
it is.
case, if it were the case, why would you need to assume the Earth is round? Doesn't make any sense. You could just
That's
say, well,
how
look,
science
the Earth
works,
is
right?
definitively round because we see the effects of the rotation. But no, they don't say that. You know why? Because there really isn't. These supposed effects that you're talking about can really be anything. It doesn't necessarily have to be rotation.
Okay. How science works is that you see something in reality and you go, wow, I wonder what explains that. Let me take a guess. That guess is called your hypothesis. From your hypothesis, you can make some predictions, like what would
This
be the
isn't a
necessary
hypothesis.
consequences.
This
It
isn't a
is.
guess. This isn't something
Yes,
that
it is.
No, it's an assumption. There's a difference between the two.
It is a
An
guess
assumption.
that you then test the consequences of.
Oh my god.
No, your hypothesis is a test. He's right, except
No, the hypothesis is not
the
a
only way it
test.
falls short. Yo, my bad, Raviff. My bad. Hold on. I don't know. Is my mic cutting out?
You're
So,
back, Jeremy.
a hypothesis is. So he's right though. Your hypothesis is a guess. It's an assumption on the cause of the effect. However, he falls short when you go to make a hypothesis test. That's called an experiment. That's where they fall short.
Where do we fall short there?
Like testing centrifugal force, for example.
Yeah,
You
that's
fall
what we
short.
But hold on. This guy thinks that the rotation of the Earth, there's some effects on the Earth, and that's how we're able to come to that conclusion. But you can literally say that about anything.
No, you
it could
can't.
literally be anything. The fact that you sit there and say, "Oh, it's because of the rotation," is ridiculous.
Let's say I see a sunset. I see whatever, right? I see curvature, I see whatever, and I go, what could possibly
You
explain?
can't see curvature. You can't see curvature.
Well, let's just go with the science stuff first, then we'll have a chat about curvature.
No,
right?
you
Let's
can't.
say I
In
see
science.
something.
No. In science, it says you can't see curvature on Earth.
That's incorrect. Anyway, let's say we see
Dude,
something.
what?
Oh, dude, I'm trying to get something out, right? Let's say we see something, and I go, I wonder what could explain that, and I go, oh, maybe a rotating Earth would explain that, right? That's my hypothesis. Okay, from my hypothesis, a rotating Earth, dude.
Let him finish. Yo, don't interrupt.
Right. From my hypothesis, there are certain things that necessarily follow from the Earth being a rotating globe. One of those things is centrifugal force. We can go and test if centrifugal force can be measured, and we do measure it. The end. That's how science works. It's consistent with a rotating globe. The end.
Okay, why would they come out and say it's an assumption? If there is
I don't
strong
know.
evidence to suggest that we are rotating, why can't they just say, you know what? Because we're rotating, because of the centrifugal force, because of all these different effects, we can definitively say we live on a round Earth. They don't say that. They
Right,
always
because
say,
science doesn't prove
hold
things.
on, let me finish. They always say, we're making an assumption. So why would they make an assumption? Are they saying that there is some other possibility that maybe we might not be living on a globe Earth?
Yeah.
Is that a possibility?
Science. Yeah, it's a logical possibility because science cannot prove things. All you can do is
Isn't
say
science
my observations were consistent with this model.
isn't science supposed to teach us more about
So hold on. He said something
knowledge
really
about
stupid there.
nature? Right.
He said something really stupid there. He basically said, we created a model, and then all these effects that we observe, we're going to direct it to that model. And so basically what you've done is you've created a single model, and you've basically brainwashed the world to believe in that model, even though it could be wrong. Oh my god.
Hypothetically,
Ruhip,
yes.
isn't
Logically
science supposed
speaking,
to-
it could be wrong, yes. Logically,
Ruhip, isn't
it could be
science...
wrong.
You want a one-on-one with Ruhip?
Whoever, choose. You guys fight amongst
No,
yourselves.
this guy. Who is this guy? Do you?
No,
Whoever this
you
guy is.
can continue on.
No,
This
if you
guy's
want
an
a
idiot.
one-on-one with him, you can do it. Go ahead. I'll give you the space. I'll back off.
No, you can talk, man. You can talk.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, bro. I talk a lot. I talk nonstop. Go ahead.
You do, Jeremy.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you came in here, sounding like you were certain about science and scientific findings.
I'm certain about the Earth being a globe, yes. That doesn't mean it's been proved in a formal logical sense.
Do you know what certain means at all?
Yes, that I have zero
tell
doubt
me
in
what
my
it
mind.
means.
I have zero doubt in my mind that the Earth's a globe.
Which is what? What do you think no doubt in my mind means?
I have reached absolute certainty in my mind that the Earth's a globe. What else do you think it
Basically,
means?
what you're saying is that you can rely on to be true.
Yes.
But it's an assumption. So how could you
No,
rely on it?
I have seen enough evidence to compel me to belief, to a certainty level of belief, that the Earth's a globe. I have seen enough evidence.
Well, I've seen enough evidence to suggest that it's not round, it's not rotating, it's flat.
Would you like to talk about that?
Sure. Have you been to Disneyland?
I have several times, yes.
There's this particular room in Disneyland where
Particular what, sorry?
they mimic the effects of sunset and sunrise. And basically, when you enter the room, it feels like you're entering in as if you've never left. Like you're entering your own reality, and you're witnessing the sunrise and the sunset. And guess what? The room isn't rotating, but the sun, it appears as though it's rising and setting. Isn't that amazing?
Okay.
So it just shows you, just because you're witnessing just because you're observing certain facts and you measured certain forces, doesn't mean that it's because of the rotation or because we're moving in space or whatever. It could literally mean something completely different.
Okay, so in
And
my
you're just
hypothesis,
basically you're interpreting your environment incorrectly.
so in your Disneyland thing, right? It's not actually rotating. All right. If my hypothesis was that in that room I'm on a rotating globe or whatever, right? And I say if we are rotating, I would measure centrifugal force. If I then go and test it, I won't measure centrifugal force. Therefore, wherever I am is not a rotating globe.
If there is centrifugal force, why aren't we flying off the Earth? And please explain that.
Right, because you don't understand basic physics. That's the
No,
short
because
answer.
you're going to say this. You're going to basically say gravity.
Yeah.
Gravity is the reason why we're not flying off the Earth.
Right.
Are you?
So
Have you?
whatever you like to call it.
Hold on. Have you been on a?
Can I join the conversation?
Again.
Have you been on a
Yeah,
merry-go-round before? Have you been
I'd
on a
like to answer
merry-go-round
his
before?
question.
Do you want to do the vector edition?
Have you been on a merry-go-round before?
I have, thank you. Yes.
Now imagine you were on that merry-go-round and you were going 1,000 miles per second.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah. Do you know
Let me
how
answer
many
that.
times I've had this conversation with
Can I answer
flat
that?
earthers
What do you
that don't
think is going
understand
to
basic
happen
physics?
if you go 1,000 miles per hour
On a merry-go-round, yes.
Can I answer that?
I'll get
Can I answer
flung
that?
off. Yes.
Exactly. So
Off.
why the hell are we not flying off? It doesn't make sense.
Bacon,
Yo, if you guys,
The Earth's surface would be stripped
hold on a second.
off. You sound
Yo,
insane.
if you guys don't want a one-on-one, Bacon, you're
Oh,
going
no,
next.
if Bacon wants to do it, he can do it. Like this conversation I've had literally 1,000 times.
Yeah, so he asked it what happens if we're in a merry-go-round that is spinning 1,000 miles an hour. And I'll tell you what's going to happen. It's going to generate enormously larger centrifugal force compared to what you would expect to have on a rotating Earth. That's what would happen.
No, that's not true. Because in my experiment,
show how you determine that.
sure, I can
Yes,
send you a
please,
video
please
of my.
show your. Please show us your calculations. We would love to see your calculations.
Show what's your expectancy for the
Calculations,
centrifugal
sir.
force in a rotating Earth.
With all due respect, calculations is one thing. There's calculations, and then there is practical experiment.
Yeah, you use the wrong word.
You
use the trigger word. You triggered an automatic response.
Must have practical experiment. My practical experiment concludes that when you're on a merry-go-round 1,000 miles per hour, you're flying off it.
What's the centrifugal force?
If the Earth is rotating at the supposed velocity, we would all the mountains, the surface of the Earth would all strip and be thrown out into space.
Let me ask you a question. What happens to the centrifugal force of a merry-go-round that is also spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, but it has twice the diameter?
Okay, well then you got to find us a merry-go-round going 1,000 fucking miles an hour, dude. You can't say shit like that. It's totally off in left field.
No, I'm asking if it's going to be bigger or smaller centrifugal force if you have a bigger merry-go-round that is spinning at the same speed.
Same linear
It doesn't have to be 1,000 miles an hour. Whatever speed that satisfies you.
Dude, you have to go get that merry-go-round if you're going to ask about that merry-go-round. We're not just going to go down.
Can we quantify the centrifugal force? Can we quantify that force?
I don't know, man. No clue.
Well, go and learn centrifugal force before you say.
So your opinion is that we can.
One sec. The claim from Satan in worship was that we should fly off the Earth. So if you're saying you can't tell what the force was going to be, then so can't him. So he couldn't be able to make that statement.
Here's the deal.
He can only make the statement once he can. Well, that's what he's claiming. He can only make that statement once he worked out.
I want to ask one more
question
to Rohit.
Here's the problem.
I got you, Bacon. Hold on.
Real quick. Here's the problem.
You
You can't prove anything either
Yo,
way.
we're let.
Can I ask a question
Hey
about
Rohit. If the scientific
Bacon's
community...
gonna finish. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Bacon. Like I've literally had this conversation
Bacon's
1,000
gonna finish
times.
his statement. Ruhif, stop talking, please. Ruhif, I'm muting everyone. Finish your statement, Bacon. Go ahead.
Right, you can only make that statement that we should fly off once you have determined the centrifugal force. If you can't do that for the merry-go-round and you can't do that for the Earth, then you can't make that statement. That's it.
You can't make a statement either way for merry-go-round, for Earth, nothing. It's a stupid conversation.
That's my point.
Hey Rohit, if the scientific community came out today and said, "Hey guys, we got it all wrong. The Earth is flat," how would you react to that?
Have we finished the centrifugal force conversation?
I've got a question.
Would you then believe that wait, hold on. Would you then believe that the Earth is flat?
I would want to see the evidence.
Where's the curve? That's it. Where's the curve?
We can talk about curvature if you like.
This guy's just a mindless zombie.
Can I ask glad flip question because I feel like you're under the impression that we can't tell what's the centrifugal force of a merry-go-round based on its diameter and speed. Is that what you think? That can't be worked out?
Can it be quantified?
No, I'm saying you can't come to
Not
the
you.
you can't
Glad
use
flip.
calculations. I'm saying you can do that, but what I'm saying is with physics, we tend to identify anomalies along the way. Just because we've identified a particular pattern doesn't mean that that pattern applies in certain conditions. So
Hey,
you know, sometimes you realize,
I've got a question for you. All right, let's say we stick a fridge magnet on this roundabout, and we start rotating the roundabout super fast. Right, at what point will that magnet fly off?
Okay. How strong is the magnet? Definitely going to be a factor, no?
What exactly? That's what I'm trying to get you to do is quantify something. Please quantify something.
Well, how many Gauss is the? What do they measure
we
magnets?
cannot
I don't know.
quantify anything
Make up
in
whatever you
physics.
like.
The answer should be.
Just do a calculation.
No,
The
you
answer should
can't
be.
just simply do. You can't just simply do calculations and then sit there and say this is the conclusion. You have to also accompany that with practical experimentation. You can't just sit
So
there
I've
and
got
say, "Well, we've done the calculations because we're taking assumptions from something previously we've done." No, in physics, things change. Just because they work on a particular pattern doesn't mean that you can apply the same calculations in different conditions. That's not how science works. You must also accompany everything with practical experimentation. And if you refuse to do that, then get the out of my face.
All right, so
That's
I've
how
got
we came
a
up with
magnet
physics.
stuck on the roundabout. A magnet stuck on the roundabout, and I rotate that roundabout once per day. Will the magnet fly off?
Magnet will fly off if it's spinning around the merry-go-round at 1,000 miles per second. It will.
Okay.
It will.
What about
It will
500 miles per hour?
disintegrate. It will. It won't even fly off. It will literally burn up and disintegrate.
What about 500 miles an hour? Will it fly off then?
What's up?
Will it fly up at 500 miles an hour?
Like every other day.
Hang on, Jeremy, have my yeah. Will it fly up at 500 miles an hour?
It will literally turn into a piece of toast.
At 500 miles an hour. Okay. Would it fly off at 200 miles an hour? Would it fly off at 200 miles an hour? Would it fly off at 100 miles an hour? 50, 20, 10. At what point would this magnet fly off?
Hey, Rove.
Yeah.
Are you aware of the spinning tire effect?
Spinning tire effect. Tell me what the
So when you
spinning
spin a
tire
tire,
effect is.
right? Like let's say you spin a tire clockwise, right? It maintains clockwise rotation. But if you go to a certain speed, what do you think happens?
Tell me what the spinning tire effect is. I know that tires spin. I drive a car, so
Okay.
please tell me what the
So
spinning tire
when you
effect is.
spin a tire really, really, really fast, what happens is it appears as though the tire is going backwards.
I've never heard that in my life before.
You've never seen that?
I've never heard of the spinning tire effect looking like it's going backwards. Are you talking about like a frame rate capture thing?
No, it's not a frame rate. You can witness this with your own eyes.
Okay.
Basically, what happens is it appears as though the wheel is spinning clockwise, and then what happens after a while, when it reaches a certain velocity, it begins to rotate backward.
And I would put that down to frame rate capture myself.
No frame rate capture. You can witness this with your own eyes.
Anyway, whatever it is, it's an optical illusion, right? The wheel is still
Right,
spinning clockwise.
exactly.
Right.
So
What's
these
the fucking point?
observations, hold on. My point is these observations that you're determining, because of this fact, and sunset, blah blah. These are illusions. It appears as though we're living on a rotational Earth, on a globe. These are illusions. These are illusions. These are not
Hold on.
based
So
on
do
reality,
you agree
and
with
your,
that?
and your whole calculations are based on illusions. Oh, because of this, or because I can't see the ship as it sails, or because of this. These are illusions. These are perspectives. So you have to
Hold on. But
understand
you
that
said,
everything.
do you believe the phrase or the comment? It looks like we're living on like it appears that we're living on a rotating globe.
Do I believe in that comment?
Yeah,
Why?
that it appears that we look like we're living on a globe.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is
Yes,
you're being
you do.
illusioned by you're basing your reality based on perspective that could possibly be wrong because you're being illusioned. You're being tricked. You're being
Just to
deceived.
be clear, can I get a straight answer to that? You said it appears, we may be fooled, but it appears that we're living on a rotating globe. Do you believe that? Yes or no?
No, not at all.
No. Okay. All right. So you do think it looks like we're living on a flat
Do you
planet Earth?
believe in science because it has a really good track record?
Sure.
So why?
Because that understanding gives us everything we have today. If we didn't understand shit, we wouldn't be able to make the shit that we do.
Okay, but like if I was able to convince you enough, and I had a good track record, I never lied to you, I wouldn't that make me someone and let's say you trusted me as a person, right? And I never would lie to you. I was always honest. Wouldn't that then set me up to be, someone that can be dishonest without even you knowing?
I'm not following. I'm just not following.
So
Please just
if
show me
you
whatever you think is good evidence of flat Earth. Like that'd be great.
no, if I had a reputation of being honest and being truthful and having integrity, wouldn't that enable me to lie and get away with it?
Sure. Like honestly, this doesn't interest me because the shape of the Earth is not something that you can lie about. You can figure it out for yourself. So I
No,
don't get
you
these whole
can. No,
conspiracy things.
no, you can lie about it because I've actually been fortunate enough to study astrophysics, and the very first
Right?
thing that they say in this
Formally study
text.
it.
Hold on, let me finish.
Formally study it or not?
The very first thing that they say is, we assume that the Earth is round. And then all the calculations and assumptions and effects all come after that assumption.
Okay. When you
So
say
Wait,
you've
wait,
studied
wait,
that,
wait, 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 wait.
oh,
Hold on, one second,
this,
one second. You
oh,
studied
oh,
astrophysics and you don't know how to work out centrifugal force? Is that it?
yeah, that's
I
why
know
I
how
asked when you
centrifugal
said you've
force
studied
works.
it.
When you
Right?
go into
But
the center, there's no movement. When you go out from the force, then things start to go, faster and faster. I know what centrifugal force is.
can I just
Oh, okay,
clarify?
okay,
When you
okay.
said you've studied astrophysics, in what context do you mean? In a formal education setting, or you've watched a few YouTube videos?
Formal education setting.
Okay,
And
studied
I
astrophysics in a
have
formal education setting. Okay.
and I have tons and tons of publications, and all of them begin with, we assume the Earth is round, and then all the calculations and all the effects and all this nonsense comes after that. All the other applications of physics and chemistry come after the assumption that the Earth is round. Now, if they said, look, we don't assume the Earth is round, the calculations that come after wouldn't make any sense. Okay, it wouldn't make any sense to determine the radius of the Earth because the Earth isn't round. So they have to begin with the assumption is the Earth is round, and then we calculate the circumference and the radius, and we calculate the rotation, and we calculate this and that, and then we assume that everything goes around the sun, so we'll calculate. Do you understand that?
I'm still stuck on the fact that you claim
Every
to have studied astrophysics in a formal educational
what
setting.
I'm saying, everything in astrophysics is the assumption that the Earth is round. Without that foundation, everything else in astrophysics collapses. It collapses.
Oh, if you can just
Maybe Maybe tell Ruhif about the hybrids. That'll probably help.
Are you a hybrid, Riv?
Hybrid of what? My
Are
mother
you
and my
capable?
father?
Are you capable?
What
Are
kind
you
of question is
capable?
that?
Are you capable of lying?
Sure.
Yep, you're a hybrid.
What? What are you talking about? I'm a hybrid of my mother and father, yes. What do you think I'm a hybrid of? Nothing.
Ruhif, are you capable of lying?
Yes.
There you go, Satan. I don't like your name, by the way. Can you change your name? You don't have to, I don't think, but you're gonna get a lot of flack for that name. I'm telling you right now.
Probably. Is he an Aussie? Like, there's hints of Aussie accent in there. Oh, why Benga's in the chat? I'm calling just utter BS on his claim about studying astrophysics in a formal educational setting.
Hey,
Okay,
guess what?
we hear you.
Hey, Rohit, what do you think the moon is?
A big rock.
What
Jeez.
if I told you the moon is merely a fisheye lens?
Talk to him.
Yeah, no,
Talk
I
that
think I'm out.
fisheye shit.
I
It's
think I'm
literally
out.
a fisheye lens. Is that a
I don't-
possible? Is that a possibility?
Can I get your accent? Like, have you lived in multiple countries in your life?
Yes.
Okay. Have you lived in Australia?
No.
No. Okay.
Is it a possibility that the moon is a fisheye lens?
No.
And what do you, what, and what, how? Explain.
It's just not. Like, I think I'm out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're indoctrinated. You've been forced to accept the scientific claims, and it's sad. You're not even capable of your own thoughts.
Ruhif, let me ask you this. If the stars are if we're moving over the course of 12 hours, we shift about a half a degree over the course of a night in our orbit, right?
Yep.
So why is that not affecting star trails?
Because the stars are very, very, very far away. Very far away.
And you're
It's an
saying we can't
excuse.
measure. Hold on, man. Hold on. Give me 2 minutes with Ruhif now. I want 2 minutes with him, please. Can you do that for me, bud? Just 2 minutes. I'll be quick as possible. Ruhif will make it take a long time, but I'll try to be quick.
Good call.
So they're very far away, sure, but we can measure a half a degree change in stars, right? I mean, what's a sextant? What's the tightest measurement on a sextant?
Probably a tenth of a arc minute, I guess.
Tenth of an arc minute.
A
6
tenth of an
seconds.
arc
I've
minute.
never used one though.
Yeah.
A tenth of an arc minute. What's that? 100 arc seconds?
6
like
arc
6.
seconds.
6 arc seconds.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's
Yeah.
fucking tight.
Yes.
Yep. And if you're using a
Cool.
virtual horizon, it's 3 arc seconds.
Hold on, man. Please hold on. So we can measure a tenth of an arc minute, 6 arc seconds with a sextant, right? So we're talking about a half a degree, but you're saying we can't measure it because it's so far away. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't follow.
Yes, it does. Have you done the trigonometry?
Okay, how can we measure a tenth of an arc minute, but we can't measure a half a degree?
Half a degree? What? Half a degree
can't
of
we-
our orbit.
He's full of shit, man.
Half a
Over the
degree of
course
our
of a
orbit.
night. Hold on, maybe
Yeah.
I wasn't clear. It's fine. I might not have been clear. Over the course of a night, we shift a half a degree because of the orbit. We're rotating, which is why we get star trails. But then
Yes.
we also shift a half a degree during that. Maybe if it's a 12-hour night, it's a little less than a half a degree from the orbit.
Right, but it's how far did you move? Like, how far did you move?
Half a
Like
degree.
well, no, you didn't move half a degree. That's a rotation. You're talking about half a degree of rotation of the orbit. right? Which is pretty
Yes,
close
a
to a
half.
straight line distance.
Yeah,
How
it's
far
pretty
did you
close,
move?
but it's a half a degree off. Yeah.
No. The distance. How far did you move? When you say half a
We moved
degree,
a half a degree. Yeah,
do I
half a
answer that?
degree.
No, that's not a distance. That's an angle. You're talking about half a degree of our orbit,
We're
right?
moving in an orbit. We moved a half
Yes.
a degree of the orbit. Yeah.
Right, but how far did you move linearly?
So the stars should have shifted a half a degree over the course of that 12
No.
hours, right?
No.
Well, the
You've
stars are
rotated.
stationary. Hold on, Ruvif. We're rotating. Yes, that's why we get the star trails.
Yes.
We're also shifting a half a degree over the course of 12 hours during that
In our
rotational 12-hour
orbit.
period.
In our
In the
orbit.
orbit, yes. In the
Right.
orbit,
So
yes.
how far did we move?
I don't know, but we should be able to measure a
Let's
half a
do it,
degree
right?
movement. We
It's a
should be able to
friggin-
measure a half a degree shift in the
No, because
stars.
your
No, that's an
orientation isn't
angle.
changed.
Fuck.
Wait. Your orientation isn't changing because of your translation around the sun. That's just the position of the Earth changing. Your orientation is changing by the rate of a sidereal date, which is both a rotation and translation combined. That's already a sidereal date.
Okay, we get these nice circular star trails because we're rotating and the stars are stationary.
Yes.
Yes, but now we have to add another movement into that, which is this half a degree over the course of 12 hours.
No, the movement is almost a straight line.
Yeah, but not quite a straight line. It's a half a degree off. Not
Oh,
quite a
Jesus.
straight line. It's a half a degree.
Oh, lordy.
Yeah, almost a straight line. This is kind of like your almost parallel thing, honestly.
Sure.
Half
Yes.
a degree, but it's more because
It's all excuses. Everything he says is excuses.
Well, if you guys could quantify something and make some accurate predictions, maybe you'd get taken seriously.
I quantified it, half a degree.
Yeah, but it's not. You've moved almost in a straight line, and let's say you moved 1,000 kilometers to the left. Again, that's nothing compared to the distance
half a
to
degree.
the star.
It's a half a degree.
I don't know how else to say it, Bacon. Save me again, Bacon. Save my bacon.
Yeah,
Bacon.
well,
You have a stationary object
I
in the sky.
couldn't put it simpler. It's the rotation of the Earth is changing the position of the Earth. That is not dragging the Earth's rotation with it. It's just the position of the Earth changing around the sun. Its rotation regarding to the stars is what the sidereal day is. So the sidereal day is already the rotation compared to the stars. Regardless on the position of the Earth around the sun, how much the Earth is rotated regarding the stars is what the sidereal day gives you.
It's not true, actually. I
Okay,
studied
so
astrophysics.
This
It's
is
not
a
true at all.
definition of the sidereal.
I just don't believe you.
hold on. This
dude.
guy's an astrophysicist. Let's hear from
I
him. Go
call
ahead.
bullshit on that, but all right, let's see.
Yo,
Did you pass the
astrophysicist.
course?
You wanna?
Did you
I mean,
pass?
let me make a.
One.
Can I make a 1-1 then? Just a couple
Yeah,
questions.
you go.
High school physics, because high school physics is like first year of astrophysics. They're gonna study high school physics, so he shouldn't have any trouble.
Oh, you want a
studying-
1-on-1 to give him a pop quiz right now?
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's claiming to be an astrophysicist. I think it's fair, isn't it?
I don't know. Do you want to do it, Satan guy?
Not really. I don't want to
Probably.
lose any. I don't want to lose any more brain cells.
All right, fine. Let's
Yeah, I would
continue on
agree,
with
dude.
this. Let's continue on with this.
Yeah.
So the stars' movement through the sky, these star trails, is now due to the rotation of Earth and the orbit.
No, the star trails are purely due to the rotation. The fact that we're moving such a little distance relative to the distance to the stars that it's not going to change the shape of the star trails.
It would be a half a degree.
No. Jesus.
Yeah, we
Christ.
move a half a degree in 12 hours, give or take.
Oh, Lordy.
That's the position.
Yes, our position
Position, not
changes.
orientation.
Our position changes. So we have say you have a sextant on a star. That star should shift a half a degree, right? Because
No.
we've shifted a half a degree in our position.
No, because we didn't shift a half a degree in orientation. We shift a half a degree around the circle of the orbit. That's not a degree of orientation change. That's just an amount of miles you move from your position. That tells you nothing about your orientation.
The stars don't move, and we shift a half a degree. So we should measure
No,
a
you
half a
haven't
degree.
shifted half a degree. You've moved in an approximately straight line.
Definitely not a straight line in your model. It's a circle.
That's fine, right? But the tiny amount of curvature in that orbit over 12 hours is not going to make any difference anyway.
It could be a large. It could be 10 degrees. That's after a sidereal day, stars is still going to be at the same position, because this 10 degrees is 10 degrees of the orbit. It's a 10 degrees of change in position, not in orientation. The change in orientation is constant, and it's given by the sidereal day. There's no change in angle of stars due to position of the Earth changing. That makes no sense. Stars are going to be...
The sidereal day proves that the Earth isn't orbiting anything.
Thanks for your info,
Oh my
Gary.
God, how so?
Because it never changes. It's the same every single day. I can sit here in my backyard like I am right now. The moon's up. I think that's Jupiter. That's close by it.
Yeah.
And but that's not a star. That's a planet. But even the planets follow along the same area all the time. But the stars, whatever stars come up directly east to me, or direct, if I look, it'll rise in the same spot every 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4.1 seconds. Won't change, which means we're not orbiting anything or flying through space chasing the sun.
Why?
Because it would have to change over time. It would have to change every single day. It doesn't change at all. Ever.
By how much?
Ever.
Well, one second.
In fact, in your model, you actually have 366 rotations per 365-day calendar year. Yes. Because your model based on one rotation is the sidereal day.
No, there are two rotations, because when you're talking about
there's two rotations now, huh?
I'm trying to
I didn't know that. Did you guys know we have two rotations?
You made a very long sentence. I was beginning to address you, and you're already interrupting me. So the beginning of my sentence was there's two rotations, and the rest of it is there's two rotations that matters for the orientation of the Earth. All the other ones just tell what's the Earth's position. It's just a change in position. It's not a change in orientation.
Well, there's no change in position, because the stars will follow the exact same path across the sky every 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4.1 seconds. Never varies.
As a matter of fact,
it's the same every day. I watch Orion come across my sky at the same place every night when it's visible, when it coincides with the solar day. Which, by the way, the solar day is an average. It's not 24 hours.
How many different points you want to make before I can answer it? Yeah, so
a lot.
You
I don't come out. How often do I come on here?
Oh my God! Can I answer you, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. So you have something called the nautical almanac. What the nautical almanac gives you is the coordinates of the stars based on a repetition of sidereal days, and they're not the same. They change slightly all the time. Constantly.
No, they don't. They don't change at all. I'm sitting here, right here. I can watch the same stars pass the same path across the sky every day.
I'm not asking if you can visually think they're in the same position. Of course, just by looking at it. One second. Of course, just by looking at it, I wouldn't expect you to detect an arc-second of difference across like months. I wouldn't ever expect you to notice that. But that's why we have something called a nautical almanac that has the positions of the star being updated every year, and they're not
No, it's not updated every year. It's just the day. Yes, it just matches the day, because we have 366 rotations according to your model in a 365-day year. It's just making the days correct.
No,
but the stars never change their path. It's every 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4.1 seconds. That star that I'm looking at will be in that same position. That's why we can use the nautical.
You never look to
for navigation, because we know the stars are consistent. They're always the same.
Yeah,
they always run the same path in the same amount of time.
We all agree that they're consistent enough so we can navigate. But the claim is that their positions are actually changing, and that
you can't come here and measure it. You can't come here and measure a difference.
I'm not telling you I'm measuring. I'm telling you that's what's recorded in the almanac. So if you're saying that they're not changing position, you're disagreeing with the almanac. You're allowed to do that. But you're disagreeing.
No, I'm not disagreeing. The only difference in the almanac is it's going by the sidereal day. So obviously, if it's on a
No.
24-hour basis, the star is going to be slightly
It's
different
not.
because
It's
it
not.
runs at 23 hours 56 minutes and 4.1 seconds, not 24 hours. And so
Yeah,
yes, if I
neither
come
does the
out
almanac.
here at 8 o'clock and that star is in this position, and I come out at 8 o'clock tomorrow, the star is going to be a little further to the west. Not much, but it will be a little, and it would be measurable if you had a sextant. It would be
How
measurable
about
because it does.
how about we actually
That's
show?
all it does. It just measures the time of year, the date. That's why you have to know all those. You
I mean,
can't just know.
can you
You
stop for a
just can't
second?
point at the star and say that's the angle, and that you can't do shit with that.
Yeah, the position of the
Go ahead,
stars
Baker.
isn't changing across the year compared to the celestial sphere.
It doesn't change at
Hold
all.
on, bro. Let
Yeah,
him finish.
yeah.
Wait. Hold on, Gary. Let him finish, please.
Yeah, well, what's changing is the sun and the moon. They change quite significantly across a year, but then the next year they go back to the same position as they were before. But if you compare the positions recorded in the almanac of the stars, you're gonna notice a slight change from year to year, and then for the next year, and then for the next year. And they don't go back and forth. They keep going away from the position that they used to be across decades. That reaches arc minutes.
No.
And you
That's
can,
why you're
Gary.
getting
Gary, hold
confused
on.
with the
Gary,
sidereal
Gary.
day.
let's do it.
No,
Let's check
Gary.
it. Let's check it.
Oh, let's check
Guys,
it right
hold
now.
on.
How about? I've got it here, Bacon. So 2017, January 1st, the declination of Alpharats, 29 degrees, 11.1 minutes. 2022 Almanac, Alpharats, 29 degrees, 12.8 minutes. It's
Yes, because
changed by a
you're
full
comparing just a
1.7 arc
24-hour
minutes.
day and saying it's going to be at
This
that
is
certain position every
declination.
24 hours. This
No,
is
this is
23 hours,
declination.
56 minutes, and 4.1 seconds. These stars do not change their path across the sky at all. That's why we
This
can
is
use them.
declination, Gary. Declination.
It doesn't matter. None of that
Yes,
matters.
it
If
does.
you get the star,
I don't think he knows
the
what that
star
is.
follows the exact same path. It never varies. It never changes in time. It's always the same. That's why we can use those almanacs.
Right, so then you have no idea what declination is.
If it's for the reason what you're saying, if the change in their position is due to a difference between a sidereal day and a solar day, we would find, what is it, 4 arc minutes every day of difference, something like that. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about like arc seconds across months, and not
It
only
doesn't,
that,
and it's
no,
it's always on the
wait.
same
Let me
path.
just finish. Not only that,
I sit here in my
the
backyard
almanac,
all the time.
the almanac isn't based on solar day. It's based
No,
on
it's based on a
sidereal day.
sidereal.
Exactly.
Yes.
So it's
That's why it
changing in
doesn't.
the.
And you have 366 rotations that way of sidereal days in a 365-day calendar year. So now, if you get another calendar year, you've got another 366 times that star has turned, or whatever, the Earth's rotated, or whatever you want to say. The Earth. It's simply the stars are just following the same path. They're running a circuit, and it never changes. And it's always
That's
23
wrong,
hours,
because
56
the
minutes, and
declination
4.1
change.
seconds.
As Ruhif-
That's why you have
as
to know
Ruhif-
things like your latitude and the time of day and the time of year, because that's
As
how it
Ruhif-
matches up.
As we've just pointed out, we're not talking about just the east and west change. It's also a north and south change.
Those stars don't change north and south. They don't. They do not change whatsoever. They
So you're
follow the
disagreeing with the
exact
almanac.
same path.
So you're
Yes,
disagreeing
no,
with the
the
almanac.
almanac is just taking, because you don't have a matchup with days equal, right? 366 times versus 365
We're
times
talking
in a
about
calendar
north and
year.
south change.
So now
We're
you get
talking about
2
north and
years.
south
It just lands on a different day, but the thing is, it's still following the same path every 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4.1 seconds. The sidereal day.
We're talking about north and south change.
Those stars
to
do
hear-
not change north and south. They're not moving anywhere else. They follow the same path. I sit here in my backyard all the time at night, watching the stars, watching the moon. I'm looking at them right now, talking to you guys.
Like you're
They're going to come up the same place.
Your personal observation on the sky is completely irrelevant to this conversation.
No,
Because we're talking
what you see in the sky is what you see. That's what you measure if you're going to travel
so you
or
don't have arc seconds precision.
navigate by the stars. All
one
you
at
have
a
to do is
time,
know the
guys.
time of the time and the date and and your latitude to know where that star is going to be, and it's going to be there without fail.
Right. So what's a declination, Gary?
I don't care what the declination is. You tell me. What is it? Explain it.
Right. It's the north and south position of the stars in the celestial sphere. So if their
And it's going to
declination
be
is changed,
whatever it's going to be. It's going to be
wasn't
the
finished.
same
Hold on,
every
hold on,
single
Gary.
every single
Gary,
23 hours, 56
Gary,
minutes, and 4.1 seconds. I hear you,
Gary,
Jeremy, but these
relax,
guys are
bro.
so
I
full of
know we
shit. You
gotta
don't
let
even
him
know.
finish though. I know we gotta let him finish though.
Right. So if you go to the almanac and look to the star's declination, which is their position north to south, and you compare different decades, they don't match up. The same stars are in different declinations, which means they're either further or closer to the North Pole or to the South Pole.
They're never closer to the North or
So
South
you're
Pole.
saying that, one second,
I've been
you're saying
watching
that,
these stars for years now. They follow the
okay,
same
let's go
path.
to the nautical
You
almanac.
can't come out here and measure any difference. If you come out here 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4.1 seconds after what the star is at its current time right now where I'm looking, it'll be in the exact same spot.
Right.
And you
So
can't find any difference.
at
You can leave your
least,
telescope pointed right at it, centered in the telescope, and it'll be there tomorrow. Then 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4.1 seconds later again, the next day, you will be in the same exact spot again without fail. It never changes.
Do you understand the magnitude of what we're talking about, Gary?
Yes.
Okay, what
Stars don't
order of
change. The
magnitude are we
stars
talking?
run
By
a
how much?
circuit. The sun and the moon are what change back and forth because the moon will go up from tropic to tropic in 28 days, 29 days, somewhere around that time.
Please don't start a monologue, Gary.
The sun will do
What
that
sort of
same
order
thing
of
in
magnitude?
365 days. They'll both have the very same, what do you call it? I'm blank right now.
When you finish, Gary, just say finished, and then I'll ask you the same question again.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what sort of order of magnitude do you think we are talking about when we say the stars do actually move in relation to the Earth?
They don't move. I don't care what you just
When we ask
they
you,
don't move. That's why we can use them for travel.
It's not the
If
question.
they moved,
what
we'd
sort
have
of
a
order
problem.
of magnitude do you
But they
think
should move.
we are talking about, Gary?
They should move. If we're traveling
when
through
you're finished,
space,
let me
chasing
know,
the
and I'll
sun,
ask the same question. When you're
and
finished,
going
let me
from
know,
side
and
to
I'll ask you
side
the
of
same
the
question again.
sun, they should and would necessarily have to change their path across the sky. They don't.
Well,
Gary, you have never in your life measured.
He doesn't think they move at all. It's just a difference between they do or they don't for him. So it doesn't matter. You
They
could be
don't.
talking about the smallest order of magnitude or the largest. It wouldn't matter at all. If he doesn't think they move, it doesn't matter what order of magnitude you think it is. It would be movement, and therefore would be opposite of what he's saying, which is no movement.
correct, but his
We're talking about
counterpoint,
an arc minute.
yeah, his
We're
counterpoint
talking
is
about
that
an
he
arc
doesn't.
minute.
Bob, though.
Okay,
Bob,
has he measured to the accuracy of an arc minute, or is he just
You don't
eyeballing
have to
shit?
measure something that doesn't happen, Ruhif. You would have to show it's happening first.
To say that
that's
it
a red
doesn't
herring.
happen is him making a
Yeah.
measurement with his fucking eyeballs, right?
No.
Okay, well, one second.
Okay, did he measure it? How did he measure it?
You don't have to measure something.
You wouldn't measure any difference yourself, Ruhi. If do it in your own backyard, you won't find any difference.
Have you measured
It'll
it,
be
Gary?
every 23 hours, 56. You measure it. You prove me wrong, but you're not
Gary,
going to
you
be
have
able
never
to. You're not going to
measured
measure any
anything in your
difference.
life.
That takes decades. But the thing is, we don't have to go and measure it right now.
What is it, a million years
Well,
now?
I wasn't
It'll be
finished.
pretty soon. It's a trillion years. We'll
I
notice a
wasn't
slight
finished.
arc
Gary,
change
Gary, I
or
wasn't
something.
finished.
Gary, hold on. You're next, Gary. Let Bacon finish.
Yeah.
You go next.
I know it hurts every time I get to the end of my sentence, but that's how conversations go. So, yeah, I lost track of what I was going to say.
Hard to keep track of lies.
Well, okay.
Go ahead, Gary.
That's a personal attack, but
No, because it's the truth, and the truth does hurt sometimes. Yes.
Well,
These stars don't.
stick to the
They do
argument.
not change their paths across the sky. And
Gary, you have
we
never
all know it.
measured any star's
Come on,
declination in
man.
your
This is
life.
fucking
I don't
fly.
have to measure any stars. I see the same stars
He's just
follow the same
eyeballing
path
it.
all
No,
the
you
time.
don't.
Right.
No, you
He's just
Yes, I
don't.
do.
eyeballing it. You're just
Okay,
eyeballing
they're
it.
not
Okay,
going
let
back
me-
and forth across my sky from north to south. The moon and the sun do.
Okay, Gary, do you think, or do you don't think, that the almanac gives you different north and south position for the stars across decades? Do you think that
No.
that the almanac gives you
No.
that? Okay, so if
No.
I go to if we go to the almanac right now and show the declination of them in different years and there are different values, would you then agree you're wrong?
Yeah, I'll just say the almanac's wrong because the stars don't change their path.
But I wasn't
Thanks,
asking
Gary.
if the stars. I'm not asking if the stars change or not. I'm asking if the almanac says they change or not.
I don't
And you're
care what
saying
the
they don't.
almanac says because it's going to go on a 366 things per
Yeah, but it's
365 days. So
declination,
it's going to
Gary.
vary. It's going to vary
Declination.
on times and dates on that, but the path that you
You're
actually see
free.
the star travel on will not change.
Do you know
You're
what
free to
declination is,
disagree with the
Gary?
almanac.
I don't give a shit what declination is. I don't care about your
There we
math or
go.
anything
You're
else.
done.
You can literally watch the stars rise and set at the same spots day after day after day.
You
They
can't
never
because
change.
you don't
Why?
know the
That's why,
exact
because of their
spot because you
consistency,
have
we
never
can travel.
measured it.
Hold on,
Okay,
guys.
well,
Everyone, slow down. Slow down. Let's go one at a time, please.
okay, I'll
There's
do
no
it.
one.
Yeah, well, my girlfriend lives close to the equator, and one of the windows of her house has a very nice view of the sunset, so she can see it every day. And she always thought the sun was setting in the exact same spot, but it wasn't because she's not exactly at the equator. There's a small difference in the position that the sun sets, but it was, even though it was what is it, 3 degrees or something, like it's in an order of degrees, and she didn't notice that. Right, so noticing difference in the position of stars in a matter of arc seconds is not something anyone is humanly able to do. We need instruments of that. You're not using those instruments. You're just eyeballing it, and you're disagreeing with information that comes from those instruments, like the nautical almanac.
Can I measure the difference in the? Okay, I measure the star right now. If I come back in an hour and measure the angle to the star, it's going to be different, right?
Yep.
Next year it will be.
So it's very easy to notice differences in the movements of the stars, right?
No, you have to measure it.
If I simply go south or north, it changes to where I see them in the sky too, right? So
Yeah,
it's very
we're
easy to
talking
see
about from the
differences in
same
where the
position.
stars are in the sky. But if I sit in the same chair like I am, I've sat in this chair hundreds and hundreds of times at night, and I see the same stars come consistently over the same place all the time.
Yeah,
What
I
you,
see the
what
moon
you think is
going back and forth. And I'm also up every morning early, and I watch the sunrise. I'm outside. I watch the sunrise every single day. I look to see
Does it
what
rise
it
in the
looks
same
like.
spot?
No, it moves back and forth from tropic to tropic. It's very noticeable. So
Yeah.
is the moon. The moon does it in 28 days.
Yeah, but that's not noticeable for people close to the equator. What they're
No,
still
they just weren't. Was she paying attention? Or she just noticed certain times of the year. She noticed the sun through the window.
No, not
but she
even
didn't really pay
different times of
attention.
the
She
year.
wasn't marking
It's
it
almost-
down.
Yeah, are you marking it down?
No, but I observe it. And I go out the same time
Right.
every day.
So
So I
you
know
have
that the
no
sun. I
idea
know that
if
the
they're
sun
changing or not.
changes
if
its
you're not
position on
marking
the horizon because the sun travels in an elliptical orbit around the flat Earth.
it.
And it's every day, like right now, it's going back towards Capricorn. So every day that sun will rise just a little bit more to the south on when it comes over the horizon, and it will set just a little more to the south on when it sets every day until
How
it
you-
reaches December, probably after the first week of December, and after from there till the solstice and a little bit after even. It'll basically rise and set at the same spot each day.
Isn't it funny that
until it
your
starts
sun
reversing and coming
rise?
back the other way?
Isn't it funny that your sun rise on flat Earth?
No, why would that
Don't
be
change
funny?
the topic. Don't change the topic, please. Well, Gary, here's what you're asking for us to do. You're asking us to distrust the almanac that gives you the position of the star down
I
to
don't
our
care.
seconds.
I don't care what the almanac says.
I'm not
You
finished.
can literally
Hold
watch
on,
the
let him-
stars. You should
Gary,
pay attention
please.
and look at the sky.
Gary, please let him finish though, man. We can't hear anything.
Right. You're asking us to distrust the almanac that gives you information about the position of the stars down to arc seconds. And you're asking instead for us to trust your memory from you eyeballing stars in your backyard. This is what you're asking us to do. That's your argument.
All
say
the
something?
almanac is going to do is keep track of the 23-hour, 56-minute, and 4.1 second cycle. That's all it's going to do.
I'm in Australia.
You got to know your latitude. You got to know the time of day. You got to know certain things in order to, because that's where it's going to be on that time at that date because of the cycle of the stars and the sidereal cycle, the sidereal day.
Okay, there's a woman trying to get in. Please, ma'am, go ahead.
I'm just going to say I film the stars a lot, and they move across the sky. I can't see Orion's belt every night of the year. It's because that's above
because
my
it's
head.
sidereal day.
It's so the stars do move like 361.
They move across the sky from east to west. Yes.
Oh, that's not the kind of movement we're talking about. We're talking about their movement in right ascension declination.
They don't
Which is how
change
far-
going north or south. It's going to move from the east to the west.
Right. Well, we
across
have
the sky, the
almanac
very same
disagreeing
path.
with you. We have the almanac disagreeing with you, and we have you just
No,
eyeballing
the
stuff and
almanac
saying
is
you
just going to
remember them.
record. It's just going to record the sidereal days and give you that time of day at that date where that star will be and on that part of the sidereal day. That's all it'll do.
This was already addressed by day changing in declination, not just in right ascension.
Nothing is changing. It's going to follow the same exact path. It's going to rise on the same part of the
Yeah, you're-
horizon, set on the
you're
same part of the
asking us
horizon.
to believe you instead of the almanac. Then
Okay, well, you
that's
can
your
watch it
argument.
with your own eyes. You can literally
My own
watch these
eyes-
things with your own eyes.
My
But
own
you
eyes
can't
can't
observe
But you
it.
got it. In order to notice
own
it,
eyes
though, you
won't be
do
able-
have to have a place where you can go and watch it from the same point, so you get the idea. If you go to
But
different
you
points, you're
can't
going to get
measure
confused.
it.
Yeah, my
Doesn't
own
have to
eyes.
measure it. I know it's consistent. It does it all the
No,
time.
it doesn't.
Yes,
my
that's why
own
it's called a
eyes cannot
sidereal
tell
day.
me. My own
Guys,
eyes
this is
cannot tell
audio
me.
chaos. Does anyone want a one-on-one with Gary? Kind of chaotic right now.
Yeah, I think I was
What is
having
the
Well,
that.
I've only
point?
got a few more minutes because then my wife's going to be home.
What is the
She had a late
point
shift
to
today.
talk with
She should
Gary
be home
when he
anytime.
doesn't believe the actual proof?
There is none. And the
Wow.
stars follow the same path. The sun and moon move from tropic to tropic. The stars don't.
Okay, again, you're just asking us to take your word instead of looking at the
No, I can look at it.
books
The
that
moon
people
right
use to
now is
navigate.
kind of south of me. In about 14 days, or less than 14 days, probably in about 8 days, it'll be way to my northeast. Because it literally moves from tropic to tropic every 28 or 29 days.
Yeah, well, first you
All
said
the
the
way
almanac
across the
doesn't
sky.
say that. But first of all, you said the almanac doesn't say that. Then when I asked you if we could check, like, let's look at the almanac together, let's see if that's the case. Then
The
you
almanac is
changed
just going to keep track of where where the position of the
and you-
star in
well,
that 23-hour, 56-minute
I wasn't
program
finished, Gary.
cycle is.
Gary, please, Gary.
Yeah, so you started by saying the almanac agrees with you that the declination doesn't change. And when I asked you to take a look at that, see if the almanac agrees with you or not, you said you actually don't care of what the almanac's saying, and you don't care if you're saying the opposite. And if the almanac says that, then the almanac's wrong. So again, you're asking us to take your word instead of the books that people use to navigate.
No, I'm telling you to use your eyeballs and watch where it rises, where stars rise and where they set, and their path across the sky from a consistent area, so you can get the idea in your head where they rise and set. If you move
can't-
around, you get confused. If you look at it from different spots every day, you'll get confused. But if you sit in a chair in your backyard, if you have a good backyard with a good view, you can literally watch that same star will rise at the same spot every day.
You can see
So
the
again-
difference without measurements.
You're not addressing what I'm saying.
You can come out here and measure it if you want. You're gonna get the same measurement every time.
You're ignoring what I'm saying, because you're saying, well, if you seek back to your chair, you're going to see the same thing as me. The stars are going to rise and set in the same position. I'm not saying I won't have that experience. What I'm saying is that experience is completely irrelevant to tell whether or not stars change by arc seconds across decades.
You're not gonna see any change.
I
They're not
understand that.
changing.
I'm not disputing that.
They
But
would
if you
have to, if your spinning ball Earth was orbiting the sun and chasing the sun through the galaxies or whatever, you would have to necessarily see those changes, and it would be obvious. Just like Jeremy said with the star trails, you would have to see a little shift in those star trails every day. They couldn't be, and plus they're not even circles in the first place. They just look like circles on pictures because the picture is a two-dimensional picture. It can't show you depth of field. That's why it looks like the stars that are high in the sky. Your pictures look like vertical Ferris wheels. That just doesn't happen.
No, they do make circular paths.
No,
If you can
only
see
on
the
pictures it
celestial-
looks that way. Not in reality if you're actually
No.
watching the sky.
No, I can see the Southern Cross rotating around celestial south. It's not just pictures.
Some of the stars make circular paths, right? But the ones at the celestial equator make a straight path, right, Megan?
Yeah. Well, I don't
So we
think
have a
there's.
circle path. Hold on. Do the stars at the celestial equator make a straight path visually
Yeah,
as
if
we
there's
see
any
it with our eyeball?
yeah, if there's any star there, then yeah, they would make a straight path. But I don't think
And
there's
then,
any
but
star exactly there that we can see.
okay, but then the ones to the left and the right, they're making circle paths, right? So curved paths.
Yeah, well, I know what your argument is already.
Yeah, we see all that with our eyeball, right?
Yeah,
Can we see these paths with our eyeball?
yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
we don't see the
we can
track.
see this, and we can look.
If we put time lapse, if you put time lapse with your eyes, then yes.
But we can see the paths with our eyeballs, right? We know that the ones are making a straight line path, and the other ones are making a curved path with our eyeballs, right? We can see that.
We don't see the path. We can try to remember the path. We don't see the path.
Can you remember the path that we see with your eyeball?
Roughly, yeah.
Yeah, and we know that the ones in the north are taking a circular path, right? Because we see
Yeah,
that with
but
our
I don't think.
eyeball.
You
Yeah, I
can't
don't
see.
think.
You can't see that.
Yeah,
You
I
can't
don't
see
think.
the stars going in a circle in the
No,
northern
you can't.
No,
hemisphere with
you
your eyeball.
can't. You see, but you
Oh my.
can't see it unless you measure it.
Well, if the stars are close to the celestial equator, even if they're not in the celestial equator, they're just close to it. I don't think visually we will recognize that as circular paths because it's quite hard to make a mental path of the stars just by staring at the sky.
Well, like I said, the pictures are two-dimensional. They don't show depth of field, and that's why you look like vertical Ferris wheel star trails when they're not like that at all.
Oh, they don't
It
have
doesn't
depth
show
for
the
eyes
depth
either.
because it can't on a 2D picture.
You also don't see them in 3D. Your eyes aren't separate enough to see any parallax for the stars, so you don't see stars with depth.
You
You have
can't
no
see,
clue
you
how far they
can't see
are.
depth on the pictures at all. Those are 2D. That's why
I
it looks
agree.
vertical every time. But you don't have straight up star trails. In the pictures, the ones that look high up are actually closer to you. If you were sitting there in your chair in the backyard looking up, they would be closer. But the camera's pulling them all in, putting them on a two-dimensional straight up and down picture, and it makes it look like a Ferris wheel when it doesn't look like that in reality at all.
Your view of the stars is also two-dimensional. That's what I'm saying.
How you
don't
see
have
things
depth.
is completely different than your pictures.
I agree. It's still two-dimensional when you're looking to stars. You don't have depth perception
Not with
of
your
the
eyes,
stars.
it isn't. Not with your eyes, it isn't.
Your eyes don't have
Your
depth
eyes
perception
are
of
3D.
faraway objects. Yeah, they
But you can
only.
see the depth and dimension. I can see that star that's higher above me is closer than the star that's farther, which would be lower on the horizon.
Oh, you
And
can see depth
the picture will make it look like they're straight up and down from each
when you
other.
have
Yes.
objects. When you have objects close to your eye, there's parallax. The image that each individual eye see don't match, and that mismatch tells you how far it is. When the object is further and they don't change from eye to eye, the only thing you have is perspective, which is how big the object is. So you compare to objects, you know what the size are, so you have depth perception like that. But when the
At
objects
long
are
distances, you're going to see very little parallax when they're
one
all long
second.
distances. The parallax is
Exactly.
noticeable when you got one
Well,
close
I
and one
wasn't
far.
finished. You interrupted me to agree with me. You interrupted to say something that I'm in agreement with. So things like the moon, there's zero difference between your left eye and your right eye. You have no depth perception of the moon. You have no depth perception of the stars. You have no depth perception of anything that is too far away from you, except for perspective. But we don't know the actual
Yes, when you
size of
have other
objects in
stars
the
around
sky.
it, yes.
Can I say
even
something? I'm in the south and I can see the Southern Cross rotating around the circle, like it goes sideways and upside down. So I can recognize that. And I can see the stars above my head, where all the planets go through, going straight across the sky. They rise on one side, go up and over my head, and they go down on the other. And I can see that with my eyes. I don't.
Yeah, they're
need to
slinging a big circle all
Oh, I
over
don't think no
below.
one's disputing that. I don't think no one's disagreeing with that.
Okay, sorry.
Stars,
That's fine.
if stars far away are closer to the horizons, and if you turn a circle, stars far away are low. Stars nearby and closer overhead are higher up in the sky.
You are assuming
Those are all
things. You don't
perspective.
know anything about the position of the actual stars. You just think that because they are closer to horizon, they are closer. But you actually don't
No,
know
when they're
anything
closer to the
about the
horizon,
position
they're
of them.
further from you.
Do
When
you
they're
think there's
lower to the horizon, they're further from my position. Their overhead will be further from my overhead.
It
If they're
doesn't
low, if
work
they're
that
close to the
way. It doesn't
horizon,
work that way.
it does work that way. All perspective works that way. If an airplane flies away with me and it directly comes overhead, and then it starts moving off to the distance as they start getting lower in the sky in my field of view.
It doesn't tell how far the plane is.
No, but it tells you it's not directly overhead and that it's further away. And the lower it gets in the sky as it moves away,
Yeah,
the
but
further
that
away you know
doesn't.
it is.
It doesn't tell how far away the plane is.
No, but it does tell you it's going
It
further away
doesn't
because
tell
it's
you
further
how
away will
far.
slant.
You
It
don't
doesn't have to tell
understand.
you how far, but it does tell you. It gives you all the ideas that it's further away than when it was overhead.
Which is misconception because you don't
Oh
know.
gosh, you do too. You don't know if a plane is directly over your head versus if it's way off in the distance, flying away from you.
I said you don't know how far away it is.
I don't have to know exactly how far away. I do. I just know it's further away because things that go away from you slant down towards your eye level.
You don't
Your
understand
field of
that.
view is everything
You
below eye
don't
level goes up
understand.
towards it. Everything above it goes down to
You
it. And
don't
everything to the sides
understand.
goes towards it.
You don't understand
Well, I
that
do
the
understand.
plane can be on horizon and it still can be closer to you than the plane that is just over your head. Don't you
No,
understand? Yes, it can.
not unless that plane is. Well, no, even then it wouldn't be. I'd say if it was flying low, it would still be low over my head when it passed by, and it'll just quickly disappear because it's low. Plane could be higher above my head, fly directly over my head, but as it flies off in the distance, it slants down towards my eye level because it's going further away. That's what perspective does when things move away from you that are above you. Just like the ground appears to slope up towards your eye level as things move away from you, the ground moves away. That's why the horizon is always in that area. It's your field of view. Your field of view, that center, that line of sight, 90 degrees from your perpendicular, is what gives you the depth and dimension. And know that the farther something out towards that area, the farther it is from you. But anyhow, it's quiet now. I gotta go. My wife she might even be home now, so I gotta go. You guys have a nice night. The stars will be in the same position tomorrow.
Thanks, Gary. Anyway, Jeremy, what were we talking about before?
Okay, let me make
I'm
Jeremy's
staying.
arguments. Can I still menu Jeremy? See if I can use your argument against Roy.
Yeah, I mean, real quick, can we see with our eyes? Can you not remember what happened 4, 6, 8 hours ago where the positions of stars were? Can we not see with our eyes that the stars are actually moving in a circular path on the northern hemisphere north of the celestial equator?
The movement is so small that you can't see it. You can't measure it with your eyes.
I'm not talking about measuring. I'm just talking about can we tell that it's going in a curved path or a straight path with our eyeballs?
Yes.
I would say that you really can't see. You can observe it, but you don't really know.
Okay, well, we can take a star trail photo, and now we do know, right? Do we know from a star trail photo that the stars are moving in a
Okay,
circular path?
Can I try to argue for your point against
I mean,
Ruth?
you can
See
try,
if
but
I can still menu correctly.
you can try.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry if that's cutting you off, but just if I really understand your point. So, Ruhif, do we see with our own eyes stars diverging and converging in the sky as they move in their natural paths?
What do you mean by diverging and converging? Do you see
And like
opposite
getting
hemisphere star
further?
trails?
Well, there's their paths, which is how they visually move in the sky, and some of them are moving straight, some of them are moving curved. So, do we see the curved ones diverging from the straight ones with your own eyes?
Not on a star trail. I'm still not
No,
sure what
with
you
your-
mean. Like the straight one, the straight ones are at the celestial equator.
Yeah, and the curved ones are not. So when you're looking at the sky, you're staring at the sky, and the stars are moving. So some of them are moving straight, and some of them are moving curved, with like the north ones. Do you see with your own eyes the north ones diverging from the ones at the equator?
Should, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so you agree with Jeremy then. I disagree with that. Because their angular separation isn't changing.
Yeah, Ruhif, me
And
and you, baby. Let's go.
They're making bigger
right,
circles.
so let me try to convince Ruhif now.
Nah,
I'm
hold
trying
on.
to figure out. Can you draw what you think it means?
No, I can't
me and
draw
you, buddy.
because I think a drawing would fundamentally be different than what you see with your eyes.
Ruhif, do you think stellarium is very highly accurate for what we see with our eyeballs?
Stellarium
In the
has
night.
multiple projections in it, so it depends which projection you use.
The globe.
No,
What?
as in like stereoscopic projection, rectilinear projection, all these different ways of looking at things.
Never mind. Forget stellarium.
Okay.
Would you say that when we take a star trail photo, that is fairly accurate positions of the stars that we're seeing them in?
Yeah, of course.
Of course, right? Of course. Yes, of course. I know, Ruhif. Me and you, buddy. Let's go. Go ahead, Bacon.
Right. So you agree that the angular distance between the stars isn't changing, right?
I agree. Yep.
And to your eyes, things that have the same angular size look just as big. So if the angular
I think I
distance
know where
between
you're
the
going, yeah.
stars at the equator and the northern hemisphere keep the same angular size, so they shouldn't look like they're diverging. And what allows a curved line not to be diverging from a straight line is due to the curvature of your retina, because the line of the stars at the equator at your retina, even though you feel like they're straight, they're curved in your retina, right? And if you try to trace another curve to the left of that one, also in your retina, you can trace a curved line that has the same distance to the one in the center. So you have a straight and a curved line, and they both have the same distance to each other because that's allowed on a curved surface. And that's how your eyes work. And that's why you don't feel like they're getting further from each other. Even though on a picture, they're not being projected on a curved surface, they're projected on a flat center. So the curved line is going to diverge away from the straight one, but not in your eyes.
In your eyes. Okay.
Yeah,
Give
Ruhif,
me
their
5 minutes to
argument's
model
fucking
it.
crazy, bro. We're about to tear it
Yes,
up. Go
I
ahead,
modeled
Ruhif.
this.
Their
Yeah,
argument's fucking
give
crazy.
me a little
Go ahead,
bit of
Ruhif.
time to model it, and I'll be back.
Hold on. Don't go anywhere. What do you mean I'll be back? We're just getting into this. What do you got, feed the dogs?
I just said I'm going to model it, and I'll be back.
No, forget the model. Forget the model, bro. Listen, Ruhif, listen to the words I'm saying. We know that if you're underneath the celestial equator, that those stars are going in a straight line path, that as we observe, right, with your eyeball. You can. We know they're going in a straight line path.
Actually, it moves a little bit in half year, depending which side of the tilt is on the Earth.
Sorry, what was that?
The tilt of the Earth changes that path slightly.
Sure, but for the most part, we're just talking about the course of one night. This is just one night. Ruhif, are the stars? Go ahead, Godric.
Wait, is Riv still here? Riv,
I
you
don't
there?
know. He might have went to feed the dogs or something.
I'm here, but I'm modeling star trails. I'll be back when I
Oh,
finish.
forget about
I just wanted
modeling.
to say,
Go ahead, Godric. Go ahead.
Delirium is fake because it's 100% computer generated, and the reason why it's not legit is because with Solarium you can get an observation supposedly from like the middle of the Antarctica, which we know we can't get there. Nobody can get there. Okay, so that's fake because you can't get that in reality. But the Solarium will give it to you. They'll also give you directly spot North Pole, which we know nobody can get there either. Can't get to the North Pole, so you won't see any real star trails images from directly North Pole or South Pole. We can't get there, but Solarium will give it to you. So I'm calling bullshit on that. There you go.
Godric, I'm begging you guys, please. I finally got one of the Globers on my side with this. Hold on 1 second.
There's like 20 different travel companies that you can book trips and holidays to the South Pole, Antarctica.
Right. I mean, go ahead, Godric. You can respond to that.
No, my friend. I said Stellarium will give you an observation in the middle of the Antarctic continent. Nobody can get anywhere near there. That McMurdo was on the edge. Your little penguin tour is on the very edge. So no, that won't do.
No, you can go as far as you want.
Oh, you can. Oh, can you show me that? Show me that. Give me some pictures. Live stream. Yeah, you say you can do it, but nobody's done it. Nobody, and nobody has pictures.
Ruhif, forget your models, bro. Forget your models. We're just talking about what we see with our eyes, right? Are you still there, Ruhif?
I repeat, I am modeling it.
No.
Be back
Forget the
when I'm
model.
done.
Ruhif, forget the model, please. For the love of God, do one thing right in your life for once. Can we see with our eyeballs path of stars?
Get him, Jeremy. Get him.
I can't. He's modeling this shit now, bro. Now we're gonna get wrapped up in models and shit.
No, he's computer graphicing, CGIing. That's not a model. Thanks. Physical model, Ruhif. Chop, chop.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna do a physical model, by all means, that would be fucking dope. That's what they've been asking for, honestly.
Get a bowl, get a camera, make some styles on your walls and your ceilings, and show us how it works.
Whoever was asking the video from South Pole, there is one in chat right now.
There you go, Godric. He got you. Did you post it in the live stream one? Text.
Jeremy, I've been away for a bit. What can you catch me up onto what this where you're at with this, or what is the current Star Trails?
I think we got Ruhif on our side, possibly. I don't know. There's a whole other thing though. We shift point over the course of 12 hours in the globe model because of the orbit. We've moved our position 0.5 degrees
every day
over the course of one night, give or take. It's like a degree a day. So if you have a 12-hour night, you're getting almost a half a degree just from the orbit, right?
Yeah,
so you got the rotation.
It moves 1 degree around the sun a day, roughly 360 for the whole year type deal. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you got a 12-hour night, all right, maybe you get a little point, a little less than a half a degree, tiny bit less than a half a degree. So, so you got the star trails happen because of the rotation, but then you also have this orbit that you have to factor in. Now they're saying you don't have to factor this orbit in for some reason, even though it's a whole half a degree. I don't know why.
Well, it's the difference between a sidereal day and a solar day. Yes, a sidereal day will be 23 hours and 56 minutes.
Yeah. So, but it's still about a little less than a half a degree.
Yeah, but that's the position. I'm gonna send on the diagram in Livestream on text. Can you look at that?
On a side note, I can't right now. On a side note, I think we have Ruhif on our side about what we would see in the sky because, you know, Ruhif knows we see that one star is going straight and other stars are doing a curved path. So I'm not sure. He went to go model it or something. Not
Ooh,
model.
Bacon made a triangle. Good job, Bacon. You made a triangle.
There's not a triangle when the line is curved, right?
Yeah, but is the crux of this whether the stars are diverging, converging at the equator? Is that kind of the main deal here, or what's
The
the
thing
main?
with Ruhif, the thing with Ruhif, yes, this half a degree thing is a different thing.
No, the thing of the roof isn't whether or not they diverge.
Hey, Jeremy. So I just came in like right now, just above, just ahead of Geo. So catch me up on what Ruhif's doing. What?
I don't know. He went to go make a model of this, the paths of the stars or something.
Modeling
But
star trails on the celestial sphere. And what happens
we just
around
want
the
to know
equatorial.
So you're modeling star trails in the sky because that's what the celestial sphere is, right?
Right.
Okay. Why are you modeling it? Why don't you just like get a picture? Like that's real shit right there.
Can't we just go
Because
off
I
a
want to
picture?
know what
We all
the
know what they look
expectation
like.
should be. Yeah, what should they look like?
What are you talking about, bro? You just take a picture of the sky.
No, that's what they do look like. What should they look like?
So you're telling me, hold on, Travis, we got him. So you're telling me when we take pictures of the sky, that's what it does look like with our eyeballs.
Did you take them with a camera or did you take photos with your eyeballs?
I'm just saying, if I take a picture with a camera, is that a good representation of what my eyeball also sees?
Maybe. How do we know? I would
Mm,
say probably
maybe.
not. This is the question that Bacon's getting at.
Yeah, but
Does
it's
the
not-
curvature of our retina influence
but
what we would see differently? That's the
Yeah,
question.
My goodness.
Okay, yeah, but it's not difficult if you pick Ursa Major and you plot out Ursa Major, she will form concentric circles around Polaris with her stars.
Right, but what do concentric
That's
circles look
the
like
issue.
when they're projected onto a flat sensor as compared to a circular retina? Anyway, I'll be
Can we
back
not?
in like
Can we not
10
see
minutes.
the?
I have a very, I think I have a very easy way to prove what I'm saying. So if you have a small, that's the argument I bring before. So if you have an object that is 1 meter away from you, and you raise it up, but keep it at 1 meter, so you're making like an arc centered at your eye. So just raising up but keeping the same distance to your eye. If you see the object at the same size, then you wouldn't be able to see the tracks diverging from the equator, because the tracking of the center of the object would be straight, and the track of the edges of the object, the left and right edges that are not in the center of your view, would be curved, and they would be the same curve as the path of the stars that would be behind this object. So if the object doesn't look bigger,
God, I don't even know what you're
then they
saying. Does
can't.
anybody
I know
else
you
know?
don't. I'm not. That's why I'm not trying to
Hold
explain
on,
you.
let
I'm
him finish.
trying to explain to Ruhif, because I think Ruhif can understand that.
Sorry, I wasn't
So,
listening. Sorry.
oh, okay. You want me to do it again?
No one's paying attention.
No, I'll get this done. Right, it's going to
All
take
right.
fucking twice as long as it already has. But yeah, I'll get it done. I'll be back.
Okay. Just look, Bacon. I want to understand what you're saying, but man, I just got lost in the sauce, man. Like, just like what does your triangle represent?
That drawing is not even related to this argument. It's something else Jordan was saying about the Earth's orbit.
So what are you talking about, man?
I'm talking about the other subject, which is about the star trails. Sorry.
Okay, so the star trails. So let's look at Ursa Major. Ursa Major is made
Where is
up.
Ursa Major?
What?
Let me see where Ursa Major is.
Ursa Major is the closest constellation, I believe, to Polaris, with
Yeah, I never
also
seen
known-
that.
also known as the Big Dipper. Ursa Major means
But
the Great Bear.
if you don't understand that people might live in southern hemisphere too, then they don't see Ursa Major.
Oh, that's fine. You can still conceptually understand. Like it would be the same for anybody in the South referring to, like, I don't know what the Southern Cross looks like. I've heard of it, but
Looks
I
like a
don't know.
cross.
I don't know what it looks like, right? So
Yeah,
it
it points
still,
to Celestial South.
huh?
It points to the Celestial South.
No, I get that. Okay, whatever. Look,
It
just
doesn't really point towards. It's a cluster of stars that.
No, if you connect the bottom to the top of it, that line sort of intersects the Celestial South.
okay.
Go
So
on.
what I was just trying to say was, again, if you find Ursa Major and plot out her movement, it's going to be a circle. Each of the stars are going to be in relation to each other concentric circles. The closest.
No, they don't. Actually, the one in the end of the Ursa stays still. The others circle around it.
Wait, I'm sorry. So I'm not okay. Okay. Huh. What you just said was confusing to me because the only star that's stationary is Polaris.
Also not stationary.
Okay.
Go on.
Okay, look. I'm not going to argue over a fucking
fact
0.2579382578. I'm not going to argue over some arc minute. Polaris is in a.
The whole conversation has been about archi minutes and seconds, and now you come to talk that they don't matter.
Okay, look. I came into this conversation. I did not hear any references to arc minutes or seconds. So if you want to start to address certain things with that, then you're free to do that.
Well, Travis, just carry on with what you were saying. Yeah, it's
I'm with
99.
Travis here.
Call it 99.9% stationary, and then just carry on with what you were saying.
Well, yeah, I mean, I right. I mean, I get that you're okay with that, but he doesn't seem to be. So fine. My point is that once you move away from Polaris, okay, listen very carefully. Once you move away from Polaris, the very first star is going to be the tightest circle around Polaris. No? Yes?
Yeah, but that circle might be a different shape depending on how you're plotting it. Like what we're talking about in this conversation is how it looks like to a human eye. So when you're talking about plotting, we don't know if you're plotting in such a way that is compatible with the human eye. So I don't feel like that can be relevant to the topic.
Yeah.
So it's
Ruhip,
okay.
all right,
Go ahead, Trey. No. Go ahead, man.
Ruhip, in other words, they're saying you can't plot out what we see with our eyeball. You can't make a
I
picture, a
didn't
drawing,
say
a
that.
diagram of it.
I didn't say you can't. I'm just saying if you plot it, tells me nothing about whether or not we are making good conclusions about how the eye should look like. I mean, how the eye should see it.
Yeah. I mean, we can see that with our eyes that they're doing circles in the northern hemisphere around Polaris, right? Can't we
Sorry,
see
can you
that
say
with
that
our
again?
eyes?
Can you say that again?
Hold on a second. Hold on. You hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Can't we see with our eyeballs that all the stars in the northern hemisphere are circles around this one point in the sky? Can we not see with our eyeballs?
Yep.
Okay, so we can see with our eyeballs that every north of the celestial equator is doing circles, paths, right? Yes. Okay, good. Now can we also see with our eyeballs the path of the celestial equator? The stars right above the celestial equator? Into the south of the celestial equator. They're doing circles in a different direction, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so we can see, but we can see with our eyeballs thing happening at once because we know we can look straight up and see both sides of the celestial equator and the celestial equator, right?
Yeah, I completely know your argument. Like I understand that.
You agree? So where do you disagree with it? Because we're seeing all this.
With the conclusion, like I agree with all your premises. I just don't agree with your conclusion. That therefore
What's his conclusion?
that they would look like they're diverging because you have a curved line next to a straight line. That makes total sense, but it's wrong because that's not how our eyes work.
Wow.
And that is demonstrably false when you just raise an object and keep the same distance to your eye.
Okay,
and
wait.
it looks the
So,
same size. That contradicts that.
okay, hold on. So, this is where I'm trying. Look at okay. If you go to Ursa Major, which I think is the closest constellation to Polaris, okay, you can plot out concentric circles. If you then go to the opposite side of your field of view, which would be 180 degrees, and you find stars that are relatively the same distance from Sigma Octantis as Ursa Major is from Polaris, if you had only those two constellations, right? Find the closest constellation in the south to the axis, find the closest constellation to the north to the axis, remove everything else, plot out that path. Those stars will converge and diverge. If you don't think they do, I
It depends on how you're plotting. Like if you're
No.
plotting their coordinates on a sphere, they might not be diverging and converging because the distance is going to be constant. Like the stars
you have
are.
listen. If you have
Can
one
I
place,
explain what I'm saying? You don't have
Yeah,
to
let 'em-
repeat. I understand your point. I understand. I completely understand your point. It does make sense. But I just think it's wrong, and you're not seeing where I'm disagreeing, which part I'm disagreeing. So the positions of the stars we measure in right ascension and declination. Those are spherical coordinates. If you plot those spherical coordinates on a sphere, then the distance between Ursa Major and Southern Cross is going to be constant as they rotate in opposite
I'm
direction.
sorry, clarification. When you say if you plot the circuit on a sphere,
Yes.
why would you do that? You're just looking up at a flat 2D surface. When you look up at the sky, there's no depth. It's 2D.
I agree. Yeah, but
Okay.
if you're looking if you're looking to a sphere from the center, there is also no depth. Everything is at the same depth.
Say that, wait, stop. Say that again.
If you're looking to a sphere from the inside, from the center of it, everything
don't
is
know
at
what
the
that
same
means.
distance.
I'm sorry. I don't know what orientation you're putting me in right now.
Right, I'm putting a sphere on your head, with your head in the center of it. Everything is at the same distance to your head. Right, there's no depth perception. Even though you can look around and see things at your left and up and down, the surface of that sphere is still two-dimensional. We only need two coordinates to plot stuff on that sphere, which is right ascension and declination.
Okay. What's next?
Right. So stars have right ascension and declination. If you plot those as they are, which are spherical coordinates, you get a sphere. They don't diverge and converge if you plot them like that, because that's how their coordinates work.
Yeah. Okay, look, I get
He
it,
needs
man.
to
I
keep
think what
his
you're
globe, so
saying.
he needs to make a globe.
Say
This
that
is how
again,
this is what
Doctor.
the celestial sphere is. Like the celestial sphere is a sphere. If you plot them as anything else, you're not going to have an accurate representation of it.
He's doing what NASA does. He's taking an observation. He's making a globe out of it.
No, I mean your field of view is literally a sphere because you can see things 360 degrees around you. You have 360 degrees of
No.
azimuth that you can see, Of course, you can see back of your eye, but you can rotate your head, and you can
Bacon.
see 9 degrees up and well. 1 second, 1 second. You can see 9 degrees up and down of elevation. So that
Bacon.
gives you a 360. That gives you a sphere of things that you can see around you. That's how
Bacon.
field of views work.
You put a light bulb over your head. Okay.
What?
You put a light bulb over your head. Okay.
I put what?
A light
A
bulb.
light bulb. Light bulb.
Then you start walking. Okay. Notice the degrees change. Okay. Go back
Okay.
and forth. If you walk far enough, the light bulb will vanish into the horizon.
Okay.
You can no longer see it.
How's that
It's the
remotely
same thing.
related to what I'm saying?
That's your degrees above your head. It's not a sphere.
Godric, I don't think you're following the conversation.
You're explaining how stars make a sphere, and that's not correct. They
That
just
no,
go.
I'm not.
They
No,
just
no,
go
no.
up across in degrees
No, Godric.
across the
Godric.
sky. That's it.
This isn't just about stars. If I, for example, if you have a camera that has those cameras that can take 360-degree pictures. So once you take a picture of that, usually you see you can like post it on Facebook, and it's going to show a small section of that, and you can roll that with your mouse and see around you. You can look up and look down. You don't
Right,
see
and-
all of that at
and
one.
does that
One
camera
second.
work on a flat plane?
Well, 1 second. 1 second. You can't see all of that at once, and if you try to see all of that at once, it gets all distorted, unless you plot that around a sphere. Once you plot that around the sphere, everything has the same shape as you see in real life, because that 360-degree photograph is actually taking a spherical picture.
So that's called a false analogy, okay? Because the stars are actually local, all right? So obviously
That
you can't
doesn't
see
matter.
stars
I'm
that are on
talking
the
about your
other
field
side
of
of the
view.
world on a flat plane. You're
Godric,
inserting the globe because you don't
Godric, you are
understand
speaking
observation.
different thing in the
Yeah,
wrong quest.
yeah, it has nothing to do with the conversation. Like, well, maybe I could try to go back and see if I can address Travis' point. Do you understand what I'm trying to say, Travis, about plotting on a sphere and why I'm doing that? Okay, I'm gonna see if I can find a 360-degree picture and try to express what I'm saying here.
Bacon, are you giving these flat earthers the one?
Sorry?
Your mic is not working.
Damn it.
I'm just gonna do something real quick here.
Is Discord broken?
No.
No. Not hearing anyone.
Yeah, no one's speaking. Yeah, I think is Travis still here?
Hi guys.
Is
I'm
Trevor
trying.
still here?
Yossi.
Hey,
Yeah,
Yossi,
yeah,
are you
Yossi.
there?
I'm here.
Hi Travis.
Uh,
Hi
can
everyone.
you?
Sorry.
Well, do you have something about the current conversation? Or I'm going to bring another topic.
Yeah,
I don't know.
actually,
I was kind of dozing off. What are we doing?
Yeah,
guys.
I'm trying to explain you about the when you asked about plotting Ursa Major and mentioned doing that on a sphere.
Okay.
You said you didn't understand why I'm doing that or what I'm doing. I think I can show you that if you can
Okay.
see my screen. So first I'm going to send a picture on Livestream on text. If you can take a look at it.
You got a cityscape?
Yeah, so that's a 360-degree picture. So you can see the whole field of view from that camera.
Okay, so what you're saying is the left frame and the right frame meet.
Yeah.
Okay.
They do. And things are curvy, and obviously that's not how we see things. But the
Okay.
matter, the point is that this picture is taking creating an image from all of its surroundings. So what happens is that picture trace back a spherical shape. Let me try to show that by sharing my screen.
Look, man, right now what you're doing is insane. I don't even accept what you're doing right now. So,
Let's see if you can understand it, at least. Okay. Tell me when you can see my screen.
okay. Okay, what?
Right. So I put that image around a sphere. Right. So this is the image. As you can see, it connects, and if it forms a spherical representation of what the camera was seeing. So here I put a camera inside of it. This is a camera inside of this sphere. As you can see, that's the camera. So as I'm rotating around this sphere, this camera, you can see everything that was being seen by the camera.
Listen, why
Up and down.
aren't you doing this with the stars, the night sky? Like, why are you showing something different right now?
Because I'm explaining you. So as you can see this building, for example, those lines look parallel, right, from the observer here. As you raise up your image, like things look normal from the observer inside of the sphere, because
Oh my
this sphere
God.
is actually tracing back. Are you not following? Seriously?
Look,
Is anyone?
man, I don't
Is
know
this making
why.
sense to anyone?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Find anyone else who's following. Is anyone else following what's happening right now?
Yeah, I understand it.
Yes.
You understand it?
Yeah.
Okay, you go ahead, Bacon. Go ahead with trouble.
Well, I was trying to explain you. If you don't want to look at it, then I'm not sure what else to do. But the thing
Look,
is,
it's not that I
as
don't.
one second, plotting as a sphere actually works to show what the observer was seeing. So as I play with the camera here, what the camera sees matches what like a regular observer would see compared to the image that I send. The image that I send looks all curvy and not how we see things. What this camera is seeing from inside of the sphere is seeing things just fine. It looks like it does have this environment around it. So when you're plotting a spherical,
real quick.
spherical.
Can you hold on, Bacon? Can you plot what we see
You're breaking up, Jeremy. You're
without
breaking up, man.
the observer moving their head? So just look in a straight line and then.
Yeah. Okay. So like, look, I don't know why you're taking us away from the night sky. You're showing a cityscape that is like when it's on the sphere, it's not even to scale. Like I don't get it, man. Like why
Yeah,
not? Okay, look, we see the
I
night
know you don't get
sky.
it. That's why I was doing this presentation. So maybe you could understand why I'm doing this. But if you refuse to go along with it, then yeah, I don't know how to make it simpler than
Look,
with my words.
I'm not trying to refuse to go along with it. I'm trying to tell you I don't get how you're trying to use an analogy, right? The cityscape is not the night sky. So I don't see the analogy. If you want to, talk to Trouble, who seems to say that she knows what you're doing, then I'll listen, but talk to her.
Well, I can do it with a picture that has a night sky, a 360 picture that a night sky, but I don't think that changes a bit of what the point is.
I think he's just trying to explain eye optics, the way our eyes
Yeah,
interpret
like
information.
if you're plotting, because what I'm saying is your field of view, everything that surrounds you. If you want to plot all of that at once, a 360 degrees of what you're
Stop.
seeing,
Stop.
if you try to plot that,
Stop. Why would you try to plot in 360 when you don't see that?
well, if you're seeing just half of it, then that's a hemisphere. But that's still, then the point is, that's a spherical shape uh,
No.
image. Yeah.
No. Okay, but listen, man. I'm really trying to try to like give you the benefit of the doubt. When I'm standing where I am, wherever I am, I can see directly in front of me, and then however far the peripheral is, like this, what, like 120, right? Is that usually the peripheral?
Let's say it is. I don't know. Let's go with it.
So that's all I can see. Why are you creating something that's behind me? I can't see behind me.
Because you asked it, you were specifically asking like about the southern and northern.
No. No.
Well,
that
wasn't the
right.
point that there was circles going in opposite directions?
No, that's not. No, I think you're not
Oh,
addressing.
Okay. So what's diverging then?
Okay. Huh. Wow. If you are at the equator and you take a star trail time lapse, it appears as though you are presented with a celestial equator above your head, which is a 90-degree at that vantage point vertical linear line above your head. And then to the right is the southern rotation, to the left is a northern.
Okay. Yeah, I understand that.
Okay. So like
True.
that's my okay. So that's my limited field of view.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
Okay.
I don't know why we need to make it a 360. I don't ever see behind me.
Right. Well, it's not about seeing behind it. It's about how positional stars work. We don't like we record the right ascension and declination, and that means something. And if you want to plot that, then you should plot that the right way, the way it makes sense the way we record their position.
Okay, that's why I tried to take us to for me, because I'm in the northern hemisphere, I don't know of any closer constellation than Ursa Major to Polaris. So that's what I'm
Okay.
going with.
How is that making a point?
If you plot out Ursa Major's,
It makes a circle. I get it.
yeah.
Yeah. What's your point?
Okay, so If you then plot out Ursa Major, then you're good. Okay, stop. Boom. Got those plotted concentric circles. In Ursa Major, there is a star closest to Polaris, and then the next one out, and the next one out, and the next one out. Those are concentric circles. And then all you do is continue out in concentric circles until you get to the celestial equator. At that point, you will have stars that come in at an angle.
Yeah, but at that point, you're plotting stuff that you can't see all at once. Because when you go from Polaris to the celestial equator, at a ton of stars, you can never see all of that at the same time.
I didn't say that. Listen
Yeah,
very
I
carefully.
agree. I know, and I'm not saying you said that, but the thing is, you should now realize the necessity of plotting them in a way that matches how they're disposed in our field of view, not just
Okay, listen.
plotting
Okay,
it in
look.
whatever you want.
Okay, that's fine as a criticism from perspective. That's fine. If anyone else after this point that I make wants to jump in and correct me, feel free. I'm talking about moving from Ursa Major, the last star in her tail, and then you move to the next star.
I don't know why
Concentric
repeating
circle.
that. I already heard it like, what, 7 times already? But
Okay, look, if you know what I'm going to say, then I'll just stay silent.
well, what do you mean by? How do you mean plotting them? How exactly you want to plot
If
them?
you
'Cause there
are
are wait,
interrupting,
wait.
if you are
Let me just finish.
interrupting,
Well, you said you would be silent, and then you became silent, so I started answering.
wow.
Yeah, that's exactly what just happened.
Rewind that. Just anybody want to rewind the last minute? Play that over again and see what happens.
This is what just happened. Or maybe your mic didn't work or something, but you did say I'm gonna be silent, and then you didn't say anything. You said nothing. So I started speaking. But you go on if you want to. If you're saying something now, we can't hear you.
No, I'm not talking. I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
I don't understand your point. So you said if you plot out
I
some
tried to make a point and you talked over me.
I didn't. At least not in my perspective. I wasn't hearing you say anything.
That's why I
Oh
said.
my god.
Okay, that's why I said if anybody wants to rewind the last fucking 2 minutes, you're gonna hear what just happened.
Guys,
Do
who
it.
cares? Just go on. Like, fuck.
Yeah, just make your point. Like I'm
I
telling
don't
you, I
even
didn't
know
hear
what
you
the
saying.
fuck to say right now. Just forget it, man. Forget it.
Okay, so answer my question. When you're talking about plotting Ursa Major, how exactly are you plotting it? There are multiple ways to plot azimuth and altitude. What's the way you're picturing plotting it?
It's conceptual. We're having a discussion, so it's conceptual. I see.
Yeah.
Okay, don't say yeah. I see one of the stars in Ursa Major. I plot it out. Boom. Mark it. Plot it out. It moves. Boom. Mark it.
Mark where? Where are you marking it?
I don't fucking know, man. I'm talking about
That's
a concept
relevant.
right now.
Yeah, but that's relevant. That's absolutely relevant. It's the whole point of my argument is how you're plotting it. My whole
Okay,
point is
look.
that if you try to plot that the way
Okay,
a camera plots
okay.
things that it's seeing,
And
I'm trying to answer you. My whole point is the way you plot makes the difference. The way your eyes work and cameras work is exactly that difference. That your eye have a curved retina, and the camera has a flat sensor.
you know what?
And that
If
makes
you wanna
a significant difference to the conversation.
if you wanna fucking spin this any way the fuck you want, when you were 3,000 years ago in Greece or wherever the fuck you were in the world, all you did was look up to the sky and point to the star, mark it out on the chart that you had, wherever you were trying to make your mark.
What do you mark it?
You weren't okay. Listen, look. If you would not interrupt me, I think this would at least go somewhat.
Just go on then.
There, you did it again. Someone else take over. I'm good.
If you don't like, I felt that my question, because I remember you saying last year that you want to be interrupted if there's something that we disagree right at the beginning of your sentence, because you don't want to go back and waste your time with things that come after it. And I never see this taking place. You always get mad when you get interrupted, because I felt like I had a question that was very important to the whole crux of the argument. So if you don't feel like being interrupted, then just don't answer it and move on. I'm going to listen
Hey,
to you.
look,
But you don't
look.
do it. You just start complaining about being interrupted.
No, okay, look. Whatever's happening right now, I feel like it might be a lost in translation moment between the two of us. I don't know how to make what I'm saying clear to you. So if anybody else wants to pick up from here, I'm fine with it. I'm good.
He's muted.
Yeah, I muted him because he wasn't.
Ilobo, you're lagging. Fix your mic.
Who are you
Sorry,
talking?
on the road.
Who are you talking to?
I said I
Yeah.
because he was in the road. He's in the middle of something.
Elbow, you're roboting. We can't hear you, but I think I got the vibe. I think he said he muted Bacon temporarily so that Travis could finish what he was saying because Bacon was interrupting. It sounds like.
Okay, so I don't even know Geo, man. I don't know where I was. I don't know. It like it's so clear to me to just talk about the fact that we can plot out Ursa Major's circuit around Polaris. And then as you mark out each star farther away from where Ursa Major is, you get a farther concentric circle. I don't even actually remember where we were going. Honestly, I
remember.
So whatever. If anybody wants to
remember.
pick up, I'm happy to just go on mute.
Okay, I remember. So I was asking you how you're plotting it, because my whole point is that the way you're plotting is relevant, and you don't answer that question. So when you try to repeat all of your argument again that I already heard 8 times now, and when you get to the part of plotting, which is the part that I want to have more clarification of, I asked for more clarification at that point. So if you don't want to be interrupted there, then I'm just gonna wait until you get finished and we'll ask that question again until you answer it.
First of all, we are not using a 2-dimensional map right now. I am not plotting out a physical 2-dimensional map. I'm talking about a concept. I don't know how to make that clear to you. It's clear to me.
Okay, so what do you mean by that concept? What does plotting mean there? Because usually means to put on a representation or mark it somewhere. So how physically you're picturing that? If
Like Jeremy said earlier today, I'm not struggling to understand this concept. I don't know how to make it make sense for you. I'm talking about the constellation of Ursa Major, circuiting around Polaris. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stars, 6 or 7 stars in the Ursa Major constellation, they will form a series of concentric circles. Will they not?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So now move away from Polaris, find the next star, plot that out. Next concentric circle, right?
Okay, I don't understand why you're repeating that, but go on.
You do that all the way until you get to the celestial equator.
Yeah, like you asked like 8 times. All the times I answered yes. But if you feel like asking for a 9th, go on.
Okay,
I'm
I
still
don't
gonna answer
even
yes.
know. Okay, right. So like, I don't know what the fuck is confusing for you right now. What's your question?
How are you picturing plotting them?
In my mind.
Okay. Can you give us a visual understanding of that?
No,
Then I don't think you have an argument.
I don't have a problem picturing this in my mind.
Oh, the argument is how they look for our eyes.
Okay, how they look for. Okay, look, how they look for our eyes is not in star trails. Our eyes do not see in star trails. We will see the night sky move in iterations, right? If we're like, if we're watching it, it's so fucking slow, so minute, we can't even see what. Like, I'm bored, Mom. Isn't there something more fun on TV than this? I don't want to watch Orion move across the sky. It's so slow. I can't even. Like,
Yeah,
we're like,
what is going on right now? Can we just summarize and get to a point here? What is happening?
I don't even know, Gio.
All right, what's the point? Lay it down. Let's get to it. What it
I
seems
don't
like.
even. I don't even remember.
Yeah, well, anything, just not an answer to the question I asked.
All right, what's the
Okay,
question?
so I beg out. I'm tapping out.
Right. So the point is that if you plot the position of the stars, you're going to form circles. And the whole argument I was having with Jeremy is that when you get to the equator, you have a straight line, and the other ones are circles, so they're curved. So when you have a curved line and straight line, the curved line should diverge from the straight line. And I say that depends on how you're plotting it, because if you plot that in a sphere, even though one line is straight, the other is curved, they have a constant distance, so they're not diverging. And this is the reason why I'm saying we're not going to see the divergence from your eyes. So when Travis say, well, just plot them, I don't think he's adding anything unless he specifies how he's plotting it. Because if he's not plotting it in a way that matches our eyes, then I don't think he has any argument in this conversation.
Now, I also answered about 20 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago. That my answer was great. I told them it works perfectly on a flat plane. The stars which he thinks form a circle just work perfectly on a flat plane. And the degrees are the same with local stars. And he thought I was off, so.
Yeah, like my argument would remain exactly the same if we lived on a flat Earth. If we lived on a flat Earth, nothing would change about the argument I'm making. I could be a flat earther and make the same argument.
You just said the observation tells you it's a sphere. And I said that's a fallacy.
That wasn't the Earth. I wasn't talking about the Earth.
Oh yeah, MJ. Travis confirmed for me, yo. He confirmed
Godric.
that Travis confirmed that what we see.
Yeah, Godric.
Yeah.
Wait, go ahead, Eli. Eli, make your
Come
point.
on, Elijah. Yeah, come on, Elijah. Back me up, man.
Oh shit! I'm hot micing. No, I was about to tell MJ because he was there. I'm sorry. I'm hot micing.
Oh
My bad,
man,
my bad.
come on. You were what's
It
wait,
was
wait,
a
wait, wait,
huge
wait, wait,
coincidence.
wait. What's the opposite of throwing under the bus? Like you were supporting me, man.
What? I am, but I'm talking about something totally different.
All right, whatever. Go on mute, bro.
I told
My bad,
Bacon
my bad.
you're looking at local stars going across a flat plane. And I don't know why that wasn't a great answer.
Yeah, Godric. When I mentioned the word sphere, I was not referring to the Earth. This is not an argument about the Earth or about the shape of the Earth. This is about field of view.
I thought you said the stars are forming a sphere. I thought you just said that.
Like, no, I'm saying
Did
that
you answer that?
if you gather image of your field of view, that information is is denoted with spherical coordinates, which is azimuth and elevation. So you can.
Bacon, I thought you were saying the observation determined that the stars were going in a sphere pattern, in a circular pattern. And that only works with a globe. But that's what you said. Is that not what you said?
No, I didn't say it only works on a globe. No,
so I was answering the wrong question. Okay, so
no, that's fine. That's fine.
Get to the next point.
Yeah, this argument was very, very specific. It's not even like Earth shape related. It's just an argument of like if you can see a straight line and curved line, and they not diverge for human eyes. Like
Okay, look, man, I don't get this. Like, if you put a plate, get a plate out of your cupboard and put it next to the wall, it's going to have converging and diverging angles. How difficult is this?
I'm not sure if I got it. If you do
Why
what?
are you Bacon? It seems to me that you're arguing against that if you're standing at the equator and you take a time lapse and you see that above you there appears to be a vertically straight line, a path along which the constellation of Orion transits right over your head. To the left is the north, to the right is the south. In the north, you're going to have stars that come toward the celestial equator at an angle, getting closer and closer. That's diverging and converging, 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 and then diverging, and then diverging, and then it's rotating counterclockwise. And then in the south, it's rotating clockwise. It's obvious you have distance between these concentric circles. I
Yeah,
don't
the angular
understand what
distance, but the angular distance isn't changing, so they're not diverging, converging. It just look like they are in pictures.
in
That's
the
all.
star trails, they are.
Yeah, exactly, because they're flat representations of your field of view, of the
No,
field of view of the camera.
everything I see in the sky is a flat field of view.
No, your eyes don't see the image that your eyes form is not a flat image. It's the same shape as your retina.
What is the same shape as my retina?
If I said it's not the same shape of your retina.
Okay,
Oh, sorry,
look.
it is the image that your brain has of what you're seeing is this is an image that is shaped the same way as your retina. It's a curved image.
Okay, look, at this point, I don't know how you can tell me what my brain sees, but if you know that, then man, we got to talk about lottery numbers, okay?
Oh, that's a simple test. Like if you raise an object and the angular size isn't changing, right? That implies that the image is not a flat image that your eyes see. Because if it was, then you would feel like the object's bigger when it's higher up, because you have a straight line and a line curving away from it. That's what would happen on a flat surface. That's not what happened on a curved surface.
Yeah, but we're talking about the sky, man. Okay, look.
No, we're talking about your eyes.
No, we're talking about the sky.
Well, now me, Jeremy, Warren, we're talking about how it looks like for human eyes.
I don't know how to look inside my eye to see what I see outside of my eye. All I know how to do is look. What I see outside is what I see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Apparently, okay, listen. I don't know if you've ever done this. Have you ever taken star trails?
No.
Okay, then you don't belong in this conversation because you do not have experience with a phenomenon that you can see and contemplate. You are whatever you're doing right now. You're reading a book, you're looking at a picture, you're an armchair scientist at this point. If you do not have field experience, I don't know why you're here.
Because the argument is not about how they look on pictures; it's how they look on your human eyes, and you don't see star trails with your human eyes.
How do you know how it looks in the human eye if you're not out taking these observations.
Yeah, if you're seeing star trails, if you're seeing time lapse, then you're not looking to what your eyes seeing. You're looking to what camera seeing. That's a flat projection of the field of view of the camera, which is not what's in contention in the subject. Subject specifically what your eye sees. There's no amount of pictures you're going to take that is going to give you an authority to discard my argument.
Is the sky a 2D image?
If the sky is a 2D image, I'm not sure what you're asking there. Whatever the sky is.
Hold on. I'll try to ask it another way. How many dimensions do you see when you look at the sky at night?
There are more than one way to interpret that question.
The stars track upon your sky. They track across the sky wherever you are. So
Yeah,
I'm just
well,
trying
you
to
only
figure out
need-
what is the content? Is this still about whether the stars diverge at the equator? I'm still not
Yeah.
clear.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Yep.
don't know how to. Yes, Gio. Take it from here, man.
So Bacon, what are you're trying to say they don't? And
Yeah,
it's only an effect
point,
of a camera?
The point is, well, it's a fact of being a flat representation of a field of view. Whenever you have a flat representation of field of view, that's going to happen. But that's not the same as you experience with your eyes, because those lines, they're getting further away in the pictures. Angularly, they're not. So their angular distance is the same. And we don't feel like things that have the same angular size are getting further away from our eyes. You can test that yourself. So if you play around with an object in your field of view, doesn't matter where you put it, if you keep the same distance from your eye, you're not changing the angular size. It won't look any bigger or smaller. So your eyes don't perceive things that are the same angular size as being further or closer to each other. So you can't have diverging paths of the stars if they have the same angular distance to each other. The whole explanation about having a curved retina is just so you can understand how that's possible. But
Listen, man.
I think that the fact alone that you don't. Okay, go on.
If you go back 2,000 years, I'm going to bet you 2 kicks to the shins with pointy boots. They weren't fucking talking about your eyeballs. They looked up into the sky, looked down on their piece of paper, made a point. Looked up at the sky, looked down on the piece of paper, made a point. They plotted out what they saw in the sky.
Okay. And I don't think they were talking about the same thing we're talking about here right now.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know. I'm aware of that. Whenever you try to respond to me, that becomes clear.
Does anybody else know what Bacon's trying to talk about? Feel free to step up, take over.
I just got here. You want to re-explain it, Bacon?
Sure. So
Yeah,
you have.
Hold on, just real quick before you do it. When you go up to what Shane St. Pierre posted at 8:30 at 37 after the hour, Bacon, you see all those different star trails. You're trying to tell me that all of those are just perspective based. That's not actually what the stars are doing.
That is what the stars are doing. That's not how they look like to your eyes.
It's not how they look to your eyes. So that's not what they're doing in the sky.
It is what they're doing, but our perception isn't that.
Okay, it is what they're doing, or it's not what they're doing, or both.
It's a valid representation of the sky, but it's not the same representation that your eyes see.
Yeah, we don't see time lapse with our eyes. Cool.
That too, but I was more referring to the way the position of the star are. Like you don't see they going up and then turning right. You don't see that.
What do you mean you don't see that? You don't see a time elapse, or you wouldn't see the stars in the same spot that the camera sees?
Even if you saw in time lapse, you wouldn't see them going like sort of straight and then taking a tight turn. We wouldn't see that. That only the fact that you're putting on
instead?
You're going to see a constant curve because they make a circular path.
But those GIFs that I'm looking at that he posted are showing circular paths. What's the difference?
No, they're not. Like look, they look circular close to the celestial poles, but as you get to the edges of the image, you can see that that's not how stars look like. They're making more tighter. Yeah, they're making
What's the
tighter
point?
and tighter curves.
Most of those are from the equatorial view, right? So I mean, that was the point.
Yeah, this is an equirectangular projection of a 360 camera, right? So this is a flat representation of a 360-degree picture.
The bottom.
Yeah, so you're never gonna have that being the same thing as your eyes. Your eyes don't see rectangular projections of what you're looking at.
Well, with a wide
It's
enough
more
angle
the
lens,
opposite.
if you could see both with a wide enough angle lens, then that doesn't seem possible on a globe.
Well, it's not about a globe. Yeah, this conversation is not about a globe or flat. It's just about your
is for
eyes.
us.
Well, the subject was going on before you guys joined was if you can see with your eyes the northern and southern stars diverging from
Well, what
the
do you
stars
say
of
to
the
that point
celestial
about
equator.
it? Regardless of what the conversation was, the point that we're making in here is that if you can see a counterclockwise and a clockwise motion from one point, from one position, then it wouldn't be a matter of being upside down on a ball that makes one seem counterclockwise. That's what the stars actually do.
But I'm talking about you don't have to be upside down. Like if you're at the equator or close to it, and you can see opposite rotations. But those rotations are actually when you're looking away from, like they're opposite directions. So one is looking north and the others look south. Then that
But you
comports
see
to a
them.
single rotation, because that's when you look away from your direction, the rotations flip. So that's fine. I don't see what the argument is.
If you're seeing them both at the same time, it doesn't work.
Yeah, but that
Yeah.
camera can see at the same time things are in the opposite directions. That's why you can see those two rotations at the same time.
Exactly. So they exist.
Were those cameras actually
which is fine.
facing completely the opposite direction? That'd be an interesting thing to know.
Yeah, it's a
I don't think
360
so.
camera degree. It's a 360 degree footage. Like
They were back to back. Is that what how do you know that for
No,
sure?
Okay, hold on. You showed a cityscape. You didn't show the night sky.
no, I'm looking at the night sky that Shane Pierre sent. That's also an rectangular projection of a 360 picture. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about
Was the comment on that GIF? Because I've seen that one before. I don't think they say it's three. Those are back to back, pointing the opposite directions. Because you can see a good portion of it with a wide angle lens. That's for sure.
the southern and northern celestial poles are opposites. So
Well,
if you can
that's
see
what your
both
model
of them,
says, but I don't think they are completely 180 degrees from each other. But that'd be something that would be interesting
I'm
to
almost
find
at
out.
the equator, right? I'm almost at the equator now. So when I look north, I mean, I'm not taking time lapse, right? But every now and then I check on Jupiter and the moon and so on. So yeah, the things that are to the north are doing it clockwise.
Yeah, we are so
yeah.
far off. What the fuck is happening right now?
I'm maybe because I'm asking him questions that's letting him just reify the globe. What I was saying is that if you could stand at the equator and see oppositely rotating circles of stars, that debunks the globe in our opinion.
Not if they're in opposite directions, right? Because if they're in opposite directions, then that conforms to a single rotation, right?
No, if they're in opposite directions, they're in opposite directions. Because you're saying they're all going the same direction, and it's only because we're upside down on a ball that makes it seem like they're going the opposite direction.
It has nothing to do with being upside down. So if you
that's a flat Earth. That used to be the flat Earth argument, that it's just a reflection and it only looks like it's going the opposite direction because of your perspective. But I don't think either of those work. I think we have two rotating stars, both literally going counterclockwise and clockwise, and that's what's going on above us on a flat Earth.
If you're inside of a cylinder, the cylinder is rolling. If you look right, you see one rotation. If you look left, you see the opposite rotation. The whole cylinder is rotating in a single rotation. There's one direction of rotation to the whole cylinder, but you see opposite direction when you look to opposite. You see opposite rotations and you look to opposite directions. So it's not a problem if you see opposite rotations in opposite directions.
Okay, Bacon.
That's how it works.
Okay, Bacon. This is now your baton. If you
And
choose
what?
to pick, hold on. This is now your baton. Do you
What
know
is that?
what a baton? Have you ever watched track and field, where you have? Okay, so okay, whatever. A baton is like a stick that's being passed from one person to the next in a race. I'm running my 100 meters, and then I've got to give the baton to you, and then you run your 100 meters. Okay, Kosho has dropped the ball. I posed him with a challenge. He's not shown up in 3 weeks. Your claim is that the appearance of the night sky in a time lapse is the result of Earth curve. The reason why we see us. No.
No, that's not what I'm arguing for.
Okay. So, do you confirm that in a time lapse on the equator, looking 90 degrees up, that you see a celestial equator with a southern rotation and a northern rotation? Do you confirm that?
If I see the celestial south in the southern rotation and the celestial north in the northern rotation, is that your question?
Can anybody be more clear than I am?
I mean, you're kind of slow, so it's hard to keep track with your questions. They take a long time.
You want me
If
to
you can make them more concise.
You want me to talk faster?
Or be more concise, like you just cut to the
More
chase. No.
concise. You're standing on the equator, looking up. You have a time lapse. On the right is the south. On the left is the north. They both have a concentric presentation of the stars. In the middle is a straight line above you.
Right.
Do you agree that that's what we've seen?
Yeah, it sounds right.
Okay. What causes that?
Earth's rotation.
There we go. Okay. So we're at that point that the Earth's rotation causes that appearance, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Where do we go from here?
That's my position. I didn't bring any argument for that, if that's what you want. I'm arguing for something completely different. If you want me to argue about something else, yeah, I don't have any argument for that. Just my position.
Right.
Why are they converging and diverging if you're at the equator and it's a straight, like that the line? It's not technically a straight line, but like I've explained it before. If you're on the equator and you're driving a car on a globe, you don't have to turn left or right. You just go straight. Now you are curving around a globe because you're dropping in curvature or whatever. But you know what I mean? How you don't have to turn left or right. You're keep your wheels straight.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Whereas if you're at 40 degrees north and you try to go around at that same latitude, you have to slowly turn your wheel to make a circle. Do you agree with that?
If I want to keep in the same latitude?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So going off of that, the reason that the stars in the north are circling around Polaris on a globe is because you have to turn your wheel in your car. If you're at 40 degrees north latitude, in the same way, that's why the stars are making a circle, because you're making a circle on a globe and they're reflecting the relative motion. Do you agree with that?
Not everything on picture sounds right, but I'm not sure what your reasoning is. But
if you're at 40,
yes,
if you're at 40 or 50 degree north latitude and you were to look at the globe from above, the reason that you would see the dude going in a circle as the Earth spins, right? And then if that dude were to look the other way at the stars, he would see the stars making a circle, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're on the equator, back to the equator, and you don't have to turn your wheel left or right, you're just making a straight line. Why would you get diverging star trails? They should all be straight because you're making a straight line. Remember, the stars are reflecting the motion that you're making. If you're making a straight line, they shouldn't ever be diverging.
You're talking about driving like against Earth rotation?
No, I'm not talking about driving now. I'm talking about just being on the equator and the Earth is moving. So instead of the car driving straight, not having to turn left and right, you're on the Earth, standing there as the Earth is spinning. You're not making a converging or a diverging arc pattern. You're going straight. The star trails should all reflect that. Just like they do in the north. The reason they're spinning in the north is because you're making a circle. Down to the equator, you're not making that same circle. You're going straight. Remember, you don't have to turn your wheel left or right.
Even
So the star
though
trails should reflect that straight, and they should all be straight.
even though I'm going straight on the surface, it's still a curved surface. Like I'm still rotating. My orientation is flipping 360 degree every sidereally, even though I'm like making a straight line over the surface. My orientation is still rotating. So stars should still rotate around me. I don't understand.
Okay, so look, since there's no understanding, this is what would happen in reality. You're standing on the equator. You look up. In your world, on your ball, you're standing on the equator. You look up. There's a line above you, the celestial equator. To the right, to the left, rotations. The minute you move away in either a northern or southern orientation, you will create an entirely brand new southern northern rotation with a celestial equator. And then you keep moving, and that celestial equator will keep following you.
Exactly.
Why? Because your orientation is changing, but the orientation of your rotation around the axis that the Earth rotates isn't changing. Like the Earth is rotating around an axis, and whatever you do, you're still rotating around that same axis. So the rotations of the stars should be the same because the axis of your rotation is not changing. All it's changing is your orientation, but your rotation is
Hold
still on
on.
the same axis.
Hold on.
That's what he's saying.
Wait, please. Hold on. Wait, please. I'll step back in just a moment. The first thing that Bacon said was right. I'm done.
Yeah, he's saying that they would be the same. That's what Travis was arguing, Bacon, that it wouldn't matter if you're at the equator or not. If that effect is from being on a spinning ball, no matter where you are, you'd have a brand new celestial equator. Everywhere you looked, you would be at the middle of these two rotating star trails because you're rotating on the ball and you're looking left and right. And that should happen no matter where you are. It shouldn't matter if you're at the equator.
This isn't what I was saying. I wasn't saying the stars above you are going to be the celestial equator regardless on where you are. What I'm saying is that the rotation of the stars wouldn't change. So the stars that are in the celestial equator would still be the celestial equator because they are the ones that are in a perpendicular direction to the axis of rotation. There's nowhere on Earth you could be that would change that. So the same stars would be the celestial.
Yes, there is.
The same stars would be the celestial equator. Stars above it would be at the northern rotation, and the south of it would be in the sun rotation.
No, I'm
Why
sorry. Okay, listen. You have to answer for why the celestial equator would not follow me at any latitude. Why would hold on. Why would it not?
Especially if you're saying that it's because you're looking right and left, not instead of your upside down.
No, it's not about where you're looking at. It's not about your orientation. It's about what's the axis of rotation. So regardless on where you are on Earth, the axis of rotation is the same, right? Can we agree with that?
Yeah. No. Listen, we get that.
Model.
We get that.
Okay, so can I move on then?
No. The disconnect.
I didn't make my point yet. It was just a premise. If you agree with my premise, I can move on. Right. So the axis of rotation is the same. the celestial equator is going to be the stars are perpendicular to that axis. So
But only wait. But only if you're in that orientation. The minute you move away from that, it's not going to be there anymore. Here's my
Why?
proof. Here's my
No,
proof. Wait.
that's not right.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine. Hold on. Bacon, I think, just said why. Did you not?
Yep.
Okay, great. Here you go. When you go to the beach, put your toes in the water and you look at the sunset. And the sunset gives you a trail of reflection on the water right to your toesies. You walk away. Are you going to look back and see that reflection behind you where you were a minute ago? No. You look down in the water. What the fuck? Sun's following me, man. I can't get away from it. Hold on. That's the exact same thing that would happen with the stars. You move, they follow. Debunk it. Go for it. I dare you.
How am I debunk something that made 0 sense to me? I see no connection.
Wait. Hold on.
I was just responding to you.
Hold on. I got you. It made
But
zero
so if you got me, you can interrupt.
Hold on. I got you,
If
bro.
you got me, you can interrupt. Let's just remember that.
You
Go on.
asked a question.
You gotta let him respond, Travis. I think that question was
Okay,
rhetorical.
Nate,
Just let him
Nate,
respond.
No, Nate, no.
He's not allowed to respond?
No, I know I'm not. Yeah,
Did
Travis owns the
Okay,
conversation.
hold on. It's very quick.
This is the Travis show.
It'll be painless. Did anyone else understand what I said?
Oh, completely.
No one's allowed to respond. Don't respond, guys.
I understood it. I just don't agree with it.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Anyone else understand?
I'd like to hear the disagreements, in particular disagreements.
Yeah, so I don't know
you
why I
think
disagree
it's
because that argument made no sense to me. I'm not saying there's no sense in that argument. It doesn't make any sense to me. So I have no idea how to respond to it because I don't even understand it. How that's remotely related to what I'm saying.
Is that my turn to respond?
Definitely.
Go for it, Travis.
Okay. Okay, Bacon, have you ever experienced looking out across the ocean relatively at sunset and you've got the reflection of the sun reaching all the way to your toesies on the water?
The reflection of the stars. don't
That's
reach
very
our toes.
specific. No.
Okay,
But I can picture
Trouble?
that, so I think you can
Hold
move
on.
on.
Look at. I'm sorry, Trouble. I wasn't asking you, sweetheart. I was
Okay,
asking
sorry.
Bacon.
Dude, this is going really slow. Dude, Bacon, can you see the picture that Gizbo posted?
Yeah.
Travis is talking about the reflection of the sun that reflects off the water when you're at a beach. He's trying to make that analogy that the sun that reflects off the water to your feet moves as you move. So as you walk down the beach, that line of reflection will move with you. He's trying to link that in some way to the way the star trail should work, that they should move with you.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to see no connection. So that's why I'm saying
Yeah.
it's not making sense to me. I'm trying to understand what the connection is.
Comparing apples to oranges, you're comparing a light reflection to the actual light sources. So it's a not right comparison, I don't think. That was all I was going to say. Sorry.
All right, well, then Travis would have to respond why he thinks it's a comparison.
I don't see why, when I'm looking at the orientation of the sky, that it wouldn't follow me as I change my orientation. Simply because it's in the sky and not on the ground doesn't change the fact that it changes with my orientation. I don't think it's more difficult than that.
Yeah, I don't see how that leads to the conclusion that you argued. And I think that it's already, I don't know. What I want to try to say, I'm gonna go anyways because this is too painful to even continue in this the way the conversation is branching now.
Alternative destiny sucks. It really
Yeah,
does.
I'm fine. If anybody
Yeah,
wants
if
to,
you feel better thinking that, then go on.
no, I'm fine with it. With anybody else changing the topic, whatever. I've tried to be as clear as I can.
Well, you can try to explain that point another time. But I
Can
gotta
I
go.
ask before we change the topic? Can I ask you one thing, Bacon?
Okay, go on.
Well, it's kind of like a two-phase quick question. Okay, you agree standing on the equator that if the sun's on Capricorn over 23.4, we'll see it overhead closer, and it'll shadow will show it deviating off to the right in the distance.
Yeah, I'm at the equator. The sun is over Capricorn, so
I
the
mean,
sun
or
is.
Cancer. Let's say Cancer and Capricorn. Well, just Cancer. We see it deviating off to the right in the distance from the equator.
Yeah, I guess so.
And then Capricorn,
Yeah.
we see the sun deviating off to the left in the distance, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want you to explain that because with stars over 23.4, they're doing it simultaneously from one position. Can you explain that?
Oh, I wasn't thinking of that simultaneously, but anyway, as I told, I gotta go now. We can try to.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. I just
talk about
joined. I
that
might have
later.
been off subject. Sorry. Take it easy, Bacon.
No, that's fine. It's fine. We talk about it later. See ya.
All right, peace out, Bacon.
You guys still talking about the star trails?
Yeah, they just don't get it, bro.
I really don't get this argument, man. I don't get you guys. Like, so what? Like,
Well, there's
so what
something.
we see a straight line.
There's definitely like I've talked about my viewpoint that there's categories of observations that could fit both the idea of a globe or a stationary plane. There's some that only fit a stationary plane. There's none that only fit a globe. The star trails are ones that don't fully work on a globe. So there is something to this in terms of the difference of the Earth and what the Earth is. That's
so
why.
Show me one that doesn't fit a globe.
Wait, Gio, can you please explain that?
Man, Arma, take a chill pill, bro. You're triggered already.
Yeah, but Gio is giving some specificity to the argument that was lacking beforehand. So it's clear what it is you guys are saying now. Could you show us the specific star trails, Gio, that don't match a globe and why they don't match a globe?
It's it's the orientation of the fact that you think that your position on the equator creates the southern rotation. It has to be, in a sense, both your physical location and perspective.
It's not your physical possession. The thing is, because we're on a ball, because when you change your physical position, you're also changing your rotation. Well, not your rotation. You're changing your angle. That's the correct word. You're changing your angle. So, yeah, position on the Earth doesn't technically matter. It's just because it's a sphere that when you
Wait.
traverse
When you say technically position on the Earth doesn't matter,
Mhm.
to me, that means that when I move, it's going to change in its orientation to me, which then goes to my side of the argument. So, what do you mean when you say your physical location on the Earth doesn't matter regarding the appearance of the star trails?
Okay, so I guess I should really clarify because I guess that's being too whatever. So
No.
enough.
No. It's not about being too whatever, man.
I'm gonna mute you, dude. You can't just interrupt the minute you're done speaking, bro. It's really unfair to these guys. Go ahead, Arma.
Yeah, so basically, obviously, because you're on a sphere, when you do change your position, right, it does affect, the angle to the star trail, the stars and whatnot, right? But with that being said, right, it's in a way a coincidence, right? Because when you're on a sphere and you traverse the surface, right, you are also changing your angle, right? So that's the main thing, right? That would be, I'm not sure what variable that would be, but if you're doing like a scientific experiment, or whatever, right? But basically, that's the actual variable. That changes the star trail's angle, right? Like the fact, your actual angle changes the star trail's angle, all right? That's the main thing. All right, but like I said, coincidentally, because the Earth is a sphere, position also does that as well. All right.
So you are saying that the change in my position is going to change the way the stars appear to that position.
Yeah, because it's a sphere. Yeah. So if it was a cylinder though, then that wouldn't happen. But because it's a sphere, yeah, it pretty much 1-to-1, pretty much in a way.
Okay. So I'm just trying to follow you where you're leading me. What you're saying is, as I move across the surface of a sphere, that orientation should follow me. Correct?
The star trails, they're gonna be.
So I just got a confirmation of my entire argument. Win. Thank you.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you don't even know, man.
Look, all I'll say is this. All right, all I'll say is this one more time. All right, so because the Earth is a sphere, 360 degrees, right? When I move, let's say roughly 6,000 miles, right? That's roughly 90 degrees, right? So yes, when I travel from the North Pole to the equator, I have physically rotated 90 degrees, all right? And therefore the stars are also going to be 90 degrees offset from that, all right? So that's why I'm saying, like, yeah, of course, when you walk on the surface of a ball, it's going to change the stars because it's a sphere. But if you are on a cube, for example, right? It doesn't matter how much you walk on one side of that cube. What matters is what's, what face you're on. So if you're on the top face, then the stars are, let's say, for example, let's set this as the base. So if you're on the top of the cube, right, the North Pole of this cube, you'll have the stars at 0 degrees for now. We'll just use that number, okay? And let's say let's say you move to the side, then that's a quick 90 degrees, just bam, And then if you go to the south, then that's going to be, 180. All right. But it doesn't matter how much you traverse that side, that face of the cube. What matters is that physical, angle change. All right. When you're actually, on a new face and tilting, in a different direction. All right. So that's all. I don't know if I answered your question or not, but that's how it is. Yeah. Is he even here? I don't think he's here.
Can you look in Livestream 1 and tell me which direction is that plane going? It's just a photo of a plane. I took it today. I wish I could have got a better one, but I didn't have time. But what direction is that plane going? Or can you give me your best guess?
It looks like it's going, like, at least visually in this picture, it's going down. Because you have the trail kind of fading out. So it looks like it's going down. Now what direction in terms of what?
You think it's going down?
Well, no, I'm just saying visually it's moving down. But with that being said, though, obviously, yeah, it's going forward or whatever. It really depends on what angle we're kind of looking at this, though. But yeah, I guess it's going forward. Yeah, sure.
Check this out. The lower they get, man, like when I said I wanted to get one better, when you get them about 10 degrees lower, dude, they literally look like they're going straight down. I mean, that one already looks like it's going straight down, but it's weird the way we see, man. Wow.
Yeah, but
that's just the way we see the airplane. Literally looks like it's going straight down. Just from going over my head for 5 minutes, not even that, a few minutes.
Yeah.
So we definitely see a dome, right?
I don't know. That's a little weird, though. I mean, if you gave me the full image, maybe things would be a little bit more obvious. But I mean, it's really tough to tell what's going on here because if you were to turn your camera, let's say up, like straight to the sky, right? And then you took this picture where the plane's coming overhead, then of course, it's going to look like it's moving down. Like I feel like you should show a little bit more of this image.
No. Okay, I'll post another picture. I see what you're saying, but yeah, it does look like it's like natural perspective the way we show it in little clips. But when it gets far away though, it literally looks like it's going straight down. I swear, dude. Like I said, my whole life I thought because I'd see this occasionally, but I just didn't pay much attention growing up. And I live a little bit north of Canaveral. So my whole entire life, I thought the planes that were coming at me on a clear day when you could see lower to the horizon, I literally thought it was space shuttles. I'd see it, once every few years. I swear to God, I thought it was space shuttles way off in the distance. I never sat there and stared at it long enough to realize it was a plane coming at me. And it would just look like for about 5 minutes, like it's just going straight up off in the distance. And then I noticed after Flat Earth, and learn perspective, that if I keep watching it, it'll start coming it'll look like it's leveling off, and it'll start rising up like like regular perspective that we see. But off in the distances, man, shit looks like it's going straight down and up. So the whole time it wasn't a space shuttle; it was freaking planes, dude.
All right. So that's a totally different topic than star trails. Apparently, I was waiting to see if it was connected, but
Well, that's how the stars work, I think, man. They're going off in the distance, and they look like they're going down, but they're not. I think we see in a dome. I think that's my point. And when they just brush right over a star over 23 north and 23 south, deviating away from each other physically, we can measure it with the shadow physically. I don't see how they explain that on a globe, two opposite positions. Because even if they invoke perspective, things converge in the distance. They don't spread, so they're kind of stuck.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but the shadow thing you're talking about wasn't that technically like the moon or sun that you used? You didn't actually use the stars, which I feel like is like I get what you're on about with that because they all follow the same path in the sky, I guess. But isn't that like a little disingenuous because you're using something else besides the stars?
Well, I could make I've said it different for people who get technical. I'd say make a shadow on the ground and trace it off with spray paint and wait 6 months. But it's still simultaneously happening with the stars, a smile and a frown. You know what I'm saying?
I think.
Yeah, but that's
for this. Oh, you first.
No, go ahead. If you were gonna.
Oh, I was just gonna say. I guess. Oh, you.
All right. Well, I was just gonna say the thing about using the smile and frown analogy. I think that's one of the inconsistencies. Like Witsit was pointing out the other day. We've been talking about it. If you're able to see a smile and a frown of stars at the same time, converging, diverging, that isn't possible on a sphere, because if you're on a sphere, the reason that they're smiling or frowning is because you're at a particular latitude north or south of the equator. It's because they arc. If you were to imagine that, let's say you're on a sphere and you're in the northern latitude, but and you're spinning around. If you just deleted the sphere, but you kept your actual dude in space, so you just take the sphere away, but you're still making the same path, that dude is making a particular circle. And it goes back to the thing like I was saying at the equator, if you're driving a car, you don't have to turn left and right, whereas if you go north or south, you do. So that arc that you're making is why the stars are arcing. So in order to have two arcs, like a smile and a frown, you'd have to be simultaneously in the northern hemisphere and in the southern hemisphere. You'd have to take photos of the stars, and then you'd have to take two photos, cut them in, cut it in half and paste them together in order to get those two motions. Because again, they're arcing because of your position on the sphere. So you should never see both smiling and frowning simultaneously.
Trouble described it perfect, man. The way she described it yesterday, what we should be seeing on a globe with the stars going straight overhead, because they're parallel at that location, but they don't. Go ahead.
And that was kind of what Travis's point was, is that he was saying that the straight line of stars above you should follow you as you go north. I think that was kind of, instead of that only happening at the equator, once you go north, that line should follow you. So you really should never get diverging and converging. You should get straight lines and then either a smiley face or straight lines and a frowning face, depending on whether you're going north or south and what your orientation is. But you should never get both at the same time, because that should be happening because you're either in the northern or southern hemisphere, which is why you get the clockwise and counterclockwise. But they never should be happening simultaneously. But we do see them happening simultaneously, which shows that they are actually making those two sweeping patterns above a flat Earth.
It's as if they're sentient.
Model it, Geo.
Arma, do you see that picture I tagged you with? That's what they're referring to. You got to explain to them how that's possible on a globe if you are not at the equator.
Right.
All right, fair enough. All right, so okay. If you're not at the equator, that's still technically possible, but it's just
explain to them.
Okay, so all right, so I guess first we should kind of establish a few things. So we know circles or spheres, they go around 360 degrees, right? And I think it's fair to say that on a flat surface or even on a ball, we would at least have around 180 degrees of sky, right? Because the horizon, goes up to eye level on both sides, right? So that's 180 degrees if you think about it, like half a sphere basically, right? So I guess what what we have to ask ourselves now is what we're seeing is if it's 180 degrees of a sphere, right? I guess that's the question, and we have to kind of tackle that, because if it is 180 degrees, then I guess human intuition kind of goes out the window, because you kind of can't fight those numbers. You know what I'm saying? So I guess let's try to figure that out first. Okay,
Yeah.
so how do I figure?
Yeah, I mean,
How do
Arma,
I-
explain it to them. If you can't, let Ruif do it.
Yeah, Roof, if you have anything, you can actually, yeah.
Yeah, I've modeled the star trails. I've posted the results. That's it. The
So
straight
Yeah,
I
line
just
can
is
I
the
can
celestial
explain.
I
equator.
can
Just
measure
want to explain the results, Ruif.
Sorry, go ahead.
Ruif.
Did you see my image that I posted? Actually, who's
Yeah, I
asking
think.
the question? Gio, right?
Yeah, we're all looking at the image. If you could go into detail as to how that's possible when you're not at the equator.
Yeah, the straight line is the celestial equator, and I'm just looking a little bit, mostly east, but a little bit south.
Does that satisfy you, Gio?
Yeah, my point is
I didn't ask any questions.
Yeah, let me
I'm
let
not
him respond.
confused
Okay,
at
I
all.
didn't think
Oh, you
I didn't
just
think
said it
you
wasn't
asked a question.
possible.
I didn't think Gio asked a question. But do you want to respond, Gio, or you want to let me go?
Well, I could respond, but I mean, no, yeah, go ahead. I mean, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask a question. So when we see the star, move, two quick questions. Okay, when we see if we were on a cylinder at the equator and we had a 20 Capricorn and a Cancer on a cylinder, and so over the period of a night, let's say star trail, would we get the same deviation on a cylinder at three positions, center, right, and left?
We're on a cylinder, left, and then okay, on a cylinder, you're saying then on the, what are the positions again? I kind of blanked out. I'm sorry.
Just Capricorn, Cancer, like parallel to the equator, like they are on a globe at that orientation.
I mean, that would. Are you asking if that would change the star trails?
Yeah, I'm just wondering because I'm under the impression that I could move
No.
millions of miles in any direction, and I'm still see the same line of stars. If I got a line of stars out in front of me, they're going to stay the
That
same,
is- that
millions
is-
of miles. As long as I don't change my orientation.
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, because that's why I was trying to tell Travis that basically it's a kind of coincidence that your position on the ball kind of lines up with your orientation because it's a sphere. So every time if you walk like 90 degrees on that sphere, obviously you're also changing in 90 degrees. So it's sort of like 1-to-1 on a sphere.
Can I direct that question to Ruhif? Ruhif, if we're on a cylinder, will we see the same deviation?
I've modeled this as a celestial sphere. The shape of the Earth doesn't really matter.
Well, but it does. I mean, yeah, over a planar Earth, it's been referred to as a celestial sphere since the dawn of time. So the idea that the stars are some kind that are seen as a sphere surrounding a planar Earth is foundational. But there's a difference in what you guys, the globe Earth, is claiming. The globe Earth says you're on a sphere, and the stars are bajillion, gajillion, trillions of light years out there, all not necessarily in a spherical shape. They're just out there, all different distances. This one's 10 light years. This one's 400 light years. So it's really just call it a sea of stars. So it's not really a celestial sphere at that point. You're on a sphere, which is why the reason it looks like a celestial sphere is because you're on one as you're rotating. Is their explanation for it.
We could be living on a cube and still have a celestial sphere.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
your answer
but the stars would not make clockwise and counterclockwise rotations if it's a cube.
No, it still will. It still will. Because here's the thing, right? So, yeah. I want to go fast, right? So basically, the idea is that because they're all effectively infinitely far away, right? You can treat it as a sphere. All right, you can treat it as a sphere because every single point, right, from you would be effectively infinitely far away, right? And that's basically a sphere. Every point away from you is same distance, right? So the idea is that if you now rotate, right, whether you rotate on a cube or on a sphere or on a cylinder, now you're rotating this celestial sphere around you, right? Because relatively speaking, so that's how.
Yeah,
so you would still get North Pole and South Pole rotation.
What you should say, is that it doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is. It's all dependent on where the axis of
This is going to
rotation.
be.
I'm not done talking. Come on, Travis.
Okay,
Come on.
sorry.
Yeah, come on, bro. Yeah, it's all dependent on where the axis of rotation is, because from our position, we see that the stars seem to rotate around the north and southern pole. So stars
Fair enough,
closer to the north and southern pole have a, how can I phrase this, a slower apparent velocity as compared to stars at the equator. It seems stars at the equator are moving faster than stars at the northern and southern poles. The same way how you have dudes on a racetrack, the guys on the outer lane seem to have to move faster than the guys on the inner lane to stay in line with them. So the stars seem to be doing that same thing. That's why the shape of the Earth doesn't matter. It's just as long as you have the same axis of rotation.
Okay.
Fuck's sake, bro.
Wait,
That was
just real
long.
quick.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
just real quick. So it's a physical phenomenon, right?
There's a car coming.
I would say it's apparent. You know, I would say if you were standing on Mars, you wouldn't see this. You would see it very differently. It's
Okay, I'm
because
not
of
on. Okay, Nate, I'm not on Mars, bro. I'm on.
That's the guy with the SMRS.
that's what I'm saying. It's an apparent phenomenon.
2 threats.
Okay, so it's optical. It's not physical.
Yeah, the stars seem to be rotating around us because we are on a spinning Earth.
So it's optical, not physical.
I don't want to use the word optical. I would just say it's apparent, Travis. Are you not fine with that?
No,
It's
no,
an
it's
apparent phenomenon?
okay. Listen very carefully. When I change my position from, hold on, when I change my position from a tree and a mountain, I see them change in orientation. That's physical, not optical. It's physical.
What do you mean change in orientation?
When I move in relationship to a tree that's in front of me and a mountain behind it, the parallax is not optical, but physical.
Okay, but now you're saying different things. First you said there was a change in orientation. Now you're saying there's parallax.
Yeah.
What did you mean by change in orientation?
I don't look, man. I don't know why this is so difficult. Is the observation of the movement of the stars in the sky physical or optical or
I
apparent?
don't know what you mean by optical because you keep saying change in orientation. So I want you to clarify what you mean by change in orientation so that I'm in a more informed position to answer your question.
Okay.
Yeah. How about
Hold
can I
on,
just also-
Arma.
Okay.
Hold on, Arma. You're like the squirrel on Coffee Man in like whatever that cartoon was, dude.
I don't know.
Look. So look, Nate. I said three things. Is it optical? I'm sorry. Is it physical or optical / apparent?
I think it's apparent. I don't think apparent and optical are the same, but I might be wrong because I don't understand what you mean when you say optical. Because according to you, this optical phenomena is based on a change in orientation.
Okay.
So what do you mean by change in orientation?
So just to be
Can you
perfectly
just
honest.
explain that?
Okay. So just to be perfectly honest, I don't know why you're not appealing to this observation being 100% physical. No clue. I'll tap out.
Okay,
I think it's. Yeah. I mean, I think maybe we're just kind of maybe a little confused on what you mean by it, but I mean, whatever. I don't know. Yeah.
But can I put it like this, Arma? If I have a board and I just set it on Cancer, just right on the ground, and it's sticking up miles and miles in the air, 10 miles in the air. It's just a big giant sheet of plywood. And then I have one at the equator, sitting on top of the equator, going up, up and out. And then I have a big giant piece of plywood on Capricorn. So I got three parallel pieces of plywood just sticking up. So what would they diverge in the distance, do you think? I mean, how do you picture it in your mind?
Yeah, if they're all going to the center of the Earth, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, they should diverge. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about just parallel. Let's say a zip line 10 miles above.
Oh, wait,
all of the three. That'd be easier to picture. Like 10 miles above the three, a zip line that just goes off into infinity, basically, or goes off halfway infinity. Okay, and they're all parallel. What do you picture them doing in your mind?
If they're parallel, then I mean they're gonna converge, right? Visually, anyway.
Fair enough. At what height? Yeah, that's a good answer. That's what I would have said. At what height do you picture they start diverging?
Wait, diverging.
Wait, hold on. These pieces of plywood or whatever are going to the radius of.
No. I'm just saying like a zip line. I changed it to, I did confuse it with the plywood, so I changed it to a zip line 10 miles above us, going off into infinity, parallel, because from the equator, Cancer and Capricorn are parallel from that position, from that orientation. So I think they get away with stars bending away from us and all that at different latitudes because we're bending away from the curve. I mean, away from the rotation. But at the equator, we're not. So that's why I put it I put our position at the equator, right? And so I was asking what the zip lines do that are 10 miles above the Earth, just right above Cancer, right above Capricorn, right above the equator, going off into infinity. Because at some height, they got to start diverging like the stars do, in my opinion. And that's why I was asking him. He said, well, you said they would converge, which I agree, but at some height, they have to start diverging because the stars over 23 stay over 23 for that day. And the stars over the equator stay over the equator for that day.
Oh.
Just three parallel. Well, if you got parallel stars, because they're tracking over a parallel latitude, you literally got stars tracking over a parallel latitude from that orientation, and they're diverging. And I was wondering what height.
I think that might be faulty because you're saying they're parallel, but they would have to not. They would have to be, going to the center of the Earth, like that kind of like angle for it to. I don't know. Maybe I'm not getting this hypothetical. Maybe I'm not picturing it exactly. I'm not the best at picturing.
Picture three tangent lines above, and just straighten out Cancer, straighten out Capricorn, like tangent lines right next to you, and then the equator, and then raise them 10 miles above your head.
Hey, I got a quick question about the stars. At what altitude do they disappear?
What altitude?
What do you
mean? I'd say about 75, 80,000 feet would be my guess.
But why would what do you mean disappear though? I don't understand.
Like you see them in the sky, but when you go in a plane, eventually when you get a certain height, certain altitude, you no longer see the stars.
Even at night?
The stars never disappeared. The stars are always there.
I just want to get clarity. So you saying if you in a plane, right, and it's nighttime and the plane is still on the runway, you can see the stars. And as the plane goes up into the sky and it's above the clouds, all of a sudden you can't see the stars anymore at nighttime?
There's a certain altitude. If you look at every weather balloon experiment, eventually the stars go away.
At night, really?
Yeah, it seems to be that they become much dimmer and possibly disappear entirely as you go up in altitude.
All right. What would happen if I posted a picture that someone took from a plane where they can see the stars at night? How would you explain that?
When you have a gradient, if you have less atmosphere to go through, eventually you would think you would see the stars even brighter, but they disappear.
Yeah, but what if right now I were to post a picture that someone took on a plane of the stars at night? How would you explain it?
I don't think anyone's saying, Nate, that at 35,000 feet they're all gone.
Is that 38,000 feet or is that 60,000 feet?
Well, where do the stars start disappearing according to you? Maybe I should ask.
I don't know, but it's a phenomenon that happens the higher up you go. Eventually, you don't see the stars anymore.
I've never heard that before. Interesting.
Yeah, I have to disagree with that because there was actually, and I mention this guy all the time, but he's a flat earther that does the high altitude balloon videos. He did one at nighttime, went up about like 120,000 feet. So that's like roughly 20 miles up.
He didn't go that high with the nighttime launch. He only made it about 60,000.
What? No, hold on. Let me check this.
You're talking about Dwayne Cullum?
Yeah, Dwayne. Yeah, let me check. Hold on. I'm pretty sure he went pretty high, at least 100,000 for that one. I'll check. I'll check.
I think he went 65, man. But I was suspect with even that height. If you look at that compared to his other footage, it just doesn't jive with me. And it took him like 4 tries. Like, why can't, he's doing what he needs to do. And why is he got so many gaps, failure? And then all of a sudden, months later, he comes up with this one. It doesn't match the other ones as far as the sizes of shit from that altitude. And it won't sit still. I mean, not sit still, but he's going to come back and say it's like 85,000. No, that's in the winds. That's in jet streams. Look at the footage. I mean, just actually watch it and discern for yourself, and you'll see that he never leaves the jet streams with that balloon.
Oh,
it's 31 miles.
Okay, real fast. I think I found it. Okay, so Yeah, 31, and also mine, which is 100. Okay, so I have a nighttime one where it's 120,000. So I am right. So Miro Fast post that, but the stars are pretty clear. In fact, I would say they're pretty brighter than most
Wait.
videos.
Dwayne Kellums is claiming 120,000.
Yeah, 120. Let me show you.
Okay,
I'll send the exact time.
Where did the wind stop?
Hold on, 213. What do you mean?
I mean,
So I'm about to post
what
the
height did
weather
the wind
balloon
stop blowing?
that entered the stratosphere. And the stratosphere is like 31 miles up. Is that high
I'm
enough,
not sure.
or that's not high enough?
Man, I'm just saying, dude. Here's my point. My point is,
No, but I mean, I just want confirmation now because that's what we need to understand. When is it too high to see the stars? Is 31 miles too high, or do we need to go higher
the
for
way
the
I
stars
imagine
to
it,
start disappearing?
the way I imagine it, I'd like to see a 31 mile. That would rewire my brain a little bit if you showed me that.
Yeah, so I just posted it, Brian. Watch it. That's a weather balloon in the stratosphere, which is 31 miles up. You
So
know,
it's
and you
nice
can
and
still see
stationary,
stars.
right? So it's nice and
It's
stationary,
moving.
right?
It's moving. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
but
moving.
then it's not 31 miles, bro. There's no wind
What do
up
you
past 80,000 feet, dude. Watch
The
any.
weather
There's
balloon.
one thing I
Weather
studied
balloons
real
don't
good.
necessarily work off
Let
of
me
wind,
finish.
bro.
there
I
is
see
no
that.
height.
Can I finish?
There is no height to which the stars disappear. It's relative
Maybe
to
not.
where you are and where the sun is. Yeah, depends on whether the light from the sun dims out the light from the stars. Yeah, it's not hard to understand.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll consider that. I appreciate you interrupting me, man. I appreciate you interrupting me instead of hearing my claim. I will entertain the fact that there are stars up at certain heights, okay? I'm not denying it for certain. I'm telling you, this is one field that I've studied like crazy, like slow motion. Every high altitude I've watched. I've watched them 5 times in slow motion backwards, dude. And the only thing I noticed consistent about all of them is when they got to a certain height, they got above the wind. And everyone that achieved the high flights. And now I want to see one above the wind. They can claim whatever height they want, but if they're still in the wind and in the jet streams, they're not them heights y'all claiming. That's my personal opinion, but I'm still open to see new evidence.
Yeah, but I just posted one, Brian. Please watch it. That's a weather balloon in the stratosphere, 31 miles up. It's
I'll go
moving
watch it.
around. You can see so many stars. Like I've never heard this claim before that there's
What do you mean it's moving around at 31
an
miles, bro?
altitude. Hang on. I've never heard this claim before that there's an altitude you can reach where the stars start disappearing. This
You're
is brand
claiming
new.
150,000 feet in the air?
That's 31 miles. Yeah.
He's claiming there's wind up
I'll
there.
post the video.
I don't think there's any wind up there.
So Nate, it sounds like Brian is expecting this, weather balloon at 31 miles to be incredibly perfectly still.
Damn near, yeah. Like Felix Baumgartner.
That's
like
crazy.
Like Felix Baumgartner, like Dwayne Kellum 1 through 12, like Michael, dude, like all of them when they hit about 80,000 feet, 90,000, when they hit the black. Okay, there's no wind in the black, bro. Black.
Please watch it, man. Please watch it.
Right.
Right.
You see,
I'm not sure people get your point.
Oh, no, see, the funny thing is, see that high altitude balloons, when they took that picture of the stars, right? Eventually, if they pan round,
for an hour.
right, the light from the sun is going to start to dim out the light from the stars. So just panning round will make the stars disappear.
Yeah, but based on that, the sun is always in perspective then because now you're in outer space.
Wrong.
No, you don't. You just need to go high enough. You don't need to go into outer space.
So it's Brian though. At least acknowledge that that
how high
there have got to be other forces. Realistically, there's got to be other forces. The tension on any wires connected to the balloon, like there's many other forces beyond just wind that may shake the camera around. Do you agree or disagree? That's only sounds logical.
Yeah, look, but would everybody please go watch what they posted, please? Okay,
I've already seen it. I call BS because how high up is the International Space Station?
You can call BS on anything. It's the internet,
250
man. That's
miles.
fine. But
Yeah, well, if
you're
the
demanding
International
things
Space
that,
Station isn't showing the stars, then I'm calling BS.
yes, you're demanding things that people are delivering to you. That's all that is happening right now.
Thank God it's still legal to call things BS.
Yeah, but this is crazy though. Like he asked for evidence of this, it was given to him, and now he's calling
Oh
BS.
my
Are you
God,
surprised, Nate? Nate,
Nate,
are you
yeah, no,
actually
no,
surprised?
y'all not gonna gaslight me,
Now
bro.
I'm
Like
going to
I'm
show
not
you
here.
a picture. I'm still talking.
Unironically.
I'm still talking.
What he
Now
just
I'm going to show
watched.
you a pic. I'm still talking, please. Now I'm going to show you a picture of stars from the ISS, and then you're going to say that's BS because something else.
Well, you know I'm gonna say that's BS. But listen, I told you I'm open to something, and I went to look what you showed me. Are you dead? Are you serious? You're claiming that is whatever height, bro. That is I mean, to me, you haven't seen any high altitude footage, bro. That is
That's
still
the
in the jet
stratosphere,
stream, bro.
That's the stratosphere. Also, the guy that said you can't see stars from the ISS, who was that? So I can tag you.
I didn't say it's not in the stratosphere.
I'm asking the guy who
stratosphere
said
goes way
that.
up.
It's
Who was it so I can tag you?
Jizbo.
Jizbo. Oh,
It
what
is
a name.
Jizbo. With a G.
Okay, I'm back.
No, I think it should be Gizmo.
Oh.
You guys were wondering.
Oh, you
That's what I'm
guys.
voting
There you
for.
go, Gizmo.
You guys
Stars
say
from the
you guys say
ISS.
GIF, huh?
Gizbo, did you get the government stuff?
Yeah.
So there you go, Gizmo. Stars from the ISS.
Nate,
And I've
is
shown
this a
you
fair
stars
request?
from a high altitude balloon at 31 miles up. So you guys need to tell me now,
It's not 31
how
miles,
high
bro.
do I need to go for the stars to start disappearing?
I'm saying
Just
it's
a little
31
bit
miles.
higher.
You're claiming that's
Just
how
a
high
little
the
bit.
A
stratosphere
little bit
goes,
higher.
bro.
Yeah.
You're claiming
Yeah.
that's
Nice.
31 miles because that's how high the stratosphere goes. Listen, let me say this. Is it fair that I asked for this? Just at least give me this. Can you show me a high altitude weather balloon that's fairly still, with stars in it?
First acknowledge, not even admit, acknowledge and concede. I've already given you something above the initial limit you guys had
I
set.
concede, bro. I concede. I feel like you spit in my face if you're showing that as evidence, bro. I feel like you spit in my face, bro. You might as well have. What he showed people is, oh my God, dude, he spit in my face. But is it fair for me to ask? Like, I don't talk to you like that, man. I don't show you bullshit like that, dude. I don't know why you would show
How is
me
this
that.
bullshit,
Claim it's
Brian?
31 miles.
This is what you guys asked for.
It's what you
Where
asked
does it
for,
say
Brian.
that's 31 miles? Where's the proof
you-
that's 31 miles? There's one way to prove when you get that high. There's one thing that happens to all of them alike.
The camera
What
gets
happens?
the camera gets perfectly still.
Now, who said perfectly still? Listen to this dude, man. You serious?
That's how you're making it sound, man.
No, I said reasonably still.
You're
'cause that's what
ignoring
happens.
that other. You're ignoring that other
Is that
forces
your argument,
exist.
Brian? That because the camera is shaky, this
Yes,
footage is
Nate.
doctored or
Yes, Nate.
bullshit?
Shaky, bro. That camera is not shaky. That camera is in a jet stream.
Did
You
you
can see
expect
that
to
you
make
can-
any progress, Nate?
Whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
can-
zero progress.
I
Nate.
wasted my time. You are right, Brian.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. The other guy talking. I cut you off.
Somebody posted at 5:35, and you can see that the information at the bottom. It tells you the altitude is 120,000 feet.
Obviously fake.
No, you know, there's like I said, there's one indicator, and also at night, I hear that the pressure goes down, so it would even. That's what I hear.
Brian,
So the wind would stop even lower, right?
Brian, hold on. Right, here's a question for you. Right, when you ask for this evidence, right, what is it? What evidence is actually acceptable to you?
I just told you, bro.
You asked for this evidence. It's been
I've
given to
seen
you,
that, bro.
and you won't accept it. So what
Yeah, you
evidence
know what?
is acceptable?
Don't act like I'm just not accepting it, bro. I give a very good reason, bro. And like I said, I've already seen them. I've already seen JW Astronomies, and I've seen what you call it, the one dude, that brain fart. I want to get this point out. Okay, now like I said, they all have one thing in common. When they get above the jet streams, okay, they stop moving as fast. No, they don't have to be perfectly still. Okay, I just asked for something reasonably stationary, so we know that he is above the atmosphere, because that's what happens when you get above the atmosphere. So I don't know what else to say. Actually, can I jump in real fast? Because I feel like we can sort of like logically tackle this, right? So, you you know, in the videos that I guess you've seen, right, where there's no stars in the high altitude, footage and whatnot. Did you know? Was there like before footage where it was like lower and whatnot, and in that lower, when it was lower, were the stars visible then? Because if you can show that
I haven't seen one like that. No, I haven't seen one like that.
Because well then, yeah. So where's the argument then? Because I can understand.
Like I said, I'm open, bro. I'm open to evidence. I just asked for fair evidence, right? That's all.
Right, Brian.
I'm
Brian,
easily
you
convinced, bro. I'm
asked.
sorry, I'm just not easily convinced.
Hey, I got to go to sleep
Brian,
real quick. Can I
Brian,
jump in just real quick?
You asked for this evidence, right? Okay, and you asked for it above the jet streams. What was shown to you is above the jet streams.
I asked for something, okay? I came back and I asked for something at least reasonably stationary, okay? Like, listen, man, I can't just keep repeating this. This is the last time. When you get up about 70, 80,000 feet, you get minimal wind, okay? So I'm not asking for something perfectly still. I just want something indicating that they are up that high. It's not rocket science, bro. So
Brian,
you show me that, I'll look at it, man. I'm not trying to dodge it at all costs, bro, like y'all are doing.
Yeah,
So
at 30.
What about it shaking makes it fake?
You guys, Travis wanted to get in. He said he's got to go soon.
Go ahead, Travis.
All right, thanks. So I put in this same reply if you want to listen to it later, but at 12:36. So it seems to me I was asking Nate for a claim of physical, right? And I couldn't get it. So if it's going to be claimed that the sun is physical, therefore it has to conform to the laws of perspective, then the stars have to be physical and conform to the laws of perspective, which would mean that if we changed our orientation, then there should be parallax. We don't see any of that stuff, okay? But you guys need to claim, ultimately, even if you don't want to, that it's physical. Please, someone from your side, build us a model. Show us a physical representation of you creating a sphere with an observer on that sphere rotating in front of a field of stars, showing us this.
We'll get Ruhif on that for you. So we'll get back to you on that, Travis. Unless somebody else wants to respond.
Well, no, he wants a physical model. I mean, that's
I'm not doing a physical model for you, Travis.
But you know what's going to happen? We're going to build the model, we're going to show him, and then he's going to say it's not to scale.
Well, that's a straw man.
Yeah?
That's a straw man. Brian, I want to get back to your point. So you
Wait,
said you're open.
talk to the guy who made this point first. I support him because I've never seen anything to me convincing. Okay, but
So
talk to the guy who made the point.
Okay.
Because I'm just gonna listen for a minute because I'm not gonna keep repeating what I said. Y'all are being unreasonable, but what I said was very reasonable.
Yes, I'll address Jill.
You know why you're not giving it? Because you can't.
So at 35 after the hour, in the chat, Andy Hold My Beer posted a 2-hour 42-minute no cuts continuous video of a high altitude balloon, and it looks like so it's from the Dwayne Kellum video. So it's from the launch on the ground, going all the way up to an altitude of 120,000 feet that's logged on the screen. From the ground to 120,000 feet, you can see stars all the way through. All the way
it was
up
awfully
the altitude.
windy. Well, once again, I don't believe his height.
Now, Brian. So I clicked through it. I didn't watch the whole 2 hours. I clicked through and I saw as it's rising in altitude, once it's 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, it's getting rocked around pretty significantly. However, there seems to be this sort of like a trend in the steadiness of the camera, pretty hot. Once it starts getting, 80, 90, 100K feet up there, it gets much steadier relative to how turbulent it was at 20K feet. This sounds like exactly to the T what you're asking for.
Okay, show me one balloon in the black blowing around. Please, that's the last thing I got for you. Just show me one balloon in the black
blowing around.
One thing over 80,000, 85,000 feet, however high.
Sure,
that
yeah.
is.
In the Kellum video, any point at a lower altitude, you'll see is much higher turbulence, jet stream pushing it around, all that stuff. then you can jump to 2 hours into the video at 112,000 feet, and it's relative to the lower altitude. It's much calmer.
You know
It
why?
sounds
It's not calm,
exactly
bro.
what, it sounds
It might be
exactly what you're
relatively
asking
calm.
for.
Yeah, but it's not calm.
But it's not
calm, bro.
it's not absolutely perfect.
No, it's not at all calm, bro.
Oh,
It's not at all calm,
It
right?
sounds subjective.
Wait, no, hold on.
That's
It's
your
not
opinion,
even
no?
nowhere near. Is it anywhere near calm, bro?
Of course it is.
What's up? What's up,
Let
Ron?
me go relook at it then, man. Maybe I'm remembering wrong.
Hold on.
Just
What's up? What's
keep
up,
an
Ron?
open keep an open mind. Try to be a little honest, like with yourself, and you skip through the video.
Bro, I suggest the same thing back at you because I do have an open mind, bro. I'm willing to go
doing it
look
right
at these
now.
things. Okay, now you go look at it, I'll go look at it. But after that, I want to answer of how you can have deviation from one place. How can you have deviation from one place on a globe? If I'm only moving in one direction, I'm in one spot. How are they deviating?
What? Is this a non sequitur? I have no idea even what you're
Stars,
talking
bro.
about.
It's the stars, man. Nobody will answer me.
He's going back to the other argument. He had two. The one was.
Okay. So he's avoiding the steady camera thing now. Okay.
Yeah, he ran away from the stars disappearing argument.
Well, that was Jizbo. To be fair, I think he's gone now, though. Since we kind of showed him everything he asked for. He has nothing left to ask for, maybe. I don't know.
What's up, Ron?
Not too much. What are you guys up to? Just I was listening to their arguing. What was the argument about? Like about the balloon? There's no turbulence. High altitude. Is that what it was?
We've been talking about star trails like for days, like not just southern star trails, but some very interesting holes in the globe model in terms of the way the stars move and in terms of like the convergence and divergence at the equator. And so I'd be interested to hear some of your thoughts on some of that. But then they shifted to the idea of when you go up in altitude, do the stars disappear? That was kind of the last topic. And then they were posting some videos claiming you can still see stars at certain altitudes. And then they were looking at the Dwayne column. But that concept that the stars either start to fade or weaken or disappear when you go up in altitude.
Yeah, there might be something to looking through the atmosphere where you get some kind of lensing effect. Like when the moon is coming up on the horizon, it looks larger sometimes. The moon will look magnified. It might be something like that because we're in the dense air. When you get into thin air, like at, let's say, 80, 90, 100,000 feet, the air is very thin. And it doesn't have the same lensing effect. It's dry, it's thin. And then maybe the stars can't be magnified enough to resolve them. Maybe it's like looking at, like one tiny pixel. They just become irresolvable. And even the moon does appear smaller when you get higher. So there's got to be some kind of lensing effect with the atmosphere. Even the sun gets smaller. When the people were skydiving, looking downward at the sun, it appeared smaller in the clouds.
Yeah, that's another factor. Exactly. The size of the moon seems to get really small at altitude.
Right. Remember in the Go Fast, they're like, this is the moon, and it's over Australia or New Zealand or somewhere. And this was over Arizona, the Go Fast rocket. But the moon looked tiny. It looked almost like a star. It was much smaller than you would think it would be.
I'm not a huge fan. Oh, you first.
Okay, just real quick. This is totally anecdotal, but like when I've been, 35,000, whatever the altitude was, just in a standard, flight, I have been surprised that the stars definitely look dimmer and there's like less of them. Now, that's just my anecdotal experience, but to me, there has been like a noticeable sort of dimming effect. And I know it depends on a lot of factors, like, if there's city lights around, the time of day, the window of the airplane, there's all those factors. And I know it's totally anecdotal, but the stars do look a bit dimmer. And
yep. Yeah,
That's
definitely. My anecdotal experience is the 100%, 180 degree, complete opposite of that they're actually brighter, clearer, better to see and stuff. So I don't know which one, has more weight, but
maybe in the high desert, if Geo's at high elevation, can you see him better at your high elevation?
He's in a plane.
Relative high elevation, meaning like in the mountains. Yeah, plane's going to be higher than that.
His experience was on a plane.
No, I know that. I'm saying he lives in California, about 6,000 feet elevation, and
Well,
I'm
maybe
at
then, yeah.
600 feet elevation. I don't know if that matters so much, being 1 mile higher, but even in a plane, 3 miles, 5 miles higher,
I
we're
don't live.
talking 20 miles.
I don't live at 6. I don't live that
No?
altitude.
Oh, okay.
No, but I do live at altitude. One thing about altitude and stars, which is fascinating, is Sedona, Arizona, which is, what is that, 6 or 7,000, and that's known as like one of the most incredible places to view stars in the world. Or at least it's in like the top 10. They even have like the whole city of Sedona in Arizona. They have an actual like ordinance where they have to have like minimal city lights, pretty much so that you can see the stars. So like all the businesses in the city, everyone agrees to like essentially shut their lights off at night so that it makes for incredible star viewing. So it's actually like an ordinance in their city. And so when it gets really dark like that, and there's something about the altitude in the high desert, like you were saying, Ron, maybe the dry air, maybe even
Yes.
more, it may be more the dry air than the altitude, really.
Yeah,
But
the humidity will fuck with it because you get the humidity is just more particles in the air, right? So the drier it is, the clearer your vision. It's almost like a vacuum. You're evacuating all the moisture, so you're in that sweet spot. You're high enough, the high elevation. You're there ain't many clouds above that level, but it's only 6,000 feet. Yeah, the cloud deck is a little higher than that, but not in
Yeah,
the high desert.
Scientific
that?
scientific term for that is called seeing.
It's
a
called what?
measure. See, the word that is used is called seeing. SEEING. It's a measure of the, general overall quality of the, your night that you can see, stuff like that. But
That's
yeah,
actually-
that's an international dark. There's a bunch of international dark sky zones, and I think
That sounds like common vernacular seeing. I'm seeing the stars with my eyes. It
yeah,
doesn't sound scientific to me.
Yeah, it's a funny kind of basic word, but actually has scientific meaning in the field.
nice. And
But
then you were saying, yeah, Sedona, what you call it? It's dark sky. Yeah, there's like a name for it.
federally, yeah, they're like regulated international like dark sky zones. There's a lot in Arizona and California and Nevada and stuff.
By the way, Sedona is actually only 4,300 feet. I said 6, but I was thinking of Flagstaff, which is 6 and 7. But yeah, Sedona is actually only 4, around 4. But yeah,
Not quite a mile. Not the mile high. Once you get over a mile, then you start getting that thin air. I mean, it happens gradually. Even at 4 or 5, you're going to feel it.
Gio, can you post a star trail you think is not possible on a globe?
Any star trail would not be possible. It would be a complete disorder. If all these different motions are happening at once, right? How are you going to have perfect symmetrical circles, these concentric circles? It would be complete disorder because you're moving many directions at once.
11 vectors, Ruhif. 11 vectors.
Do you know how far the closest star is?
Don't try to be reasonable.
Do you wait? Do you know?
2.5 light years, which makes it, what is that, 3 trillion?
Let me ask you a question. So they're all at different distances, different sizes.
4 light years,
right?
sorry, 4 light years. Yeah.
They're all different distances, different sizes, right? The stars.
Yep.
Why do they all appear the same size?
Because they're point sources. They don't have a resolvable angular size.
Well, why is one smaller than the moon? Why are the other luminaries smaller than the moon?
Because
And
the
sun?
moon is close enough to be resolved.
Okay. So the other ones are larger and they're just different distances, and that accounts for
size is not overly relevant, right?
Hold
They're
on,
just
hold on.
point sources.
You're missing my point. The sun and the moon are the same relative size. When they're side by side, they look the same relative size. If I hold out a coin, say a dime, at arm's length, and it's the same size as the dime, the sun, and also the moon. So they appear the same relative size. One is 400 times further away. But now you've got every single star in the sky have the same optical size, the relative size. Like if I'm holding a pencil tip at arm's length, each star appears the same. So they're all just the right distance, right? One might be 1,000 times larger than the other, but it's just the right distance away to be the same size as the other. Do you think that that's statistically possible?
Did Gio block me? Did Gio turn me
Ron,
down
you're
or something?
misunderstanding it. Yeah.
It's not the star that you're seeing, it's the light from the star that you see, not the star itself.
Yeah, you're not seeing the size of the star. You can't resolve the star.
Luminaries. All you do see is the light. They are not.
Right.
They're just luminaries.
It's a point source. Anything that far away, unless it's fucking enormous, is going to be a point. Actually, Chronic, is there a star with a
there's a
measurable
dozen or
angular
so.
size?
Yeah.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, Betelgeuse is one. There's probably 12, 20 others or so.
Yeah.
But I mean that's not going to change Ron's viewpoint on the universe. Or
My point
majority
is,
of
look
stars.
at any constellation, the stars within that constellation are I'm using the word relative. In other words, there is no star that's 5 or 10 times bigger than the others. They're all relatively within a small percentage, within 5% of each other's size.
I mean,
okay?
I'm claiming that you're misunderstanding.
Someone's 6'1",
Yeah.
are we the
You
same
just don't
relative
know.
height? Are we the same relative height? If I'm 6 foot and someone is 6'1", or someone's 5'11 and a half, we're the same relative height. Someone is not 5'2" and another guy's 6 foot.
Sure,
I
but
mean,
you're ignoring Ruhif's point about the fact that these things are just a point of light.
I
we
said the
see
same
them as
thing.
a point
I'm
of
not
light.
disagreeing. What do you mean I'm ignoring? I'm not disagreeing with them. It's a luminary.
But your follow up is not consistent with your agreement to what Ruhif is saying.
My point is
Actually, question for Chronic: How big's the telescope to resolve Betelgeuse?
Large radio dishes, ginormous ones. Yeah.
Like thousands.
Yeah, I'm
of
getting a
kilometers?
picture of it.
Or
I'm getting a
actually single
picture of
telescopes?
Betelgeuse.
I think the Green Bank telescope has resolved the surface.
Okay.
And that is the largest now that unfortunately Arecibo is.
There are no visuals. There's no photograph
doomed,
of stars.
but,
the photographs come from cameras like P900, P1000. That's where they come from. People use their own cameras.
Not down this.
Do you know do you know the diameter of the lens of the aperture? It's like 67 millimeters.
10 minus 1 minute until the out of focus star memes.
Watery stars.
Yeah, watery stars in the chat.
You don't see any parallax between them. The thing is, my point being, what light cannot travel an indefinite distance. Like, it's this many light years away, which is complete nonsense. Light cannot travel.
You're just scattershotting a bunch of different.
What do you mean? Do you know what diffusion is? You can't take a light, and if you go by the inverse square law, light cannot travel an indefinite distance, even with that alone. But what do you think light is? You think it's a particle? Do you think it's a wave?
It's
is it a
okay
wave
to
or a
be.
particle?
It's okay to be just wrong about things.
I asked you a question. Is light a wave or a particle?
It's whatever you want it to be for your claim.
No, I was asking you a question, not you, but the other guy. The other guy that was the Englishman or the Australian. I'm not sure which he is.
Me?
Yes.
Does it matter whether I think it's a wave or a particle? What if I say it has elements of both, or properties of both?
I don't know where you're coming from. I'd like to know your point of view.
Oh, look, then whatever Google says about light, I'll agree with. Go with that.
What does it say? It says it's a particle. So you agree that it's a particle?
I don't think it says it's a particle. I don't think they say photons are particles.
Well, a particle, it's a photon is
whatever it says, all right? Google it for me and tell me what it says, and I'll go with that. Please make your point.
Okay, so you think it's a particle. Anyway,
whatever Google says.
Anything with mass, right? If I shoot a bullet, right, I have to input energy into the bullet. The bullet eventually has a range, right? You cannot shoot a bullet an indefinite distance. It's going to run out of energy. So if it was a particle, particles don't travel forever, and neither do waves. If I drop a pebble in a lake, it's not going to send a ripple across the 10-mile lake.
He doesn't.
If something's in motion, in motion, what is going to stop it from keep on moving?
What's that?
Let's say a photon is in transit or whatever, right? It's moving. What is going to stop it from moving?
It's going to run out of energy. It's going to diffuse itself.
Yeah, it has resistance. Ultimately, the ether has resistance, and
the ether.
Drag,
but
friction.
if you're not even going to go off of the actual ether, then if you just, but I think Ron, they try. Don't they just try to make up the fabricated outer space? And they claim that it's because I agree with you, the inverse square law. But that's only if it's happening here on Earth. Don't they come up with some excuse that because it's a vacuum, the inverse square law doesn't apply?
I also think inverse square law just
always applies,
tells you
Gio.
how the intensity of light drops off over distance. It doesn't say that it eventually reaches zero.
Yeah, it does.
It's diffusion.
Does
You're
Does
having
it,
a
Gio?
diffusion, Gio, even in a vacuum.
Well,
Oh.
I mean, if I'm going to play devil's advocate, I mean, I guess what I mean, like, that's tough because I mean, like, over a long enough distance, wouldn't the like photons technically spread out to a point where there would be like empty space between? Like, if it's like let's say like a bajillion like miles, like greater than the universe, like diameter, radius or whatever, right? Like, if you were to actually have like a star emanating like photons and shit, wouldn't it get to a point where they're just diverging at some point where there's just empty space between them? You know what I'm saying? Like, am I making sense?
Everything diverges from your point source. So the further you get away, the more it's diffusing, the more it's diverging. So where it becomes irresolvable. The concept that you can see something from light years away is completely nonsense.
Okay, okay, but that's why I took it to the extreme, because I do think though that if a star is bright enough, then it can be seen, from a far enough distance. So I think these stars are fine. I'm just taking this to the extreme. Like, I'm saying, like,
Armor. No,
like
no,
a
you're
universe.
right. If a star is bright enough, it can be seen forever. The problem is space is expanding.
So is the light expanding? The light is expanding. It's spreading.
Space is expanding.
From the point source. It's spreading apart. It's
Arma,
diffusing.
In our atmosphere, yeah.
No, it's diffusing without atmosphere. It's all going away from one specific point. If you got 360 degrees in a circle and then you make a sphere, then every single point on that sphere, it's diffusing.
Okay,
Further it gets away, and you take that, you draw a straight line from each point, and it's getting further and further apart to where it becomes irresolvable.
Yeah, I thought you meant like a laser, or something. But if you're talking about like a point source and light illuminates in all directions from it, yeah.
Wait, Chronic. Real
The
fast,
intensity of that light will drop off inverse square law, but it will never reach zero. Number one, number two, it will keep on traveling forever at the speed of light. But because space is expanding,
the light is expanding, and it's going to diffuse into nothingness. It becomes irresolvable, where you don't see a dot. You don't see one particular dot. The light is.
Why would that happen in a vacuum if this light is not interacting?
It's like camouflage, right? Have you ever seen digital camouflage? There's patterns and stuff, but if someone's 300 yards away, they disappear into the background. All those little pixels, they blend in. The same thing would happen with light. It's getting further apart.
Ron, I have a question. If there's a star shining real bright and its light goes out in all directions in a vacuum, hypothetically, it's in a vacuum, why would that light diminish, the intensity of it diminish to zero? I'm not saying it wouldn't diminish with the inverse square law, but why would it ever?
It wouldn't appear to be a dot. It wouldn't appear to be a dot. It would just fade into oblivion. It would fade into the background like fog. It would all the light particles spreading out become irresolvable. You can't resolve them as one object.
Right, like if you have a flashlight, which is obviously not anywhere near as bright of a star, you shine that flashlight at your face, it blinds you with light. So something that can shoot light that far, like a star, especially the star's shooting it in all directions. It's not shooting it in a little circular laser beam. It's shooting it in all directions. So just like any bright flashlight, if that light is bright enough to reach you, the whole sky would be white.
Yeah, but because space is expanding,
It would all be white light, the entire sky.
Yeah, but because
you guys are aware of Olber's
that doesn't
paradox.
impact.
Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, that is the paradox.
Yeah,
we
That's a
should be
good
able
point,
to see
Gio.
every single
So
light in the
spreading
sky,
out on
and
its
the
way
light
too is-
in the sky should be lit up. But because
That's a good
space is
point, bro.
expanding,
No,
these stars
Gio,
are
hold
moving
on.
away from it.
Wait, acknowledge what
That
Gio
just
just
doesn't
said,
look
man.
happening.
That's a real good point. If it's spreading out the way y'all claim, then it's spread out all around us, and all space should be damn near lit up from
But
really
I literally just
stars,
answered
right?
Gio's question.
Yeah,
But
I didn't
How
you
did you answer it?
ran-
Sorry,
you
I
just ran
I was doing something else for a second. Sorry, if you want to explain it again, I don't think I caught it.
All right, so Gio, what you said is a very good proposition, right? That like what you said to Ron, that the light from the stars should shine and spread out infinitely, and the night sky should be lit up, right? And I agree with you. We should see every single star in the sky. There shouldn't be any dark spots. The whole sky should be illuminated. But because space is expanding and these stars are receding away from us, we don't see all the stars. We don't see all the light. Some of the light does get red.
Oh, that's what that's where you're going with it.
That is
A theoretical assertion based on. Oh man, yeah. I was really listening too, dude. I stepped away from what I was doing. I'm like, I'm gonna listen to this response right here.
But if you guys have been in this, if you've been in this conversation, if you've like been in this debate long enough, you've clearly, hopefully, everyone has heard of Olber's paradox, the solutions to it, what it means for the inverse square law, and the incident and observed flux and stuff. And so some of the explanations are related to what Nate is saying. There's also obscuration by things in space, dust and stuff, absorption, a bunch of
Yeah, we've heard it, man. But y'all just got answers
so then
for
why are
every
you
problem.
acting as if it's like a new
Because
novel?
you got so many problems, and you just got a damn bullshit excuse. Not all of them, but some of them are just like, man, they're just stories, bro. Stories. Don't you ever get tired of offering up stories that you can't prove?
But how are they any less real or any less fictional than the ether?
Well, Nate, that's another topic. That's another topic. But since you brought it up, Nate, how about, because I know Chronic said some stuff, but instead, since you brought it up originally, do you want to share? Okay, so let's go where we're at. We're talking about the inverse square law, the way that light travels, it dissipates, like Ron was saying, how it dissipates over distance, and so on and so forth, the way that light actually travels. So there's that issue with the stars being that far away. In and of itself, it's not possible at all. However, let's just sort of, I guess, if you want to throw that out the window, even though it's pretty key, then the explanation of why a star that's really bright, that's able to reach you, is only seen as a little dot. Like I said, it's not shooting a laser beam. It's emitting its light in all directions. And then you said you agree, actually, that it should all just be lit up. And then now you're claiming that the only thing you're changing is saying, well, it's all expanding. So again, we have these stars that look like little dots to us, little twinkling things, even though they're so bright that they're apparently shooting their light years and light years across the vastness of space to somehow show up in our sky as a little twinkle. And now you're saying that the reason between the sky being completely lit up with white lights and all of that from all these stars, the reason that they look like a little dot of a twinkle is fill in the blank. And you say the galaxy is expanding. So go from there and explain how the galaxy explains that much of a difference.
Wow. All right, so it's the galaxy expanding and what Chronic added. I was also supposed to put in Chronic stuff. So let's put all of that together.
Well, he wants you to ignore me, so sorry.
No, your points are fine too. We can go into them one by one, but I'm just giving Nate, since he brought it up, it seems like let's him kind of, because we laughed after he said it's expanding, but at least let's let him give it some meat here.
And we also went.
Yeah. So because this light that's coming from these distant stars is redshifted and it has to cover expanding space, it doesn't have the same intensity as when it left the light source, so we don't see all of that light on all of its various frequencies. Also, this light has to, as Chronic said, travel through a lot of space that has dust and other things in the way. This is what causes the light to actually twinkle, because as the light hits us, it's not a consistent flow or stream of light. It has to go through a lot of other things.
Is it a photon or a wave?
Both, The light has this weird particle wave duality. It can be expressed as a photon and a wave. I would say travel while it's traveling as an electromagnetic wave, as radiation. It's best explained as a wave, but when it starts to interact with matter and hit with things, it's best to use the photonic particle model of light.
Have you ever seen a wave travel an indefinite distance, or does it? If say you do a cannonball into a really still lake, will the wake that you create the wave, will it travel forever, or does it eventually just run out of energy?
It won't travel forever because that wave is a mechanical wave traveling through a medium made of matter.
Neither will a sound wave. Wait. Neither will a sound.
Come on, Ron. I'm trying to answer your question. You can't cut me off.
No waves travel forever. No waves travel forever. They don't.
Come on, let him speak, man.
No, Ron, go ahead.
There's no difference between a sound wave and a light wave. They will both diminish. If I have headlights on my car, I cannot see 100 miles ahead of me. The light energy is a wave. It will diminish. It's going to run out of energy. Same as a sound wave. All waves will run out of energy. Nothing travels indefinite distance.
Simply just wrong. But
Yeah, that's wrong. But
Will be
it's
his.
the Ron
Hold
show.
on, Ron,
You know,
Ron,
we
let's
shouldn't
let them,
talk. We should just let Ron
let them
talk.
respond. Let's let them
Okay,
respond.
go ahead. Tell me how it's wrong. I want to hear the reply.
I mean, it's the quintessential light gets tired after so far, and it just
No, I'm saying it diminishes, just like a radio signal. I
yeah,
can't
and
pick
I'm
up a
saying
radio
it gets
signal from
tired.
It gets tired, you said?
Tell them
It
why.
gets diluted and diffused. The signal will weaken. It gets squashed out, just like a wave. If I throw a pebble in a
Bro,
lake,
Ron.
the wave will get diminished into nothing.
You don't have to say
Just
it again, Ron. Let him respond.
It's the
I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
It's
Give me
the years. It's yeah. It's the years old argument. What we've all heard it. You claim light gets tired and diminishes. Can you show that?
Why is that wrong?
It's wrong because
and I'll reply
we
to
have
that.
a
I'll
well
reply to that.
understood.
I just gave you an
We
answer.
know very well. Jesus.
If I turn a flashlight on, could you see it from
Ron,
100
stop
miles
interrupting,
away?
please.
You
Okay?
asked me for a reply. Did you not?
No, I'm asking him to reply.
Well, he
To what
did
you
kind of
said.
reply. He kind of did, but he just threw kind of a little bit of an ad hom and didn't really respond to it.
Yeah, he didn't actually reply. That's why we're still waiting for him to reply. Why
Yeah,
is
so
this, like, the light
inverse
diminishing, getting tired, if you will? Why is it wrong?
It's a repeated conversation. The inverse square law it dictates. You can see the variables in this well understood, well studied law and what they mean, and the effect that we see from light traveling long distances, relatively undeterred by anything like dust or expansion or things like this. Yeah, what more? I mean,
you didn't make any
That's a
sense,
bad
dude.
answer.
You made no fucking
All right,
point.
let me.
That's a
The
bad
inverse square law just speaks to the intensity of light. It just says that if you shoot light from a point source, as that light moves away from the point source, the intensity diminishes because the photons making up that light source are spread out over a wider surface area. But
The
those
wave.
photons themselves will carry on traveling forever as long as they don't interact with anything.
No, they won't.
So this
They
whole idea that the photons are going to lose energy, that's what Chronic is saying. That's an old age argument that the photons apparently get tired. That doesn't happen.
Okay, well, because it's not a photon, it's a wave. Just like if I light a firecracker,
photoelectric
right?
effect, man.
If I light a
Yeah.
firecracker, it creates a sound wave. If I throw a rock in a pond, it creates a wave through the water, right? So a light
Yeah.
wave is the same. If I light one candle, you might be able to see it from 100 yards, 200 yards, whatever. But if you go 5, 10 miles away, you don't see that candle. If I enlarge it to 1,000 lumen flashlight, you might see it from 5 miles. But there's a point at which that light extinguishes where it doesn't have enough energy to push through the air. The headlights
Yeah,
on your
that's-
car.
You said a key word at the end there.
Like
What
even
did
the
he say,
headlights on your cars, when you turn them on, can you see 10 miles down the road? No, you could see maybe quarter mile, half mile on your bright lights.
The
You
A
can't
word.
see forever.
But bro, you're agreeing with what Nate said about the
Light intensity, yeah.
the intensity
Inverse square law.
decreasing.
Because it's a
Because of
wave,
the
it's a
square law.
sound wave. If I have a louder
Ron
wave,
Ron doesn't know what he's saying percentage. It's cool.
But what you said, Nate, the second part where it's like it'll keep on going forever until it, hits something that obstructs it. It's always going to hit something that obstructs it. There's no perfect vacuum. So
I
It's not
agree
a
with
vacuum.
you. I
don't think
agree
you could
with
say it
you,
like
but
that.
I'm just saying percentage. Hypothetically, if there was a perfect vacuum and you shot a beam of light, that beam of light, it would spread out over distance, but the photons making up that beam would travel forever in a hypothetical perfect vacuum.
I
there's
wouldn't say
something
photon. I would just say
inside it.
energy, just to,
I can't hear you
100.
percentage. Say that again.
I said I wouldn't say photon. I would just say energy, so we could all stay on the same page.
Okay, yeah, energy. Yeah, cool, fine.
So
a photon is just a wave packet of electromagnetic radiation or energy, but yeah, you can say energy.
Well, a wave is not a physical thing. It's not something you could pack. Like a wave is not a particle. Like they're saying a photon is an actual particle. It's a piece of something. A wave
No,
is just a
photon-
disturbance. A wave is a disturbance in a medium like air. Like a disturbance in the air makes sound. A disturbance in the there's a different disturbance that makes light. You could have a disturbance in the water that makes a wave. You're just disturbing.
and that same idea, Ron, applies to photons. You could say that a photon is a disturbance in the electromagnetic field.
they say a photon is a physical thing. It's a physical
No
thing.
one
It's
says a photon is a physical thing.
particle.
That's like a photon
It's
is a
physical when it hits
massive
the detector
particle. It is a
screen.
wave packet
Okay,
of
wait.
electromagnetic radiation. It is the quanta particle within
What
the
is
electromagnetic field.
what is a photon and
I
like a
just told you.
neutrino? They say they're the same. Like a neutrino
They're not the
is
same thing. A photon is not the same as a neutrino.
okay. No, I'm
Then
not saying
what
that.
hits the detector screen in the double split?
Energy, a photon, light, energy. I mean, it's all the same thing.
A photon physically hits the detector screen and is physically visible, but it's not
Energy
physical.
hits the detector screen. You can feel energy.
come on.
It's the same way percentage. Light from the sun hits you and you feel the warmth. It's the same thing happening with two photons sent through the double slits and hitting the detector on the other side, creating this constructive or destructive interference pattern.
Yeah, I'm fine. That's why I'm saying like move away from photon because.
Okay, let's just call it energy then, if it makes it simpler. But it's the same thing as
a wave.
energy from the sun hitting you.
It's not something you could like chop into little bits. Here's one photon, like one particle.
All right, if
Well,
you
I
want to
mean,
say it's only a wave, I'm not going to argue with you too much about it.
I don't. Yeah, the
a wave.
You
photoelectric
have a
effect.
super small beam of light,
This
and it still propagates as a wave.
Is it
but
over
it'll seem
100
like
years?
a small piece of energy. So
The photoelectric
that's
effect
kind of the
experiment
idea
is
they
over
have.
100 years old now, is it not?
The medium goes through the vacuum as well. It'll go through water. It goes through your vacuum. It's the ether is ubiquitous. You can't escape it. You can't pull it
All
out
right,
with a
but
vacuum chamber.
let's let Chronic elaborate on the photoelectric effect.
I'm
He's been
actually
trying
looking
to-
up I'm looking up how old it actually is.
I got a quick
19
question.
It should be about
1921 Nobel Prize in
2021.
Physics. Yeah, 100.
Yeah, it should
100
be
years
about
old?
100 years old.
Yeah.
I got a quick question. If you have a physical object that you're heating up, and as you heat it up, it starts radiating more heat. Will that the fact that it's radiating more heat, will that make the object brighter?
You're gonna have to repeat the first part. I don't know who you were asking, but I was reading this.
I'm asking the
photoelectric
room.
effect.
So you have
You have
an
a
object
photon?
that you're heating up,
Uh-huh.
and as it heats up, does it get brighter as it radiates more heat?
Did you just say an object? Just any object? What?
An object, yeah, a physical object.
I guess it depends on the object, no?
Like a light bulb filament, the hotter it gets, the whiter the light. It goes from a red to an orange to a yellow to a white, like a filament, a tungsten filament.
Yeah, but that means it's just it's radiating at a high energy level, right? What do I want to say? Shorter wavelength, higher frequency, so it's radiating on more spectrums of light. That's why it goes from a low spectrum like orange to a high spectrum like white. But in terms of brightness, I'm not sure percentage. I think brightness isn't that kind of determined by wattage and things, and doesn't that I don't know.
Well, that's what heats the filament, more wattage. Like if you have the same diameter filament, say you put 40 watts in a 100-watt bulb and it's like orange and then it goes to white. Like the hotter the filament, it gets to a point, even in a flashlight. There's
But is
different
orange
gas.
light dimmer than white light? Like I've seen
by far.
really bright,
Yeah, by
really
far.
bright orange light. I don't know.
No, it's by far it's a dimmer light. It's less intensity.
I have a question for percentage.
I don't know about that.
What do you think of the ultraviolet light catastrophe, considering you're talking about this energy and white light combination here terrestrially versus celestially? Because I notice you guys are talking about stars and the light energy that it has, and just wanted to know if you guys researched the ultraviolet light catastrophe.
Never heard of it.
So this is where science for the first time acknowledged theoretical mathematics to describe celestial energy, celestial bodies in the heaven and their energy versus white light. So how much energy you'd have to put in to make it white light, so to speak. Well, apparently the equation here that works terrestrially doesn't work celestially. What it means is that it requires this exponential force of energy to increase exponentially to create this white light, but it's like it basically goes off the chart. It doesn't make sense. mathematically. So they had to invent a theoretical calculation. It's the first time man admits to having to use theoretical mathematics in science, called the ultraviolet light catastrophe. It's the admission.
It sounds kind of similar to. Sorry, I was gonna say it sounds kind of similar to kind of what I was getting at. So if I had like.
That's why I wanted to bring it up to you, because you'd find it interesting. That's why I brought it up, because that's what you were alluding to, is energy and white light and the amount of energy. Does it equal white light versus the amount of energy applied? Does the color and the energy equal? Well, apparently celestially it doesn't work here. Terrestrially, the calculations they're not transferable, so they have to use theoretical maths for celestial bodies and the energy transfer.
Okay, but let's bring it down to like a real world example. So let's say I had a bowling ball and I was heating it up somehow in a microwave, for instance. As it gets hotter and is radiating more heat, does it change in color and get brighter?
Each material is different. Each material
I think it
has
depends.
its own. Each material is different, and each material has its own color signature, if you will, based on temperature. And they build these equations based on matter and the amount of energy applied and the color they emit. Well, if they apply that to celestial bodies, it doesn't equate. So that's why they have to come up with theoretical maths to basically offset.
All right, so each
that was the most
material is
non-answer ever.
Each material is different. Okay, sure. I'm not saying that they'll, that the
Can
brightness
you
will be
approximate a
the
bowling
same.
ball as a black body? I don't know.
Maybe
If you looked at it, maybe
is there any material that will get less bright as it gets hotter?
I don't know. I haven't done that. That's a very good question.
I don't know. Maybe a true black body. I don't know, which is impossible.
How would a true black body get less bright?
Yeah, I don't. I ended that with I don't know. That's a guess. Like a true ideal black body maybe, but otherwise I don't know. If you looked at the bowling ball and like with an infrared camera or something, sure, it might get brighter. Maybe with your visible eyes, it might not appear brighter to your own eyes.
Yeah, I'm talking about visibly. I'm talking about visibly, like visible light. Is
I don't know.
there any object in real life that doesn't get brighter as it radiates
gets
more
dimmer as it gets dimmer as it heats up?
You bring up a bowling ball, but that's not. It doesn't make sense to what we're talking about. Things that are conductive that would be changing their color spectrum with heat. Like say for instance, if you have a piece of steel in a filament, it won't get as bright as a piece of tungsten, which has a higher melting point. You can get it hotter, so it will burn brighter. The tungsten.
Yeah,
than a piece of normal steel.
I'm not comparing objects. Like I'm just saying generally, are things that radiate more heat brighter than that same thing that doesn't?
I think to a limit percentage. I think something as you add more heat to it, it will become brighter until it the wavelength is too short for us to see it now. It's left the visible spectrum of light, and it's gone to these higher wavelengths that we can't see, which are harder, but we can't see ultraviolet light.
Yeah.
For example,
the thing that
we can't see gamma rays. We can't see X-rays. So this object is not really hot. It's in that spectrum of light, but we just can't see it.
Yeah, the thing that spurred that thought was when you guys were saying like that. I forget what the name, the paradox where there's a lot of stars or what have you. It causes Olbers paradox, that it could be explained by dust absorbing the light. And I feel like if the dust
explanation.
Sure. Well, for that explanation, or we can talk about the other ones as well. But if the dust is absorbing all this light, I feel like it would get hot and start radiating heat, and the dust itself would get bright, maybe even as bright as the light that it was absorbing at some point, if there's like an almost infinite amount of light and stars. See what I'm getting at?
I had to go AFK. I don't know if my bad, man. I don't. You can.
You say a good percentage. I'm so sorry.
I was saying, if this dust is absorbing, if there's like a lot of almost infinite amounts of stars, or whatever, and this dust is absorbing this light, you would think that the light would be heating up the dust, and over time that dust would be almost as hot, like as the light would be radiating, such that it would be almost as bright.
Well, so you're claiming the dust kind of absorbs energy. You don't want to say photons, but you're saying this dust absorbs some energy of light from a star.
But the dust also
and you think it holds it indefinitely, and it just builds up infinitely over time. And that my response is my response. Okay, well, okay,
I didn't say it holds it indefinitely. I said it's constantly radiating, but since there's all this light,
absorbing and radiating, and
at some point,
it'll also emit that light percentage. It'll release that energy.
Yeah,
I know, but the light is almost infinite in this. If you have infinite space with all these stars or what have you, then you would think that it would be constantly being heated, right? And constantly
but it's also constantly radiating.
You're only thinking of the one half of it, the absorbing side, not the re-emitting side.
No, I'm talking about it radiating the light as well, but it's not like it's gonna automatically radiate anything that comes at it. It's what's coming at it is an infinite amount. So
and it's radiating that infinite amount.
Not instantly.
Well,
why not instantly?
Yeah, who says?
What do you mean? Why not
it's radiating
it has to
all
absorb
the time.
Yeah, it's all the time.
Well,
but it's not instantly radiating it, so that it's not
doing it
doesn't
at
have
the speed of light. Yeah.
You're saying that it doesn't heat up. That's not the case. Anything
we're not saying it doesn't
that's
heat
immersed
up, but
in energy is going to be
you are
heating up.
positing, but what you are positing percentage is that because it's being hit by light from all directions by all these stars, it should be as hot and bright as the stars. And what we're saying is yes, that first part is happening, but what's also happening is at the same rate at which it's being hit by these stars and absorbing this energy, it's also releasing this energy.
No, eventually it would get as hot as the thing. Imagine something in fire. It's not gonna, even as it's getting heated, it's gonna be radiating some. But the fact that it's in this fire, it's gonna keep on getting hotter and hotter to the point where it's as hot as the fire.
Yeah, if these dust clouds were in the stars, I would agree with you, but they're not. They're a great distance from these stars. And they're absorbing the energy from the stars, but they're releasing it as well, percentage.
Okay,
now,
so
if they were close
whether
to
or not
the stars, like maybe if there's a nebula real close to a star, then maybe what you were saying should hold true.
Like an emission.
No, Nate,
nebula.
you're not keeping in mind that there's an infinite amount of of stars. So there's an infinite amount of light. There's going to be no area of light that doesn't have. So it doesn't matter if you're close to it or farther than it. That's
I don't think there's an infinite amount of absorption that this dust or dust particles can right? Unless I'm mistaken and I'm forgetting the understanding, but
what do you mean an infinite amount of
I don't want to say you don't use photon. An energy of light, hits whatever particle. It excites. Let's just say it's the excitation version. I forget. There's many different versions, but excites an electron or whatever to go up one shell, and it almost instantaneously cascade that electron wants to reach its lowest energy, so it cascades back down to its low energy state and it re-emits. So the time that you think is not instantaneous, that electron may be excited to a higher energy state, unless I'm mistaken, that particle, the atom or whatever of that dust, is not able to absorb another. There's not going to be another absorption from a energy thing that we're not calling photons while the electron is at the excited energy state until it re-emits and goes back down.
Yeah, because if Karnak was saying didn't happen, that would mean the particles within these nebulas would absorb energy forever. They would never re-emit this energy, and they would become so unstable that they would start burning and just,
why would that happen?
Destruct.
What are you guys talking about, man?
Because there's too much energy.
A cold object, and you put it in the middle of a fire, it's going to
It burns.
slowly heat up to match the same energy
It
of the fire.
burns when you put it in the middle of a fire because it's absorbing too much
Imagine
energy.
imagine it's a fire that doesn't burn. Okay. So now you have the same thing. You have light everywhere. You put an object in this light, it's eventually going to be absorbing the light such
Can you
that
address
it's
what
going
I
to be the
said,
same. What you said doesn't make sense because you're saying that it's going to not
Why doesn't it make sense?
reach the same
What?
energy level. It's going to reach
I just
the same
stated
energy.
the paradigm. I just stated I just stated the exact interaction. Whether or not you believe it is the case is a different.
It's not about
topic.
belief. It's about just common sense.
So
If you
what did
have
I say that doesn't make
infinite
sense?
amount of energy, and you put this object in, it's going to be absorbing it to the point where it matches it.
Oh, okay. Maybe you missed.
It's going
what I
to
said or
radiate it
something?
as well when it reaches that. When it reaches the maximum amount or what have you, it's going to radiate it like a terminal rate as much as it absorbs it at a terminal rate.
Specifically, what I said.
But
though,
it's going to match
specifically.
the energy of the light that's everywhere.
But specifically, what I said though is during the interaction, the piece of energy excites the electron to a higher energy state, to a higher shell. Okay, when it's in this higher shell state, that particle no longer has the cross. No longer allows another piece of energy to excite it.
No,
Even if infinite energy is coming around it, it's never going to excite to another level until it re-emits that. So I'm addressing exactly your issue.
There's other particles in this physical object, right? And while that one is excited and slowly like radiating and coming back down, another one is going to be absorbing and going back up. At some point, it's going to reach like an equilibrium state where the absorption and the radiation is the same, and it's matching the energy of the light all around it.
And where's the issue?
The issue is you guys are saying that like the Ober's paradox is explained because of this
I said
dust
this is
or what have you, as one of the solutions. Yes.
Yeah.
That this dust is absorbing the stuff, but no, that's not the case. If it's constantly absorbing all this light, it's going to be radiating just as much light eventually, and it's going to be just as bright.
That's you almost were all the way until you were just wrong at the last few words.
So now you're disagreeing that as something radiates more light, it doesn't get brighter.
That's not. No, if we're talking about like interstellar dust and absorption of dust, absorption of light in the form of dust and particles that are not macroscopic bodies like a damn bowling ball. It's different. Why? ITSDIFFERENT. Different. Because of exactly what I just said. When this piece of energy that we're not calling a photon, it interacts and it interacts with the dust particle and excites an electron. Then in that state, it's that particle of dust. This is in this big cloud of dust. That's all individual particles, is going to remain in that state and not absorb any more energy until it re-emits and that electron cascades back down. I feel like
in this cloud of dust, wouldn't there be particles that are coming back down as other particles are being heated and going up?
Probably. That doesn't break anything.
Oh Lord.
Okay, hold on. So, okay, I mean, this paradox assumes like visible light, right? I mean, because like, let's say for example, those clouds, absorb the light, whatnot, and let's say it does emit it. That doesn't mean it has to emit it in the visible spectrum, right? It can emit it in like infrared or whatever, right?
Of course,
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, that's why I started this thing off by saying if something is radiating more light, does it visibly get bright? And they agreed.
And the answer was depends.
Except for a black body.
It depends. If you're talking about a macroscopic objects like bowling balls and hammers and toothbrushes, or a particle that's in a cloud of interstellar dust that absorbs only one, photon of a certain energy that excites, it's one electron to a higher, different.
Bro, what are you talking about, Chronic? With all due respect, a cloud of dust. What's up?
Percentage. Okay, so the ultraviolet catastrophe is talking about how a black body would emit unbounded amount of energy once the wavelength decreases and enters into ultraviolet spectrum. the black body would produce boundless amounts of energy. So this is the air.
What about visible light?
This is the ultraviolet catastrophe. So I think your answer is in with that. That it's a practical experiment, or it's been achieved through practical experiments. The argument, anyway. But I think you'll get your message, and if you research the ultraviolet.
Yeah, he's really pushing. He's really pushing you
for the moment. Let's say, Chronic, you have this cloud of dust. This cloud is going to act as an object, where each little particle dust is like particles of a bigger object, particles of matter. So I don't understand your point.
I mean, I'm not.
The fact that it's now more than one dust particle, it doesn't apply. It would still apply.
Sure, but are you? Maybe I need to understand. You're thinking of this as a single macroscopic body, because I'm not.
No, I'm not thinking of it as a single macroscopic body. It's particles. Each particle is going to be heating up, right? Some are going to be heating up while the other one's going to be radiating. Some are going to be absorbing while the other one's radiating. That's not a problem. The point is, over time, this entire body is going to be heated up to the same energy level as the light around it. It's going to have as much energy and heat as the light around it.
Sure, I disagree. We're stuck.
You can't disagree, man. That's literally how it is.
Sure.
It's going to be radiating the light and absorbing the light at the same rate.
Sure.
It's going to reach like this terminal point.
We agree to disagree. You know what's really cool though? Olber's paradox is pretty old, like back when like technology was kind of shitty and stuff. If you look at the advent and like the progress of telescopes getting larger, the sky has obviously gotten more and more crowded, higher density of stars and stuff, just because our technology's advanced significantly since the good old days of Olber.
Thanks for that red herring.
Hey,
you have no answer then.
Yeah, no answer. We can disagree. We'll move on.
Percentage. I have a question. So, on the equinox, or when the sun is at its zenith, right, straight above you, 90 degrees, the sun. Yeah, in every country around the world, every spot around the world, it would have to be in the globe model, since it's 93 million miles away, and the difference across our Earth in distance is nothing relative to that distance. So it should be, in theory, exactly the same temperature on a clear sky with no clouds everywhere around the world with the sun at 90 degrees. But it's not.
Should it?
It should be, right?
Why?
Because the discrepancy, the tiny distance across the Earth compared to the 93 million miles shouldn't make any difference.
Yeah, the temperature's not the same, but the solar radiation is.
What about thermal mass? What about the type of ground?
No, the heat coming directly from the sun onto your head.
Yeah, the heat from the sun is the same.
Oh, it's the same, is it?
Yeah, the amount of heat you get from the sun is dependent only on the angle of the sun in the sky.
Okay, so if it's at exactly 90 degrees zenith everywhere across the Earth on a clear day, it should be the same heat. You get out a thermometer and you can test the heat coming from the sun. It should be the same, right?
So where I live in the United States, the continental United States, the sun is never directly overhead.
Well, that's not what I'm talking about.
I thought you
just said zenith. Yeah, you just said the word.
I think he's
zenith.
talking about the equinox.
I said everywhere in the world that has the occasion where we do have a zenith of the sun at 90 degrees, everywhere on those spots, it should all be the same temperature, yeah?
It takes a long time for the temperature to change based on the sun. So, for example, way up high in the middle of the Andes, even though it's on the equator, it's going to be much colder than at the equator at sea level, even though they both receive the same amount of solar radiation. In fact, higher in the mountains, it receives slightly more because there's less atmosphere above.
We're talking about 93 million miles, and you're saying that little discrepancy, 100 miles, 2,000 miles, how's that going to make a difference in the scheme of things? If it's 93 million miles away and we're feeling the sun. And those photons...
No, I'm saying you're right. It doesn't make a difference. The amount of solar radiation you receive
on the equator is the same everywhere, at the ocean, in the mountains, everywhere on the equator.
So you're saying it's atmosphere dependent that we get a difference?
No, I'm saying that it's pretty much the same. There's a slight difference due to the atmosphere. In fact, the higher you are in the mountains, the more solar radiation you're going to get.
Yeah, and are those lights bringing heat? Are these photons bringing heat with them?
Oh yeah, they bring some heat. Yes.
And what color is ambient light?
White.
It's white. What color is the sun?
It's white. It's white light.
It's white.
Yeah.
Right. And the hottest temperature we can get is white.
The temperature is related to color, but it's not directly related. So what do you mean? There could be really hot infrared light. There can be really hot ultraviolet light. So really hot white light. They're sort of independent, I think.
Okay, so I searched the thing. The amount of light emitted at any particular frequency keeps on increasing as the temperature increases. So, as the temperature of like this bowling ball or whatever, this cloud of dust, whatever it is, keeps on increasing, it's going to get brighter and brighter because, you know, every frequency of light is increasing. So the dust doesn't really explain the paradox. And I don't think there's an object in the world that doesn't glow when it gets hot. Hotter.
I don't glow when I get hotter.
Is that a fact?
Yeah, well,
Not
my
in the visible range.
You want to test that theory, Matthew?
my thinking is the reason why we have different temperatures when the sun is at the zenith is obvious, and it's because it's not 93 million miles away. In fact, what's happening is the sun is always changing its distance from where you are on the Earth at different times of the year.
Then why does it stay the same size? Does it break the law of perspective somehow?
Well, you have to think of it in this way. If it is closer, then it's not what you think it is. If the sun is not 93 million miles away, if it is closer on a flat, level, plane, non-rotating Earth, then the sun cannot be what you think it is and what you suppose it is.
Right.
Because
if it's a local sun, then it can't be as big as I think it is because I think it's bigger than the Earth. So if it were local, it'd sort of envelop the whole Earth. So you're right about that.
And those laws of angular resolution and perspective would all go out the window together with gravity, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they certainly would.
They would. So that's the conundrum.
Yeah, it is a conundrum. I don't know why you stick to that model then.
I mean, is there an actual argument for why the sun can't be 93? Like, I kind of heard it, but like, I don't. Was it like?
Yeah, he was saying that there are different temperatures on the Earth, and so therefore the difference in the distance to the sun should make the entire Earth the same temperature. And I tried to explain that no, the amount of solar radiation is the same, but it doesn't mean that.
I didn't say make the Earth the same temperature. I said the temperature from the sunlight.
Yeah, the solar radiation is the same everywhere on the equator on the equinox.
Not the ambient temperature, not the outside temperature, not the temperature of the ground or the roof on your house. The
Got it.
temperature
That's
of
what I
the
thought you
light.
were saying. Sorry.
Yeah, the temperature of the light hitting your thermometer.
Yeah.
That's why it can't be 93 million miles away, because if it's already traveled that far, 100 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers ain't going to make a difference.
You're right. That's why there's no difference in the ambient amount of solar radiation when the sun is at zenith.
I'm talking about radiation.
Say that again. You're talking about what? I think he cut out. Can anybody else hear him?
He dropped out.
I mean, he's asking interesting, good questions, so it was interesting.
Nice for this arena, Matthew. I have to say.
Is Ed in here? Ed, I'd rather just talk in VC if you're in here, Ed. You were saying about the stars. You want to? I don't know if you're by your mic. This is the thing with text. It's kind of hard to actually get down to what someone's actually saying. Check. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, okay.
It's going to come in there.
No, I just wasn't talking for a bit, and then I just didn't know if my thing was working. Okay.
Yeah, Ed says he's going to switch to his phone.
I'm just gonna post this little GIF. He's saying how the sun would, it would be nighttime. I mean, I think the whole star field, like it seems like wherever the sun's activating the star field, it activates the blue sky, and we don't see the stars in that region. And everywhere else, we just see the stars as is.
Right, but
I agree
the
that the
stars
sun
are behind the sun.
What's that, Ed?
Don't you think the stars are behind the sun? Like in this example you posted, you can see the sun going above the earth, and are the stars beneath the sun?
I'm trying to understand what you mean. Okay, you're saying on a stationary planar type Earth, you're talking about that with a sun above. And then what are you saying exactly? You think the stars should be under the sun or above the sun?
No, I mean if the sun sets because it's going too far away from my point of view, then how can I see the stars that are even farther away?
I'm not sure what you mean. Which stars are you seeing that's further
So
away?
Geo, if you
Polaris, or
I think I can try to explain it. I'll try it. If you like pause your GIF that you posted at any point, just like freeze frame it. Then let's just say you freeze frame it where North America is at night. The moon is above North America.
Okay.
Now, at that frozen point in time where it's night in North America, you can see stars in all directions above you, including in the direction of where the sun would be. You see stars farther. You don't see the sun, but you see stars in that same direction, way further away. It's kind of what Ed is saying.
Well, okay, but I'm still not understanding. So what you mean? So yeah, if you were to freeze that thing, I mean, that thing's a little bit totally out of proportion and out of scale because it's basically showing a 24-hour sun at the North Pole at that, with the light pattern that it's doing.
Sure, but whatever variation you want to use, yeah.
Okay, so are you trying to say when it's nighttime, if you were to freeze frame it right there, and then you're sitting there in the middle of the United States, and you're looking up, are you saying when you look at Polaris, you see the whole rotation of stars? Are you saying that the stars you see on the far side of Polaris would be over where the sun is? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, kind of. Basically, yes. Yeah, sure. You might have missed a tiny little point, but basically, yeah.
No, I took you to the most advanced expression of that argument.
Okay.
And I did it swiftly.
Yeah, so yeah, on your GIF, yeah. So like you said, we freeze frame it. It's night in North America. Basically, you can't see the sun because it's gone too far away. But if you look in the direction on this map that you posted, if you at night in North America, if you look sort of in the direction of like China, say, or something, then you see stars. It's dark at night. You see a bunch of stars, but the sun is also somewhere over there. No, but you don't see the sun. Is kind of what Ed is saying.
Is that what you're saying, Ed?
Well, it's not only that you not see the sun, but you can see the stars. It's that the stars are
farther away than the sun, and you can't see the sun because it's too far away, according to you guys. So why can I see the stars that are even much farther away?
Well, I don't think you can. Like here, I'm going to post this, and this is just like a general layout of a star pattern over an AE map. Now, I'm not saying I think it's a quadrupole, so I don't think it's that all those red stars are actually the southern stars. But just leaving that out of it, if we just take this in general, so you just look at like you got the, because we're talking about at the North Pole and stuff. So you got those green stars. Those are like the most inner kind of area, which are kind of over the United States, basically. Then there's the ring of blue ones. And then there's a ring of, like whatever that yellow, white color is. And then there's the red ones. So I would say that on any place on Earth, we only see a section of the sky. So if you're in South Africa, you would see what you'd see there. If you're in South America or in Europe, wherever you are, you're going to see that little section. Now, if you're in the north, that section is going to overlap over the North Pole, and you're going to see some of the stars on the other side. So if you're in like northern Canada, you're going to see the greens, but you might see a little bit of the blues or whatever it may be, or a little bit the right part of the greens, etc. So the sun, as it moves away, the sun's only lighting up a local region, a local area. Wherever the sun is, there's definitely not going to be visible stars. But in this case, if the sun was over here lighting up, China, Japan, Australia, etc., it's still going to be dark in the middle. Like the sun's not going to reach. I mean, you only get 24-hour sun in a very rare time, and that's only in like the places like Alaska. That's not even at the North Pole. So assuming that the North Pole is dark because the sun's too far away, like it's obviously, if it's not 24-hour sun, and even if it is 24-hour sun, it's not necessarily getting to the north. So there's going to be a dark region there. So the stars you're seeing on the other side of Polaris, when you look at a star trail, those are still close enough to the North Pole that they're in nighttime, and the sun is too far away. It's on the other side of the plane. In that sense, it's too far away, so you're not going to be able to see it at all.
All right, so just to clarify then, you think that the stars we see at night are closer to us than the sun is at that point?
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
All right.
Yeah, it's all local.
That's interesting. That's the first time I've heard that.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Yeah,
neat.
me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that.
Whoa! Don't be so hostile here. You're kind of on the same team.
Stop trolling, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, I think the sun activates the blue. The sun's energy itself activates the blue sky. It activates the ionic gases, kind of like a fluorescent light bulb, where electricity runs through a gas in the fluorescent bulb and it creates light. So if the sun is working as like an electromagnetic charging effect, it charges the ionic gases, the plasma, whatever that is that creates the blue. I think superfluid's involved. And wherever the sun's activating that, the stars are not visible, and it seems to be that blue sky. And then that blue sky gives off its own fluorescent light, like kind of like it's called like daylight versus sunlight. And then the sun itself, of course, has its emissions. So wherever the sun is, it's creating that blue sky. Now, there's definitely going to be some overlap. Like, have you seen the times where the sun's setting, but you see the moon, like to the right, the sun's setting, to the left, it looks like night. So it's like night to the left and the sun to the right, and then you can only see stars in the night side. So, I mean, there are some interesting overlap zones where you do get, but in general, that sun is wherever, it's always going to be activating that blue sky and removing the visibility of the stars.
Yo, Ed, I got a bone to pick with you. I heard you and some others talking about Islam earlier. Yeah, and you said a couple of things I want to ask you about. You said in terms of like terrorism when it comes to religions, it's basically just Islam.
No, that's not what I said.
You literally said it's basically just Islam when they were talking about religious terrorism.
Religious terrorism.
Okay. All right.
I didn't say it comes from Islam only, if that's what you mean.
You said, quote unquote, it's basically just Islam when they were talking about terrorism with religion. You were talking
okay,
about
but
blades or whatever.
can you be more
she
specific?
mentioned Al-Qaeda right after.
Yeah.
Quote unquote.
Al-Qaeda,
it's
right.
Basically just Islam. That's what you said. Anyways.
Yeah, but can you give a bit more context?
No worries, because you're not very you're not standing by it with conviction, so we could leave that one.
No,
you also said a different thing.
I don't know the exact context. I wouldn't say terrorism only comes from Islam, but that's the main religion that it comes from. Yeah.
Yeah, they do kind of seem to have a media thing doing that. It seems like way more than Christian or some other religions. You know, like they're not having like Buddhist terrorism. Really, you know, you don't hear about Buddhist terrorism,
even though they exist.
Does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it exists, but not to the
Tamil Tiger.
degree of Islamic terrorism.
Well, there's probably
It's
people
not
that
a-
are Buddhist. There's
it's
probably
not
people
even
that are-
close.
There's people that are Buddhists that are probably also terrorists, perhaps, but it seems like, at least the way they spin it in the news, it seems like they try to link the actual Islam religion into like the actual terrorist, agenda or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
they
that's
do.
how they.
Oh
seem
yeah,
to-
because that is part of the Islamic agenda. That's correct.
Okay, well, I'm not claiming
It's
whether
really
it is or
not.
isn't. Yeah, I'm not even
that-
saying whether it is or isn't. I'm just saying they seem to spin it that way in the media.
Well, actually,
Okay, so there's another
I
part.
don't know which media you're referring to, because often the media is very liberal and pussyfoots around the idea that Islam is a terrorist religion, which it is, because
It's
they're
really not.
afraid
Okay,
of being
anyways.
labeled as racist.
Ed, you said something else. You said when Crack had said he told this thing where if you get off any bus in a Muslim area in the UK, you're gonna be asked who's your fucking prophet, and then if you don't answer Muhammad, then they're gonna fuck you up. That's what he said. And
Yeah,
you said,
shit like that happens in Amsterdam too, which is where I live. So don't
yeah,
try
you said
to
that's
deny it.
actually what Islam wants you to do.
That's part of it. Yeah, that's correct.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Attacking the
Islam
unbelievers,
wants
forcing
you
them
to wait
into
for people to get off a
Islam,
bus and then question them
well,
about the prophet.
not
and if they don't agree.
specifically waiting for them to get off a bus. It could be anything. I don't think the Quran mentions anything about a bus because that didn't exist back then. But yeah, the
Yeah,
sentiment
so
remains
generally,
the
what
same.
does Islam want you to do then?
To conquer in the name of Islam.
Does that involve beating some random person because they didn't say Muhammad?
If they
when they were asked
refuse
their
to
prophet?
accept Islam, then they're and they don't accept to be filled and slaves, basically, then yeah, they deserve death. That's in the
That's
Islamic
not how it
text.
works, man. You're
Yeah,
talking about
that
a
is how it
specific.
works, though.
No, hold up. Let me educate you. You're talking about a specific thing.
No,
You're talking
dude,
about
you
jihad.
can't educate me on this. I don't
Okay,
fall
well,
for Islamic deception, because
Well,
if you actually
not-
listen to the whole thing, you know I know that Islamic deception is a thing. So
Well, I
please
know,
don't try
but
it out
let's
on me.
talk
hold
about
on. You
deception.
guys are in a heated thing, and I know I don't want to get in the way of what you guys are doing. But let me just say real quick, just to kind of throw this out there. Okay, Ed, just a real quick question. Do you think there's a component of that religion that actually has honesty, truth, integrity, positivity, even like mystical, ancient traditions of wisdom and knowledge? Like, do you think there's a part of it that is that, or that there is a root of that, like in it?
In Islam?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. And I've been Muslim, and I've read a lot of the text, so I know what I'm talking about. I'm living amongst those people as well.
Okay, so you don't think
don't
there's
think you
any
do.
positive, or you don't think there's like an actual
No,
root
there's
to it?
absolutely nothing positive about Islam. It's a cancer to humanity.
You said you were Muslim?
Yeah, that's pretty extreme, dude, to be saying that. That's,
Did
that's
you say
I
you
don't
were
care.
Muslim?
I stand by it. Absolutely. Yeah. Yes, I've been.
well,
percentage.
okay. Well, this
No, you
channel
weren't.
does not support anything of that sort.
Yeah, I get it. That's fine. It's my personal thing.
That's interesting to hear from a former Muslim. I hadn't heard something like that. But
He doesn't
I
sound like a
believe
former Muslim.
that's your experience. So
I mean, there's definitely traditional texts that are involved in terms of like some of the mystical roots of it. But yeah, I mean,
He might have come from a Muslim family. I don't know what your deal is, Ed.
Yeah.
but
So
you were
so
never
you don't
Muslim.
know. That's right. But
You were
what
never
I-
Muslim, bro.
Yeah. No, that's a
I
lie.
can tell you
but
for a fact you were never
yeah,
Muslim because you have
so
no
that's a
clue
lie.
about the religion.
That's
But nobody can
absolutely
educate him on
lie.
anything, so that's
You have no idea what you're talking about. And
I do.
second of all,
If you're saying that
we
there isn't a
both
single
know-
good thing in
we
Islam,
both,
you
both know.
obviously never learned Islam. Maybe you were raised
actually
in it,
I did.
and then
So just
you,
let me
you
finish.
kind of gravitated
just
towards
let me
atheism and
finish.
never actually
Stop
believed.
poisoning the well. You've no idea what you're talking about. So please, we both know that because I'm not Muslim anymore, I should be killed in the name of Islam.
That's not true.
Yeah, that is true. Actually,
That's not true.
I should be
That's
executed.
Okay, listen. That what you're talking about is the Sharia capital punishment for apostates, and that's if they do it in a brazen manner, like unashamedly, and if there's absolutely no doubt, and that's a deterrent. It's supposed to be
no doubt. What do you mean no doubt about what?
Like there's absolutely no doubt about you, kind of like you're trying to attract other people towards your atheistic thing. You're not like doing it kind of like
right. Well,
personally.
let's say I
You're
fall
doing
under
it
all those
externally
categories because I probably do. Now what?
Yeah, and then even then, it's supposed to be like there's specific criteria in terms of like proving it, but it has to be in a caliphate, over in a court of like law. Basically, you would have to be tried and then found guilty.
And there are several Sharia courts in the United Kingdom, so we can do it there.
Yeah, those aren't caliphates though. You can't enact the actual punishments unless it's a khalifa. So
wait, what is this? Explain it again. If you're in that religion and then you decide to not be in it, you tell people you think that there's no God, then they can do what to you?
So if you basically apostate and you do it in like a brazen manner where you're trying to attract other people away from it and basically just like lying about Islam and stuff like that, then and it's in a caliphate, like we don't have a caliphate anymore, but let's say that there was a khalifa and it was a Muslim run caliphate, then they could try you in the court of law, and this is like the technical maximum punishment. It's very, I don't think it was ever even done.
That's a load of horseshit. I don't think it was even ever done. You're such a liar. See, this is what I mean.
I didn't say. Hold up. I didn't finish my sentence. I didn't say it was never done. Period. But it was like never done to a regular level. It's supposed to be just serving as a deterrent, and that's why the evidence kind of barrier, the threshold for evidence is so high. But yeah.
All right, hold on.
So
but what do they do to you? I don't know some of the definitions of those words you're using. So what's they kill you? What are you talking? What do they do?
You would be sentenced to death. I don't remember the exact way, whether it was stoning or some other form of execution.
Okay, just for speaking out against the religion?
No. For actually
just for leaving the faith and speaking the truth about Islam, exposing Islamic deception. That means you're weakening Islam.
Vindictive against the religion, though.
Yeah, for apostating and trying to get other people, like basically being unashamed about it in a Muslim state.
Basically admitting you're not a Muslim anymore in any form. Because basically just saying you're not a Muslim anymore could attract anyone to it. So that's already falls under that qualification. See,
if there's a community,
it's really no way around the percentage.
Well, percentage, do you agree with that?
Do I agree with the No, I mean it's fine to have it as a deterrent. I don't think it should be done regularly whatsoever at all.
Percentage.
But it's kind of the
same
idea.
So you think it should be done?
Percentage. Don't be afraid of your principles, bro. Convictions.
I'm not at all.
Whatever, man.
But
don't
let me
bend
say,
your
in
knee
Ramadan,
to this pressure, man. These fucking people are corrupted, man.
In Ramadan, if you in a Muslim country, and this is nowadays, not like a caliphate that you would have traditionally, but nowadays in some Muslim countries, if you eat unashamedly in front of people that are fasting during Ramadan, you'll get arrested. If you're just doing it in public and you're just like unashamed and they're all fasting and stuff like that, and you're just basically being toxic and vindictive towards the religion, just like unabashed.
Yeah, or you're just not a Muslim.
You'll get arrested.
How about that?
So it's the same. Yeah, even if you are Muslim, you should still be respectful.
No. I'm saying you could just not be a Muslim and not fasting.
I know. I'm saying
that doesn't mean you're vindictive against Islam. I know Islam likes to pretend they're the victim of everything, but that doesn't mean you're vindictive just because you're not Muslim and not fasting.
I'm not saying if you're just not Muslim. Even if you're not Muslim, you could be respectful.
Yeah, but that's what you just said, that you're being vindictive by eating.
Not doing it. Hold up, bro. If you're told to go eat elsewhere, not to do it in a public area and stuff like that, and you're just like, you're disregarding that and disobeying or what have you after the police have told you, then you could get arrested. And it's happened in like maybe Oman or Qatar. I'm not sure which countries, but it happens. So imagine that on times 1,000, where people are like maybe running the streets naked and trying to convince people against Islam or just
that doesn't happen. Come on, keep it real.
What do you mean it doesn't happen, man? People don't go like naked. They did back in the day during the Prophet's time.
Yeah,
man.
cool story, man. Come on, talk about today, not about some made-up horseshit time.
Yeah, today there is no caliphate, so there's no people dying from getting executed for apostasy.
That's a lie.
Wow. Okay.
Well,
People get murdered in Islamic countries every day because they are simply not Muslim.
You may disagree, but to somehow try to claim that he's lying, meaning he purposely knows it, I mean, that's not fair. He
Everything you don't know is a lie.
I think he absolutely knows it.
Well, dude, he claimed his viewpoint. You don't know whether he does or doesn't. If you disagree, that's fair, but to just start calling him a liar is kind of just a personal attack. It's not really needed.
I mean, it may happen. I mean, some countries think they're kind of like, they aim at being a caliphate. Some countries they.
No, this has nothing to do with.
I don't think there's an actual
caliphate
Muslim
twist
country
you're trying
in
to
this entire
turn
world
to
right
it.
now. Bro, why do you keep on interrupting?
Because you're trying to switch it into something it's not.
Well, it sounds like
How?
actually.
I'm saying maybe they do it. I don't know, but maybe they do. Maybe there's some countries that do execute people for apostasy.
This is ridiculous.
Hold on, it seems like he pretty much agreed with you in a sense. I mean, he described it a little.
No,
bit
but he's trying to play it down like it doesn't happen on a daily basis.
Does it? In
Does
today's
it?
world?
Yes, it does.
Show us.
I mean,
show us. So
Yes,
next I'm gonna tell you.
That was my question. So what?
Okay.
Well, that's messed up. If it is happening.
Yeah, it is.
In your opinion, right?
I can back up.
I don't
he's
think
right.
it is.
This
It depends
kind of
on
thing
the
does happen.
criteria.
Yeah, I don't think
Alright.
anyone should be in any way stopped from saying whatever they want.
Yeah. No, but he's right. There are things called honor killings, and it happens in most countries in the world. Not very often, but it does happen.
Honor killing is not the same thing.
I mean, that sounds like a control mechanism to manipulate people into a cult, and then trying to protect others from getting out of the cult by killing the ones who speak out against it.
It absolutely is.
No,
it's a death cult
that's not what it
based
is
on
at all,
Muhammad.
Okay, I'm not
No,
saying it
because
is
they're-
what it is. It's just what it
they're
sounds like to
perfectly-
me so far, and I'm not trying to be judgmental at all
Right.
either. Like with all love,
That's-
I'm just saying that's what it sounded like.
But it's fine if you it's not fine, obviously it's not good, but if you stop believing in Islam, and you kind of that's your own personal thing, you keep it to yourself, you don't advertise it and try to get other people, that's where it becomes an issue when you're unabashed and trying to get other people to leave Islam and stuff like that, and you're doing it in a Muslim territory, in Dar al-Islam.
Right,
a
then you
Muslim
should
land.
be killed.
That's when it's an issue. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the
How
rule that
did
they
this
have.
get
So
to this?
Yeah, I mean, they are free to have their rule. Yeah, if that's what they want to have. I mean,
so if you're doing it privately, there's nothing
Yeah,
they can
but
do, and that's
the
why
thing is
the
they're applying
bar
those
of
rules
evidence
in the
is
West.
so high. It's almost
Percentage.
impossible
How
to
did this
prove
get
unless
to
you
this?
admit to it.
as long as we can have an option to not be under that rule, and if other people want to do it, that's all. If that's forced upon us,
We don't have
Right.
a choice, man. If you're a target, you're a target. They're gonna
well,
kill you.
maybe not.
They're gonna kill you.
Maybe in those countries, yeah. I don't know. I don't know exactly.
No, it happens in the West
Yo-
too. Do you have any idea how many people get killed because they just leave Islam, or they
you're
speak
saying
out
that-
against it, or
Okay,
have to live in absolute 100% security for the rest
Yo,
of their
provide
lives
the
because they
evidence. You said that
critique
happens
Islam?
every day.
Yeah,
Where's
it
your
does
source?
happen every day. You're
And
trying
Nate,
to
to answer
downplay
your
it,
question,
which is an
to
insult
answer
to
your
those
question is because I
victims.
heard, I was listening back to this chat while there was the meeting going on, and there was a lot of anti-Islam rhetoric going, and I called. Ed
No, it's
on
not
some of the
rhetoric.
shit
It's
he
just
said.
exposing Islam. Don't
Yeah,
try
could
to
you let the
downplay it.
finish talk? Come on, man. Please.
Yeah,
But,
and
so to be fair, Ed said very he said some stuff, but the majority of the shit and a lot of it was just a lot of it was just absolutely wrong. Was by Crack Villain and a couple others. Mostly
He
Crack
was
Villain.
spot on.
Well, as
He
long as
really
knows
was
what
he?
Islam is about because he lives amongst the people that adhere to the text.
Bro, I'm not gonna even get into the shit that Crack Villain says because there's so much of it. And
Right,
he's not
because
here.
you can't
I will when he's
debunk it.
here.
You know that it's
No, I
true.
will when he's here. And if you want, I can message you when
All right.
when he's
well,
here as well.
If
But you
it
did say
comes
something
up,
else. You
if
said
it comes up, please record it separately and send it to me if I'm not here.
sure. You said something else though. You said that Prophet Muhammad wanted to conquer through deception, and that deception is a huge part of Islam. Could you explain that?
Sorry, what's a huge part of it?
that deception is a huge part of Islam.
Yes, that's one of the main ways to conquer other areas.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Can you be more specific?
How is deception a huge part of Islam?
Well, I think we discussed it then. I don't really feel like going over the whole thing
So
again.
you
It's
don't-
8 in the morning. I've been up for a very long time.
Okay. I'd appreciate if in the future you just didn't talk about shit you don't know about.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna keep talking about Islam because I know about it. So
Why not
tough
just
luck for
let it
you,
go?
man.
Honestly, don't.
Yeah, he was
about
he
the
was
globe.
a Muslim for a number of
Yo,
years.
He was not a Muslim.
Just being...
He was never a Muslim, man.
Even if I wasn't a
Yeah,
Muslim, it doesn't matter. I've read the text. I
Yeah,
know what I'm talking
percentage,
about. And
you
other
know,
Wait, I thought
people
you were
who read
Muslim.
the text too agree with me.
well, people are,
So
percentage.
you can
People are going
dance
to
as
talk
much
shit.
as you want.
Yeah, percentage. People are going to talk shit. It should just be water off of a duck's back. We shouldn't take all of these shots personally. And if that's what he believes, that's what he wants to believe, fine. Just let him be. But we shouldn't take all of these shots to the heart. Otherwise
No,
we're
no,
just going to
absolutely.
be.
But,
Yeah.
absolutely. But the issue is he and a number of others were saying it in this room, and it was largely uncontested and disinformation.
Let
and stuff
them
like
say
that.
what they want
Because
to say.
you can't
bro. That's
contest
their
it.
There's an
opinions, and
audience
they are
there. There's an audience.
even
Yeah,
though you and
and I
I
mean,
don't agree with what they are saying, we can't want to just attack them.
Yeah, this is
Right,
also
but
real
that's what
like
Islam
timeline.
is.
Yeah,
Hold
but
on,
if
They
he
hold on.
wants
can't
to
let it go.
respond, if he wants
Hold
to
on for a
respond, he
second,
has
Ed.
the complete
Yeah.
right to respond.
Hold on, you guys.
Yeah, and
there's
and
something to be
percentage has
said.
responded. But
Right.
now that
Nate,
he's
hold on, bro. Hold on a second. There's something to be said for like possible getting into this discussion, like attacking other people's religions, beliefs, even racism. So I don't know how to tread through from here in terms of moderation. Like this could get like if you guys feel okay with it, like percentage and Ed and whatnot. But I mean, it's kind of getting into that territory. It seems.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's the whole thing, right? That's what I
you
always
guys are
claim.
getting
As
hurt,
soon as you criticize Islam, you get deemed a racist
Yeah, but I
or
would say the same.
Islamophobe
Hold on,
and all that bullshit.
All right, but here's the thing, dude. If someone was in here doing that about a Christian religion or doing that about Buddhism or whatever, I would say the same thing. So it doesn't have to do just
Right, so which race is it then?
Well, I don't know.
Yo,
I mean,
Gio, this is nothing.
All right, well then
compared to
don't
what they
bring
were
up
saying
racism
before.
if you can't name the race. How easy is that?
This is
dude,
absolutely nothing.
I
compared
was
to what they
just
were saying before.
summarizing it in a category of where with this territory. When you're starting
Yeah,
to
I know,
attack-
because that's what the media always puts it in. That's what liberals always
Yeah.
do. They deem
Yeah,
it
I mean, but
racist
it-
because they can't handle the criticism. But if you can't
but
name the
as long as
race,
you guys
don't
get
mention
personal,
it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying you two just shouldn't get personal because that's where it's going now. It's not even about Islam anymore. It's like you two just going at each other.
No,
know?
it is about Islam, and Islam
Well,
likes
sure.
to make things personal so they can go in the victim role.
I just
So
feel
they
like
don't
there's
have to
something
address
about-
criticism.
The issues he's talking.
Now
he's
you're
saying smack.
going away from Islam and you're attacking Muslim. You see what I'm saying?
No, I just know what their tactics
don't
are
do that.
because I've been
Don't do-
dealing with
No,
this
but
for
now-
over
yeah,
20
but
years.
that has nothing to do with
You
Islam. You're
haven't,
attacking
right?
Muslims.
Have
because
you been
feel
dealing with this
Muslims-
shit for over 20
Yeah, but
years of
hang
your
on,
life?
hang on, bro. Hang on.
Yes
All right,
or
hold
no?
on.
Please
All right.
answer directly.
Hold on, man.
God, you're all.
Hold on, I muted the wrong person. I muted silent. I meant to mute Ed for a second. Hold on. You guys were talking right. You guys were talking right over each other. That was pretty chaotic. Percentage, what do we do from here for moderation? Is this do you want to have I mean
Honestly,
okay,
it need not continue.
I'll say
but
this. In my humble opinion, I'll say this. When it comes to, I'm just going to use the general words, spirituality and religion, I feel like there needs to be some level of like protectedness around that, like allowing people to have their beliefs without them being attacked. That being said, people attack the globe, people attack, flat planar Earth type cosmology. There's all kinds of attacking that happens in that realm, but that's like in like the world, the shape of the world and some of that. But I just feel like when it comes in, like, I would say the same thing if somebody came in here like just bashing Christianity and saying it's all deceptions. I mean, there's some level of people having opinions at that, but there's another level that you're getting into like bashing someone's actual spirituality or religion. What do you think about that? I mean, is that just all free for all? And I don't want to censor anyone, but it's kind of into that category, it starts to get into that.
Absolutely, but I don't think it's necessarily the same because if someone were to do that, then there would be people here to defend it. The issue is when all of this shit was happening, there was no one here to defend it. Well, I mean, Blaze, bless her.
Yeah, actually there was, but the person wasn't doing a very good job.
Because
And
you guys
I'll
kept on
remind
talking.
you,
Hold
Percentage
up,
was the one
man.
who brought it up.
Bro, I was just talking and you interrupted me. Same as how you guys interrupted her whenever she said, the very little that she said. She maybe said
because all
3
she said
sentences
was
in the
it
entire
sounds
thing.
like racism
and then
all that horseshit.
Okay, and then Witsit, bless him, he was trying to remain impartial, and being impartial meant defending some of it because it was absolutely heinous, the shit that they were saying. In terms of, if you know Islam,
were you just
so
speaking the
much of
truth?
what they said was inaccurate and just misinformation, disinformation,
No,
and
absolutely
Can
not.
I go
It
after
was exposing
percentage,
Islam.
please? All right, can I have my turn? So what I'm saying is, I agree with you, Gio. It's a very fine line, but the easiest way to put that line fairly in the ground is to say we allow attacking Islam and the doctrine, but don't, let those attacks spill over to Muslims. It's the same way we say attack the flat earth argument or the globe earth argument and not the flat earther or the globe. Call the argument stupid, but don't, come at the individual. So what this other guy was trying to do is he's trying to say because of Islam, Muslims use these sort of tactics, and that's where he's crossing the line. If he just wants to attack Islam and he's read the
How is
Quran
it
and he
crossing the
feels,
line?
I'm still talking. And
Yeah,
he
but how
feels
is
that
it
the
crossing
Quran
the
is.
line then?
I'm still talking, please. And he feels that the Quran is wrong and deceptive. Fine, but to then go and say that he lives amongst Muslims and he sees Muslims using these tactics, I think that's a bit much.
Right, but you don't live my experience, so you don't know what you're talking about. Also, how is it crossing
I'm
the
a
line
Muslim.
when Muslims
I'm a
are the
Muslim.
ones
Amongst Muslims,
applying the tactics taught to them through Islam?
Bro, you don't know what a
That's
Muslim
not
is, man.
fair. That's not a fair statement because a Muslim is a human being. They are exposed to Islam and other things as well. They're exposed to politics, music. The
Okay,
Western
and
world.
what if
Islam
certain
isn't.
things
I'm still talking.
specifically are taught to them by?
Please, bro. Like we need to stop interrupting each other.
But you're not
calm
addressing
down.
what I said.
When you speak, I'll be quiet. And when I speak, you need
how
to be
about
quiet,
Nate and
right?
Ed have a one-on-one right now?
And you did
I
say
mean,
a
I don't
lot.
have
You did say
I
a
don't
lot
have
in
a
one.
one-on-one.
You did say
I
a
just
lot
want to
in
be
one
able to.
breath. You did
Yeah,
say a
it'll be
lot
moderated.
in one breath. But if you guys want to kind of go back and forth for 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, we can kind of mod for it. If you can let each other talk and don't overtalk it. It seems like you guys want to work this out.
Okay.
But you
so
said
what
a
I'm
lot
trying
there.
to.
You said a lot there, though, dude. That was like 10 points, just to be fair.
Did I? All right, my bad.
Right,
I'll try
so
and keep it short and concise.
all right, so
But
then please
I thought
address
it
this
was. I thought
specifically.
I was.
Please address this specifically. Well, you
ahead.
just made 10 points, like Gio said. So
Go ahead.
the thing I want you to address specifically is how am I crossing the line when it's Muslims that are being taught specific things through Islam, and they are the ones applying said things?
What are these said things? Maybe that's what I need clarity on. What are these tactics, Malcolm?
Like deception.
All right, so now it sounds to me like you were saying deception is a thing exclusive to Islam and only taught to Muslims, and no one else.
No, I never said it
practices or uses
exclusive to
deception.
Islam.
Okay. So what are you saying exactly then? Only Muslims are taught deceptions, or only Muslims are deceptive
Again,
people?
I didn't say it's exclusive to Islam.
That's why I'm
So
asking for clarity.
why are you repeating it? I just clarified it.
I'm posing it as a question. Can you clarify?
And I already clarified it by saying it's not only in Islam. So next point.
So it's everywhere, right? So
you're not
everyone
addressing.
is
But you're still not addressing what I said,
want
though.
clarity before I
No,
address your
you
point,
don't want
because
clarity. You want
I
ways
do.
to dance around the fact that Muslims
not
are
dancing
taught
around
through
anything.
Islam specifically to deceive people, for example.
All right, maybe then give me clarity on these teachings. What does Islam teach Muslims about deception?
Okay, so if you don't know, then why are you even discussing this with me?
I do know, but I've
Holy
never
shit,
read
are you guys
anyway.
gonna let him get away with that?
Okay,
I've
if
never
you
read.
know,
I've
if
read
you know,
Quran.
then why do you
Okay,
ask me
I
for an
actually
example?
don't know. No, you're right. I actually don't know. I don't know where in the Quran it teaches
All right,
Muslims
well then,
to be deceptive.
all right.
So tell me, where in the Quran
please
are
go
Muslims
read
taught
it
to be deceptive?
and then come back
I've
to
read it.
discuss it
Nah,
with me.
you're trolling.
I've read it.
All right.
No, you
Gio,
didn't
this
read
guy
it.
is trolling, man.
That's a
Yeah, I've read the Quran, and I don't know
No,
when the
you
Quran
didn't.
tells
You
Muslims
obviously
to eat
didn't.
the
Otherwise, you would know what I was
Then
talking
tell
about.
us
But you
where
don't.
in the Quran does it teach
Gio, he's
Yeah,
making
no,
claims.
I'm not. I'm
and
not
then,
gonna play the.
Gio,
Yeah, I
he's
agree.
making claims, and then somebody generally is asking him to provide evidence of what he's
No,
talking
he was
about,
the
and
guy
he
wanting to
dismisses it.
defend this, but he doesn't know what he's talking.
I'm speaking with Gio. So at this point, I think he's just trolling, man.
Yeah, well, I will
maybe
agree that. Well, Ed, you were at. Hold on. To be fair, yeah, I agree. Like you were asked a question, and then it was more or less civil. It was going back and forth, and he asked you, okay, could you provide that, or how you think that's happening, and then you just
Right.
instantly said, oh, you should know because you've read it. I mean, that's not really.
No. That's not how it went.
Like, if you
Actually,
don't know,
Percentage
just
asked
say
me the
you
same
don't
thing as
know.
well.
Or just
Hold
say you
on.
made it up.
No, but I'm gonna clarify this because Percentage asked me the same thing as well, and I already said it's fucking 8 in the morning. I'm way too tired for this. And
All
then
right, but
he
then
asked me the same question.
Then don't make such a
Then
big
hold on,
claim.
hold
Then
on.
don't say. Hold on. Hold
he
on, bro.
wanted to.
I'm going to only mute you for a second, dude. Here, don't claim that an entire religion teaches deception and then not have any reason for it, bro. That if it's 8 in the morning, fine, but don't drop bombs that are huge claims and then just say you have nothing to show.
Percentage brought it up. You guys
That's
keep
because
forgetting
you
that
made-
I
that's
didn't
'cause
join
you were-
voice chat
apparently
to
you were
talk
making-
about this.
apparently
Percentage
it's
brought it
because-
up. I joined to talk with you, Gio. Did you forget that?
Yeah.
I brought it up as a result of your heinous fucking shit that you were saying earlier today.
No, that has nothing to do with it. You brought it up.
Would you? Yeah, as a defense of the misinformation
Right.
and lies that you were saying earlier.
Well, it's not lies though. It's actually all true.
Then substantiate it.
No, it's 8 in the fucking morning. I don't care.
Man, you've
We
been
can do it another
going
time.
hard. This is like the straw that breaks the camel's back.
It actually can't.
I mean, it's a big claim, Ed, to say it, and it's
Right.
in a sense making a huge claim about another entire.
Well, to call me a liar and say everything I did was misrepresent and lie and heinous whatever, and I should be killed for leaving Islam, that's pretty going too far.
You
as
never
well.
left Islam, man. You never
So yeah, actually I did. You have no idea what the fuck you're
No,
talking
you
about.
didn't.
Did
You were
someone
raised
say
in
that to
maybe,
you?
With my experience,
maybe your
so you can
parents
just
were.
be quiet.
But Islam is something you have to come with intellectual
Yeah,
maturity.
you have
believe
no
in it.
idea what you're talking about. You don't.
Ed,
you didn't live
did
my
someone say that
experience.
to you? Did someone say that to you, Ed?
Who hurt you?
Yeah,
Space
Percentage
Brother?
did.
No, he's
actually.
just referring to the what's it called, like apostasy doctrine.
Yeah, so I thought we
Man,
were
I
going
say
to drop
something?
this.
Percentage. I understand what you're saying, though. You're saying that just because you were like you were told you were a Muslim doesn't mean that you were practicing and then you left, or you understood it and left, right?
Yeah,
Is that
in
what you're saying?
In Islam, you're not born Muslim. Okay, you're not, even when you're a kid, you're not Muslim. You come to Islam when you're older and you're capable of like believing in it, and you have to make the testification of faith.
You have
La
no
ilaha
idea
illallah,
what I went
Muhammadan
through.
Rasulullah. That you have to actually believe it and come to Islam in that way to be considered Muslim. Just
And
because
maybe
your
he did. How
parents
come
are,
you don't know
just because
he
you're
didn't?
raised with it, even if you prayed as a kid, it doesn't matter.
You have no
You
idea
have to believe
what
it
happened
first.
See, you're still talking through speculation. You're
If
clueless.
Ed says he was a Muslim,
You
who are we to
literally said
question
there
it?
isn't a single good thing in Islam. I know for a fact that you weren't Muslim if you're saying that.
Well,
Yeah, I would
well,
agree.
that's your
There's
speculation,
definitely-
though.
There's definitely positives a lot in there, man. In terms of a lot of
In
traditional
every single
texts.
faith, there's positives. So just to
Yeah.
say that means you're just a hater and you never were Muslim.
No, it just means you
Yeah,
can't handle the criticism and are looking for a label to escape.
Yeah, let's just move on. I mean, it's clear what happened here. Ed
Yeah,
used to
let's
be a
move on,
Muslim.
please.
He maybe moved
I joined
somewhere
to
in the
talk with
West
Gio.
and left Islam, and he had a bad experience about it. And I mean, let's just move on.
Yeah. So what did you want to talk to Gio about? I'm curious.
Yeah.
Well, we were talking earlier about the stars and the sun and all that, but it sounds like after that, yeah, we had to talk about the stars and stuff. But then apparently they had that discussion from earlier, or there was something happening. Sounds like actually we had a moderator meeting today, and I think Witsit was the only one who was in here. So I don't know like what all went down, but it sounds like from what Percentage is saying, there was some happenings apparently related to that.
Yeah. To be fair, Ed said very little of all the most of it was Crackville, and it was actually shocking some of the stuff he said, but it is what it is.
Yo, can we get back to the light in the sky thing? Or is that dead?
Sounds good. I'm happy to move on from talking about Islam.
Me too.
You guys want to talk about Islam?
No.
Well, I mean, I just pulled up this article right here, Benefits of Being Muslim. A deep and abiding relationship with Allah, a pure concept of the nature of the Creator, a clear perspective on life, an evidence-based faith, accountability and justice, a holistic way of life. Those all sound good.
Sounds like Christianity with a different name. Sounds like Buddhism with a different name. I can go on.
That's what I'm saying. In every faith, there's good. So for you to say that there isn't,
Yeah, they all claim to be. That's right.
Well, it doesn't necessarily. Well, each tradition has, I think, connections to a lot of the original ancient mystical texts and structures that came before them, and inspired a lot of the resonance of truth within them. So, Ed, you're saying in the Quran there's not a lot of positive things.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of positivity for
talking about
Muslims.
Islam thing?
Yeah, like that there's not angelic inspiration and truth and a lot of positives.
There's a lot of positive things for Muslims.
Okay, well then now you're contradicting.
Even then, even then, it's not really that positive if you really look at it.
Geo, it's not worth it, man.
No, but I don't see where the contradiction is. It's like Islam is always portrayed as this religion of peace, and it is, but only for Muslims. Everything outside of it needs to be destroyed and conquered.
That's not true, man.
Yeah, actually it is.
Honestly, you don't know Islam. You shouldn't be talking about it, man.
No, I actually do know it very well.
Hold on, man. That sounds like humans that are then doing possibly things that are different. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're talking about the actual core of it, I'm saying the difference between the actual text, the actual...
That is the actual core of it. Conquer, destroy,
versus people
and take over.
Hold on. Versus people that are doing stuff. For example, if there were Christians, for example, that were doing some war or whatever, it doesn't mean that the Christian religion is corrupt just because those people are deciding to cause harm.
I know. I absolutely understand that, and that's not the argument I'm making. Believe me.
Yeah, the argument you're making is incorrect.
No,
it's not just.
It's
either,
very correct.
It's not, man. You're basically saying that.
Yeah, it is,
either,
man.
They're warring with another place, or it's a Muslim land.
Right.
That's
if they
incorrect.
don't submit to Islam, if they don't accept that they're slaves basically and have to pay this tax, I forgot the exact name of it, then they should be killed. Yeah.
Yeah, but those are humans doing that. Like that's not in the.
No, I know it's humans doing that, but they're commanded to do it through Islam because that's what their prophet commanded them.
That's
to
if
do.
they're at war with a country or a people.
No, it's not just war because the war is initiated always by Islam to conquer the area.
That's not true, man. You've never.
Yeah, that
tell
is
me what,
true, man.
If you know Islam so well, tell me what Dar al-Sulh is.
No, I don't care to translate anything.
Exactly. You have no clue.
I don't have to prove anything.
Right, so just because I don't know a word in Arabic, that means I know nothing about
It's not just a word, man. This is what you're talking about.
You're such a dumbass, really.
You're talking about Dar al-Islam, you're talking about Dar al-Harb, and the third one, and this is actually something that Sign or whatever, one of the other I think he's here now. Actually, he was talking about in classical Islam earlier today. He's talking about in classical Islam, there's only Dar al-Harb and Dar al-Islam, basically the land of Muslims and the land of war. That's not the case, actually. There's something called Dar al-Sulh, which is basically the land of treaties or what have you. Non-Muslims they're not trying to war against you, and you've entered into a treaty or like a truce with them.
Right, they're slowly taking it
it's
over
peaceful.
from the inside by depleting it of resources. That's another tactic. Yeah.
No, this is
another
actually
tactic by what? What are you talking about, man?
What you're spouting is actually a modernized, like liberalized version of Islam. This is not.
It's not actually. It's in the
according to
Quran. It hasn't
classical
changed
Islam.
for
What I
1400
described,
years.
yeah, Dar al-Islam and Dar al-Harb are actually the classical sort of divisions of it. Anything that deviates from that would be a sort of like modernized, liberalized sort of like offshoot of that. So again,
That's
according
not
to
true, man.
classical is yeah, it is. Yeah, you just don't know.
It's not true because the Quran hasn't
true
changed.
percentage.
Hold up,
It
hold
is
up.
true, my man.
I can point you to a verse in the Quran that says if they're not warring, then don't war with them, but and treat them. I'll actually point you to it, but the point is, it's not true because the Quran hasn't changed for 1400 years, and I'll get you that verse in a second. You're actually wrong about that.
Honestly, I don't think us as religious, I don't know if you're religious, but I am. I'm Catholic. We don't live actually the true religion as it's supposed to be. We're too pussies for that.
What does
Most
the
people,
Catholic
most
Church say?
religious people are modernized now.
Yeah.
That you call modernized.
That's why I say when I hear don't be afraid. If that's what it says that. It's gonna be
Right, but
people that disagree with
silent.
it.
What does the Catholic Church say then? Classically, do you need to conquer
about what?
as well?
Well, hold up. I got the verse. If you guys are ready for it.
go ahead,
Surah An-Nisa, the fourth chapter, verse 90. Except those who are related to a people between you, and whom is a pledge, or those who come to you with their hearts constrained from combating you, or combating their own people. And had Allah willed, He would have given them authority over you, and they would surely have combated you. So if they withdraw from you, and combat not against you, and offer you peace, then Allah has opened no way for you against them. That means it's forbidden to make war against people that offer you peace.
Right, so not war.
wrecked.
So you conquer them in other ways, like slowly depleting them of resources.
That doesn't matter. The point is, you guys said that there's only the land of
Conquering them
war
by
and the
sheer
land of Islam.
numbers.
So you're on the backside?
Yeah, but I also said it's full of deception and conquering
Yo, Ed, I'm not talking
other
to you right now. I'm
ways.
talking to Sign. You're on the back?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, dude. Again, I've heard this debated before. So I've listened to many debates on this. This is just how it is. I've heard Muslim apologetics. Okay, so again, your verse and how you're interpreting that is just not the case.
Bro, this is not
I've heard this
interpretation.
debated at the top level of Muslim scholarship, and dude, I'm telling you, like I've listened to it. You have no idea what you are talking about. Okay,
Bro, chapter 4, verse 90. It's clear Arabic. This is not a matter of interpretation. If they offer you peace, Allah has opened no way for you against them. You're literally not allowed to war with them if they've
dude, you're
withdrawn from
literally
you
just
or
wrong.
offered
Yeah,
you peace.
You're just wrong. Okay, you're just
All right. Tell me more about how you know what the Quran says. What a joke, man.
Yeah, cherry picking a verse that showed us.
Bro, the Quran doesn't contradict itself.
Bro.
You alright there?
So the Quran doesn't
That
contradict
was a
itself,
good
and it's
one.
been the same for 1400 years.
It's been the same for 1400 years and does not contradict itself.
So all those differences in the manuscript are like non or anti-Islamic propaganda.
Which difference in what manuscript?
The well-documented ones that everybody knows about. I linked an article if you're interested in looking.
Yeah, I'd like you to present it.
Well, I didn't really follow what you and Sign disagreed on there. I kind of thought you guys were agreeing, but it was like a miscommunication.
He was saying basically that in Islam there's only two territories, basically. There's Dar Islam, which is basically the territory of Islam, or like, you know, land ruled by Muslims, right? And then Dar al-Harb, which is means like the land of war, territory that's at war. And I was saying, no, that's not the case. There's a third territory wherein you've been offered peace and you're not allowed to wage war against them because they're being peaceful. Because Islam teaches you to be just, if, like, you know, if nothing else, be just towards, you know, the non-believers. So if you have a non-believing land but they've offered you peace, then you're not allowed to war with them. If they've withdrawn from you or they've offered you peace, then you're not allowed to make war with them. And that's what's called Dar al-Sulah, you know, the land of.
But you can still conquer them.
Okay, well then how is it the case that then there are basically territories that they have warred for? How many countries are now occupied 99% Muslim? There's over 50 countries now that are.
Sorry, what's your question?
I don't have a question. I'm just saying that how is it then? Is that the case? Then they've basically taken over countries. If they're not going to war, how is it that they are spreading? How is it that the how is it that the Muslim ideology is taking over the world and they're literally spreading their country? They're taking over countries by numbers.
Are you talking about now or during the golden age of Islam, like the spread of Islam? What are you talking about?
Talking now, I'm talking throughout all time and now. Talking.
You think now Islam is taking over the world?
I'm not saying it's taking over the world. I'm saying it's spreading. At a insane rate. Yeah,
because people emigrate.
Hold on, but that is a fact. But they're not doing it
when your country is mostly Muslim. Then you're subject to Sharia law. So this is like a sort of socio warfare. That's literally.
You should get going and having a lot of kids. You know,
right? This is taking over your rights. This is taking over your country, converting it to Sharia law. This is, dude. Listen. I've heard this debate.
This guy doesn't hear me.
All of these arguments dismantled.
He doesn't care, man.
It's all trash. Okay, you can just throw it in the garbage.
It sounds like you're getting triggered.
Let me say something.
Go ahead, Silent.
If he's worried about that, he should be having kids, right? That's it. That's the solution. That Muslims are not at fault for you guys not having kids, for you guys not getting married, having families. Eventually, if you guys don't have families and the other people's having families, what do you expect to happen? Let me finish, bro. What do you expect to happen? And then people, they have their cultures. Of course, they're going to impose their cultures around their group. That's what's going to happen. So if you don't like it, just have kids. Get going, buddy.
That's the problem. They impose it on others.
On their same group, buddy. They're same group. They're not gonna impose anything to you. You're gonna die off.
Yeah, they actually do. No, you are clueless about Islam if you think that.
Ed, nobody
you
worries
have
about
no
you.
idea
You have
what
no
you're talking
kids.
about. If you really think Islam is not gonna impose itself on me.
You keep.
The issue is, Silent. That was a red herring. We were talking about like the divisions of territory of the world or what have you. And
it is the same thing. If you immigrate to somewhere and you have your family, you have 3 or 4 kids.
Completely had no clue about Dar al-Sulah. So.
Well, it sounds like Sign is all too familiar with Islamic deception, just as me.
It's an ideology. Listen, it's an ideology, okay? And this is ideological warfare to the highest degree. And what the tactic that they use in this sort of thing, when we get in these sort of debates, the Muslims use is actually called taqiyya. This is where they deny all everything. It's all deny, but no. But actually, no, dude. This is what happens. This is the case. This is how Islam spreads, bro, to other countries. This is how your country gets taken over, and it's not just dude. This is
just like Crackville said, the Muslims in those countries, for example, in Europe, who actually know the text and know what they're talking about, they'll just admit
what are you
it.
Talking
That's
about?
what they're doing.
The Muslims that Crackville talks about, first off, Crackvillain doesn't know what he's talking about. Secondly,
Yeah, actually,
the Muslims that he was mentioning
he knows
aren't
very
actual
well
Muslims.
what he's talking about. Yeah,
no,
they are.
because bro, you
yeah,
can't
actually they
act,
are. They follow the text.
You can't act contrary to Islam and then claim that you're.
It's not contrary
Muslim.
to Islam. You're trying to deceive people.
Bro, again with the deception. Tell us what in Islam teaches deception.
Well,
like I thought it was too early in the morning.
For example, Taqiyya. It's a good one.
Yeah, how's that deception? What?
I haven't heard that one in a while. Oh, so okay. You're gonna tell us that Taqiyya means fear, right? Is that your excuse? Go on.
Taqwa, yes.
Yeah.
It means fear of God. Do you know what taqwa means?
Oh man, you're so transparent.
Yo, you even know what it means?
Yeah, bro, dude.
It's funny because you have absolutely no clue.
It's really funny. You're struggling because
Hold
we're
on, Ed,
actually predicting what you're doing.
Let's not take it into like ridicule, crazy.
No,
stuff.
but really, that's what he's doing. He's laughing at me. He's bro-duding me.
Well,
you think that's not ridiculing?
Well, I mean, not really, because he's kind of you keep saying there's deception, and then you're not actually saying what it is. So he's just
well, I just named it and signed it too. It's Taqiyya. That's a good example.
Okay, now you have to explain what you mean by it.
Yeah, go ahead.
It basically means you lie and deceive in order to advance Islam. So when people expose Islam for slowly taking over European countries, for example, you act like percentage and absolutely deny everything and twist and deceive about it.
Yeah, like if you listen to the top tier like Muslim scholars debate any of this stuff, like they'll admit like apostasy is a real thing. Like if you're in a Muslim country and you basically negate or disband your like you're an apostate. You can be killed. This is not like anything that's out of the ordinary, right? Amongst many other atrocious things. And then right, and it's literally just all tactics of taqiyya, deniability, smoke and mirrors, and all this stuff when it comes to this. And it's like, oh no, and then by the time your country's all Muslim, oh good luck, right? Like Sharia law, ha ha ha. It's a trap. It's a trap door. It's a broken ideology. It's crooked. It's awful, and it needs to be stopped at all costs.
All right. So the thing is, you guys are contradicting yourselves. If they were practicing taqiyya, and taqiyya is being deceptive, you guys still haven't defined how they're being deceptive, right? Then
I just gave the example of you and what you're doing now. So don't tell us we didn't give an example because I gave you one.
So me talking about Islam, educating you guys, is taqiyya for you?
No, it's not educating. It's pretending you're educating us by twisting things around and by being.
Bro, I literally quoted the scripture.
Dude! For example, cherry picking
I literally
the
quoted.
Quran.
I gave you the chapter, the verse of the scripture.
Exactly. You're cherry picking the Quran by quoting us some out of context verse. Yeah, that's
okay.
One of them.
Show me the verse. If I'm cherry picking, show me the verse that says attack the person that's offering you peace. Go ahead.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
so anyway, what you also did was try to downplay and
you're talking out your ass,
absolutely deny and twist around the fact that Islam is slowly taking over a lot of countries with, by depleting them of resources.
Maybe you should blame the countries.
But just
Islam is like a recipe for living a holistic life.
Of course, it's not Islam. That's part of the taqiyya deception again. Yeah, go on. Deceive.
You haven't even described how.
Well, I actually
doesn't mean deception.
I actually
it doesn't mean deception.
Times.
It means fear.
I actually did 2 times, and then I already predicted you were going to lie about it and say it means fear, and then later on you said
it does mean fear.
It means deception.
Bro, you know an example of acceptable taqiyya?
Bro, dude, a couple of minutes ago you said it means deception. Now you're saying it means fear again. So which one is it?
I never said it meant deception.
Constantly dancing around.
About
you don't know what you're talking about. You're just trying to deceive otherwise. So which one is
you said a major... Yo, Ed, come on. Like for
right, so are you clueless or are you...
Let's be chill. Let's be chill.
Yeah, I'm going to have to jump in and mod at some point here. This is getting...
You got to let percentage speak.
So Ed, you said a major part of Islam is deception. I asked you how. You said it was too early in the morning, you're tired, you didn't want to answer. Nate asked you the same question,
I gave
you
examples.
copped out. So, what is the major part of deception? Well, what's the major part of Islam that's deception then?
Me and Sign gave examples. Don't twist and
So
say
taqiyya
we
is
didn't.
a major part of Islam now?
Right, so don't twist around it and
No,
say we
it's-
didn't give you examples. You're trying to deceive us. Don't do that.
Sounds like
Are
Ed's
you
mad
saying,
he
bro?
trolled the
Are you saying
Muslim.
taqiyya is a major part of Islam or not?
Dude,
Dude,
Bro,
Ed,
alright,
gotta
you're
stop-
gonna get
you
a
gotta
timeout,
stop
bro.
screaming that into the
can you
mic.
stop broing me?
Bro,
Really?
dude.
That's how we speak.
No,
Finally give an
it's
example.
annoying. Stop bro duding me.
How about you make fun of how I
Ed
speak?
got caught
man.
trolling the
Yeah,
Ed trolled the Muslims. Now he's on their hit list.
Percentage. Did he finally give an example?
He said
They're gonna go
taqiyya
after
is a
you,
major
bro.
part of Islam, and that's the deception
You're
that I
fucked.
talk. Maybe there's more. I'm
You
asking.
asked for an example of deception, and me and Sign gave the example of taqiyya, and then you
Taqiyya
weren't
is not a major
satisfied
part of
with it.
Islam.
It's part of deception of Islam, which is what
How?
you asked for, and we gave it to you.
That is
I
the
swear.
weakest example I've ever heard. So you were saying Muslims are actively taught to practice taqiyya. That's the deception we are taught.
That's part of it, yes.
That's wrong,
come
man.
on.
You know what?
Percentage,
You know what
there's
I was
no
taught.
point with this guy. Let's just let it go and move on. Like
Well,
he's
I-
either trolling
Just move on.
or he just has a sour taste in his mouth, you know, being an apostate or
Right,
something.
right, of course.
Family
It's my
doesn't
it's
talk
my
to him.
feelings.
Yeah, it's his feelings. Clearly, it's his feelings. So let's just move on.
Well, let me just say this last part about taqiyya, okay?
Oh, come
so
on.
I was.
Just
I
drop
came to
it. You've
Islam.
been talking the entire
Relax,
time.
relax, man.
Ed,
That's
you're
not
just
true, actually.
interrupting him, man. Chill.
So I came to Islam as an adult, right? And I was taught that one thing about taqiyya, and it's very, very like a kind of footnote in Islam. It's not a major part whatsoever. But in any case, this is what I was taught. I was taught, if in a time of war, you are taken hostage, you're taken prisoner, and you're told you're asked about your religion, and basically they're trying to force you to denounce your faith, then you can lie about being a Muslim, even though in your heart you're still a Muslim, but you can say that I'm not Muslim or whatever if it means that your life would be saved. That's the only kind of example of taqiyya that I was taught.
So you get permission to be real.
Yeah,
Well,
but we
if
aren't
it means
taught-
saving your
I
life,
mean-
you can lie about your faith, and that's
We are told what we are told as Muslims what taqiyya is, but we aren't actively told to practice it. We aren't told go out there and be deceptive, practice taqiyya, because a lot of us Muslims don't live in war zones. Our lives are not necessarily Muslims. We can be open about being Muslims today. It's not something we're told to go out and do.
You live in the.
Yeah, it's fine if you want to twist it into that it's only applied to war and all that stuff. That's fine by me. Let's move
Hey,
on.
aren't you an atheist?
Who, me?
Yeah.
He trolled the
That's
Muslims.
right.
Now he's on their hit
Atheist,
list.
agnostic.
Can you maybe
Yeah.
just let him know?
Good job earlier, bro.
Thanks, man.
That's
Are you an
funny,
atheist?
Brian. He's on our hit list.
I'm just curious if he's an atheist.
Yes, I'm atheist and agnostic.
Gotcha. Those aren't the same thing, but so you really can't
No,
ever.
they are not the
um,
same
you-
thing. I know. That's
You
why I
can
said
never
them
invoke.
separately.
You can never invoke any type of moral contention because your worldview dictates that there is no objective moral standard.
That's not an internal critique. That's an external critique.
You can't actually critique anything from a moral high ground because you
Yeah,
don't
I know.
claim.
You said that. That's an external critique, not an internal critique.
No, you could do an internal critique between two atheists, but within atheism, and they'll have
Yeah,
different.
that's
moral-
fine. But what he
moral,
just did was
ideas
critique me
on,
from Christianity.
ancestry and a bunch of other things.
Except from Christianity. No.
Mm.
Just objectively, if you're an atheist, then there can be no objective moral standard. It has to be subjective.
That's incorrect.
Okay, then what's the objective moral standard? We'll put that in place.
Good luck.
I'm gonna type it out because
Yeah,
it's too
okay.
many words.
Well, I know people that are like
Yeah, okay.
agnostic or atheists, but they do have a moral standard. It's kind of maybe their own though, just be a good
That's what I'm
person,
saying. Yeah.
treat others with
Yeah,
respect,
it is their own.
don't steal. I mean, all that just comes
Sure, I'm not saying that all atheists have no morals. I'm saying that they, by necessity, have to invoke a subjective moral standard. They can't
that's
like
not true.
bring it to the table as if, oh, this is objectively wrong, because there is no objective morals. Because if there is no creator, there's no purpose. Everything evolved based strictly on the need to survive, and there can be no objective moral standard or linear code of ethics without something placing that in order.
Morality is nothing to do
I'll even
with
care about moral.
with purpose.
You
All
ask
right, man,
one
we can-
incest if incest is morally correct, morally fine, they'll say yeah. Another atheist will say that it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Like-
there are some that still would imply that there is sort of a universal moral, like sort of the treat how you want to be treated, and don't steal, don't rape, don't kill. A lot of those things are kind of
Yeah, because they have a contradictory worldview, right? So they if you say, is rape wrong, they'll say yes. You're like, well, is it objectively wrong? Like, if it's right to someone else, then is it right, or is it objectively? Like, because they know rape's wrong, and they know murder's wrong, and they know lying's wrong, but like they can't really invoke an objective moral standard, right? Like you can't do that if you're an atheist. Like
what do you call the
logic-
religion of like? What do you call this, y'all? Live and let live. What's live and let live? What kind of religion would that be considered? Like just live and let live.
This isn't really about that. This is about the philosophical implications of claiming that there's nothing that placed order, because there can't be a linear code of ethics if there's no order.
Yeah, you just keep
It's hard
saying
to
it can't, but you're not demonstrating how. No
Okay, so
logic
wait,
or
let me just
arguments
ask you then, so
behind
I don't
it.
strawman
Nothing.
you. So you think there is objective morality?
No. You're claiming that it can't over and over again without demonstrating how. Please present an argument.
Well,
I did.
I'll jump in.
No, you just said it
jump in
can't.
to one thing. I'll say one thing about it because as the way I'm thinking about it, to jump in. So if somebody that's atheist has their own moral standard, and they may like raise children and they raise them under that moral standard, etc. However, if their viewpoint is that the Big Bang, or random evolution, all that stuff, that we are just the material, the whole like Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm, that we're just material beings in our brains, and we just evolved from sea slime and all that, and we just evolved into this, then there isn't really a moral. I hear what Witz is saying, like there can't really be like a moral universal. There's not like a higher power or higher energy that's orchestrating stuff. We're just so they can have their own moral standard. Maybe they raise their kids that way, but they can't have a structure by which to put a larger.
You just repeated his claim with different words. You're both
No.
saying it can't, but
The
you're not
reason
giving
is-
any
Yeah, but
argument.
if you don't have
Reason
the
is
rules,
because
like where do you draw the lines, bro?
If there is no God
enough-
to establish a
look.
higher moral power, doesn't that then mean that the next species and chain of high power then is the one that establishes the norms, which would become humans?
and everyone
created
disagrees.
universe.
So that means it's a subjective moral standard.
Right. That's what
Well,
was.
it doesn't
that's
even
what
need to
Austin
be from
said
God,
originally.
Negator.
That's
It
what he
doesn't need
said
to be from God.
originally. Originally, it was an objective moral standard. It wasn't really about the subject. That's what Austin was saying, right?
Yeah, like
You
I'm
can
just
have
saying,
a scripture that's not from God, but if everyone's agreeing on it, then that's going to be the objective moral standard.
so
right?
by
It doesn't need to be
definition, it's
godly.
subjective, meaning
Yeah,
like
yeah, I agree.
people used to think that slavery was cool or whatever, right? So like applying that means in Africa right now, slavery is moral because a large amount of people think it is. Like they don't think they think it's okay to do it. So it's constantly changing based on the societal acceptance. And then you could say, well, it's based on majority or whatever. That's a really shitty, way to live, of course, because then someone can say, yeah, I raped her, but dude, she goes out every weekend and gets drunk and dresses half naked. She's asking for it or whatever, So,
Yeah, and then you could even have a more modern kind of. You could say, like, no, not euthanasia. What's the word that I'm looking for? When you euthanasia.
Yeah.
Right? No.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, killing
Euthanasia is
off
the one
people based
with-
on like ineptitude or something.
No, that's not what I'm looking for. What's the word where you're killing off? Where like you're an old person and kill 'em?
Euthanasia is the right word.
Okay, euthanasia. All right, I was getting it confused with eugenics, I guess. But yeah, so euthanasia. You ask one atheist, they'll say it's morally, fine, and then another atheist will say no, it's not morally good. We shouldn't be killing old people, even though it's, whatever, life is sacred. Or maybe with abortion, I imagine most of them would say that abortion is fine, but there might be some atheists that say no, life is, it's a baby, and you're killing that baby, what have you. There's
Wait
no
a minute.
objective moral standard.
What's killing old people got to do with the euthanasia?
Oh my gosh.
They're
So-
synonyms.
That was a joke. So, yeah, like he's saying, your idea of morality is your God, and it can't be objective. Like, the only way you can have objective moral standards is there was something outside of this place, like more powerful than
Can
you.
you please finish the argument? Because you only read the first sentence.
Because it's
Why
either
don't
based
you
on your
read the whole thing?
interpretation of the idea of your God, or it's based on the subjective definition of morality of your God. If you say it's not subjective to your God, then your God didn't decide morality.
Right. So either way, it's subjective.
No. So
Yeah, it is.
No, actually, like if the creator made it, that if you want to call
That means it's subjective to the creator.
You're impossible to talk to.
Ed, in 3 years, I've never heard you have a fucking pleasant conversation, bro. Relax, man. Worse than me.
Yeah, like all I'm saying, this is an age.
It's objective.
It's an age-old debate, right? Like any atheist, like if you go to like a university debate or something, like professors, right? Any atheist is going to claim that there's no objective morality because it's just like you had to do what you had to do to survive. Like survival is the only driving factor, like the need to survive, and all else is relative to society at the time. It's subjective based on what we think, and as we learn more, then it changes and blah blah blah. So, because there has to be something outside of here with more power outside of the material world, the physical world, to set that natural order, or like linear code of ethics or objective standards of morality. Like something would have to set it in place, right? If not, it's all random. It has no purpose, and it has no instinctive or intrinsic order. Pretty simple.
Okay, well, even if I were to agree with all of that, that would still mean that morality is subjective to your God's will.
Within Islam, the rules of law and the standards of morality are one. They're not changing. They're objective. Within Christianity, the rules of law and the standards of morality are not changing. They're one objective metric.
They're created by
Within
the creator,
atheism,
which
it
means they're
depends on the
subjective to
atheist.
their will.
I was almost done, man. I was almost done. Within atheism, it depends on the atheist and how they feel about a certain topic. If it's a topic within, like, what's that window of what's acceptable and what's not acceptable?
Overton.
Anyways, Overton's window, exactly. If it's pushing, if it's on the fringe of Overton's window, you'll find atheists, some of them accepting it, some of them not accepting it. There's no objective standard of morals, and that leads to chaos.
And atheism is a misnomer anyway. Like, atheism means no deity. I don't think there's anyone alive that would claim they know for a fact that there is no creator. So that doesn't actually exist. Like agnosticism exists. Like, I don't know if there is a creator, but I don't even think atheism exists.
No, there are. There's definitely people that say there's absolutely no God or creator.
But that you think they actually think they know for a fact that there couldn't be a creator?
Yeah.
They just call the universe God.
Well, they
Well,
believe
they
they
make
know.
the
It
universe
isn't
the
the case that
creator
they
at that
do
point.
know.
I mean, they say that. There are some that absolutely claim that there's just no creator. And
I've never heard anyone, man. Whenever you phrase
they
it
just say
like
the universe is eternal, and the universe, like they personify the universe as having the same divine attributes as what we define God as.
if you ask an atheist, so would you say that you know for a 100% fact that there's no way that there's a creator? They'll say, I don't see any evidence for one.
Yeah, I've never. Yeah, I agree.
Well, when you put it to that extreme, yeah, perhaps.
Well, that's what atheism is by definition, right?
But
No,
there
I've
are.
heard persons say there is no God, that they know there is no God.
Well,
They're lying.
couldn't it be that they don't think
Yes,
there
they
is
are.
one? It doesn't mean that they're saying that there's not the possibility of one. They're just saying they don't think there is. Like atheism, like no creator.
Right. Most
Well,
of them are
agnosticism,
agnostic.
right? That's
Yeah,
I don't
no,
think
but
there is.
right.
I
But
don't.
atheist means you don't believe, and agnostic means you don't know. So there are Gnostic atheists who say, I don't believe, and I know there's no God.
Atheism means no deity. That's what the word means.
No, it means you don't believe.
The etymology of
That's
the
what
word
it-
is.
The etymology is irrelevant. We're using it today, not 2,000 years ago. Yeah, you can laugh it away, but we're using it now.
Why are you so triggered though?
Etymology is irrelevant.
No,
Well,
because
how
I've
about
heard
this?
this
About that,
argument
like
a million times.
As
And it
opposed to
doesn't
like
matter.
Be triggered.
No, it does mean what Austin's saying because theo, T-H-E-O, comes from the original Greek, which essentially means God. Theos. So theos essentially is no God, no creator.
Yeah.
Or no. Or
Yeah,
no,
but Ed's right. to be fair, Ed's right in the fact that you can't just point to something's etymology and disregard.
It's not merely etymological. That's the problem.
That's a logical fallacy.
And the atheist, the atheist frequently does this so as to escape the true nature of their position. They want to simultaneously hold this strong dogmatic position of all-theosism. It's just an anglicization of the Greek word all-theos. There is no God. And they don't commit to the real nature of atheism because the vast majority of them know already full and well that it's an indefensible position.
Yeah, I would say
atheism is not a position. Atheism means you don't believe. It doesn't say that you know something. You're not making a knowledge claim.
Well, yeah, I'm making an
So,
argument
please
that's
no
not
philosophy.
typically made. That's cool, but I'm still confident in my argument that based on what it actually means, as opposed to the colloquial
that's what
use
it
of
meant.
the word.
That's what it meant.
Have you
a
ever
long time
had
ago.
like a real conversation?
Yeah, Ed, you're just clipping and interrupting. You're kind of doing a Xanac move here, bro. Come on.
It's like
Now,
A
with that being
with
said,
power.
Ed, if you do say that, if you do elucidate the position to be that, then what you've done is you say you believe the supposition conforms to reality, because that's what belief is. You accept the supposition conforming to reality, and then you say, but I don't know it, and to know something is to have a justification for believing that the supposition conforms to reality. So you just conceded that you don't
But
have a justification
there's no
for
supposition to
accepting the
believe.
supposition.
Well,
but
for
there's
what
no
it's worth-
supposition to believe. Stop saying that. It simply means that you do not believe claims that other people have made. That's
Well, I
what it
think-
means.
Hold on, you guys.
You're both right and you're both wrong.
Yeah, I was going to
Hold
say,
on,
in a way, you
let me
guys
say
are
this.
all right. Well, let me say one thing. Just from on the
Okay, go ahead.
Wikipedia, just to read this, it says, for this is right from Wikipedia, in the broadest sense, it's the absence of belief in the existence of deities. Less broadly, atheism is a rejection of the belief that any deities exist. In an even narrower sense, atheism is specifically the position that there are no deities.
Exactly.
So it's kind of like a spectrum there. But the word itself, like it comes from Greek atheos, which means without God.
Which is why I
just
said,
went a
like,
different angle,
technically
Gio.
speaking.
I actually just looked at the definition, and I pulled up the definition from the 3 different dictionaries, and they're both right. It says disbelief in or denial of the existence of God or gods. That's one definition. Another one is the doctrine or belief that there is no God. And then another definition says the absolute denial of the existence of God or any other gods. So,
Yeah,
and these are
so
3
that's-
different dictionaries.
Right, but wouldn't that
That's
fall
why I
under the knowledge claim, though? Like agnostic
It's
versus
a knowledge
Gnostic?
claim. You want to deny that it's a knowledge claim.
Yeah, but atheism
so as
is
to
not a
escape
knowledge
the burden
claim.
of proof. But it
It's
is.
not. No, that has to do with Gnosticism and agnosticism.
Okay,
not
we can move on. We
atheism
don't have to
versus
knowledge
deism.
claim.
We don't have to be
No,
so
it isn't.
pedantic, man. It's no big deal. I'm sorry I brought it. That's why I said technically speaking, I don't think that anyone exists that thinks they know for sure. I think everyone in that camp would be more accurately denoted as agnostic. Like, I don't know if there's one. I don't see evidence of one. I don't think there's one. But if you say, I don't think there's one, that's you saying, well, you don't know if there is one or not, right? Because no one can say that they know there is not one. No one can make the definitive claim that there is 100% no chance of there being a creator. That's all I'm saying. It's like,
They need omniscience.
I think it's valuable.
They need to be the creator to make that claim.
I'm only saying I don't believe.
In
But I'm
that-
also saying I don't know. I'm not saying I know there's no God. That would be ridiculous.
Well,
But you're also saying that you believe the supposition there is no God,
No,
and then you say
no,
you don't
that's
know
incorrect. That's incorrect. I don't believe any God.
Okay, it's all good.
Right?
Whatever.
You accept the supposition there is
saying
no God. You see how every time I
No.
mention this, and this point is always walked over by the likes of Ed, but the point is very simple. If you say you don't accept the supposition the God is real or the gods are real, then that necessarily implies the inverse of that position, that you
No, that's
do
incorrect.
accept the supposition that there is no God.
No,
I don't
and
like
I
that,
can,
Greg,
I
'cause
can
he-
give
he's
an
being very
analogy why
clear.
that's incorrect. You can
Well,
have a
he
jar of
clarified his
pennies.
position. So
You can have
yeah,
a
it's
jar
cool.
of pennies, and you can say that it's an even number of pennies. I can say I don't believe you. Doesn't mean I claim there's an uneven number of pennies in the jar.
Okay, it's all good. It's all
Therefore,
good.
your claim is false.
That's weird though. That is kind of, I don't know. That's kind of sophistry. Like, that is
dishonest.
your main tactic, where it's like, if
Why
I
is
say
that
something,
dishonest?
if I say something, normally you'll voice contention with what I said. So then I will immediately ask you to clarify, and I will voice like the opposite of what I said and ask, well, is that what you're saying? And you'll say, no, I'm just saying no to what you said. But the implication of it is, of course, that the opposite is true. I mean, I don't
No,
like
it's
that
just
method
religious
of
devotion
It
to
seems a bit
negating opposition.
dishonest.
You guys,
it's just a demonstration of his religious devotion to negate our position, because he desperately does not want any theistic position to be true.
All right, Gregory, fair enough. Let's get Austin. Do you want to do Austin and Ed? Do you guys want to do like a couple minutes back and forth, just 1v1, so you guys can.
I mean, we can. I mean, I don't care about this. See, he wants, however he defines it, it's his worldview, right? So, like, I don't care. I was just saying, technically speaking, I'm more interested in the concept that you can't invoke objective morality if you're an atheist, and I'm under the belief that everyone knows that certain things are objectively wrong.
Yeah, we have the ability to detect that, to sense that within ourselves.
That's why I was asking, what do you think? Right? That's what I'm asking him. Like, what do you think that there is, like, do you think some things are objectively wrong, or is it all relative to a subjective interpretation?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I do believe in objective morality, right? But I think we kind of skipped over the point I made earlier, that your morality is subjective to your God's will.
Okay, but what I'm asking is if, like,
That's an equivocation fallacy.
Just if you
No,
think
that's the point we started with. It's nothing to do with equivocation. It's just going back to the point I made earlier. So please stop the philosopher speak, Gregory.
So, but if you think that there is objective morality, then the question is, like, what placed that standard in place?
Well, do you agree that your morality is subjective to your God's will?
I don't use the word subjective to denote, the design of a creative force. I don't find that to be the case.
Then did your God not decide morality?
I think the way that the world was made, it had an intrinsic balance of right and wrong.
No, I'm asking, did your God decide what morality is?
Well, Ed, to be fair, you're responding to his thing with a question. So how about, if you want, could you answer it first, and then we could hear Austin's perspective on it? Because you kind of just jump back asking him, but it was like, it doesn't have to be like a fight or like anything like that. It's just how.
No, I know that, but I expected to be talking about something else, and then he went to a totally different topic, and I was like, well, I made this topic like 15 minutes ago. So
no, it was
no. What happened was I brought this.
Yeah, it's about how you have an objective morality structure, and then you just asked him how his God or whatever. You just jumped it to him, and I was just saying.
Yeah, because I was expecting to talk about the topic we were currently talking about, and then he suddenly moved to something else.
Dude, the way the conversation started was, I jumped in.
I asked you like 15 minutes ago about your morality being subjective to your God's will, and everyone sort of skipped over that. So
okay, wait, I'm happy to.
Can I respond to that?
All right.
What happened was I jumped in and said, I don't think that I asked if you were atheist, because I said, if you can't actually, you can't invoke any type of moral contention as if it's objective in a debate if your worldview is atheism, because you can't have objective morality. I brought this up, and then you ended up responding with, no, even yours is subjective. But so I'm happy to talk about that, but I'm just wondering if you can answer my question first. Like, that was my first question from the beginning. Like, if you're atheist and you're claiming there's objective morality, what put it in place?
What put it in place? I don't know.
Do you agree something would have to for it to be objective?
You mean like in intelligence?
It'd have to be set somehow.
Yeah, some type of designing.
Right, but he said he doesn't know, so he can't account for that.
Yeah, so Gregory, I'm not talking to you. Please cut with the bullshit, please. So, Wizard, please repeat the last question.
If you believe that there is objective moral standard, then in order for it to be objective, there would have to be some determination process of what made it objective. Like, something had to place it in order.
Right. But I don't know where the universe came from. So I can't tell you
There's
if
his
it's
answer.
Intelligence or anything.
Do you think that objective moral standard could have been put in place void of like sentience or intelligence?
Like a natural process? Yeah, sure.
Natural process created a conscious objective moral standard?
Sorry, what? Can you repeat it?
a natural process could create a objective moral standard?
Right.
Okay. I find that to be
Let me
logically
ask a
bankrupt
question. How
personally.
does matter in motion establish a moral?
I don't know. I already told you. I don't know how the universe got here.
Yo, Ed,
So
when
then
you, when you think of like a
this
moral
account of
standard,
No, I
morality is
don't concede
inadequate.
to anything, Gregory. I'm not talking to you. I don't deal with your philosophy speak. So
yo,
please
Ed,
don't address
so when
me.
you think of a
That's
moral
like his
standard,
third
is
ad hom so far.
No, it's not an atom.
Every
It's
time I
just that
speak.
I know your stick, and I'm not putting up with it. So don't address me.
As he
All right, so
derisively
Ed,
calls my valid
Can
questions and
you
arguments
just
a
stop
shtick.
addressing me already?
Ed, so when you're talking about this objective moral standard, how do you envision it? Do you envision it as being like internal to like a person, like innate, like an innate kind of ability, or
No.
do you how do you kind of view it as something like the universe just kind of like applies to people, or
No.
what?
Something something that has to be discovered, basically. Like we discover things about the universe, like well, I almost said gravity, but you know, things like that.
Can you give us an instance where we discovered the moral?
Gregory, can you stop addressing me?
So,
well,
What
if,
is
if
this?
you're implying that there's something to discover, would that not imply that there's some kind of a, for lack of a better term, a matrix? But I don't mean like in the movie The Matrix. I'm talking about like a lattice, like an interstructural system of some sort that you then are discovering. And in that sense, wouldn't it then by default have to have been created for you to discover said structure?
Wait, can you go over that again slowly, please? You went a bit too fast.
Well, if you're saying that morality and like true morality is something to be discovered, kind of like you were saying, discovering, something in nature, like that it's like something
Yes.
you discover. If that's the case, then wouldn't that imply that it would have to be some kind of a structure? I was using matrix or a lattice, some kind of a structure you then are discovering. And if that's the meaning, some interconnected layer of consciousness, the way you were kind of describing it, like to discover it, wouldn't that then imply that it has to be created?
Right, but it could have been created, quote unquote, like the universe was created, I suppose, through natural process or whatever it was.
So you do believe in a creator?
No. That's why I said quote unquote created, because
you just said it. You just said created.
No, I said quote unquote created, like by
No,
natural
you didn't
process.
say quotes. You didn't
Gregory,
say quotes.
please.
It doesn't matter. You don't. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to like say that you have to.
Well,
That's what you said.
then came into existence. Replace it with that it came into existence.
Yeah, just began existing. That's what he's trying to say.
Through a natural
here's my
process
question.
or something.
Ed, so let's say you have two atheists, right? And they're experiencing the world, and one of them, on one of these certain topics, views it as morally just and morally good. The other one views it as morally bad. How can they discern between which one is the truth? Which one's the objective, like in line with the objective morals? How can you tell?
Well, by applying the objective morality standards.
What are those?
I'm trying. It's I can't really put it into words like that. I need to find.
So Ed, can I
typed it
summarize what
before.
we're saying?
I'm gonna look for it. Give me a few minutes.
So there's like specific questions that you've come up with to judge whether or not something's objectively moral.
Not really questions. It's more like
a rubric, a scoring rubric type thing.
I don't know. It's
kind
more
of standard
like
to adjudicate.
it's more like a statement, and you need to see if the situation applies to the standard or not.
And then who wrote the statement, and then who controls the outcome of what you decide to do? Like if you do the wrong thing, let's say you steal or whatever it may be, kill or rape or something like that, you do the wrong thing. Who then is controlling the consequences and the reaction for that?
Oh, you mean punishments?
Yeah, and the original thing that Percentage said, which is like,
the criteria that you have, like who.
Yeah.
Who
I know.
Who made the statement?
I'm looking for the criteria. I typed it down somewhere. Just give me some time.
But did you come up with them yourself?
No, I heard someone else say it, and it instantly clicked, basically. Just hold on.
But you see how that's kind of subjective, right? Someone else thought of them, they resonated with you.
Yeah, I know,
subjectively,
I know. But that can also happen with scientific discoveries, like you discover shit about magnetism and it clicks instantly. Like, yeah, I understand this shit. It all makes sense to me. Yeah.
You don't
So
understand magnetism.
I was just wondering,
So
like,
you
the
believe that
religions.
moral laws are discovered in the same way that laws of motion or physics is discovered or recognized?
I think Trouble was trying to get into. Go ahead, Trouble.
I was just going to say, well, don't religious moral standards change also? Because one stage you weren't allowed to get divorced, but now pretty much every religion accepts that.
Well, there are definitely subjective aspects of specifics that people change, but we're talking about like outside of religion, or because religion is relative to man's subjective opinion anyway, right? Seemingly.
That's not
So
quite right.
it's just, is there an intrinsic objective standard built into existence?
Yeah, a good religion won't change with like pressure from the modern times or what have you. That's the apologists change it.
Yeah.
Morals in the nature of the case are absolute and universal. No, they don't change.
To answer your question though, Ed, you had talked about how our morals are subjective to our God's will, and I wouldn't view it like that. But yeah, definitely God created that objective set of morals. It's objective for creation, right? For all of us, it's objective. But yeah, it was definitely God's will, and He decided them, and so you could call it subjective if you want, on that level, on like the God level, right? But for all creation, it's objective.
I would rephrase that a little bit. When Ed says the supposition, it's subjective to your God's will. Why, certainly. And secondly, which is in the nature of the case why it makes it objective, because it's absolute and universal. And secondly, they weren't created. These things are eternal with the God's character. The law of the God, the morals that He prescribed to humans, is contingent upon His eternal being and His character, which is eternal. So these laws has always been real. It's just a matter of when He spoke the revelation so as to inform us.
Doesn't the existence of thousands of different gods, each with their own different set of objective moralities, indicate that maybe being objective, or rather basing objectivity on the existence of a creator, doesn't really make it objective?
No,
because
not in the
otherwise
slightest.
all of the morality for all of the religions would all be objectively true. But they
No.
can't do that
No,
simultaneously.
That's the issue.
No.
There's only one God, and there's only one true objective morality.
Do we know which one that is?
Yeah,
Yes.
just that.
Oh,
Well,
according
everybody
to
thinks they do, but at least it
Easy.
includes the objective truth that it's wrong to kill babies for the fun of it. How about
Yeah, I mean, the
that?
question is whether or
absolutely.
not it exists, right? I mean, as to all the specifics, yeah, like he said, there are some things we all know. We all know it's wrong to hurt an innocent little baby. We all know it's wrong to murder someone. We all know it's wrong to do quite a few things. And we know it's morally wrong to steal. And we know it's morally wrong to lie. We like intuitively know these things. Like
Yep.
the fact that it's innate and known across the board, despite the claims that some disagree, is kind of the point. Like, is there? It's more of a macro philosophical question. It's an age-old question. Well, not really age-old, because atheism is actually relatively new.
Now, with that being mentioned, something has to be cleared up, because very often another equivocation occurs. When we say we know such and such, the murder of infants, born or unborn, et cetera, lying, murder, et cetera, it's often equivocated with being able to detect, quote unquote, how we know, versus being able to justify the value judgment, the moral judgment, the supposition that this or that is immoral or moral, justified or unjustified. The latter is what's really in dispute. So in the meantime, until Ed finds what he's trying to find, with the latter, being able to justify the supposed value judgment, this is immoral. This is immoral. This is justified, unjustified. How does one justify that knowledge claim, the particular knowledge claim, which falls under axiology, which is the value theory, the study of value, which includes ethics,
just made
how
that
one
word
ought to
up.
live. Say again?
I said you made that
I
word
just
up.
made the word up. Axiology.
Yeah, Matthew. Matthew, I was going to ask you, like, where do you stand on all this? Like, are you atheist or agnostic? And then how do you, where does your moral structure come from?
I'm a theist. I believe that the existence of absolute morals is a evidence that God exists, because I think it's not disputable that there are objective morality, that there are objective morals, and the best explanation for that is a lawgiver, so a God, in other words. And I don't think there's any credible way for an atheist to come up with objective morality.
Agree. We agree, Matthew. Look at that.
That's right. I think we actually agree on more than we disagree with it.
I would not disagree. I'm sure there's a lot of things we agree on.
I disagree. I'm just kidding.
It's worse than not being able to justify moral knowledge claims, moral value judgments. They cannot have knowledge whatsoever, because in the nature of the case, atheism, more often than not, is absolutely materialistic, and thus taking the big red marker, as I like to say, and crossing out all abstracta. And then they try to reify that which is abstract, which then renders the abstracta, which is universal and absolute, to being particular and thus not universal, and contingent and thus not absolute.
Right, and another reason is that if the brain evolved, then we would expect the brain to evolve to survive, not to evolve to be able to understand truth or to know truth. So why do we trust our brains to know truth if it was just evolved to survive?
Doesn't survival as a species require some form of moral objectivity?
No, that's the point. It doesn't require moral subjectivity. It does not require truth either. So maybe we evolved to believe false things.
Well, it's that we can acknowledge what is here.
And then when we talk about survival, we all understand survival is a value judgment. But in the nature of the case with atheism, they can't even justify that one value judgment, which would be the necessary implication of their origin of life theory, especially as it concerns humans. But they can't even justify that premise, because survival implies that there is a value placed upon being alive.
Mm-hmm.
But values are not material. They're not like rocks and stones and water.
Yeah, but for the species to survive, at a bare minimum, you have to be alive, but you need somebody else to be alive too. Therefore, you must care about someone else's position in this world, right? It can't simply be self-centered.
Well, that is the necessary implication given that end. If you have an end where you value your existential satisfaction and or the existential satisfaction of another person, then yes, you would make the value judgment so as to do whatever is pleasing and whatever you may think is best for yourself or the other person. But the question is, how do you justify those value judgments? And before that is, how do you justify the supposition that such values are even real in the first place? Especially when everything, all of reality is summarized in one supposition. Everything is just matter in motion. And that motion itself is not material either.
Negator, are you atheist or agnostic?
No, I'm a theist as well.
Oh, okay.
I just don't agree that morality must come from what we're given from God.
The fact that we observe an innate moral standard across the board, whether acknowledged or not, we all know that's the case via logic. And the fact that there is just something that's objectively wrong or right means that it had to be placed in order.
What if that objective moral standard that we observe across the board was evolved?
Never is there going to be There's never going to be an
Why not, though?
evolution where murdering an innocent baby is not immoral.
Oh, I agree. But I don't think murdering innocent babies is part and parcel to evolution.
Well, that's your,
So
you can say a creator made evolution, but if you wouldn't care to eat a baby, if you were, if it was merely survivability that mattered, if you had to eat a baby back in the day to survive, you would just do that. It wouldn't make it bad. That there's no way it could be wrong because you were just surviving, and that is all that matters. That's what dictates action, right? So that's the point. Is you can claim there's a God that made evolution, but if you claim that there is no creative force or designing intelligence, well, you're going to have to say that it doesn't have a purpose, therefore there can't be objective morality. Now we can get together and evolve what we think's right or wrong over time as a society or whatever, but it can't be objective.
But so my premise is not that personal survivability is everything. That's why I mentioned that for the species to survive, you must care about somebody else's survivability, right? You must find a mate, and then you must make offspring. So it's impossible that the only thing you could involve is personal survival instinct.
Yeah, but as soon as she
That's a
makes the
category
baby, you
error.
could kill
That's
her.
the problem. We already addressed this. The instance of you caring about the other person to remain alive and to do this or that and the other and the third for their well-being. So either out of genuine love or out of just interest for your own existential satisfactions, that you don't be tortured by loneliness, that instance presupposes value. It presupposes value judgments. And so since we live in our average human experience, the common experiences to every human is making value judgments, and it is impossible to not make value judgments. How do we justify them? That's the point. That's the point of dispute.
So how do we justify valuing others? That's what's in dispute.
How do we justify the objective predication that the other person or myself has value, that we ought to do this, that, and the third for my well-being and the well-being of the other?
Okay, you need to rephrase that. I'm sorry.
How do we justify saying you ought not do that, you ought to do this, that is immoral, that is immoral, that is justified, that is unjustified, that is worthwhile, that is not worthwhile, etc., etc.?
Okay. How do I justify not killing the person that I'd like to have babies with? Is that an example of what you're talking about?
Not quite. I mean, it wouldn't quite be an instance that you need to justify not killing someone unless there is some kind of situation that requires in one way or another that you murder her or that you kill her, but it's not quite right. But a better example would be, I'm broke and I go rob a convenience store. Now, of course, I use the term rob, which presupposes a value judgment on my action, but I go coercively and violently take funds from the cash register in the convenience store. Was that justified or unjustified?
Well, I think it's unjustified.
And then how do you justify saying that it was unjustified?
Why should it be justified? Because it sounds like you're
Well,
making
that's a good question, but you still have to justify the predication.
Okay, then, but where does a God come into play here?
So the God comes into play, since eternity past, and according to his character and nature, he prescribes prescriptions, or he prescribes instructions, commandments that instruct us, that is revealing to us what we ought to do, what we ought not to do, what is justified to do, what is unjustified to do.
So the only people that can find justification are those that have read the commandments?
Say the question again?
It sounds like you're saying, since the justification comes from the commandments, the only people that know how to justify their actions are the ones that have read the commandments.
Well, no, the law is written on everyone's heart as you read the prophets, especially in the case of Yirmiyahu, and also repeated in the writings of the apostles. Nevertheless,
I need you to speak like directly, because written on someone's heart doesn't mean anything to anybody in this room. I don't know
of
what
course,
that
you don't
means.
understand that idiom, but to make the idiom intelligible to you,
Yeah, that means
we are
that
in.
definitely means something to me, Negator. So don't speak for everyone. That's
Almost everyone in here knows what's meant by
Well,
that.
it doesn't mean anything to me.
So,
Oh, that's unfortunate.
to explain to him.
And
to
you're
explain to Mr. Negator
you're
here.
justifying someone making the choice between robbing a bank or not robbing a bank, and then telling me that something is or is not written on his heart. I don't know what that means.
All right, it's unfortunate for you.
So to make the idiom intelligible, it means that the knowledge, the ability to do moral reasoning, to detect, to sense this or that action, this, that, or event of any value, especially of moral or immoral value, is endowed in us. It is intrinsic to our intellectual capabilities to make that detection.
It's a
now
distinction.
we make the detection, to make the distinction, the discrimination, yes.
No,
Now,
no, no.
to
It's
justify,
instinctual. It's inside us already, right?
Well, I would go as
right,
far as to
it
say
doesn't
it's like
originate from us, it
actually.
originates from the God. And
But
so since it originates from the God and the God endows us with that ability, now we have an objective standard that is publicly available and scrutinizable so that we can justify the value judgment we made, including the moral judgment we made according to the intrinsic characteristics that we have within us.
We can't jump to origination. I'm asking, how does that person know internally? And you told me it's written on his heart, or you agree that it's instinctual, which means it's inside his brain, right?
Well, it wasn't a jump. It's a necessary precondition in order for us to have that ability.
Well, I mean, you can assert that it was placed inside his brain at an earlier point, but I'm asking the mechanics behind that now, because you're agreeing that it is within inside the person. That is what you mean by written on his heart. It's you're describing how we feel about reality, right? Now, that it at face value does not make sense to me.
I don't think you quite understand, and I can sense the urgency to try and reduce it to absurdity. So pump the brakes a bit.
Well, Negator, if you do something wrong, do you feel it in your heart? Like, where do you feel it if you do something wrong? Where does it?
Well, absolutely. I feel it in my heart. I feel shame. I feel depression, for sure.
Okay, so the point being is, how do you justify that value judgment you have now made? The event has elapsed, you made your choice, and now you feel profound pleasantness or profound displeasantness from seeing the event elapse, or you yourself doing the action, you being the essential factor in the event. How do you then justify the value judgment, especially the moral judgment? The only way is by the revelation from the God according to his nature and character.
But would you say the only way, but you don't tell me what that means, because those feelings are different chemicals inside your head, right? And in the exact same way that I can assert that I evolved a hand, I can assert that I evolved the ability to think higher, how to maintain higher thinking, and the ability to feel shame.
Why be an apologist for
supposition of
atheism
evolution,
if you aren't atheist?
Well, I mean, people have their various worldviews. People are eclectic sometimes. If you go with this evolutionary hypothesis of the origin of your moral reasoning, what is the origin? What is the beginning of the existence of your moral reasoning? What caused that to begin being real?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going to ask.
You fail to account for the origin of moral reasoning.
Bro, no, other people may want to get in, bro.
I don't need to, though.
Say again, Gio.
Oh, I was just saying other people may want to get in. You like, there's no room.
Yeah, I got a question to ask. It's not quite on the same topic, but it's kind of like in the same area. Does a woman who has been exasperated by, let's say, verbal abuse...
It's silent for you guys, right?
Can you hear me?
Jen.
Okay.
Jen's talking.
Am I coming through?
I mean, I guess that's going to be the sticking point. Is
Jen's talking.
Hold on,
Oh.
Negator.
Am I
Yeah,
coming through?
Do you have Jin muted, Negator? If you
Oh,
do,
dang. Yeah, hang on. Sorry.
All right,
Yeah, of
go
course
ahead.
he would. Of course he would have me muted. Of course.
Go ahead,
I'm his
Jin.
nemesis.
Just go
Right, I was
ahead.
going to say, does a woman who has reached the point of exasperation through, let's say, verbal abuse from a man, she then strikes him. Would she be wrong in doing that?
Yes.
That's a question. Would she? Why?
Yeah, you're saying if she's not being physically attacked and she just does it out of the she does it just out of the blue?
She might do it for defending her own dignity, her own honor, the honor of her boyfriend, the honor of her family. She's being insulted.
You don't. Yeah, you can't physically harm someone because they say something.
That's what I was asking. Like, in this scenario, is he attacking her and then she's fighting back, or is she just fed up with the words he's been saying and she just wants to strike him? That's what I'm asking.
Exactly. She's got exasperated from the abuse from this man, let's just say.
Kind of vague. I mean, depending on the nature of the comments the man said, how long it's been happening.
Right.
Well, she should leave or
So,
something. I mean,
well, why should she leave the environment that she has a right to be in? Don't you think the man should stop abusing, or she slaps him in the face, let's say?
of course, I think she
punches
should
him in
stop
the face.
abusing. I don't think she should hit him though. Like, so if a girl starts abusing you, can you hit her?
No, I would show it's more self-control, of course. But in this case, it was my situation, right? I went to a pub with my girlfriend. Okay, this is 1988. I come out of the pub, right, and 4 guys come out. Now this pub is in Peterborough, where my girlfriend lives, and she was visiting for the weekend. We were visiting for the weekend. Now, before I could say anything, she already struck one guy in the face because she knew it was going to get into a fight. The guy said, "Oi, hey, you, the Nigel Benn haircut." And as I turned around to say, "What do you mean?" she'd already smacked him in the face. So we ended up fighting, and then the police came along and broke it up. So we won that situation. But my brother is of the opinion that she shouldn't have hit the guy in the face in the first place. I said, no, that's wrong. Because she knows the town. She knew the people. She knew what she was doing. She knew the people. It's in her own town. Okay? What do you think?
No, you should never physically attack someone.
Yeah.
Well, even though you're about to be physically attacked.
I mean, so far
yourself,
in that situation,
Well, if you're about to be physically attacked, that's different. That's why we asked that.
It's 4 people. It's four men, right? Turning around, getting ready to have this fight. She read the quick situation quicker than I did. Remember, it's her hometown. She knows the people. I do not. Okay? I wasn't expecting her to hit anybody, but she did. Smacked him straight in the face. So then obviously I had to deal with the other 2. And as I was dealing with them, the police came along.
Well, if you reversed it and it was a man hitting a woman in whatever scenario, because I don't know that I followed all the details of that particular thing, but if it was a man doing it, would you see it any differently? If a man just squared off,
hitting a woman, a man hitting a woman,
Yeah.
I would say, wow, he should have exercised a bit of restraint there. Man doesn't hit a woman straight off.
I'm only laughing because the way you said it, a bit of restraint there. It's just funny. But yeah,
I mean, exercise a bit of restraint. I mean, come on, because we all know men are okay. So my brother was saying that a woman should never hit a man because men are more powerful. Sometimes they don't fight clean; they fight dirty, and the woman would be, provoking. I think she may not be able to finish. But I said a woman has the right to defend herself, though. So if she's been abused to the point where she feels this guy needs a slap in the face, he should deservedly get one. That's what I think.
I agree with your brother.
Some people really do subscribe to that premise: a man is never justified to hit a woman just because he's stronger. That's a naturalistic fallacy. It doesn't stand.
Yeah, we wouldn't apply the
agree.
same
I agree
standard
with that.
to another man, right? So say that there's some small person that comes up to a UFC fighter and starts hitting him, and then the UFC fighter knocks him out. No one's going to be like, oh, that's not fair. You shouldn't have knocked him out because that guy's weaker.
Of course not. Of course not.
All right, so it's a double
Yeah,
standard.
of course not. No, it's not a double standard.
Thank you for that example, Jen. I wanted to re-emphasize my retort back to Negator, because he tried to suppose that there's some kind of evolutionary hypothesis to account for the origin of moral reasoning, the ability to morally reason. And then I asked him, what is the beginning of this evolutionary process? He said he doesn't know. So immediately, just at the first question, scrutinizing the premise that he can't make it intelligible, he can't account for this. So it's an inadequate account for the origin of moral reasoning.
Well, that was interesting. Yeah, I was surfing those waves with you, listening to all that. I was, and what I was going to ask with that Negator, because the next thing I was going to think was, I guess we'd have to hear more about what Negator's viewpoint on. He said he's a theist, so because you were almost arguing from a more atheistic, perspective. So with the evolutionary, that morals just come from some evolutionary. So I'm trying to, I guess you'd have to maybe explain more of how you're, how that's in your, structured in your mind.
I mean, I think it's a combination, but I don't think that God is the only way morals can exist. I think that obviates the individual from doing the right thing because he thinks it's the right thing. but rather because he doesn't want to get in trouble, right?
No, we're saying he knows it's the right thing because there's an objective moral standard, because some intelligent design placed
But you can attain that yourself. You can attain
I don't know if
that
that's how
moral yourself.
most
You can
folks
attain that
act.
yourself. You don't need a Bible.
But Negator, with
You
that
don't-
being
No one said anything
mentioned,
about a Bible.
with that being mentioned,
what do you
even
mean
when
then?
that instance does occur, that someone does reason that way, that doesn't demonstrate the inadequacy of the revelation from the God. That demonstrates the inadequacy of the person's understanding of why they should obey the God's revelation, His command.
Yeah, I think it's better to obey an external God than to obey your own sense of morality. I think it's
Yeah,
a higher morality to obey God.
Everyone wants to be their own god. It's wild.
No, everybody wants to do things.
the
Look,
worthiness.
hang on a second. Hang on a second there. Because you're in my
And
realm now.
I guess I'm applying the same
believe-
logic, and you don't have to. I'm sorry, was Jim talking?
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Sorry.
I was just going to say. I believe that every man and woman has the right to think and do for themselves the right and the wrong of things. There might be a Bible out there, and it's supposedly the Word of God, but every man and woman has their own right to achieve what right and wrong is. That's their will. And if they've done bad, they will pay for it when they meet.
I'm not
their
sure why you
Maker.
keep bringing up
Okay?
the Bible, as no one has said anything about
Well,
the Bible.
I'm bringing it up
But
because it's religious books, Quran, Bible, whatever.
no one said anything
because
about
you're talking-
religious books, though, Jin. What
Well,
you're
where- well, then
saying
hang on,
is
man, but
basically
hang on.
that.
Well, I did, to
Where's
be
this-
fair.
My question is, where's this moral guidance coming from? If it's not coming from yourself and maybe the environment around you, if
It's
there's no
built-
guiding book.
It's built into you innately. That's what we're saying.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. I totally agree with that. So each individual has the right to make those mistakes and correct them themselves.
But that's not
Hey,
relevant
Jin,
to what we're talking
pause,
about.
Pause. When Whitsitt mentions the fact that it's built into us, the thing that is built into us is the God's revelation, His law, His standard, His commandments. So that instance, the present case of us having this built into us, quote unquote, being endowed with the ability to morally reason, it is the endowment of His revelation, His standard in our being, so that we are able to morally reason.
Well, what I'm saying is that doesn't matter.
Absolutely.
Like, someone
Wait a
having
minute.
free will to make their own mind up is not the
Hey,
question
Jim.
on the table. The question is there an objective right and wrong? And it doesn't matter if someone wants to come up with some story about how raping a girl isn't wrong. It just objectively is wrong, and it doesn't matter what they say.
Okay, what do you? Okay, so how is it objectively wrong? Please explain.
How is raping someone objectively wrong?
Yes.
Because it's contrary to the commands from the God which is endowed in our hearts.
But you're
and also
like you're
publicly written in Revelation.
You're serving them up though, right? Like you don't even you can just beat them logically because obviously this is what they want to hear to hit all people with stereotypes. It's like I know, I respect that you do that in a way, but why is it wrong? You know why it's wrong.
No.
Well, it's a
because
valid
there are
question
cultures,
for him to ask that, because that is the crux of the matter.
There are cultures
how do
out
you
there in
know?
the world. There are cultures out there in the world where they freely practice rape, and it's not seen as something that is immoral.
That's our whole point. Just because someone tries to claim that it's not wrong to them, it doesn't suddenly become not wrong. You cannot forcibly injure someone and take something as, vicious as that and go against their will for your own selfish desires. That is objectively wrong. That's our point. Doesn't matter if
There is no
500
such
people
thing
try
as
to say-
objectively wrong. So that's a false.
Okay, so
statement.
you're saying that rape isn't wrong all the time. That's what you're saying?
I'm saying there are cultures out there who openly practice rape. There
So
are rape
therefore-
cultures everywhere, and the fact that
therefore
you think,
rape's
oh
not-
well, they're doing something wrong. Well, in their eyes, they're doing something absolutely right.
So therefore, in that culture, since they practice it, then rape isn't wrong.
I'm saying you are a walking contradiction. You're saying the fact that you made this, the fact that you make the statement, morality is objective, is a subjective statement.
No, it's not, because
It is.
No, because everyone knows that raping someone is wrong.
No, it isn't. In some cultures, it's not.
Okay, let
Okay, so here's the problem.
me ask you: Is
Since you're
rape
going in
wrong?
circles,
Yes or no?
I mean, let me add this to the discussion. Given your line of reasoning, so you know, I worship.
Yeah, his
That's
name
a
is
very blasphemous name.
his name is Satana Worship.
Satana worship. Okay. Anyway, so given your line of reasoning, if you apply that to math, then there is no objective answer to any math question. So 1 + 1 = 2. No, it doesn't equal 3. No, it doesn't equal 4. No, it doesn't equal 5, etc., ad infinitum. Lo and behold, there are different answers to this objective question. Therefore, math is subjective.
Well, he was saying that people in other countries do it and they don't, or at least from what he was saying, they claim they don't think it's wrong or whatever. But that didn't really answer what Austin was asking him, which is, does that mean it's okay? Like, just because people do it doesn't mean it makes it right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just because someone disagrees with the law of the God does not mean that their disagreement is justified.
What culture
Okay,
is
I
this, by the way?
understand.
I'm
He's
curious
arguing
what
that
culture it
culture,
is.
it's morally right for them. It's morally okay for them.
This culture
What I'm
doesn't even
saying
exist,
is
by the way.
I don't know if it does.
the fact that you guys are obsessed about trying to identify patterns in every single aspect of reality. I think that's kind of sad because what you end up doing is you end up coming to the conclusion that everything is predictable and therefore we can determine this and determine that, and
No.
you start to have this view of the world as if it's like programmed and it's predictable, and
No
if you're
one,
not doing this, then you're not. And then no, some things are just
That
the
would be
way they
no one
are.
said that. No one said the world is predictable. So instead of like
That would be the
intellectually,
heliocentrists to do that.
instead of being
No,
intellectually honest and responding to what was
you're saying
actually
morality. You're saying morality is objective. You're trying to make everything objective because you want control. You
But we're
No,
want
not
I don't
trying to
want
make
control.
everything
control.
You want
objective. Hang on. These are like unjustified characterizations of the position. At least give an accurate steel man of the position that you're trying to refute.
Yeah, and to be fair, maybe those are just points you're bringing up, but if you're putting those on anyone else here, those would be straw mans. Because nobody made those claims.
Exactly.
Okay, so
people
we're
who
not.
say people who proclaim morality to be objective. They're usually people who want to control others because they want to tell them, hey, it's objective that rape is bad. Who said that? You said that. You have no proof of that. So
Well,
and
that
you
very well may be the case for some persons. That's not an absolutely true statement about every person that makes an argument for their predication.
show
The
me
hasty
where
generalization
rape is
fallacy.
bad. Show me where rape is bad, please.
Dude, the fact that you're sitting here trying to argue that rape isn't bad, just
I'm not saying
really.
I'm not advocating for rape. I'm just saying,
Yeah, you are.
show me, prove it to me that it's bad.
Okay.
We already
you're
did, and you
Wait a minute.
denied it. That's
You know
the
what?
problem.
I have a better example that kind of it makes the same point. Like if you say like killing is wrong, right? Well, then what do you mean by killing? Like we kill animals and we don't think that's wrong. So where do you draw the line is kind of a little bit more the same point, but not like as harsh as like a rape, of one
Yeah,
human
and
to another.
even that one, like the idea that killing others is wrong, but there's people in armies today, in military,
Yeah, exactly. That too.
killing other people, and not only do they not think it's wrong, well, you get into the idea of
They're celebrated.
what's written on your heart, you go into a deeper layer, but on the outer world, yeah, they're perhaps even supported to do so. They think it's okay,
Medals
and
of honor.
they're even like celebrated for it.
And they drown in guilt and then end up committing suicide. So what's
A lot of them do.
Just because they go and try to justify it to themselves doesn't mean it's not wrong though, right? Of course. So then that's the actual point, is that like you can't go murder a little baby and say, oh, well, since the 5 people I hang out with said it's not wrong, then that baby, being murdered wasn't wrong. It doesn't make any sense at all.
I'd be very.
The very simple question,
be-
how do we know, has already been answered by the likes of me, Austin, Matt, and Percentage.
I'd be
But
very,
there's
very,
a tactic
very
being used
careful.
where you reset the debate
Hold
and
on.
repeat the question even though it's just been
Hold
answered.
on.
Gregory,
I'd be
real quick,
very,
you don't mind?
very, very careful about trying to, push forward this idea that morality is objective. I'd be very careful about that because
Sure, be careful and prudent. We've answered the question.
I
You're
would
not
almost
sticking to
say
the point.
morality is objective.
With
If you
all
think
due-
that morality is objective, hey man, I'd be very, very careful about pushing that.
With all due
because
respect, it's hard to
great.
take your
Be prudent and
moral
careful. You're actually
advice
distracting
very
from the point. This is a
serious.
tactic.
pretty difficult to take moral advice seriously from someone who claims there is no such thing.
No, I'd be very careful pushing this idea that morality is objective, because what happens after that?
He's just repeating himself now. He's
No,
distracted
no,
from
no.
the
I'll
point.
explain. I'll explain. So what happens after that is, you begin to people begin to change the way they look at the reality, and if they see something that they don't like, they immediately think, "Oh, this must be part of the objective morality," and you can't do that. You must abide. You must act like this, and you have to act like that, and you can't do that, and you can't do this. You become very invasive. Just be very careful about pushing this idea.
How
That you
about
think
this? How
morality
about
is
being
Okay,
careful
sure.
about using the moral objective? Saying we know that there is objective morality is one thing, and I think that that's beyond dispute that it's true. But I agree with you that we should be careful about how we implement it. Maybe you could shift to being careful about how we implement it.
Well, yeah, and it sounds like you're talking. It sounds like he's talking about the idea of pushing, like some idea of forcefully pushing. And I do understand the idea of like pushing ideologies or some kind of totalitarian thing or whatever. So I kind of hear perhaps if that's what you kind of meant by that. But no one here is really talking about pushing anything. We're just talking about whether it is objective, whether it is subjective, where it comes from, etc. And what I would also say as well is that I would actually say that having a thought that morality is subjective is actually the entryway to psychopathy, being a psychopath. And what I mean by that, I'm not saying everyone who does it is, but what I mean by that is that if there's an objective morality, a standard that we all have, like are in balance with, in a sense, then there actually is that universal, if you want to call it standard in that sense, and the actual, the basis of it. Whereas once you start to go into a area where it's subjective, now it's like, oh, well, this is not wrong for me. I can do it. It's not wrong for my family. We can do it. We can kill those people. We can.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Gio.
So I'm just
what
saying
I'm saying is,
we
need Gio. We need psychopaths. We need murderers. We need these crazy people to show us what not to do. If you say, okay, there's objective morality, and these are the standards, and you must follow, and we don't tolerate the psychopaths and murderers, then we'll never progress. We'll never grow, because the only way you know that something is bad is if you experienced it or someone's done it. That's how you know. Okay, that thing is bad. How do you know?
Wait a minute. By that example, the people that are in control, that are raping children and doing all these immoral things, they're getting ahead and they're ruling, and that wouldn't be a very good lesson for a lot of people if we just took what these people are reaping the rewards of by doing these immoral things. That, I mean, by that standard, doesn't work.
Let me say this.
It does work.
To what Satani said earlier. Let me say this.
One second. We got to go one at a time.
Please let me say this.
We're trying to get in.
I got next.
Just let Percentage go, and then Gregory.
No, Greg could go. I'll go next.
All right. Just one at a time. Well, just at least as long as it's one at a time.
Okay. So, Satani, number one, that earlier instance, the hypothetical situation where you described someone irrationally reasoning by accepting the premise that morality is objective, sure, in that instance, that does occur, and it does occur. That doesn't demonstrate the inadequacy of the premise that morality is objective. It demonstrates the inadequacy of the person's reasoning ability when they accept this valid and justified premise. So regardless of people reasoning in very fallacious ways when they accept the premise that morality is objective, that doesn't demonstrate the inadequacy or the non-validity of the premise that morality is objective. It's just an instance of someone accepting a true premise and then going on to accept false premises according to fallacious reasoning. And secondly, it is not a precondition that people do evil things so that we can have a knowledge of what is or is not moral or immoral. Because the only way you can know that the psychopath or the murderer is a psychopath and a murderer is if there's an objective standard, an objective moral by which to adjudicate that person to be a psychopath, which is a value judgment on their state of mind and what they say and what they do. And in the instance of the murderer and whatever other kind of person doing whatever other thing.
Yeah, well said. Percentage.
This guy just babbled on and said the most baffling thing I've ever heard in my life. Like,
wow, great critique there. You're really
that is not
really.
I had next.
I'm not here.
With
to
all
have
due
nice
respect, I had next, guys.
Yeah, Percentage
right?
is next.
So
that's
I want to respond to something Gio said about not having to push it. Like you can have an objective morality, but you know you don't have to push it, or whatever. When he said, you know, like it's you got to be careful about espousing objective morality because with it comes, you know, pushing it. I do think he's right to say that they go hand in hand, because if we view something as objectively morally wrong, that's evil. And if you're a man, you're not going to let evil, you know, just happen without stopping. You're going to try to stop evil from happening. If you see something morally wrong, you're going to, you know, try to change it if you can. If you can't, you're going to speak out against it. And, you know, and even if you can't do that, then you're going to wish it in your heart that they weren't doing that, if you're a truthful person. So if you're a truthful person, you have to, like, pushing it goes hand in hand with objective morality.
What I'm saying is we need evil. We need evil to know good. And this guy is saying, oh, we don't need that. We only need good. Evil should never exist. Objective morality. Dude, you sound insane.
We're saying you objectively know what is good or evil. You don't need to see someone do evil to know that.
No, you don't. The only reason why you have this intuition is simply because of generational experiences. The fact that it's embedded within your DNA because of the people, your forefathers before you experienced it, encoded it, and passed it on to you.
So,
So
Tony,
this
please thoroughly
idea-
consider this question. Hang on. Please thoroughly consider this question. How do you know something to be good or evil?
I don't know what is good and evil. I don't. That's the whole point. Like, you don't know what's good and evil.
So you can't even justify the moral value. You can't even justify the value judgment in the first instance that something is or is not good or evil. So you can't know the supposition about the supposed epistemology to distinguish something to be good or evil.
You can't distinguish what is good and evil. No one can.
We don't know if murdering an innocent baby.
Hold on, let me
You just
finish.
said you can't know how to distinguish the two.
You can't. No one can distinguish them. Nobody here on this call knows what good and evil is. No one.
Yeah, see, people wonder
So,
how.
Tony, you just conceded that you can't know. So when you concede you can't know the difference between good and evil, then you can't know that the supposed epistemology to distinguish between good and evil is true.
So all the world's going to shit.
Well, I mean, he's free to have his own viewpoints on things.
Well, I know. I'm just saying, like, the popularity of this idea is going to automatically result in the degradation of society.
Well, can I offer another point of view?
Exactly.
It does have that potential. Is that what you're saying, Satani? Is that what you're?
Yeah, basically, when you push this idea of objective morality, what you'll get is, I think objective morality is, again, I don't know what good and evil is, but if I did, I would say objective morality is probably the worst, the most evil thing I've ever heard, because basically what it says.
What?
I don't know what evil is, but this is the most evil thing.
Yeah, like
Tony,
if you
what
were,
is good?
What if the objective morality, like, it's against murder, it's against rape, it's against all these things that most people view as immoral? How is that the most immoral thing? If it's espousing
objective morality is the
qualities?
most immoral thing. Objective morality is the most immoral thing, and the reason why I say that is because if anyone
your
is
opinion
dictating
is
how you should, if anyone's dictating how you should, that is the worst thing. That is the most immoral. It's worse than a murderer. It's worse than a rapist. It's worse than
Satani,
any
you
of
just
those.
made a knowledge claim that you just conceded you cannot know. You've already told us you cannot know something to be good or evil, so you can't know the predication that objective morality is the most immoral.
Yeah, you can't even judge it
know.
morally.
I said that, but I said if I did know what it was, I would categorize that as the worst.
You're a walking contradiction.
So the only way you can justify the concluding premise is if you justify the first premise in the first instance.
Well, I'll share just real briefly. I just want to share, and I'll just say it briefly because it's kind of it's been in my mind as you guys have been saying that. But the way I see it is that I think there is, you know how there's like you call it the law of gravity, if you want to call it that. And I'm not talking about Newton or Einstein, just the fact that things fall. Fire is hot, cold is cold, ice is ice. You know, all of these things are what they are. The structures, you know, that we walk on, we live on, etc. Well, I think in that sense, there's a structure of, if you want to call it morality, ethics. I would also use the word karma. And I'm not necessarily having to refer that word karma to any specific tradition, necessarily, just in a general sense, that term, well, just in its own sense, karma, where there's a give and take between exchange, and with the karmic law in that sense, to where there is actually like an actual universal structure of morals. And there's actually a process where we may feel like we want like doing a sin, like you want to do something, like you want to steal or cheat on your lover, or whatever it may be, lie, cheat, all those kinds of things that people do. And so there's like an impulse to want to do it. And then if you do it and you do the action, well, now there's going to be some kind of a karmic repercussion. There's going to be some kind of a kickback where that's going to happen to you. So if you go stealing from people, it's very likely you're going to get stolen from, and you then get to feel like what it's like to be stolen from. And eventually, I think there's like an actual, if you want to call it like an evolution, or like a process of coming to the conclusion why not to do certain things. Like, don't do that because it hurts people. Don't do that. And then you also can end up having kind of compassion for people that have gone through that. So to me, there's like actually that kind of like karmic structure, karmic law, if we want to call it that, that is basically like that foundational structure. And then as we do these things, there's like a feedback loop, and then there's potential, the potential healing and understanding for what that is. And I think that's universal, no matter what anyone's belief is. And I think that is shown in many religions and spiritual texts and things as well. But that's kind of how I see it. Like, it's actually like a universal structure that is in play for all humans.
Well, what I was going to say actually comes on, actually complements what you were just getting at. If you see it as like everything is connected, and we're all constantly learning from each other, almost unconsciously in a way, with these examples, like he was talking about, with we need these things to know what not to. But I wouldn't say it because we see them, we witness their demise, but almost like the Akashic records or the ether that connects us all. It's like, if we were all one, if this is all one organism, and you see it as like we're all just one part of the bigger organism, and you can even call that God if you like, and that is that it keeps, we all have like this memory that is kept, this tab on everything that is kept. And it's not, and I think that doing the right thing or the wrong thing, a lot of times it seems like it's dangerous to only not do something because you're afraid that you're going to go to hell, or you do something because you want to go to heaven. It should be that you do it for the greater good, regardless of whatever reward you're going to get or punishment you're going to get. And that's kind of I think what we're getting at with it. What do we know this intuitively or not? And I think, maybe not all of us do, and maybe there is a certain part of it that's about your culture, and like if they, and what I think this guy might have been getting at in a way that kind of rubbed people the wrong way, is that if we start allowing these moral judgments to be a universal thing that we could deem, according to some certain doctrine, then that could be manipulated to take advantage. Like if they wanted us to go vegan, like with this vegan psyop that people think is part of it, and they decided that all killing is wrong, even when it comes to animals. So therefore, we're not going to allow that any longer. And it's now the moral structure that we all have to follow is the dangerous part, I think he might have been hinting at.
The problem with this ethic theory is that this implies necessarily that anecdotal personal experience of trial and error is a necessary precondition in order to elucidate this or that moral. And so in the end, that would imply that you do agree with Satani, and that would imply that you can't ridicule and justifiably rebuke anyone for doing any evil, because them doing the evil is a necessary precondition in order to come to the realization that the evil that they've done is evil.
That's not true.
I don't think
That's not true. That's not true. You can vilify someone who's doing evil that you know that is evil to you. You can vilify them.
And I don't think
that's
you have
how
to
that,
do, I don't think
that's how they learn. If you don't vilify them, then they won't actually learn and say, "Oh, what I did was actually bad." So you can vilify them. You're not the world. Look, the problem with you, sir, is that you're looking at the world through rational lens. That's not how
so you
most
recommend
people
I look at the world irrationally?
I'm saying the way you're looking at the world, you think humans are robots, and you think that because they think a certain way, they're going to act like this.
No, he doesn't.
Like,
No,
dude,
that's wrong.
what are you
So are
doing?
you trying to look at the world through an irrational lens, sir?
No, I'm saying you're saying because I said that we need evil in order to know good, and you're thinking, well, someone does evil, then it's okay because that's how they learn that it's evil and they can grow and whatever. And we can't really judge them. That's not what I said. You can judge someone
Well, I know that's
who's
not what you
committing
said.
evil.
I give an argument. And the argument was a reductio ad absurdum, Latin meaning reduced to absurdity. Your position implies that the necessary precondition to know that something is or is not evil is that the person actually do it first.
Yeah, I want to jump in on that. Yeah, so I don't think that's the case. I don't think you have to do evil necessarily to learn. Like
No,
you can,
I never said you have to do it.
He was literally in the middle of the sentence, sir. Let
Yeah,
you finish.
I was not quite finished. Yeah, I don't think you have to do it in order to learn it, the lesson. You can just transcend it. That's where a lot of these scriptures and texts come in, because they give the opportunity to transcend layers. Basically, like you can advance quicker and you can understand things quicker by, it's like downloading it in a sense directly instead of having to play out your sins, as it were. But at the same time, I think it's safe to say, in my viewpoint, that there's probably things that we've all done at times, so it does seem like perhaps our souls do seek it out in a way, at least in a lot of situations, because obviously there's a lot of people testing the boundaries, if you want to call it that, in terms of
I'm
what
not
they
saying
can.
you. I'm
I'm
not
glad
saying
you
you
agree.
yourself.
I'm glad you
I'm not
agree it's better
saying.
and worth. Hang on, let me just say this to Gio. I'm glad you agree
Oh,
that it is
jeez.
better and more worthwhile to accept a revelation about what is or is not moral or immoral, so that you know before you do the evil that it is evil.
Yeah,
But
No,
that
I
is
think.
contrary to the ethic theory that you
Hold
taught.
on, hold on.
Yeah,
I think the idea of a revelation. I think the idea of someone coming and telling you what you should do and what you shouldn't do. I think that's the most evil thing in the world, because
Why?
because I think you need to learn for yourself, and that doesn't mean you go out there and murder and rape. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is learn for yourself, and you can learn from others. You can learn from yourself. You can learn from experiences. But someone coming down and telling you follow these rules and regulate your life accordingly. I think that's the most evil thing ever.
Yeah,
So
you're right.
part of
Having
accepting the
laws,
God's revelation about how we
having
ought to
laws
live.
in a country, having a constitution, that's the evilest motherfucking shit in the world.
Dude, people break the law all the time, and they learn from it.
Yeah, but just having the law
That's
is
beside the
super
point.
fucking
Hang on.
evil, because they're like, you're curtailing their freedoms. They should be able to rob a bank if they want to,
Yeah, they
Are
should.
you joking? I imagine you're joking.
He's showing
that's
the
what
flaw
his
in his
argument is.
I'm saying
Some people have some very absurd worldviews, but let's play
I
with this.
know
So
he's kind of playfully mocking his perspective.
yes, I mean playfully in a
official
justified
text.
sense, reducing his position to
I'm
absurdity.
saying
Let me
is,
ask you this question, Satani. Let me ask you this question. So
my
apart from the
goodness. Let me
revelation from the
actually
God,
respond to that person first.
Yeah, just
Please,
one.
I'm saying
yeah,
if somebody wants to rob a bank, they should have every right to do so. Go out
they
there and rob
should.
it. They
Should
should.
you
They
say?
should.
Yeah, if someone wants to kill a bunch of people, they should have every right. We shouldn't
So
stop
someone
them.
should
If
murder
someone really wants to do
and
that, they
steal.
can and they can learn the hard way.
Oh my
I'm not
God.
here to stop anybody from doing anything.
No,
No one
Satani,
said that
listen,
you had to.
listen.
That's irrelevant.
Someone should murder and steal. Is that what you just said to us?
If they feel
Only if
like
they
they
want
want
to.
to do that, hold on. If they feel like they want to go out there and do those things, then they should be able to do that. I don't think we should
You do
restrict anyone
recognize
from
the
doing anything.
moniker murder and steal, don't you? These are
I'm saying
value judgments saying that they're immoral actions.
I'm saying
Louis
no one.
C.K.
I'm
Hold
saying
on.
nobody
Let me
should
jump
be
in, man.
restricted from doing
You gotta
anything.
give other people a chance to jump in too. Let me just say, we gotta let the conversation breathe so everyone can speak. But I was gonna say, there's a Louis C.K. Comedy skit where he's like, if murder were legal, or if it was just like a $50 fine, he's like, there would be a lot of murder, and he does this whole comedic skit about it. So I mean, the fact that murder, and he's like, the fact that murder is really sucks to get caught doing it, in prison for life and all this kind of stuff. He's like, that's the number one thing keeping people from, stopping murdering. So I mean, if it goes the way you're saying, at least like as traumatized as people are today, like the situation today, it would be all out chaos, dude. If there was no laws, like there'd be all kinds of gangs and pirates and shit. It would be fucked if that was the case.
Okay, look. Okay, let's imagine that were true. So what?
Well, they're gonna kill everyone. I mean,
And
well,
what's your point?
But this has to be acknowledged because the man just told us
This is
earlier.
how it was.
Dude, you
And then
gotta
we came up with the laws
stop
because-
things. You gotta stop things if you can. I mean, it's like you wouldn't take like 1,000 predators and just drop them into a city or something. Like if you can stop that shit from happening, I mean, come on, we gotta protect each other.
to some
He's never
extent.
going to concede to
That's
these
not true.
valid
That's
retorts.
not
This is why I'm trying to ask him
not
this
true.
question.
Can I just respond? Why are you over talking me?
Because this is going in circles.
Greg, let him respond. Then you got next.
So if there
That's
was
not
no
true.
laws to where somebody could just walk up to your house with a gun, rob you, shoot you, do whatever they want, and just walk out the door, I mean,
Yeah, I want them to go out there and do whatever they want to do and face the consequences. You know, that's
what
the
consequences?
perfect,
What do you mean?
that is how you develop your character. But if you tell
What
someone, hey,
consequences?
here are the rules, you must follow those rules, they wouldn't. It's like telling someone, hey, sex is bad, don't ever have sex at all. And guess what happens? They end up becoming 40-year-old virgins.
All right, how about this one? How about this one?
And they don't know how to interact with women, and they don't know how to.
Hold up, Gio. What consequences? You said they face the consequences. What consequences?
The consequences that come with, you know, taking on those actions and doing.
Yeah, that's what laws are.
Consequences.
Well, that comes.
The law is saying
no, laws are not consequences.
No, laws include consequences if you break them.
No, it isn't. No,
that's what the law is.
A law is a rule or regulation. It's not.
That is true, percentage.
Yes, and if you break those rules or regulations, there are consequences.
I'm saying there shouldn't be any rule or regulation.
Don't abide by those rules.
So with that being said, this is why I need to finally ask this question. Okay, so that we stop going in circles. You just told us a value judgment, a moral value judgment. That value judgment, you told us that whatever given person should murder and steal. Do you not realize how self-contradictory that predication is within itself?
No, he was saying if they want to or
not a
whatever, there shouldn't be any.
Myself.
Shouldn't be any laws and stuff. I mean, I kind of hear what you're saying with some of this, and I would go off I think karmic law is the ultimate. So you know, whatever you attract and what you're doing is what you would attract. So I mean, even if it was legal to murder, it doesn't mean that you'd be murdered. Like if your karma doesn't allow that to happen, then you'll just never be murdered. You'll be fine. So I actually think karma is the ultimate at the end of the day, like just using that term in that sense. But let me ask you this, Satana, from what you're saying. So what about drunk driving? So, you know, if you get in a car every day, you're driving, going to the store, doing that kind of stuff. Drunk drivers, obviously, they can just sideswipe you. They can run right into you. They could kill you in a second, right through a red light and blow you off the road, you know, that kind of thing. So if you're saying this idea of no rules, everything, you can do anything, what about drunk drivers? Would you then feel comfortable that drunk driving's totally legal, totally fine? Anyone could just be wasted as they can? Because if that's the case, then your risk of driving every day just went off the charts. Your risk is way higher than it would otherwise. So what about that?
I don't think you understand humans. You know, okay, so the way a human works is if they experience something bad or tragic, they spread it and they share it, and the people hear the story that they went through. So, for example, if you see a news segment talking about how a drunk driver killed a family or whatever, everyone's aware of it, and everyone now goes, okay, you know what? I'm not gonna drink when I'm driving. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do that. That's how we regulate ourselves. Through other people's experiences or through our own experience. We don't need a bunch of rules telling us what we should do and what we shouldn't do or this or that or whatever. I think it's important that people express themselves completely.
My response to his remark earlier needs to be more deeply appreciated. It was kind of just quickly ran past when I said it. So regardless of him saying that it's predicated on if the person wants to do it, it doesn't matter. Regardless of whether the person does or does not want to do it, whether it's contingent upon someone desiring to do this or not do this, this is a self-contradictory predication. It's a self-contradictory premise for you to tell us that someone should, if they want to, murder and steal. In that sentence, you just conceded that there is immoral actions that are real, that can be done, that have been done, and that they should do that which is immoral.
I just told you don't know what morality is, so you don't know what the good and bad is, so you can't make that statement.
Why do you say I don't know what morality is?
You don't.
Why do you say that?
I know you don't.
How do you know that?
Because I know.
So begging the question, tautology. So you don't
I know
know.
you don't
You demonstrated that you don't know what you claim to know.
You don't know what is wrong.
Are you saying that because you think that nobody knows what morality is?
Begging the question, tautology is your answer. Begging the question tautology is your response to my questions that I asked you 3 times, so you don't know what you claim to know. Again.
You sound like my computer, but anyways, what I'm saying is, you don't know what
sound
good
like
and
my
bad
computer.
is. You don't know what good and bad is. So you can sit there and say,
Once again, so now you're
He'll
chanting
take
the
that as a
unjustifiable
compliment.
knowledge
He'll
claim
take
about
that
you
as a
divining my
compliment.
thoughts.
No, you don't even know what it is. You're just talking out of your asshole. No,
How
don't
does
do
it
respect.
feel, Gregory?
Okay, I've
That's
already
all I want to know from
demonstrated
you.
that I do know and how I know. So you can either accept that argument or not. And of course, if you don't, then you're demonstrating you're not really trying to reason. And so once again, regardless of you trying to chant this critique at me, you don't know what you claim to know. You gave me a begging the question tautology. I know because I know.
Gregory, you do the same thing with
Yeah.
atheism. Don't you see the irony in this?
Hey,
Say,
hold
I got
on.
a
Before
question for
that,
you.
hey, Satani, real quick. It seems like you're trolling a little bit because of your name to begin with. I have to know why your name's that.
I didn't give myself that handle. It was a stupid friend of mine who made a Discord account for me and gave me that handle.
No worries. All right, I got a question. I got a question for you, bro. So let's say we did what you're espousing, right? We had no morals, and we just let society like kind of work the way it does. You understand that people, because they didn't want to be, subject to some psychopath just wanting to go on a killing spree unabated or something like that, that they came up with laws for the betterment of society as a whole, for the greater good, as it were. You
There is no
understand
such
that,
thing
right?
as greater good.
It was the natural progression of, of these things, that they didn't
Yeah,
have.
but there's no such thing as greater good.
According to society, it will.
No, there isn't. So if people tell you, hey,
if you were to poll the majority of society, would you want to live, for instance?
Hold on. If someone came up to you and said, hey, look, for the greater good, we should set up a system, a legal system where we can tell people what they should and shouldn't do. I think that's a really good idea. We can all agree murder and rape is bad, so let's set up this system. And then later down the line, they'll say things like, you can't drive without a license. Oh, how about this? You can't do this without this, or you must abide by this. So what happens?
Yeah,
is,
see, I don't mind that.
What happens is it evolves into becoming something very controlling, and now you've basically given up all your rights, and you're just you're under this legal system and you can't do anything about it.
Sure, but you skipped a step. You just you went 1, 2, skip a few, 99, 100.
That's why I said there is no such thing as greater good. There is no such thing.
No, hold up, because initially you agreed that not raping, not killing, those are good, and then you just went overboard and just went straight to fascist control, totalitarianism.
No, I'm saying that's just my subject.
Crossing the line.
I mentioned I don't know what good and bad is. This is all based on my subjective. This is based on my subjective viewpoint. Oh, I think rape is bad. I think.
Yeah, all these value judgments that he's predicated after he conceded that he cannot know any value judgment, including moral judgments.
I don't know.
He's already defeated himself at the beginning of this discussion.
Let me just run it through with this.
I don't know what good and bad is.
In terms of almost everyone, sure, but almost everyone in society is agreed that this would be better, that having this as being illegal or what have you would be better for society, for the greater good, as it were. That's how they kind of defined it. That they would
It's an illusion. It's an illusion.
It's an illusion that. Sure, call it an illusion, but most of them are
but I just told you
buying into it.
There is no greater good. Show me greater good.
Bro, the greater good is subjective. So if this community believes that, banning X, Y, and Z, and allowing A, B, and C is for the greater good, for that they all are on board with it, that's what it is. They define what the greater good is for them, and if they agree that banning murder and rape and yada yada is beneficial for them, for most people of that society, that utilitarian kind of framework.
That's not true.
Then
that's not.
What do you mean it's not true? It's true for them. You can't deny what they think is beneficial.
No, there is no greater good. There is no greater good.
You keep on saying that, but
I'm saying
they believe it. That's why they enact the law.
No. I'm saying that there are people in power. There are people in power, people who have authority, and there's people who don't. And there are people who don't follow whomever is in power or has authority. That is how.
What about in a democracy where they
human
actually
society,
voted for them?
hold on. That's how human societies have always been organized. And this idea that you have in your mind of, oh, this is for the greater good. No. You
What about a
no
referendum?
well, hold on. Let me finish. You have no power. You have no say. You do as
You're going
told.
to a different topic
Hold
altogether.
on. So there
Yeah,
is no
but
such thing as
it's
greater
a
good.
structure. It's a structure that has.
No, it isn't.
But
No, it
hold on,
isn't.
let me just jump in
there
real
is
quick,
no
man.
greater good.
You got to stop talking for at least a second. Okay, so remember when I brought up the drunk driving thing? So do you think, like, if you're out there driving a car, you never really responded to that. If you're out there driving around, are you okay if it was just totally legal for people to be wasted and driving, and your risk of being killed by a car accident would be way higher, and then maybe to the point where you wouldn't even be able to drive anymore? Like, because if you can take it to that level, like, how, you know, because that's something that like endangers everyone. It's not just it's not a restriction that is like restricting their freedom. It's more like actually helping other people not be killed.
I'm fine with driving on the car knowing that there's drunk drivers. Because you know why? Even with this legal system, there are still drunk drivers. So this idea that you have in your mind, oh,
yeah, but
well,
aren't there a lot less though? Aren't there a lot less where it's safer?
No, mate. You're still gonna have drunk drivers. It doesn't change anything.
But you have a lot less. You have a lot less, and they get them off the road.
There's no such thing as a lot less. You still have it.
If they're repeat offenders, they get them off the road.
There's no such thing as a lot less.
It's literally
yes, there is actually.
Jesus.
It's
a lot less. A lot
There's
more.
You have a bad argument.
As a lot less, you can't make quantitative discriminations in the world.
I'm saying there's still a risk, so you can't.
Actually, no. Excuse me. No. My question. You just said there is no such thing as a lot less. So are you telling me that it is not possible to make quantitative judgments?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Gregory, that's not quantitative. That's
What I'm
qualitative.
talking about is
a lot less instances is quantitative.
He's basically trying to manipulate
yes, it
me by
is.
saying
A lot less instances. There's a lot less quantity of occurrences of this instance.
That's
this
qualitative.
kind of event.
Qualitative statement without mentioning an actual
he
quantity.
was trying to manipulate me. He was trying to manipulate me and try to, say, well, there's a lot less, so that means it must be. No, it isn't. There's still a risk. Irrespective of whether or not there's a legal system, there is still a risk.
Bro, you have a terrible argument, and I appreciate that you're like, stalwart with like defending it, but it's a terrible one. You dug your heels in.
It's kind of reminds me of Branch. Kind of Branch style.
Branch usually he picks the right side though. Usually.
Well, but sometimes he kind of like troll debates.
But you haven't answered my question, Gio.
You haven't answered my question.
What was your question for me? And then I'll pass.
There's still a risk. So what's your point?
Oh, but I think the risk is way, way, way less. Like if every teenager was just going to their parties and whatever and just being wasted off their ass and just getting in their car and just driving home, they'd be killing people all way more than they do. But the fact that the consequences really suck to get caught doing that make it so that there's way less of it, which make our lives way safer and literally saves thousands, if not millions of lives.
Yeah, but see, don't you see the problem with that? They use those examples to justify why you should be in your home and quarantine yourself for X amount
No,
of
that's
days.
a whole different deal.
That's the thing. They use these things. Oh, it saves lives, or it does this.
Red herring
or
fallacy.
It does that, but
yeah, Gregory, what's the kind of fallacy where
red
they? But there's also another type of fallacy where they kind of link two ideas together that are not related to what you even said, and then trying to
non sequitur. Every
Yeah.
fallacy is a non sequitur.
It's not. No, not at all. I'm not trying to link to unrelated things. All I'm saying is, just be very careful about, pushing forward this idea of, we need the greater good. There is no greater good. That's a lie.
By the way, Gio, that would be the fallacy of irrelevance.
Like that. Yeah.
Did you just make that up?
No, look it up. Fallacy of irrelevance.
Never heard that one.
If you truly believe in greater good,
No, like
you will suffer the consequences.
I'm not someone who's really big into like any like controls or restrictions in that sense. When it comes to like quarantining, yeah, that's all bullshit. But in terms of laws that like for example, like if a man is like beating a woman, let's say, like physically beating her, and she calls the cops show up, they may save her life. So like I even though I don't like cops or anything, I'm not like an authoritarian person at all. I'm not a fan of any of it. And cops are all corrupt, and some of the laws are ridiculous and terrible, of course, like the restrictions of certain plants like cannabis and
She doesn't want to be saved.
Absurd. But when it comes to things like drunk driving or domestic abuse or things like that, I'm actually at least right now, like until humans are in a more healed place, because really, like humans shouldn't even really be doing any of that stuff, but it's trauma that even creates the urge to do those things in the first place. So we need to heal. We could get to a point where there's enough healing to where we don't need any of that stuff because people just don't rape and steal, and we have free energy, and we have abundance, we have everything we want. We don't have some like power structure over us. But that's kind of the era we're in right now. They've traumatized us, and they've taken power and lied to us in all these ways to where now we're all traumatized. So yeah, there are people that will drunk drive and will do all kinds of shit. So it's like right now we need it, but ideally we shouldn't need it at all. But even right now, like I wouldn't say I'm like a fan of it, but it's like, yeah, I do think we should keep drunk drivers off the road so to not kill people.
Wait. I just want to say one thing. You mentioned about a woman getting beat up by a guy, police officer saving her. I'm saying that woman doesn't want to be saved. She does not want to be saved.
We can't save.
She does not want to be saved in that state. She wants to get beaten up because that will then teach her not to be in that same position again. Whatever factors that were involved to get her into that position, she will recall those factors and identify, okay, well, you know what? Next time, I'm not going to do X, Y, Z or whatever.
Fair enough.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Some cases, though, that are out of control. Let
me finish.
Well, you're kind of monologuing. You gotta wrap it up.
This legal system, never go through consequences, never take risks, always abide by rules. No one's building character in this society. No one. Nobody's building their character.
There's no reason that this discussion with him should continue. He's continuing to monologue in defense of this consequentialist ethic when he conceded in the first instance he cannot justify, he cannot know what is or is not good or evil. That he's done.
Not sure why we're engaging him anymore.
This is why we have people like Gregory.
It's pretty interesting.
He's basically a human computer who has no character, no character development at all.
I hear what another value judgment from someone who just said they cannot know good from evil.
There's like, I mean, for example, like you know that show, we don't have to go into this whole topic, but that show, what is it, To Catch a Predator? It is kind of like weird and fucked up that they lie to the person, like, because I have seen a couple clips from that show. They like lie to him, and like it's kind of weird. Like they actually like catfish them and bait them in. It's weird to me that they can legally prosecute those guys because it's like they didn't even really do it. Like they weren't actually chatting with a 13-year-old. You know what I mean? It was a ploy, but I guess he had the intention to, so they can get him by the law. Those are crazy, but it's like I guess this guy's arguing for like basically no police, like no laws at all. Is that what you're saying, Satana? You just think it should just be totally no laws or restrictions? Everyone could just do anything they want? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm saying everyone. I'm not saying there shouldn't be any laws. I'm saying people should be free to express themselves.
Okay, so he just said the word should. Hang on, Gio. He just said the word should.
Yeah, like I said, we shouldn't even get into this topic, but it's just an example. But like, just to say that TV show, because it is a public TV show. But like a 40 or 50-year-old dude should be able to like chat with some 12-year-old and go over, and try to have sex with her and all that stuff. Like, I mean, you think that's what I'm saying. Like, if you just say people are free to do what they do and there's no police or any consequences in this current day and age, you're basically inviting a whole bunch of more suffering.
He wants a world full of iniquity. That's what he wants.
We need
in the name of supposedly this moral lofty goal of elucidating this or that moral, so that we then realize that moral and then accept that and then adhere to it. No,
I'm saying we need suffering, we need trauma, we need evil, we need those things. Otherwise, we don't character build, we don't develop an identity, we don't develop our own form of morality. If you remove everything, if you create this beautiful, fantastic society where there's no evil, that is the biggest evil in the world, is to create a society where there's no evil.
We can and have and always will develop a character and a sense of self without the experience of evil. And yet again, another value judgment for someone who just conceded they cannot know good from evil.
You sound like a computer. You have no character. What are you talking about?
Yo, Gio, it's interesting what you said about that show, How to Catch a Predator. Because for you to be like guilty of a crime, there's two aspects that the law considers. There's the intention and then the act.
Interesting. Right.
Yeah.
See, I've never been involved
in
that.
So they have the intention of talking to a 13-year-old or what have you, But if they're actually talking to, you know, a middle-aged man, then the act of them seducing a minor, you know, attempting to seduce a minor through electronic means or whatever the charge is, it didn't happen. So, like, I'm kind of like, you know, I'm wondering how they go about actually legally prosecuting these people that didn't actually talk to kids, you know?
Right,
Unless
like
they
in
have
that,
an actual kid. I don't watch the show, but maybe they have an actual kid there that they're, you know, telling to type like maybe the middle-aged man or whatever, Chris Hansen or whatever, is with a 11-year-old girl, and you know, and she's typing the stuff that he's telling her to type. I don't know how.
No,
it
it's
works,
actually
but-
from, because I've seen a couple of clips of it. Like, I've never watched the actual show on TV, but you know, on YouTube, like they've popped up and I've seen it. So like I've seen a couple clips of it, and they are kind of intriguing because you kind of can see these guys' like mindset. It's very insane to see like what they're actually doing. But actually, from what I saw, it's like they actually have like a team set up. There's like some 35, 40-year-old woman. She's the one who's actually talking to him. She's the one doing it all. They're sending like fake pictures of like an actual 13-year-old or whatever it is, fake pictures to the guy. And then when the guy shows up to the house, the girl, she's like 19 years old, like she's over 18. She's the actress, you know. So there's actually no 12-year-olds involved at all, like not even at all.
I think legally you might have grounds to fight that. I don't know if anyone has yet.
Well, I just thought about it because I was like, whoa, I was like, the guy's not even really doing the act, you know. But I guess it's like the intent. So is that because you were saying? I mean, is that written? It must be in the law that if you have an
it's in the law. There is the mens rea, which is the criminal mind, and then actus rea, which is the criminal act.
Yeah. All right, so you're telling me then that, let's just say somebody wanted, this is such a weird topic of discussion, but somebody wanted to like screw someone else over, that like some like 40-year-old guy could get on his computer, pretend like he's his 13-year-old daughter, catfish some guy over to his house, and then, you know, have his 20-year-old daughter answer the door or whatever, and then just call the cops and the guy would get busted for that. Like, you know what I mean? Or is it just because
I don't think it would work. I think it's because it's like a TV show. They're bending. If they are actually prosecuting, it's possible that they're just like prosecuting in like the court of public opinion, just like, you know, by perception they're killing the person's you know, reputation or what have you. But if they're actually prosecuting these people, then I don't see how, because
they crush
him.
I know. They give it, because it says at the end of the show, like, this guy got like 3 counts of felonies. You know, he had to pay like a $500,000 bail, and he's, you know, prison for whatever. Yeah, I mean, they drop all the charges, so it's definitely full on.
I don't know. I definitely think that there's something to look in there. Because if they have good lawyers, you'd think that they would argue that he didn't actually do any criminal act, you know?
Yeah.
He thought he did, but it's not an absolute liability offense like running a red light, you know? It's not just about the action only.
Well, that must be what's in the law.
I mean,
but I don't know.
I think it's the intent, right? And it's just like there's so much proof that they can't really, like, you know, argue it.
I know, but think about,
in the case of the pedophile, in the case of the pederasty, like Gio was mentioning, there in certain instances, I'm not very well read on this, but I do know this. Like, you watch the other kinds of shows, of the so-called quote unquote reality shows, where they're busting someone with illegal substances, you know, drugs,
like
and they're charged with the possession and the intent to distribute. Now, there's an instance where they can somehow justifiably charge that person with quote unquote an intention violation. But in the case of the pederast, the pedophile, they didn't actually do the act, any act that that can be prosecuted, that can be charged with, unless as far as I know, the nature of the conversation that a pederast would have with a minor, because that's an action, so perhaps that action could be prosecuted.
The whole point is
can
not
I
having a
just
conversation with the minor in this.
Can I make a point?
And then,
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure, Jin.
Can I
Right
ask a
after.
question?
Jin, hold on.
Absolutely, Jin. Right after I say this last thing. So, with pedophilia, there's another layer that you have to consider that could actually help the defense if they have any competent lawyer on their team, which is that it's seen as a mental illness. It's like it's treated as a mental illness a lot of times. Yeah. So, you know, that could totally get someone off, since they didn't do the act, and the intention is you know, is poisoned by like a chemical imbalance, the mental illness that they have. You know, I don't know how these people are getting like jailed. Go ahead, Jin.
Go ahead, Jin. You're up, Jin.
Right, that chemical imbalance is a fallacy thing anyway, but isn't that not entrapment? Wouldn't that be known as entrapment? What you're describing there, entrapment by the law.
Well,
that's what I'm asking.
that's the thing that's kind of weird about that show, because we're talking about that show. But I mean, Gregory mentioned something else as well, which is with like having, you know, substance, you know, cocaine or marijuana or whatever that, you know, in the past. I mean, obviously cannabis is legal now in so many places, but back in the 90s and shit, where they can charge you with an intent to sell, intent to distribute, even though you haven't distributed it. What if you just really like that drug and you just wanted to stock up for a couple years and buy a bunch of it, and you weren't even going to distribute it, but they can just nail you with intent to distribute. So,
well, I mean, sometimes it happens, but you know, there is an instance where they bust someone, they catch someone, and there is adequate evidence to support the premise that they did have the intent to distribute, to sell it.
Like if they have,
so of course, in that instance, they would successfully charge that person.
Like a scale, you know, like a scale for weighing drugs or whatever. So yeah, but I guess it's like similar. Like they can charge you for intent, which is kind of weird that the law can do that. Like, how do they know? They're like divining your intent and then charging you.
Well, not quite. They're not quite just stipulating that upon the person. They have witnesses and testimony.
They do it with hitmen. They do it with hitmen. Like even if you like, let's say you hire a hitman and it's like undercover cop or it's like online. Even if the act doesn't get done, you're still intent. You know, there's still intent.
That's crazy.
Same thing with like and you know, and with like a prostitution, they'll do stings. And even though you haven't committed the act, right when you're gonna commit it, you get busted, and you know.
What do you think about that? Though?
No, but hold up. With prostitution,
I mean, you should have to do it to get busted. I mean, come on, like it's.
They do it with cars. They'll leave a car unlocked, and right when they get in, the person gets into the car, they'll disable it, and that's it. They're arrested. Car theft.
All right, so a couple points. Number one, Jin, about entrapment. It's only entrapment if the person wasn't going to do it anyway. You know, so for instance, like what Awaken just mentioned about getting into a car, you know, trying to steal a car or what have you, and the car's
But they're there, and they're about to do it, or they're basically right.
1 second. So if entrapment, like for instance, if they don't like they just involve themselves in the process, but they're not making you do it. All right, you're disposed to doing it. You're gonna be doing it regardless of whether you're like, for instance, you're buying drugs, and you know you're gonna buy it from someone, but they like kind of infiltrated that process, and you're buying it from a police officer, you know, pretending to be the drug dealer. Then it's entrapment, but that's because you're gonna do it anyways. They didn't force you or like make you do it, you know. So that's the idea. In terms of prostitution, like you'd have to look at the, and same with like this stealing the car, what have you. You'd have to look at the offense and what the terminology it is. You know, it could be soliciting a prostitute, and if that's the case, you don't have to actually bang her. You know, as soon as you solicit her, pick her up or what have you, and she gets in your car, then it's done. Or, for instance, taking the car, you don't have to actually like drive away with it. Maybe.
Sorry to interrupt. If you change your mind,
you can break into.
What if you change your mind?
The car.
Right.
You can. Doesn't matter if you change your mind. You still committed the crime of soliciting her in the first place.
You didn't like the smell of the perfume.
You still solicit it, so it's
you still solicited her in the first place, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it just seems like I don't know if I agree with that. Like just
she's free to get in your car.
Yeah, like, that's why. Like maybe the crime should be, you know, having intercourse with a prostitute instead of just soliciting one or picking one up or whatever, you know.
Well, but maybe the reason that it's in the law like that is because they found that if they make it illegal to have the intention, then it'll cause less of the crime, because you know people don't even want to get busted for the intent. So hopefully, probably they're trying to reduce it that way by including intent, because obviously if it's only the act to do it, well, now you're gonna have a bunch of guys intending to do it, and then more just trying to get away with actually doing it. Whereas, and it's kind of harder to catch someone in the act of that kind of thing anyways. Whereas if you make the intent illegal, then you're possibly going to have more of an ability to stop that from happening.
And it's more clear in the law.
I think that intent is a bit it's wrong, actually.
Too, that way.
There is something wrong about that intent thing, but I also can see why it probably does reduce the crime more.
How is it wrong?
Well, prostitution, well, that's the whole thing. I think that's morally wrong, but I don't really think it's like legally wrong. If people want to do that, I think they should be able to.
Yeah. Is there a crime if there's no victim? Is there a crime if there's no victim?
Like, I don't think it's right to
No.
spiritually sell. I don't think it's right to like spiritually to sell yourself for sex, like getting into like the karma and like I think that's a wrong act for money to sell sex for money of your own body. However, if you want to do it, it's not necessarily hurting anyone. I mean, there's whatever.
How is it morally wrong? Prove it to me.
No, I said spiritually and morally. Yeah, it is for the self, but it's not necessarily like you're not damaging someone else with it, really, because both parties are consenting. So it's like it's like a no damage thing, but it is, I think, spiritually and morally wrong within oneself to sell oneself sexual energies, like the sexual. I think sex is like sacred and there's a reverence and there's a whole dynamic to it. So if you just sell it for money, there's like you're wronging yourself. Basically, you're devaluing yourself and you're misusing the sexual organs for a monetary gain, for some kind of a financial gain.
I would disagree. I think people who are
agree.
sex workers are probably they're actually developing their character.
We're all shocked you disagree.
And they are actually learning, whereas you are living your life by restricting yourself and
This is recorded. What the hell are you talking about? This is recorded.
Yeah, I'm saying this. I'm saying they're better than you. Those sex workers
He's
are
a
better
troll.
than you. I'm being dead ass.
Yeah,
I'm saying they're better than you because
that's
they're
why
actually...
I said he reminds me of Branch. It's like a similar thing that Branch.
It is like
Dude, don't compare me to anyone else. I'm an individual.
He double downs with the troll.
Well, nowadays some of them make bank. Like, look at these OnlyFans models. Like, some of them don't even have to have it. They're making millions.
They're better than you because they're actually living their life and actually experimenting and experiencing. And you are restricting yourself because you believe that it's morally wrong.
That's a projection. I never said it's morally wrong.
Someone did say that.
What do you find not the gentleman speaking about the moral?
I'm saying I don't know what right and wrong is, so I can't make a judgment
Clearly.
on what is right or wrong, and I just let things be.
You don't know right or wrong, but yet you keep soliciting people to believe that you are either right or wrong. What you're arguing, dude, you just go in circles. Not interested.
No, you're not listening. This is the problem with the people today, is that they're obsessed about rationality. They don't understand that logic is just
and rationality are synonymous.
Hold on.
They're basically identical. There is no meaningful difference between those two words.
Logic is just a way of thinking. It's not the way of thinking. So I would highly recommend you research other ways of thought. There is not just one way of thinking. There are many ways of thinking. And if you can't comprehend what I'm saying, that is because you are ignorant of the other ways of thought. And that's why you have this misunderstanding.
I'm not open to your solicitations for belief. Thank you.
All right, since we're talking about all these topics and trying to get back to something that, because we're talking about the prostitution thing. Do you guys think prostitution should be legal or illegal? And then do you guys do you think it's morally wrong? And in what ways? Maybe someone other than Satan.
Definitely morally wrong, but I don't think it should be illegal.
Interesting. So it should be legal then.
Yeah, I'm
not big on like
I think it should be illegal.
Government intervention. Almost any. I think there needs to be some form of order, but like very, very, very limited.
Okay, so yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Yeah, I don't see any reason. I mean, that's a whole topic, whether prostitution, but should be legal or not. I've actually been to. I've visited Amsterdam and I walked through the red light district. It's wild there. It's like literally there's women in the shops, like right in the behind the glass.
They're in the windows. Yeah.
They're in the windows,
That's
and
right.
yeah, it's full on.
What's the energy like? What's the over there when you're walking by, like, and seeing that? Is it like a deep energy,
Hey, they'll try and get your eye contact, constant eye contact.
Very deep energy and like.
Yeah.
The energy is you get sold drugs in every corner.
Yeah, it's Oh yeah, Ed, you live there, right? Yeah, I visited there. Like I was back when I was in college. Like my friend and I went for like 2 weeks. We just went to Amsterdam. We went all around everywhere, and yeah. So I definitely walked through the red light district. We might have like gone into like a shop to just get like tea or something, but I didn't go into any of the actual like sex stuff though, because when you go in there, I don't know because I didn't go into any of those. But we definitely walked through there, and yeah, it's pretty wild.
How many times did they ask you, you want to buy cooking?
We got offered, yeah, coke. Yeah, there were definitely guys on the street that were just offering us drugs, and yeah, just right straight up. And you have to just keep saying no. You're just like no.
Walk faster.
Oh, it's crazy, yeah. But it actually was kind of safe-ish. Like I didn't feel totally like in danger, but yeah, it's pretty wild. But yeah, but so with it, but you're saying it's morally wrong. So but it's not something that government should restrict in a sense.
No, I don't think so.
Then what things should be restricted and what shouldn't? Like what laws, like drunk driving, murder. I mean, what like?
Yeah, when you actually when you damage someone or their property, like actual like damage or harm, there should be order there. But all this like petty and honestly like the intricacies and stuff, I just disagree with that. I think that men are supposed to take care of that in their own community. For the most part, yeah. And I think that the government's just incompetent anyway. But yeah, like I think that prostitution's immoral, but I don't think the government should be able to come lock you up for it or anything like that. I mean, in a way, the world's so sunken in depravity now, it's kind of a good thing. Like, just go to Vegas, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's like people have such like lack of morals now that if there weren't laws forbidding this stuff, since there were laws for so long, people would just go crazy once they're gone. So we're in a tricky situation.
Yeah, like there needs to be some kind of transition, because of the situation. Yeah, it's like
like if you make drugs legal, like across the board, because there's a very strong argument they should be, right? You make them legal across the board, people are gonna go crazy with the hard drugs, right? Like the use of heroin and meth and stuff is gonna skyrocket. Now it'll eventually come and balance out, but they kind of got us by the balls in my opinion. I think that instinct, it's kind of like if you gave someone everything they could ever want, like a utopia, but there's a fence, like 100 miles out in all directions, they're gonna go to the fence and be like, "Yo, I want out of here," So.
Yeah, drugs is an interesting thing. Didn't they do that in Oregon? Like Oregon decriminalized like all drugs. Have you heard?
Yeah, and it was hands down the worst city I visited in America. Like hands down, not even close. No one's doing anything downtown. It's all boarded up. No one hangs out downtown. There's no way they're making any money because no one feels safe. And yeah, people are just literally just doing hard drugs in front of everyone.
Really? What city was that?
Portland.
Wow.
Yeah, so Portland specifically was the word. Like Northern Oregon is really pretty and stuff, but there's some rural areas, But Portland, Oregon was hands down the worst city. Like, and I went around the whole U.S., man. I was in Detroit. I was in all kinds of different cities in Cali. Cali was beautiful, honestly, but there was some really disgusting parts of Cali. Portland had to be the worst one. Yeah.
Interesting. And you think that's because they decriminalized drugs, or you think that's just for other reasons as well?
The overall lack of police presence, like I don't think it's just specific to drugs. It's just like
Democrats.
They contemplated like jumping me, like this group of like Antifa people, and they knew that nothing would happen.
Yeah,
you could tell they knew that they would get away with it.
Wow.
Yep, that's the problem with that. When you don't enforce laws and you have people going crazy and robbing and getting away with it, then that's what happens.
I mean, the whole town, the whole city went to shit. I mean,
I worked with some dude that just came. They said it's bad down there with and ice and all. Yeah, just like you're saying, basically.
It's so bad.
They said it's really bad. Yeah, meth and stuff like that. Just like it's insane.
I'm trying to think like where else was really bad. Like honestly, portions of New York City, not bad like that because there are actually cops everywhere, but it's just gross. Like it smells like piss. I was just there a couple weeks ago again. I don't like New York City at all. I hate it. There were places in Cali that were really bad. Yeah, honestly, like
What's like
every
the nicest
major city.
areas? Which cities were like the nicest?
That's a good question. Like, actually,
Small ones.
well, big cities in Texas weren't bad. Like, they weren't terrible. They were much cleaner. Like, hands down, like the big metropolitan areas in Texas were the cleanest of the whole country that I saw with the major cities. And like Tennessee as well. Like Nashville is really clean. Florida's not bad, also really clean. It seems like, I mean, I'm obviously not big into politics, but it seems like the Republican states, they keep their cities cleaner for the most part. Like there are certainly exceptions. There seem to be maybe liberal strongholds in some of them, but like I said, I hate politics, and I actually I lean towards liberal in lots of ways. Like the old idea of it, like the government fallback, which is the opposite of what it is now.
But it seems like it wasn't like that before. It seems like these last like 3-4 years things dramatically changed with the whole like I don't know. I feel like those cities were nicer like 5-6 years ago, and it just dramatically like went downhill.
Well, yeah, I mean, you would think
Right?
just strictly for like monetary incentive, you would think they'd keep it clean, but it doesn't seem to be the objective anymore.
I'm saying like Portland like 5-6 years ago. I don't think it was this bad.
Oh, I don't
could be
know.
wrong.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah. Seems like COVID like just made these cities worse, the whole thing. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I was doing my activism. I just went to the park. The whole place was dead, and I guess there just happened to be everyone meets at a certain time to ride their bikes around the city, or whatever. And I just happened to go to the park they meet at right when they all get there, which was crazy because we were like, dude, we came here for nothing. It was so dead. No one's doing anything, and it looks like a post-apocalyptic city. Like it's so terrible. But anyway, they were all there, and then I set my table up. Dude, people were just literally walking up to my table, like pulling out meth, pulling out heroin, like just on the table, and no fear of getting in trouble. And I actually asked him, I'm like, "What are you doing? Like, you do this out in the open?" He's like, "Yeah, it's legal, bro." I'm like, "Wow." And yeah, you could tell they were gonna jump me. It was just all around a crazy situation. Like, I don't know, it's really sad.
Wait, that was that the one with the drum circle thing, or no? Was that a different?
No, that was Salt Lake City.
Okay, right. Yeah,
Actually, like the one that where they're like all coming around me on their bikes and stuff. It's like a movie. It was on Facebook because I was talking about the vax, so I couldn't do it on YouTube. So when I did it on YouTube, there the crowd had already left. So
They're selling. What are they selling?
do I?
What are they selling? What are they selling?
What are they selling?
Coke crack niggas fiend for that.
I don't know. I didn't see them selling drugs. They were just all doing them. Like, and it was Antifa. So there was a dude in like a pink bunny costume, and it was the craziest thing
Right,
I've
I see.
ever seen.
I thought they were dealing it. I thought they were dealing.
No,
on the
no, they were
streets.
just using it.
Was it illegal? Was it illegal?
No.
No. So then there's no problem then, is there?
Yeah, there's a problem whenever there's like children trying to go to the park, and then some dude's like smoking meth and heroin and just holding it out. And all
Well,
in
meth,
front of-
that's not legal. That's not legal, is it?
It is legal in Portland,
Meth,
yeah.
heroin. That's
All right,
illegal, isn't it?
well, that brings up an interesting point there, because we're talking about like where what laws are like worth having, versus just let people be. Like, so with the drug thing, that's one that I've always thought, people, if people want to do whatever, they should be able to. However, it'd be nice to give them like help or healing, or like a way to get off of it if they don't want to be on it. But is that something you think should be restricted then, or should it just be like you can have it, but you just can't do it in public?
And do it in like
at
in
least
parks
certain
and
public
shit like
areas,
that.
yeah.
Like fuck.
Where there are children, you shouldn't be
Dude,
doing hard
yeah.
drugs, yeah.
Where there's like public, like go to a bathroom or something and then get your fix.
Well, but that could be a problem too. People are in the stalls.
Well, I mean, I don't have a problem.
I
Like,
guess,
for example, back in the day, you couldn't smoke weed, right? And like, when I traveled the U.S., every major city, pretty much, except for some of the southeast states, like, you can just smoke weed outside. Like no one cares, even if it's not recreational legal. Technically, like, no one's gonna try to figure it out. And I don't have a huge problem. I mean, I personally don't like smelling weed all the time anymore, and I used to smoke every day. But yeah, I mean, it's whatever. Like, I don't know if the law should be like nothing in public. It just certainly should be certain areas, like the nicer downtown areas where families go. Like, you shouldn't feel the need to go shoot up there.
Well, then, right. But what then? But do you think it should be legal to where people could buy it if they want to do it and do it in their own private whatever? Like, you know.
Yeah, personally, I think that's not something that the government should have anything to do with because they brought most of the drugs here. And I think it's like men in the community locally who have a responsibility to kind of like, I don't know how you would do it, but I think if someone's in their house and they're not harming someone, then they should be allowed to do what they want. Like, I don't think the government, the creator holds people accountable. We don't need like some entity that's
What
prone
about
to
this
corruption.
though? What about like the fact that those like synthetic heroines and all that fucked up shit, like the fentanyl and all this stuff, these are all like made by you know who? It's made by these fucking big pharma and the cabal, whatever you want to call them. So it's like they're the ones that have like made a lot of those, and of course there's the idea that they're the ones actually getting it into the cities and all that shit, which I know you already know about all that. But what about the idea where those drugs are just so physically addictive that if someone's like, going along their life, they've never done it before, and then they do it once, now, you know what I mean? Now so what about the idea of like keeping it all illegal so that no one even takes a first shot to where they even have to go through that? Like, what about that idea?
Yeah, like, I don't know.
Or should it be
strongly
okay
opposed
to let people cook it up and make it and sell it?
Because some of those drugs,
you shouldn't be able to
dude,
sell
like,
it. Maybe right. Like maybe
a
you should
lot
be
of
able to sell it.
people-
Certainly not to minors and stuff like that. Like there should be a law against selling it to
I
children.
think they should be banned. Those kind of class A drugs should be banned because of the psychological and social
the
deprivation
damage
that
they
comes
do to
from
the
that.
person too, right? Over time,
I hate
whole
them. I'm
addiction destroys
violently opposed to
families,
drugs,
too.
but like I said, I just don't think that if you're talking about how I would engineer a society, I wouldn't have the government
Worse than
doing
alcohol.
much of anything.
Well, I guess that's kind of the question. Like, what would they do? What would they not? Yeah. So, with the drugs,
for one,
It's
like tax, they would
access
take care of
aspect.
roads.
If you make it too accessible, then you'll have too much consumption, right?
Well, actually,
So it's
studies
like
have
I
shown
want
that
I
isn't
want
really the
balance.
case.
Maybe you
Actually,
need like a lot of more education
studies
towards
have
that,
shown
and then
where
just
drugs
have
are
it
legal,
legal.
like it doesn't actually equate to like automatically more drug use. Like in fact, sometimes the opposite. It's something weird about the fact that people do what's illegal. I don't know. I gotta find that hard to believe, right? I mean, that's what some studies say, but yeah, I just don't think the government should be doing a lot. That's my opinion. I think that the local community should be run by the men, and you wouldn't really be able to find a house to buy because they don't want you there. And I know that
Right,
seems
if
like
the
it
men
wouldn't
are
work.
all
But I
like,
think it would.
yeah, you're saying if the men are all like leaders in the community and kind of having good outreach and good connection with everyone.
Yeah, and then let everyone that doesn't agree with that community go live in Portland. Right? I mean, I don't know. It's a tough question, but I'm not an anarcho-capitalist, which I used to be. I thought I was. I thought about it. I'm like, nah, that wouldn't work. But I'm not for much intervention, like roads and stuff. But I think taxes should be 100% like up to the free will of the person, like voluntary, right? Like that's how it's supposed to be. So someone comes to your house and like, look, we're thinking about building a new public community basketball court, so we can get the children to Are you interested in donating to this? You're like, nah, I'm a pass. Or like, yeah, you know what? I'll support that. Here's a few bucks. I think that's how taxation should be, for example. I don't think that the government shouldn't be able to do much of anything for force. They're just going to go like basically act out punishment for people that physically harm others, just so you can have some order. That's my opinion.
What about like drunk
I
driving?
agree.
Like, should drunk driving be illegal?
I think drunk driving probably should be illegal because that's tough though, because you don't technically harm someone until you. Yeah, I don't think you should drink and drive just because so many people die from that, right? Like
Well, because what's trippy about it is like, I think, a lot of us would say like it's bullshit that we have to get like driver's licenses and all this shit like in the system. But ironically, like if you're gonna make drunk driving illegal, then you kind of have to have a way to, you know what I mean? Like either take someone's license away if they do it repeatedly or whatever they do. I know they charge fines, which seems like bullshit. Like you shouldn't tax someone's money, but I don't know what.
What about smoking marijuana and driving?
But I'm just saying, it's like if you're gonna make I was just saying, if you're gonna make drunk driving illegal, you then have to have the whole licensing system of giving out the licenses, and then we're right back to social security numbers.
well, I guess you don't necessarily have to do that. That doesn't have to be one of the punishments, right? Like if someone's like swerving around. You don't get to just pull someone over because their license plate and then be like, I think you may have drank, when actually they're perfectly fine. It shouldn't be some number or something like that. It should be like if someone's actually swerving all over the road. You know what I'm saying?
And even at that, it'd be nice if a cop just pulled them over and said, hey, you know, let's get you off the road. Let's get you home, get you some therapy, some help in the morning, you know, something positive.
Yeah, and you should have to pay for whatever it costs to do it. Like, you should have to pay for what they have to do with your car or whatever, right? Like, yeah, I think that would probably be the best way. I mean, people would obviously drink and drive a lot, but I don't know.
Yeah, what about smoking marijuana and driving? Where do you stand on that?
I think people should be able to
driving,
smoke and drive, man.
Yeah, people tend to be better drivers. Research and studies have shown that people actually, with cannabis, it's not for everyone. There's probably some, maybe if you do too much or whatever it is, some people might be worse drivers, but it's like on the whole, people are actually, they drive slower. They're more careful. They're more paying attention, ironically, with cannabis, it seems.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd certainly drive slower when I smoke. That's for sure.
But it probably, like, your mileage varies. Like, some people might be, if you just take some like 16-year-old girl that like has never smoked before and just get her super high and have her go out driving.
She'll just hit a tree.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a problem. But somebody who knows what they're doing and knows their dosage and what they're doing, yeah, it seems like for most people it's fine.
You're more aware. I don't know. It's like time is slower and you're like paying more attention.
Yeah, there's probably differences in strains too. If you do like a heavy indica where it might put you out, like sleeping wise, you might fall asleep or something, which could be bad. Whereas sativa is more stimulating. But
most of the laws are not necessary, in my opinion.
Well, it's just interesting to have this discussion because, like, I've always considered myself like not a big fan of like all the laws, the whole system. But then it's like, all right, well,
yeah,
how would we actually change it? Like, what parts of this thing would we want to keep, and what parts need to be thrown out?
Because there's definitely some that can, you know, when you consume, you have the chance of affecting other people and causing harm to others while you're under.
Yeah, if there was like 30% more drunk drivers on the road, then that would put our risk of being killed by a drunk driver like way higher.
Right.
Or even if there was like 50% more or whatever it would be. So yeah, it is kind of like a direct like.
Or somebody tripping out on fucking like some crazy thing, like drug that's like making them see a demon and they like bite your face off. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's something. See, we should have education of how to use those types of plants. Let's say if that's what you're referring to, like mushrooms or things like that. Like,
no, not even. It's like the bath salt shit and all that crazy shit people were taking. Yeah.
That's some other shit. Yeah, yeah. PCP or something crazy.
Yeah.
You was talking about drunk driving. This is a case in the UK. Some chap, he had a mobility scooter, so he was disabled, and he got done for drink driving his mobility scooter. But when it went to court, the judge said he can carry on driving his mobility scooter even though he got done for drink driving. Now, how screwed up is that law?
Huh. You're saying because he needs the scooter?
Yeah, that's mad, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. He's disabled. He cannot walk. So he needs his scooter, and he got done for drink driving. But the judge says he can carry on driving his mobility scooter because that's his means of getting around.
So
they
how
still
was he
did him for
punished?
drink driving.
Did they fine
How's
him?
he punished then?
Give him a
they
fine?
found him guilty. They found him
No,
guilty,
like a fine, money? Like he had
Yeah.
to pay money, perhaps?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
he got points on his license as well. But they said you can carry on driving your mobility scooter.
Yeah.
I don't know what the mobility scooter like laws are over there, but I mean I didn't know you could get drunk drive or just drive. But I guess okay, if it's a scooter, I was thinking more of like a wheelchair style. But you're saying scooter, so it must go quicker on the roads and stuff. It must go like.
If you're on a road, I think you can get a DUI with like even a lawnmower. I think.
In Minnesota, you
serious?
can get one just for riding a bike.
You can get a DUI from a lawnmower.
I'm pretty sure. I've
Oh, dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, but hold on,
I mean,
hold on. No,
that could
no,
be,
you
that could be
missed
capped.
the
Don't take
point.
my word on it, but
That's
I'm
no,
pretty
but
sure
you're
if you're
missing
on
the
a
point.
public road, you can, on almost any vehicle, any
Yeah,
form
but
of.
you're missing the point though. He got done for drink driving with his mobility scooter, but
Because he's disabled, he has nothing, no other option, right? So
Yeah.
the judge is like, okay, you can continue, right? You need it.
Yeah, but he got banned from driving a car, but he can carry on driving his Motability scooter, which he got nicked on for drink driving.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. It's
It's
ironic
like,
and funny.
it's very
Yeah.
ironic, right?
Yeah.
And there's just cases like that where, I mean, yeah, getting busted for drunk driving, it's excessive.
Yeah, but how can you actually say, right, I'm going to do you for drink driving because you was driving this particular type of vehicle, but after I've fined you and I've banned you from driving a motor vehicle, you can carry on driving that vehicle which you actually got arrested for and got convicted on.
It's counterproductive.
Right. Well, it's the
And
same.
then he wants to make sure he doesn't get in any other form of vehicle, perhaps, either.
He can't because he's disabled. That's the only means he can get around on.
See, I feel like I've always been kind of against the law, like against the system, but this has been an interesting conversation because it's like, what parts of it are legit and which ones are not.
Yeah, I had this revelation a few years ago. I used to say I was an anarcho-capitalist. And I would say like each community would have their own private police. The men in each community would take care of it. They would all pitch together as a community to build the roads or whatever. And I started thinking about it, and I'm like, you would have to have some actual order. You would have to have some system that implements order. There's no other way. There's no other feasible way.
And there is a balance to things. Like back to Portland, for example, I was out there 7 years ago, like right when they legalized weed. I mean, like the week of, like, and specifically for that purpose. But back then, that was before they defunded their police. And during that time, it was actually really nice. I mean, you might see a guy smoking a joint here and there or whatever. But like, I mean, as far as like the whole Antifa mob thing, that wasn't a thing yet, and it was a really pleasant place. But yeah, after they did the whole defund the police thing, it just went to crap. And so there's something to be said that there needs to be like enough enforcement to be able to have a rule of law. But then at the same time, we don't want to create so much of it where they can act like arms of the state and, goon squads. I'm not going to claim to know what that balance is, but that's just my experience.
Man, fuck the police.
Well, like Minneapolis, where I live, it's like even though there was the first city to like try to bring about the whole defund the police thing, they didn't actually do it, and that was actually a good thing.
Well, there's also the thing of like the principle of it, of having, some kind of like caretakers or whatever the term might be, like other than police, versus the concept of like corrupt police that have all kinds of crazy shit going on, like with the legal system and financial and just imprisonment. And so that's the thing. It's like the principles versus the actual way that they're, structuring it right now, like the system we're in versus the principles. Because there possibly are positive principles in there, but the way it's carried out is like in a lot of cases just totalitarian and corrupt.
Yep, it's a mixed bag,
and it can be excessive too sometimes. So depends. At the end of the day, we're all humans.
Has anybody heard of Michael Tellinger?
No.
Right, he was a South African MP, whatever you want to call him. So he had his own party, and now he's doing what's called a project called One Small Town, where they get everybody working as a community. So everybody works for each other. You've got to put 3 hours a week into the community, and they've got their own police force and everything like that. And have a look at, see what he says, because he's getting away from society. He's getting back to community. And they've got their own laws. They've got their own businesses. They've got a business plan and everything like that. And it's going away from society. and it's working really, really well.
That sounds like Martin Kenny.
I don't know who that is. I haven't seen his channel.
He's the one that talked about the 4 root races on the flat plane.
This has got nothing to do with the plane. It's just got to do with a community, building everything back up to a community where everybody works with each other, for each other.
Yes, that's what I'm saying he did as well.
All
What do you
right.
mean 4 root races?
If you look at the video Universal Disclosure on YouTube, it's 45 minutes long. Martin Kenny did it.
Kenny is from England, by the way. Okay.
Who's from England? Martin Kenny? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised nobody's ever heard of the guy in here.
Yeah, because he was quite making an impact back in 2016. That's when he really made, and before that, 2014, 2015. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then 2016, discovering flat Earth. He did that cosmic egg thing as well, didn't he?
Well, that's what the Universal Disclosure is, yeah.
Yeah. So he was making quite a lot of. He's been quiet, but that's because he's getting on with his life, basically, whilst all this tyranny is getting on in it.
He started his commune, and now they're living peacefully by themselves in what is it, Portugal. They live in Portugal now. Their community that he started.
Yeah, he's done it. That was a smart move, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure he's living great. That's what I want to do. That's what everybody else should want to do too.
Yeah. If I ever get to Portugal, I'll look him up because I've been there a few times. Went there by motorbike as well as by plane with my dad. Portugal, maybe 4 or 5 times.
I wonder if he's responsive to his messages or not.
Well, why don't you send him a message and find out?
I was always curious how much it costs to do that, to live with the people that he lives with.
To set anything up, there's always got to be a financial burden, hasn't there? But then again, the financial gain in the long term, does that outweigh what you actually have to put in to start off with?
Yeah, I think if you're splitting the cost amongst the community, then it lessens the burden. I think obviously there's an initial outlay, maybe the land and accommodation and whatever, where they build their abodes. But I think they're living. I think they've got it sussed there. That's how we should be living. It's the way they decided to live. So it's good. They're working with each other, and that's important. That's life, real life. But as you well know, the powers that shouldn't be will be monitoring that very closely. So we don't really know how easy it is yet. We've got to go there and have a look for ourselves.
He makes it seem like it's relatively easy.
So,
but you know that the governments that are out there, even in Portugal, they'll be keeping an eye on that. They'll be keeping an eye on that because if it's successful and people want to move to that, then people will stop voting, and that's like a revolution in itself, isn't it? It's the start. It's the beginnings of.
There's only like 15, 20 people in his commune.
At the moment.
So, Jin, what is your take on laws in Gintopia?
Yeah, man. You know, you've got to have some laws, haven't you? Because you know, like people may get drunk and you know they might attack one another. So you're going to need the regular standard laws. But in my case, I was thinking it was going to be like in that Tom Cruise movie called Oblivious or Oblivion. You know, where they have these police balls, like drone balls that are flying around with cameras patrolling. I think that would be a good thing to have, backing up the policemen. We need law, but there's not going to be killings and violence by the police officers. That will not be a thing. It'll just be just arresting and putting them in a special cell for a while and then releasing. No money, so you're not going to get fined for anything. Just moved away, kept away from utopia for a short time, so you wake up. That's all. Psychological evaluation as well.
Having bots with cameras, that
all good.
sounds like communism.
What do you think?
Yeah, you really think bots with cameras for real, Jin? Like,
the thing is, I mean,
sounds like communism, Jin.
Well, the reason I say that, it's going to help the policemen. You know, it's eyes in the air, moving around. I mean, you'll get used to it. They're not there to harm you. They're not going to attack you. They're not going to kill you. That's not what they're. If there's an accident, they've seen it. They get onto the police and the ambulance or whatever. It's a service. Remember, it's a service. It's not.
That's what China's doing,
it's
bro.
It's not oppression.
It's not oppression.
They're not there. You're not gonna suffer anything. No.
To me, it looks like oppression.
It's an assistance.
No.
How is it oppressive if they're patrolling so that if there's an accident that's happened?
Because it's none of their business.
They call the emergency services. You're being served. Okay. Hang on. Let me finish.
Sure.
There's been an incident in a bar, spills out onto the streets. You call the emergency services. The ball's there. They call the police. Tidy that up. It's not oppressive. You're not going to prison for a long time. You're going to go to a place, find out what happened, a little bit of counselling, and then you're back on the streets. You haven't paid any fines because there's no money. What's wrong?
That's the beginning of the New World Order.
No, it's not oppressive, and that's not the New World Order. It's technology being used to assist and supervise your lives. That's all. It's not oppressive. They're not controlling you. You are still free to move around. You're free to drink your drink. If you get drunk to the point where you've become a nuisance, right? Now, if there's not a police personnel but a ball there, that ball, security ball, will call the police to the scene, get sorted, and you're not going to go to a place where you're going to be beaten up. You're going to a place where you get evaluated. That's all. What happened? Why are you drinking to this point? Etc. Okay, and then you're back into society after a while of absence. That's the punishment, as it were. But it's not a fine as in money, because there is no money. What do you think now? Can it work? Do you think? Can it work?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because you're allowing it to happen. You're allowing the government.
What to happen?
You're allowing the government into your life, dude. It's already bad that they can see through your. Listen, it's already bad that they can see through your phone, through your TV, bro. It's bad enough. We don't need any more than that.
That's now not in utopia. That kind of surveillance will never happen. So if you have a mobile phone, we're not government. So the supervisors will be monitoring you. So no one will know where you are. But if you go into a pub now, where there's a likelihood of having trouble, security is necessary there. Maybe not in every pub or every club or whatever, but the trouble spots will have it. Where it's peace and quiet, they won't have it. I mean, You go with what's the environment, as it were.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
Where it needs it.
That's it, really. And at the end of the day, I do believe that people will eventually realise getting drunk is not necessary because you're having a good life. People get drunk because they're living a life that's crap at the moment. So they try to drown their sorrows or drown their problems away. But, you know, when you're living in Gintopia, that's not going to happen. Because you're going to be able to travel the world and see the world for free. It's not costing you any money. You pick your bag up, you go on holiday, you're looking around, and you come back to work 3 days a week. You know, that's easy.
When you live in Gintopia, you're working out in the park every day.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, exactly. Those who are landscape gardeners, they're going to enjoy that. Yeah. Modern infrastructure mixed in the old infrastructure because people want to drive their cars. So you'll have your transportation that's reliable, that's free. Then you'll have your cars, of course.
Jin, would there be in Gintopia? Would there be a law against teaching the globe Earth?
Right now, yes. I mean, there's going to be psychological evaluation there, but it has to be taught in schools to know the two schools of thought, and it'll be a good history lesson. You know? And people will laugh at the globe in the end. Well, they actually believe that. Yeah, they were that stupid. Yes.
Well, what if in Gintopia somebody wanted to start up a school that specifically taught the globe? Would you allow it or would you not allow it?
What a globe that wouldn't be allowed.
Not allowed.
It would only be taught in schools. It would only be taught in schools, and it would be taught correctly that humanity was deceived. That's the only thing. So if they're going to be teaching deception, fine. But to teach it as it's a real thing, that person would have lost their license, and that school would be shut down. So that's
what's funny is that they probably would do that for the opposite right now. If a teacher started teaching flat Earth, they'd probably get fired.
That's right.
I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm just laughing because of the fact that it's the opposite right now. That they literally.
It's the opposite right now. That's right. That's right. It is the opposite right now.
Or the school would probably have their license taken away. If like an element or like a middle school or an elementary school right now in America just decided, or even any other countries too, just decided overnight that all the teachers were going to start to teach that the globe was a deception and the Earth is actually a stationary plane, they probably would lose their government, license, whatever, the education stuff, probably within about a week.
Yeah. The thing is, in Britain, in the law, it states that the education authority has to teach both sides. It's clearly written in the law, in the education curriculum, that they're supposed to be teaching both schools of thought. But it's by, what do you call it? By what's the word I'm looking for?
Rockefeller Education took it over, though. They hijacked it all.
Yeah.
And after World War II, they launched that Education Act to where they had even more control, along with the United Nations and NASA right there in those 3-year period.
There you go. So it's a bipartisan kind of education system that they have in Britain, and they're only teaching the heliocentric model. They're not teaching the geocentric and the flat Earth. They're not teaching that. But by law, according to the British education curriculum and the laws therein, they're supposed to teach the flat Earth. They're supposed to, but they don't. This is where Rand, what's his name? Riley, the flat earther, Anthony Riley, who was studying law, who I think he still is studying law, was going to look into that and then begin a petition and give it to the education board because they're breaking the law. They're not teaching the full story, as it were. And that's in Britain. It clearly states they're supposed to teach it.
I think what he was trying to do is actually say that they're teaching they're no longer teaching the up-to-date science, and they're teaching mass attracting mass because it's easier to comprehend, so they can trick people into believing in gravity.
Yeah,
instead of telling them what it really is.
Yeah,
which
they're
is
keeping everyone invested in the globe. They have to. They're desperate. That's why the flat earthers, they're really worried about us. Really, really, really worried. They're panicking. Yeah. Yeah, because we pose a threat to the deception. So, be prepared, be ready, look after your health. And yeah, keep on shining, man.
Yeah, so they make it mandatory to teach deception to children.
That's right. That's exactly what they've done.
That's bad. See, that's why when this truth like fully is coming out, it's like it's the foundation of the whole system. Like the whole system has to be readjusted at this point. Because you could have other things that were false, even if like evolution or some of those things, but the shape of the earth is absolutely at the foundation. The entire thing will have to be uprooted, and we'll have to go through everything with a fine-tooth comb and figure out who is in control, what's going on. It really is the final arbiter of this entire system right now.
Yeah, I agree with you totally there. Yeah, and I think once everybody comes to the same page, they're going to realize that evolution is not a thing, and in the end, it'll eventually one day that won't be taught because it's just not a true thing. If it's taught again, it's just going to be taught as part of education back then. This is what they were taught, kind of thing. Looking back at education, perhaps that's it, but it won't be taught as a thing that is real. Like the dinosaurs, for example, another one that needs to be totally. Can you imagine all this stuff that's got to be readdressed? Oh, even the dinosaurs are not real. Yeah.
Yeah, that takes away like a huge portion of the way that children are raised in today's world with all these dinosaur toys and outer space toys and globe stuff.
Yeah.
Wow. Think about how many companies would be out of business. Like a lot of those like toy companies that are making all that. I mean, wow.
Exactly. An industry that's been built on it, and they'll argue they got the right to make them for the historical content. Okay, but as long as you put on the box, dinosaurs never lived. All right.
It's kind of hard to know for sure, though. I mean, there have been weird bones that have been found for sure, and there's like
dinosaurs never lived. Man. They never lived.
Well, I agree with you, not in the way that they describe it, not like those creatures, but do you think that there were like huge reptiles or even dragons on the earth at one point?
I just cannot get that. I don't think the creator.
Yeah, I believe that.
Because then what about the so-called asteroid that came in and ended their life? That never happened. That was not an event.
Well, that's what he's saying. What they say isn't true.
Yeah. I think what we're discovering is basically the old humans and the old animals.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think there were giants for sure.
Yeah, I think there were giants and giant animals.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think we're not the first animals and humans on this planet.
Again, I don't know about that. I couldn't really.
What's a planet?
I would have to examine those bones for myself. I want to examine them, check out the DNA, and I want to know. And those bones are kept away in the vault somewhere.
Jin, do you agree with me that they're humans and hybrids?
Humans and hybrids. Again, I don't know about that either. I haven't lived long enough to know.
Would you elaborate on that?
Yeah.
Well, my theory is that we're not the first humans. There were humans that were created, if you will, before us, and we're just a new iteration.
I don't know. I don't see evidence of that.
It would be an area that would require a belief.
Yeah, I can't do that. Yeah, there's too much strong evidence of God's creation that things that man has created just has to be dismissed. And then when you remove all the nonsense that man has created, and you look around you, there's no evidence for it. There's just none. That's why I find I can't get into that subject matter.
But you do understand that these fossils are that we can identify, prehistoric animals from these fossils. Are you aware of that?
Again, like I said, I have to examine them for myself to be sure 100% that these fossils are what they claim they are. I want to do that for myself. The bones, the things that you see in the museums, those are replicas that are made from a Chinese company. They're bones, but they're powdered down epoxy resin and reconstructed. These are supposedly replicas of. Where's the real bone, please? Let's have a look at the complete set. Let me have a look, touch, smell, and then I want to open it up. I want to open up the bone. That's the only way I'm going to know. You know what I mean? They're going to have to sacrifice the bones.
You do understand that there was a time when the Earth had
a lot of oxygen, and as a result, you had a lot of big things.
Again,
Big
that would be a
animals,
story.
big
That's a story that requires belief, but there's no verification.
No,
for
you
that.
can conduct this experiment, and you can
Do you have
create
proof?
a highly oxygenated chamber, and over time, what you'll find is that the animals and the organisms inside of that chamber grow exponentially.
Again, it still requires belief. That's all. There's no evidence for it.
It's not a belief; it's literally an experiment that you can conduct
No,
yourself.
no. What I'm saying is, but did that happen in on Earth? Is what I'm saying. Where's the evidence for it?
Well, there is an idea that the oxygen levels were different at times in the past, and higher levels of oxygen allowed for like larger beings.
That's literally what I just said.
Do we have? Yeah, that's right. I know what you said, but do we have the evidence for it?
Yeah, I'm not saying that it was the dinosaur stories, but just the idea that like different oxygen levels allow for different types of life to survive here.
Yeah. The thing about the dinosaurs that the experts in animal physiology and anatomy, they've said that, like, for example, if the T-Rex fell over, it wouldn't be able to get back up again. And the creator wouldn't make such an animal that way, for example.
No, it would be able to get up using its knees.
You remember when people were talking about the dinosaur sex? Remember that, Jin?
Yeah, that was flat. What's his name? Flat Earth arsehole. Jake Gibson. Yeah, exactly.
Who did he get it from, though? He got that from someone?
I think he may have thought that up himself after watching Eric Dubé's Dinosaur Never Existed. Then perhaps that's where the idea came along. Yeah.
Dinosaurs did exist, but it's not like what they've told us. I think dinosaurs are basically.
Again, there's no evidence for it, and you haven't.
That was like a thing going around, though.
That's a belief.
Let me explain, Jin. So
I
dinosaurs.
think like Jaren
dinosaurs
did a
were
show on it
basically
too, or talked about it, the dinosaur sex thing. That kind of went around for a while there. A lot of people were talking about it. It was funny.
Yeah, and generalism. That's right. I remember that as well. Yeah.
But Jin, dinosaurs are basically the old animals that used to roam around. They don't.
Nah,
that's what they
no,
are.
they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. You
Just
got
like
so
this, just like they were old humans that don't remember.
No, for real. Look at like those like Tyrannosaurus Rex and shit. Like they couldn't even have sex. It wouldn't even be possible.
Yeah. Look, they found 3 bones. Look, they found 3 bones in the Missouri, right? This guy by the name of Vladimir Hayden, Ferdinand Vladimir Hayden. He found 3 teeth, right, in a river, in the Missouri River, Missouri State. He didn't know what animal it came from, right? So he then sends it by post to the British Museum. What's his name? Sir Richard Owen. And then he coined the phrase or the name. This comes from the Truchodon dinosaur. Now, how would he know that? Truchodon in Latin means rough tooth. But how would you know what something looked like when there's no image of this thing in your life? Nowhere, no photographs, nothing.
There was nothing else.
65 million years ago.
You can make an estimation. You can make a represent. You can create a guesstimation, a representation of what it might be.
Skin color, skin tone, height, length, impossible. You couldn't do it. You're saying you're God.
Yeah, you can.
No, you
because
can't. You can't reverse
everything
that way
because
back.
everything is
It's gonna be a pretend. You're pretending. You're assuming. It's wrong. It's completely wrong.
If you found a tooth that was the size of your hand, you can safely correlate that a size with an animal.
But you wouldn't know what the animal looked like. You just wouldn't know.
Yeah, you can. You can deduce.
You cannot know. My point is, you cannot know what it looked like. You cannot know what the skin looked like. You can't.
You can.
No,
using
you can't. It's an
DNA
assumption.
sequence.
Now you're being dishonest. What DNA? What DNA, man? Come on. No, bullshit. You can't know. It was a two-legged, short arm, and they called it the Trachodon dinosaur. That was the first one. Very similar to the T-Rex, by the way.
Hey, Jen, are you capable of lying?
Yeah, when you look back in history to the paintings on the walls and stuff, no dinosaurs there. So no human being ever heard of a dinosaur. So Richard Owen was thinking about it. Suddenly some teeth are found. A few days later, then you had the dinosaur wars between 2 characters. And it's just bullshit. It's money. They're making money now. It's an industry.
Are you capable of lying, Jin?
Yes, of course I am.
What about
Okay,
all
so
the
you're
cultures around the world that have
you're a
like
hybrid then.
dragons in their mythology?
Well, for me, like,
Yeah.
I don't believe in dinosaurs, but I do believe in dragons.
I don't.
But I mean, I can't prove a dragon to anybody because I have, I don't have a skeleton to show anyone.
Hey Derek, have you seen the land masses, like the huge islands and things that look like dragons? They look like a dead dragon.
Oh,
They're
I think I know what you're talking
incredible.
about.
They're
It's just a
incredible and they're huge.
coincidence.
It's like when you look at them from up above, especially, and they're massive. Like
Yeah.
it's incredible. It's like it's got
How
the,
many-
it's like the tail, like the whole thing is there. Like it's like
That's
a whole,
just a coincidence. That's just a coincidence.
How many coincidences are there? There's a million of them.
No, there's
No, there
also the
isn't.
idea that certain mountains are actually like giants that have died as well.
Yeah, that's a silly theory.
And then gold runs in the blood and in the heart. And when people mine for gold, that they're actually finding the heart of a giant who had died there, and that's where the gold is that they're mining.
So, Jin, you are a hybrid because you said that
Nice.
you are capable of lying.
That doesn't make me a hybrid, does it? It makes it that
Yes, it does.
I'm capable
Because
of
humans,
lying, but I
it's-
choose not to.
It's impossible for a human to lie, so you're a hybrid.
No, I am capable of lying, but I choose not to.
Right, which makes you a hybrid.
No, because it's morally wrong to lie, to mislead people. Sorry, it's not a hybrid, is it?
A human isn't
Yeah, but if you're misled yourself, then you might tell lies and not even be aware that
That is absolutely correct.
Well, I guess,
and I would
but I
agree
guess
with
in that case, it's not a lie. It's just ignorance, isn't it?
Yeah, being misinformed and carrying a belief that you're telling the truth, but you are actually you're misinforming people because you were misinformed in the first place. But like I said, I myself, controlling myself, am capable of lying, but I choose not to because it's morally wrong, and I'm not a hybrid.
Yes, you are, because you have the ability to deceive.
What the hell is a hybrid?
I don't know. I feel like we were having a conversation, and then I don't know how it got to hybrids or what that even means.
Like
Jim
half
knows
human,
exactly
half what?
Well, we were talking about
What's
dragons.
the other
and-
half?
We're talking about reptiles. Oh, another thing, Rams, about that with the reptilian thing is in Europe, in like the London and all like those the royalty center and all that stuff where all that's happening, the royalty. They have so many like gargoyles and reptiles and dragon looking symbology like in the carvings, like at the gates that are at the entrances of like a lot of their government buildings, and there's so much like reptilian symbolism.
Well, I mean,
embedded.
ancient mythologies of so many different cultures are just like so fantastic and amazing, and like different. They're almost like different worlds, like they're coming out of a fantasy novel or something. Like even some of the stories from Indian culture and the Mahabharata, and their books and stuff, which documents the mythology of their history of the humankind and so forth, has all sorts of incredible animals and characters and stories and events, things that you would see in a Marvel movie and stuff. Like it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, amazing.
I think it's cool, but like it's hard to know whether a lot of those mythological stories are just exaggerated, stories, or whether they're actually legitimately real. Because I've spoken to some Indian people, and they've told me themselves that they believe a lot of those stories in those books to be like basically documents of history rather than some mythological story. So,
can you give an example?
Like the war that Krishna fought against I don't know, some army of people, where he rode into battle on this golden chariot or something, and he had this weapon that was like a bow and arrow that when he shot it, it basically took out, you know, the opposition's whole army all in, you know, in one sort of go. And that's just one small example of these fantastic fucking battles and stuff that they talk about in their ancient history. I think it's quite interesting.
It is interesting.
Yeah, it's basically hybrids talking about. It's basically hybrids glorifying war.
Hybrids. What are these hybrids you keep mentioning? What's a hybrid?
A hybrid is someone who glorifies war, someone who deceives, someone who's capable of deceiving, someone who's capable of lying, someone who's capable of evil. That is a hybrid.
So everyone in the whole world.
No, humans, it's impossible for a human to lie. It's impossible for a human to deceive. It's impossible for a human to
That's just silly, bro.
It's not silly.
2-year-olds lie, bro.
Have free will. I mean, that doesn't take a.
You are 100% a troll confirmed.
Because there's 2-year-olds of hybrid. There's 2-year-olds of hybrids. That's why they lie. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so show me a hybrid and show me a human then.
Everyone here is probably a hybrid. A human is someone you probably would never have contact with at all. But if you
So
let me guess, you are.
So where's the human then? Where is the human then? Because you keep on saying we're all hybrids. So where is a human?
A human would be someone. When you tell them something, they will eat whatever you tell them because they can't fathom you lying to them. And so,
all right, dude. I think I can hold on. I think I can save your troll here. All right, let me there's the idea that people in ancient times were more like heirloom humans, whereas humans today were kind of like almost a different species in a sense. Like a lot of humans today tend to be like weaker in certain ways, weaker immune systems, more prone to like autoimmune disease and arthritis and osteoporosis and like a lot of those factors too. And that we're not necessarily as strong as our like ancestors in terms of like hunting and having more resiliency. Whereas now, like we're almost like kind of like the idea of a hybridized human, but yeah. So even though that term is not necessarily the right term for it, but
that's nothing to do with what I'm saying,
dude. It's the only way to save your hybrid claim that was not really.
It's got nothing to do with your immune system or how well you are able to deal with your environment. It's got nothing to do with it.
So show me where a human is then, please.
Well, we're like a hybridized version because, like, when you hybridize fruit, for example, like let's say you take like a wild strawberry and it's and it has its certain qualities. If you then hybridize it, you keep raising it to have more and more sugar, and it ends up being weaker in that sense. So that's what hybridization is. Like that word means, like in terms of the actual dynamics of what it makes to create a hybrid. So in that sense, perhaps we are hybrid humans from our ancestors that perhaps were stronger in various ways, and that was how I was trying to bring the hybridization component into it in terms of that concept from humans, which is a way that we actually could be hybridized from our original like heirloom kind of human structure.
Yeah, no, that's got nothing to do with what I mean by hybrid. A hybrid is someone with tainted blood.
So where are these non-painted blood humans then?
They're very rare, but they're usually ones that don't have contact with modern society and generally are found in mountains or somewhere remote. An example of a human would be
people that were chosen in the Bible, for instance, for like Noah's, your Abraham's, your Jacob's. Those are.
But a hybrid, like technically in science, is when you cross one species with another, right? The thing that you produce then is called a hybrid because it's a mix of two different species, like with cannabis. When you mix sativa and indica, they're called a hybrid because it has a mix of the two different species mixed together.
Right, and that's why I was
you could
using
technically
it.
call an Asian American, a person with an Asian father and an American or German mother or something. You could call that person a racial hybrid, technically. So, I mean, that's what the definition of the word hybrid is, as I understand it.
Right, and that's why I was linking it
that.
to like growing food, because I was saying with strawberries, you know, if they hybridize them, then they breed them in a particular way to create, let's say, a strawberry that has more sugar in it, something like that.
Well, yeah, they can do it to make them like better, stronger, more resilient, more productive, whatever, right? So, yeah, like that's cultivation, right? And you can end up with either a better product or a worse product, or at the end of the day, it's just going to be a little bit different, and it might serve your purposes better. Like, I don't know if any of you guys have heard about golden rice, but it's something that they developed many years ago as a solution for the hunger problems around the world. But for some reason, they ditched it and they didn't go ahead with producing it. So,
Yeah, no, that's not what I mean by hybrid at all.
Now, what you mean is some weird thing, fantasy in your own mind.
Fantasy. It's not.
Oh, it is.
I
It
have scientific evidence. I don't know what you mean by
scientific
fantasy.
evidence. Really?
Yes.
Oh, this will be
all
good.
Right. Well, let us all see, please.
Sure. So the first one is Rh negative blood.
I have Rh negative blood and I'm capable of lying.
Yep, hybrid.
So anyone with Rh negative blood's a hybrid?
Yes.
How did you come to that conclusion, man?
So who's not a hybrid again? What kind of blood do you have to have?
Not being Rh negative.
So 99% of the world?
Yeah.
I made
What's
that number
this
up
blood
so
type
you
got
didn't
to
know
do
you're
with this hybrid?
I think 15% of the world is hybrid, but yeah, the rest are human.
Well, you just said everyone in here was a hybrid.
Yeah, you just admitted to being Rh negative, right?
Yeah, I have B negative blood.
Yeah.
Yeah. So not everyone in here though, right? Because I mean,
I've got
so
low
are you
positive
saying
blood.
that
What does that mean?
if anyone doesn't have Rh negative blood, then they can't lie?
No. So
Story's falling apart.
it's not, because you're misunderstanding. You're making too many assumptions without asking questions.
Well, they say there's
So,
only 15% of the human population is Rh negative.
Yeah, those 15
85 is positive. That's in the United States,
Yes.
actually, is what this is claiming.
What does this apparently correlate to? Like, what are these people with this particular blood type? Like, what is that?
I guess he's trying to say 15% of people with Rh negative, I guess, is what he's is just making up as a hybrid, but I think he's just making it up as he goes, to be honest.
I feel like we're just
Nah,
indulging
you literally won't even let me actually finish.
His troll is to make it seem like he's serious, so that's kind of his deal.
Yeah, totally.
It reminds me.
I feel like we're just indulging this ridiculously.
Well, Rams, I was saying earlier, it reminds me of
Yeah,
Branch.
all
You
that
know when
ridiculousness,
Branch tries to
man.
troll and what Branch does
Yeah.
sometimes? It just reminds me.
Totally.
Like he goes, it's like a mental bomb. He tries to go and like convince you that it's serious. And just get people
That's not
talking
what
about
I'm
the
doing.
most ridiculous off like things.
That's literally not what even I'm talking about.
Of course you would say that.
I think you guys are just making accusations.
I think you're making speculations, and they're just endless.
I think you're gonna hurt this kid's feelings.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Well, there is a conversation to be had around blood type and stuff. It is interesting, these different components. And there's even the idea that we, like humans, were bred from something else as well, or that, that there was some kind of like an interference at some point as well, like a blue blood, some kind of a takeover thing, which pretty much seems like it's going on.
Didn't the
Can I ask you guys
Atlanteans?
something? Can I ask you guys something?
I thought the
Why do you?
Atlanteans designed human beings as to be their slaves, and then
Why do you guys think that in the Bible, for instance, there are chosen people like Abraham and Noah?
were you bringing up the Bible now?
And I was asking you, why do you think that there's these? What makes them chosen?
I don't know. Maybe ask some seminary person that studied the Bible.
Okay, so it's because they're human.
So now you're going to answer your own question.
So why do you think the flood happened?
Are you all right, man?
Dude, it tells you why.
No, I'm asking you a legitimate question. Why do you?
Me too. I'm just wondering if you're
It
okay.
doesn't sound like you've read the Bible at all.
Because the Atlanteans were going too far with their crazy super technology and their gene manipulation and the crazy animals and hybrid animals and stuff that they were creating, and they angered God. So God, sent a flood to wipe them out, so that the
I think this kid had way too many hits of acid. I think that's the problem.
So Noah is the only. So basically, Noah was the only human that was left. The whole world was filled with these hybrids, and Noah was the only human.
Oh, we're back to the hybrids.
Yo, if everybody's a hybrid, what are you?
I'm a hybrid.
Well, I think it could. That's what I was saying before. It could be argued in a sense that we're all hybridized from our ancestors. In that sense, kind of like.
Of course, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Like Rams was saying. The way
you're a hybrid of your mum and your dad.
Right.
I'm a hybrid of my mum and my dad.
Yeah. I think we're getting tied up on wrong definitions.
I guess the point is, what is the point of this classification?
There is no
point of it?
To better understand your world.
But it doesn't help you do that.
Really?
No, it doesn't. Because when you go and talk to someone, how are you going to tell if they're lying or not? Are you going to ask them if they're a hybrid, and if they are they really going to be honest with you and tell you? This is just, I don't even know why I'm indulging this. This is stupid.
See, it's stupid, but I've actually brought this topic up many times, and you'd be surprised at how many people have questions and they're intrigued by it.
A lot of people are polite enough to indulge your fantasy. That's people being polite to you.
There are a lot of interesting
It's not about being polite.
Our ancestry, our genetics, and our origins. I mean, there are a lot of interesting things about that, and the genetic side too. Like, have we been genetically altered or manipulated? What about the idea that we've been genetically modified in a way to have certain illnesses that big pharma treats, like autoimmune diseases and inflammatory disorders, even things like multiple sclerosis and all kinds of other. It's pretty intense to get into that. And like, have they made our bodies more susceptible to those things through various toxins? Have they modified humans, or have they just been able to kind of damage our genetics with their altered genetics? A lot of interesting components about that potential.
Well, I've heard some Eastern like monks and stuff talk about the fact that the atmosphere of the Earth is different today than it used to be many, many years ago. And the atmosphere
how is that not a
today
fantasy?
is not so conducive to the sorts of occult power type things that people used to be able to do in the past. And like magic and stuff that you might think of as magic today.
Well, that's interesting. So you're saying
wasn't-
there's like a different charge in the ether, perhaps, or like a different.
Wait,
exactly.
how
There's
my
something
theory
that's
fantasy
changed
and
like
that is
that
normal?
in
What
the
fuck?
world, that those certain things aren't possible anymore. And
Bro, that is complete
obviously
fantasy.
there's a grander design behind why that's happened, and I can't tell you what that is, because that's God's plan, whatever that is. I don't know, but yeah, that's what I've heard.
Well, that's interesting. Well, then can it transition back at any time?
I'm not sure. I guess maybe in the super cycle. Yeah, probably, but yeah,
So what about,
I'm
like-
not sure. I can't answer that for sure.
What about like telepathy? So the idea that the ether is what transmits and conduces telepathy. So you're almost suggesting an idea where like the ether could be in like a different state right now, or like a different vibration or different frequency that would change the telepathic rate between us.
Maybe, yeah. I'm not sure.
Or other things like you were saying that might be just, described as magic in that sense.
Yeah.
Like even Jesus, like healing broken bones by just touching. I mean, I think stuff like that's absolutely possible. I mean, I think that happens all the
Yeah.
time. Like, yeah, that could
Yeah.
happen. Or like bringing an animal back to life, or there are certain.
And
like,
I think there may be a few rare people here in this world in this time that may be capable of some of those things, but it would only be some extremely talented or dedicated people that are still able to sort of access some of those things. And some of those things are, through the third eye and, the occult abilities that can be manifest by being able to open that third eye and control it.
Yep, for sure. Yeah,
But it's like
it's the ultimate center of exactly, the entire manifestation.
Well, part of the way I sort of understand it is like, say you were a person that had mastered yourself spiritually to the point where you had mastery over your third eye, for instance, all of your chakras, but say your third eye, and you could open it at will, and then you could being it open, you could do all sorts of things. You could go and fly around like Superman if you wanted, but the circumstances of the earth and the situation with the human race and society and maybe all sorts of other factors play into you not doing those sorts of things. I don't know. I don't know. That's one way I've thought about it.
So how would that work? Describe that. Like, how would that work?
It's like you might be able to do something in like amazing, magical, or incredible, but the world just doesn't require that at this time, and it's sort of more to do with that as to why we don't see it as much in the world. And I think it's connected to the greater sort of journey of life and what's happening spiritually to life and human beings and the world at this point in time. If that makes sense.
What are you talking about? Like, you mean like with psychic abilities, or like, is that what you're referring to, or what? Like, what are you referring to exactly? Like,
well, occult and supernatural type powers and abilities.
Oh, okay.
Like which could include psychic powers, could include like psychokinesis and like literally anything you can imagine.
Yeah, in a way, in our current society, it does seem like that's more. That's like only a certain, like there's like a limited number of people that can do that.
Well, I think the world is in such a material sort of mood, material focus, you know, at this stage in the world.
Yeah. I mean, I think ultimately, like the pineal gland, because DMT, like dimethyltryptamine, is something that's naturally made in our brains and in our bodies. And it's also made in like thousands of other animals and plants as well. And it's very similar to serotonin. It's like very similar. It's just like one little change from serotonin. So it seems to be like foundational to the human brain, the way that it functions. And that is generated in the pineal gland and maintained by the pineal gland. And it's been said in a sense that DMT is, that's why like Rick Strassman referred to it as the spirit molecule, but that DMT is actually the transmitter of our consciousness from the metaphysical into the physical, or from the spiritual or from the beyond into the physical, and that's intermediated from our soul into the physical world through the dimethyltryptamine, which then works with our brain state and our dreams and the melatonin cycle as part of like the entire experience of being a human.
Okay. That sounds quite reasonable.
It sort of regulates that through the melatonin, through the sleep cycle, and through the DMT, serotonin, and also like norepinephrine, other compounds as well. Like dopamine. They all kind of work in a synergistic fashion.
But I mean, you can't even comprehend that sort of, those sorts of realms, you know, like those realms outside of this physical world, like our spirit realm or wherever, or heaven, or wherever whatever those other realms are where we came from and where we go to after this life is done. You can't even comprehend those places, or even the idea of those places, if you hold on to any sort of material concepts, you know, of materiality. Like those sorts of realms, those sorts of places are just completely, I don't know, even unfathomable in terms of physicality, you know, like.
Yeah. Oh, I know what you mean. It's incredible to think about. But I mean, if a creator can create this, everything that we've seen on Earth, or if this is all being created, then would it then lead in your mind that same creator could possibly make who knows how many other worlds, dimensions, beings that are as real as this world, like, you know, like other realms?
There would literally be no limit to what he could create.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if this creator, it's sustaining this entire realm. All of us right now, the sun, the moon, the stars, the wandering stars, the atmosphere, the weather, every single human being's brain and body and organs and blood and cells and all food cycle and nourishment and water, and then all the insects. I mean, it's maintaining this entire system within its own mind or within its own capacity, all simultaneously at once. It's unfathomable of level of consciousness that would take to do that. Just to make the earth, the water, the oceans, the tides. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, just try and describe to another person what that experience is like when you have an amazing trip on either psilocybin or DMT. Like, even the idea of trying to communicate that experience to another person is you just feel like it's futile, like, immediately, right? There's just no way you could possibly describe that experience to another person. Like, it's just indescribable.
Yeah, or ineffable. Yeah. That's another word that people often use in terms of describing some experiences. Yeah, like yeah, it seems like some experiences transcend the capacity to put into human words, human language.
Well, I think that's where we have art, right? Art and expression of art in poetry and music and all those sorts of things that represent and convey emotions, ideas and feelings and dreams and
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. That's where the mystic can put the experience into some kind of an art form. Like, to kind of find something and to manifest it. So then do you think that there are other dimensions that are like this one, like a whole realm, like, that has earth and water? Like, do you think there's others? Do you think there's infinite others, or there's a limited number of others? Are they as
Personally, I don't think that there are any others like the Earth. I think the other realms or worlds or places that exist are different entirely.
Interesting. But are there others that have earth-like qualities, that have like water and soil, you know what I mean? Or are they just totally different? Like, what do you think? Earth is unique.
Yeah,
I
I
would
don't
agree.
know.
It's got to be unique.
Yeah, it's got to be different.
I mean, people have talked about having experiences of other dimensions that are not even physical at all, that are totally different altogether, where
Yeah. Yeah.
which is interesting.
When a lot of cultures talk about, like, the different realms, right? That of heaven and hell, right? That there's 7 levels of heaven and 7 levels of hell, and maybe they represent in some way different different dimensional realms of consciousness slash spiritual energy or something, and there's the highest level where you're at one with everything and everyone in the highest heavenly sort of blissful way, and there's steps between that and hell or horrible, terrible experiences and feelings. And maybe it's, I don't know, maybe I get the feeling the earth and this physical place is something extremely precious and special, and there's only one place that's earth, this place. I don't think there's anywhere else like it. Because, I mean, I've heard some spiritual masters talk about the earth and the human experience is the only realm of all of the realms and worlds that God has created where a soul can actually transcend themselves is only here on earth in the human incarnation, in the human experience, and that this is the only place where a soul can transcend itself is here, manifested through physical life as a human, and that when you die and you leave this place, then you cannot transcend anymore. You cannot change your whatever level you get to spiritually or whatever outside in the other realms. And so hence for reincarnation is why we come back and go through the experience of life is to transcend ourselves. And this is the only place where that transcendence can occur. That's what I believe. And from, the philosophies and beliefs that I've studied and read, and that's what feels right to me.
This is a belief-based subject, and like to bring it back to
of course,
to bring it back to the dimethyltryptamine, like for the dreams I have and for the dimethyltryptamine that my brain makes, I have a hard enough time describing my dreams to people, and so that's without inducing more on my own. So yeah, I believe that it's like our bodies know how much to make, and so I think if people introduce it themselves, that it can introduce them to, like, even if they're supposed to see something in these dreams or visions, that it could be even too much for them, or like they're not ready for it yet. But
yeah, it can be dangerous with the wrong guidance, or absolutely.
Well, with DMT
hence
in
why you need
particular,
a guide. You need a master or a guide, someone to help you navigate those experiences, to avoid those pitfalls, those traps that can trap you for years and years.
Mm-hmm.
well, I think with DMT in particular, the way that people ingest it, like if you're gonna consume like a synthetic extracted version of it, then that's now you're dealing with something synthetic, or at least partly synthetic in terms of how it was extracted and all of that. And then you're just like, some people vaporize it or smoke it in a large amount. That's different. That's like a pretty that is a way that doing it that's fairly synthetic in that sense. And I would just say that that's very, very different than something like in ayahuasca, for example, that's like a plant mixture. The DMT that's in ayahuasca is very organic, natural, the way that it works with the brain and the way that it actually is experienced as well. So I would say there's a wide range of difference because, yeah, doing it synthetically, that is a bit intense to just kind of like over flood your body with it in that type of fashion. That's not like a traditional way of using it. That's not necessarily organic at all. It's kind of more of a
and also because it's such a powerful experience, like having the environment and the atmosphere around you of shamans and the right atmosphere and the right setting, all that sort of stuff is really important.
Yep. I would agree.
I mean, I remember when I was 18 or something, and I had a friend that was a bit of a dodgy sort of a dude, and was a bit into sort of drugs and all that sort of stuff. And, he took us to this field where we found a whole heap of mushies, right? And, we had some mushies and we had a good time, and it was a bit of a fun, and we partied and stuff. And then I went and did mushies again a few times after that, but I did it with a different group of people, and the experience was completely different. Completely.
Yeah. Yep. That is interesting that people have that with mushrooms and even LSD as well, even though LSD is semi-synthetic, but it kind of is in a similar category in that sense where depending on the set and setting, like you can be more like outward oriented where you're not really having an inner journey at all, where you're kind of more, open your eyes and you're doing stuff in the world or whatever it may be. Whereas when you actually like close your eyes and have an intention of actually going within, then it can be like a whole another experience in terms of like what can be experienced when you're actually kind of going within and actually focusing and almost like a meditation style or just
self-discovery. Yeah, that's
yeah.
right. Yeah.
And just the intention of turning within allows that to occur.
Yeah, and seeking like wisdom and understanding about why existence exists, why we exist, and yeah, and I mean, like that guy that I was talking about, like he never even considered that when he took it and he got high. He never even thought about, the deep and meaningful questions of life, whereas I did, and some of the other people that I did it with on other occasions, they did. And because they all did, we had discussions about that sort of stuff. And it was a fantastic experience. But then other people, they're just not so interested, or maybe it doesn't affect them in the same way, or I don't know.
Yeah, well, psilocybin does contain, it can activate DMT, and it contains something called 4-ACO-DMT. Their psilocybin breaks down into 4-ACO-DMT, and then so yeah, mushrooms, even though mushrooms don't necessarily have direct like NN-DMT in them, they have a lot of other like precursors to DMT, and it definitely seems like, in my experience as well, it seems like psilocybin can activate endogenous DMT, meaning the DMT that's made by your own brain, your own body. With the mushrooms may decide to sort of create like a more of a release of your own natural DMT in your brain, the same way that like meditation can do that, or breath work, or certain types of music, like certain tones and like crystal bowls and things can activate that as well, and like humming, vibrating, all these different components of actually vibrating your pineal gland frequency through the actual vibrations, either with your voice or in these different ways, where you can have an endogenous release of DMT just naturally. It's by your own brain. And so it seems like psilocybin seems to be able to do that as well. Like it can actually activate that process during the experience. Because I've actually experienced that. Like I can tell the 4-ACO-DMT and the parts of the psilocybin and how that DMT complex is working. But I could also tell when that was releasing the endogenous DMT, I could decipher the endogenous being released as well. So in that sense, it's like, yeah, the potential is to have a very potent DMT experience with psilocybin, especially on high doses, can definitely happen.
Yeah, we were at one stage taking pretty good sized doses, and we found this one area too where we were able to find this one type of psilocybin mushroom, these blue meanies they were called, and they felt, I don't know, they seemed so much cleaner and more potent than the gold top variety that are a lot more common. And all of those experiences on the blue meanies were a lot more powerful, and they also sort of carried over for like the following few days afterwards. You'd sort of be on a high of aspiration and motivation, and just excited for life, and super motivated and excited for like days afterwards as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
You didn't get that sort of toxic crash that you get sometimes with gold tops or maybe some other types of psychedelic drugs that might, have other toxins in them that have to flush out over the following couple of days or something.
Well, the golden caps ones you were getting, were those wild or were those like grown in some kind of
Wild.
Okay, so they're all wild. Interesting. Yeah, there's definitely different toxin levels. I mean, mushrooms are a little bit of a toxin. Different mushrooms can have different toxins, and I think there's like hundreds of psilocybin species, and yeah, there is definitely a variability in terms of the toxins that are in them, because some of them do have like natural toxins, or even other like molds or funguses that might be growing with it as well. So yeah, there can be a lot of factors, but I know what you mean. Yeah, because I've had mushrooms that are way cleaner and more light on the body and more rejuvenating. Which for me, that's the way ayahuasca is. Ayahuasca is like completely rejuvenating. Like it's amazing.
Yeah.
It doesn't have any hangover at all. In fact, you literally just feel better. Virtually everyone across the board. It's amazing. But mushrooms can be, I know what you mean. Like sometimes they can be really rejuvenating, but other times there is a little bit of like a headache or something the next day as well. So yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, sometimes there's that hangover a couple of days later where on the day of the experience and as you're going through it, you have all these motivating aspirations to like, start doing something incredible with your life and with yourself, but then you just don't have the energy and the motivation in the days afterwards to carry it on, and that's a little bit depressing sometimes.
Well, it's interesting. I think everyone's got their own journey with things and how that kind of plays out. I mean, perhaps there's just if there was more like more I guess I'll say for myself, when I've done a lot of working through various things, and I would notice where if I was working through like a certain trauma or certain issue, sometimes like let's say the first session that I would access that, I would first be getting insights to it and be kind of, putting things together. But then after that session, I might even be a little bit worse off in a way. I mean, in a way I'm better off because there was healing that occurred, but because I stirred up something deep, it was like, oh wow, there's more work to do here. Like there's something there's more here. And I would have to go in another session and work through more of it. And then by doing that, I was able to actually like get to the root of that issue and eventually release it through, release it. Yeah. And
it can sometimes be a little bit intimidating when you actually come to truly realize how far of a journey you have to go, when you really face up to, all of the, demons or trauma or whatever it is that we're all working through. It can be a little bit intimidating sometimes when you realize how far you have to go, how high the hill is to climb, but that can go away really quickly as well too. So you just got to keep at it, You just got to.
Yeah, the ego deaths are key. Ego death is at the beginning scary, but once I got used to it and just surrendered more and more, and I knew that something good was coming on the other side every time. And so then it motivated me to go into it more and just realize that it's a process of continual refinement and just facing that to the core as much as I possibly could. Just let the ego, because like the ego wants to control and it wants to grasp on and it wants to, posture itself. And so when there's like, for me, when there was like trauma or something that was kind of controlling that ego structure with the trauma, I had to also allow that ego structure to die and to just surrender and let that flow out of me. And sometimes that would be that there was a lot involved with that. But once that occurred, right on the other side of that was a greater understanding and a level at which my ego seems like it was less grasping on and more like in like letting go and surrendering.
And then you get the exciting feeling of what could be in the future. You know, what you could make of yourself. You know, what possibilities there could be for you in your future. You know, if you keep at that sort of personal development, like, phew, it's yeah.
Yeah, because for me, it was like unblocking energies that were trapped in my system, that were blocking my system, I should say. And so that releasing that was only of benefit. Like it was all of benefit because that energy, it was like blocking my energy, basically, like blocking, I think, like my chi, my chakras, you know, all those components. And so the more that that could be unblocked, then the more like, yeah, like you were saying, like creative energy is possible. Just a greater
Greater
understanding of
potential
myself and yeah.
for a better experience every single day. Yeah.
Yeah, like more joy in the moment instead of always being stuck in the past or the future.
Yeah. Yeah.
I went through a bit of a stage of like kind of like a spiritual what's the right term for it? Kind of like disenchantment, you know, like kind of having to see like the cold hard reality and then try, you know, having like a almost like a yeah, like a disenchanted outlook where you don't really see the beauty or the magic, or you don't really see that. You kind of see everything as like a cold, dark, you know, it's like disenchantment, that whole concept of being having like a disenchanted outlook.
Yeah.
And it seemed
Yeah, I
like I
get
was
that.
connected to like a materialism thing that was probably connected to my ancestors as well. And having to go through that to find actual to find the more the inspiration and the beauty and everything.
Hmm.
Like kind of that thing where like the world is almost like cardboard. It's like kind of black and white and just sort of cold and mechanical versus a more like inspired viewpoint on it and kind of seeing the more like pulsating energy and fractal designs and like actually seeing the beauty, you know, in it. So yeah, I just remember like I went through a phase of that too, kind of like when I was kind of trying to figure it all out. And it seemed like there was some layer that was like a threshold that I had to get through.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking of going on a bit of an adventure, maybe to South America for a year or two, maybe just to go over there and maybe just work and travel around and just have a bit of an adventure, eh?
That would be awesome. Yeah, let's
Mm.
go, man. Let's do some ayahuasca circles. That's the place to do it. That's the,
Yeah.
that's the spot. Like, there's something about with ayahuasca in particular that being in South America makes a huge difference. Like the actual ether there, the actual environment, it's ayahuasca in its home environment. And there's really, even though you can do it in other places of the world, there's really no place like there for that medicine. I don't know if that's what you were referring to, but that's
Oh,
yeah.
that's definitely a part of it. But yeah, I just want to sort of go to that part of the world and just live and work for a while, and you just work on my health and fitness as well, and then probably go and do that. Well, definitely go and do that. Probably at least a few months after I get there. And then, yeah, just explore around the whole of South America and hopefully even end up in the States and maybe buy a car and just sort of drive around the States as well.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the health and yeah, no, that sounds awesome, man. That sounds like quite a journey if you were to do that.
Yeah, I think I'm in need a bit of an adventure, eh?
The thing about with the ayahuasca is like you were saying, like, yeah, I mean, like what's amazing about that medicine is that if pretty much anyone can do this, if they really want a major life upgrade to a massive level, go to some in South America, let's say for like a whole month, and do ayahuasca ceremonies. I mean, you can do them even every day, but some people do them every other day or maybe every third day. But do like a series of them. Let's say 10 or 15 ceremonies. Let's say. Now you have to definitely be your own like inner warrior. You have to have strength, and it's not just a walk in the park at all. It's going to be a journey in that sense. But like something like that, like 10 or 15 sessions. And I'm talking, of course, it'd be, of course, with really good support and make sure the medicine is of the right, it has to be the right setup, the right people, and have potent medicine that's the real deal. So I'm talking about the real deal, not something else, because there's a lot of other stuff where they're mixing other plants in with it and stuff. But I guess just what I'm saying, like something like that, like a commitment to do like 10 or 15 solid, full dose ceremonies, the potential, like coming out of that, literally can take years off your life. It can like cellularly rebuild your whole body in a sense. So we're like people like come back like, looking 10 years younger, even 10 or 15 years younger, and just having complete cleanse of like physically, health wise, and emotionally and spiritually. And of course, everyone was working through different things, but for the capacity to just completely transform one's life, like physically and emotionally and spiritually, in something like that, it's just so incredible that nature provides that, and it's always there with the right access and the right environment and the right usage.
Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah, and I think everybody should sort of go on, an adventure of self-discovery like that, at some point in their lives.
I mean, that's definitely a full-on way to do it, like a whole month, because I mean, even doing even like 3 ceremonies is a lot, or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm talking about kind of a plunge in that sense.
Yeah.
In that
Well,
sense.
that's why I'd like to spend like a whole year or two over in South America and be able to work and live and meet people, even learn the language maybe, and then be able to go and do that as well over 10 sessions, maybe even every 3 months. I might go and do 10. I don't know, whatever, but yeah, for sure.
Have you done ayahuasca?
No, not before. No.
Yeah, it is incredible. It's so beautiful. And it's unique. Yeah, I definitely found it quite different. I find it quite different than mushrooms, and it's like it's really in a category in and of itself. But yeah, just so loving and nourishing, and just completely kind of knows what you need in a sense, and then supplies that in all respects, and just has this incredible like respect for you in a sense, and but then also like so much wisdom to offer, and love and beauty, and integration and healing. It seems to have, like, I feel like mushrooms have definitely a spirit to them in a sense, but there's something about ayahuasca that's like in a whole nother category of the level of intelligence and wisdom that it is able to impart, like even into your physical body. And it's just incredible, the synchronicities that are orchestrated that happen around it as well. And it's truly just one of the most profound and blessed medicines I've ever encountered on Earth.
Yeah, I think people like Richard Dawkins desperately need a few treatments of that fucking medicine. I remember there was one Joe Rogan episode where he had Graham Hancock on there, and he was talking about his experiences in South America with it. And he again was one of those guys that recommends that, you go and do at least 10 or 11 or 12 sessions to get, the full experience.
Yeah. And yep. Yeah. I remember him speaking about it. Yeah. His experiences with it as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's unique in a lot of ways. It's profound. It feels, it's so organic within the body. Like it doesn't have like any kind of negative after effects. Like it seems to just support the whole systems of the body in a really unique way. Also with Rams as well, like in terms of the somehow ayahuasca seems to be able to create like bonding, like very deep, like heart bonding with others as well. So in the kind of ceremony group, especially if you're working, let's say you're with like 20 people or whatever it may be for that amount of time, and there's just some really incredibly like unique things that happen, like when just people are just bonding and sharing information and just synchronicities that come up and all kinds of like interpersonal healing dynamics. Like some people talk a lot, but some don't, like you don't even have to interact with others. Like some people, everyone just kind of gives each other space, but there's like these communal dynamics that occur that are just so beautiful and unique. That seems like the ayahuasca spirit is like almost working on like a higher level as well in the kind of interpersonal dynamics for even more like healing and for more harmony with a really good group like that.
Well, yeah. I mean, that sort of goes into what I believe is the ultimate spiritual truth, which is that we literally are one. Like you and me are literally the same entity. Ultimately, like at the deepest level. So I'd say that's sort of how I make sense of what you just described as those sorts of experiences of people being able to connect with each other, especially when having an experience like DMT.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you on that. We are all one, and there's something with like the love that can be actually exchanged is pretty beautiful and just very unique. Have you ever heard of the medicine called combo?
No.
It comes from a frog actually, and it's often used in conjunction with ayahuasca. Not always, but sometimes it is, and there seems to be a synergy between them, but that one seems to be very heart opening as well. Yeah, ayahuasca I would say is very heart opening in general. Tends to be that way for people. And so I think that increases the kind of bonding level with people as well when you're kind of in community like that.
For sure.
That's awesome though, man, that you feel called to do that work. That's beautiful. And perhaps we should go together. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, man. Well, I'll be in touch, man. I'll let you know. I'm hoping to probably head off sometime early to mid next year. So I need to work out what sort of work I might be able to do in South America to be able to support myself while I'm there, and what the visa situations would be and all that sort of stuff. So I'm just sort of starting my planning of the journey. So yeah, or the adventure, let's call it. So I don't have any commitments here, so that's cool. I'm able to just go and do my thing for a little while. So that's the plan.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, that's beautiful. And yeah.
If you don't do shit like that with your life, man, like if you don't dream big and fucking swing hard and try, go for it, then that's how you end up as a bitter old person, and that's a shitty existence. Well, I hope everybody else in the room's been enjoying our chat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we've been filling the airwaves. Yeah, anyone else wants to jump in, definitely jump in. But yeah, no, I'm just inspired by you, Ram. Inspired that you're willing to take, do the work, the deep work like that, and that's just beautiful. I'm always just so inspired by.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I wanna be inspired and aspire to a better version of myself, which I know is possible. So I just need to get out there and challenge myself a little bit. And going to another country and living and learning a language and all that, I think, yeah, an experience like that would be pretty cool. Has anyone here traveled to South America and worked in South America or anything like that can give me any advice?
The furthest south I've been is Nogales, Mexico, and that's just a border town.
I've been to South America, but only on doing journeys there, so not like longer term per se.
Yeah.
Like not like years like you're talking. So yeah, in terms of getting into the communities and so it'd be interesting. I mean, there's a lot of different areas, of course, depends on where you're at. Of course, too. Yeah, it's dramatically wide variety in terms of different areas.
Yeah, well, I'd really love to go and spend a little bit of time in Brazil, little bit of time in Argentina, Chile, and then maybe sort of go north from there.
Yeah, Peru is where a lot of the shamanism is. A lot of shamanic.
Yeah, cool. That's in Chile, right?
In Peru? No, it's in Peru.
Oh, Peru's its own country, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. That's where Machu Picchu is.
Oh, yeah, right. Cool.
Yeah, if you haven't seen that is definitely worth going to.
Oh, yeah.
The whole thing is built, it's all quartz crystal. That place is incredible.
Oh, yeah. It's
I think
spectacular.
the story they tell us about it is total BS. Like that was like an interdimensional portal that beings were completely transcending time and space and like channeling knowledge, and that's a very deep sacred site. Because the rocks there, the stones, like the vibrations of the ether portal there is incredible, and that's why so many people go there for spirituality as well. But yeah, if you're there, that would definitely be a possible spot if you were going to go check it out.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Well, if I'm going to be in the region for, a year or two, then yeah, hopefully I should have time to get to all the sites and shit. I just need to be able to work while I'm there so that I can, make a bit of money and fund my little excursions every few weeks or every few months or whatever.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I guess it just really probably depends on the area, what they're all like, but
yeah, I've got a bit of homework to do.
That's awesome that you're willing just to take that on. Like that just sounds like an epic journey just to even be willing to do it.
Yeah, I thought so.
Have you ever, there's also one of the medicines that's used there as well as the Wachuma cactus. Have you ever, it's also referred to as San Pedro. Have you ever had an experience with that one?
No. But I know that I think there's San Pedro's available here as well. I think it grows everywhere. So
yeah, exactly. It is all around. It's even in like
that's just mescaline, right?
Yeah,
that's the drug that's in it, right? Yeah.
Well, the mescaline seems to be one of the main alkaloids that causes, the visions and the kind of that experience, the kind of psychedelic, all of that component of it. The way that LSD, psilocybin. So yeah, mescaline is kind of the alkaloid that's one of the main kind of visionary alkaloids. But there's actually like hundreds of other compounds in it. So there's many alkaloids, but yeah, the mescaline is kind of one of the main ones. Yeah, that's kind of the main experience in that sense.
Every time I hear the word mescaline, I think of the Matrix movie and the white rabbit at Neo's front door. What does he say? Something about mescaline, man. It's like a trip, man. What does he say? Something like that.
Yeah. Well, I just mentioned it because, like, in South America as well, if you're there, like, that's where it grows, like, in the Andes, and so yeah, like, if that would be a place to do a good ceremony, as well for that medicine because you're kind of in the region. Seems like the cactus, like, it needs to grow at high altitude to really have the full alkaloids in it. It needs to kind of be grown at that high altitude. So yeah, it's another one where doing it in the region is really the best and has yeah. But that one's beautiful. Yeah, I mean, if that one's one of my favorites. It's so blissful, very very blissful, and
Quick question: do I need to be live stream verified to post a picture?
yeah, I'll give it to you.
Okay, cool. Because I stumbled across this photo of a place in Peru. Yeah, Machu Picchu. It's like a rainbow mountain. It's awesome.
Nice.
Yeah. Here we go. Bam.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Where is that one?
Yeah, that's it says Machu Picchu. I think that's how you say that. I'm not exactly sure where around there, but yeah. Let's see, there's a website for it. Huh.
Well, I just posted one picture of Machu Picchu. It looks like that. Yeah, that colored one is wild though.
I know. Yeah, Rainbow Mountain. Cusco. Chegacupe.
See that one I just posted of Machu Picchu. See, it seems like it's amazing. There's like these it looks like the Spanish came and added all these rocks, so they kind of like changed it. But there's like these huge stones that are in these like ceremonial spots. It's so cool how it's laid out.
Mm.
That one kind of shows it. It shows oh, I've posted again. See how like where those people are all standing in that clearing, kind of on the left, kind of the like maybe the six. Yeah. It's really interesting. What was really going on there?
Imagine being able to see what that place would have looked like when it was like in its heyday, when it was like at full operation and full capacity. Like, and it's like right up on a mountain, hey? Like, it's really hard to get to, yeah?
Yeah. What was going on up there? Yeah. It's way up there. Yeah,
Yeah. And like, how did they have like? Do they have rainfall up there, or? Like, I wonder how they would have gotten water to to survive. Maybe it just rains there a lot or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's a decent amount of rain. Yeah, it can be pretty cloudy, and when I was there, it was like we were like in the clouds. Like the clouds are like at the same level as all that stuff because even though it looks like there's all these huge mountains around, it's also at a really high altitude. So it was kind of like
I
being
might Google it. What altitude is it? Let's see. Altitude. Oh, so it's at 2.4 kilometers high, which is
about 8,000. Is it 8,000? Yeah, Machu Picchu is like 8,000. Which is actually not that crazy when it comes to actual altitude. I mean, in those Andes Mountains, though, it is like the drastic difference. But I mean, 8,000 is a lot, but it's also not. I mean, there's some that are more.
Yeah, it's just under 8,000. Yeah.
But I think this says if you go to the top of Huayno Picchu, which is that other mountain there, that one says it's like 10,000.
Wow.
So there's summits that reach 8, 9, and 10,000 in the Machu Picchu area there.
People skydive from 14,000. So, wow.
But yeah, I mean, to even get up to that thing, the Machu Picchu, you have to take this like winding road that just goes back and forth because you're literally going just right up the mountain. And
yeah,
they have this like bus. It's like a special type of bus that has these like shock absorbers that makes it just bounce all over. So it kind of like it's trying to buffer the rocks and stuff. It's crazy. You're in this thing and it's like the whole bus is swinging around way more than a normal bus does. It feels like you're going to fly right off the cliff. It is a wild experience, let me tell you. So how they even got up to it and lived up there and did all that is pretty remarkable.
Well, I'm looking back at that other photo, like with all those people standing in that kind of clearing area, and the windows are so high. Like, where's the other level? I mean, assuming that people our size made it. Or
Yeah.
if the people were bigger, I mean, because there's stories of giants landing in Peru in Santa Elena, the coast, and they said, according to the story, is that up to their knee was the size of a human being, up to their knee. And so I'm just looking at that, and it's like, huh. I mean, if that's actually true, then for kind of a giant that size, they'd be able to look right through those windows.
Well, interesting you should say that because I absolutely think that there were giants. Because when I was there, I was really looking at everything, and what it seems like, and this is what a lot of scholars say, even though a lot of the mainstream ones actually are totally deceived about it, but I'm talking about the like shamanic scholar, and at that level of people really knowing what's going on with the actual rocks and everything. There seem to be like 3 layers of rock formations or rock buildings. One of them are these huge stones, like unbelievably huge size to where like, yeah, the idea that of giants would pretty much be the only, one way that they could even move those huge stones. And then there's another layer of some like very tightly bound where these rocks are like bound together in a way where like you can't even put a credit card between them. But they didn't use any cement or anything. Like they didn't
No
use
mortar, right?
Yeah, it's incredible. So there's those which almost look like they're like fused by some kind of like maybe.
Yeah, that place starts with S, is Saskatchewan or something like that. I know the one you're talking about, and those big stones, like it's almost like they were like molded to each other, like they were soft at the time that they were put in, because they perfectly fit with the ones below them and beside them and above them. And yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about Sacsayhuaman, it's called.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, Sacsayhuaman. Yeah, I went there as well. I was able to go there and see that.
Cool. Is that where they have those H-shaped carvings as well?
You're saying shaped like an H?
Yeah, there's those H-shaped ones, and there's that one that with a famous door. There's like it looks like a door basically carved out of the stone, and it's so perfectly carved out that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of those megaliths in South America are just absolutely spectacular.
Yeah,
and
so
mind-boggling.
Absolutely, and it's cool you brought that one up, because that one does have similar rocks that the Machu Picchu has, and there's other in like the Sacred Valley. There's other sites that have this as well. So whoever was making those, they weren't only in one place. It seemed like they were in several places, and some of them are huge, huge stones, just massive. I mean, the thought of humans even carving those and then binding them together is unbelievable. So yeah. It does seem like the Machu Picchu, I definitely resonate that there were giants there, because there were those huge original stones, and then it seems like there's these second ones. And then the third ones look like possibly from the Spaniards in the 1500s, where they're or at least that's what they claim, where it's very shoddy. That's why that whole thing looks kind of cool, but also looks kind of shoddy. And so all that top layer of this whole Machu Picchu thing, pretty much all those little rock top layers, that's all very, very shoddy work. It's not high quality at all. It's just slopped together.
Yeah, you can always tell the human-made stuff, because they're going to be smaller, more manageable size rocks and stones. Why would you use big ones that are really difficult and heavy to move? You just cut them down to exactly like we do today. The sizes. Look at the size of the bricks that we use today. I mean, they're just 12 inches by 4 inches or 5 inches, because that's
we use pieces that are
more manageable.
for us. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if some culture or some peoples were using those massive ones, then the massive ones must have been convenient for them to use. Otherwise, they would have used smaller ones. So they must have been bigger and stronger, or had some ability to levitate them or something. I don't know. But even then you've got the carving work, like the accuracy of the carving, like those H-shaped stones that I mentioned. The way that they're cut is just incredibly accurate and straight. Yeah.
It's also worth inquiring as to how they even did this. I mean, these are massive stones that are all carved to fit perfectly within each other, and it's like they've been squished together like marshmallows, and they're just
it's like they were soft when they were put together, and then they set.
Yeah, exactly. And because they're bound together. So when I say you can't fit a credit card in it, I'm not joking. You can't slide anything between it. This is not like shoddy stuff where you could jam something between it. It is sealed.
Yeah.
It's
all the way around too. You wouldn't find a single spot around any of those rocks where there's a gap big enough for a credit card.
And I've heard of a bit of what you guys are talking about, where it's where they were malleable when they were first put in place and then hardened over time.
Yeah, well, that's what they look like. Hey, yeah.
So
the fact that they're all odd shapes,
Yeah.
Yeah, the fact that they're all odd shapes tells you that Yeah, like we people usually cut rocks to the same size and then assemble them. But
Zizzle's
this is
posting
just
really good ones. Yeah, those are good ones. Yeah. I mean, look at I mean, it does look a little haphazard. Like, you know, it is a little bit just like in a way, but they're all cut so perfectly to fit together. It's really wild.
Well, are they cut? That's just it. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know.
And I'm not sure where I heard it, but I heard like that a design like this can be like basically earthquake proof.
Interesting. Yeah.
I have no idea where I heard it.
Yeah, well, I imagine an earthquake would have to be pretty bloody violent to cause that structure to even wobble, to even move at all. Like,
Rams, are you talking these, like these temple windows?
no, not those ones.
Because those are kind of H-shaped in a way.
I'll do a quick search.
These things kind of remind me of Tetris pieces.
Ah, there they are. That dude just posted a picture of them. Zizzle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think I've seen these. What are these? These look like just someone the dude made with a press and cement. Are they not though? Are they like an ancient thing? Like what are they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, those are as old as the other ones that you posted.
Okay, they kind of look just
Yeah.
like a newer. Well, the second picture looks more old. The first one almost looked like it's just like a print of it. Yeah, I haven't
And that
seen
last
those.
one that he posted, that's crazy.
And yeah, that's in Puma Punku, South America.
Yeah, Puma Punku. Yeah, that's right.
Like there was an episode on Ancient Aliens about these. Yeah, where you had that guy with the crazy hair speculating it was from aliens or whatever. But
yeah,
I've seen like other people do their take on it, and one in particular was interesting, where he came to the conclusion it was a geopolymer, meaning it was molded.
What do you think of the size of this door? This is at Machu Picchu for giants.
Yeah.
Although that's not, I mean, that's
kind of like a kiddie door for a giant, but still, I mean, that's not for an ordinary human.
Yeah, like this one shows it too a bit, like pretty big doorways. Definitely larger than what a human would ever realistically need.
Mm-hmm.
Although, yeah, I've seen larger though for sure. In other places.
Isn't it sad that the only awesome shit that we build these days is driven by commercial and profit motives and things like that, rather than just building amazing and awesome structures like. Oh, there it is. Is that it?
Yeah, the architecture of today's world is bland and boring, uninspired in a lot of cases. I mean, there is some cool stuff in these days, though. I'm not saying that it's all that way, but in general, very just like gray and not very artistically inspired.
Well, there's some of those beautiful structures like in Dubai and stuff like that, but again, they're all, for profit motives, you know, for hotels and, you know, to make money out of, rather than just, you know, public places that, you know, we should have more public, beautiful public places, more parks and shit, spread people out more.
Well, if we were not enslaved by these psychopaths, we could have so much more abundance and everyone could have that. We could have,
Yeah.
we could all work way less and make more. And
Yeah.
it's just need to lift the parasite off of us. They're making it worse for the rest of us.
Holy shit.
Then there's rocks like this that are at Machu Picchu. They look like these little like ceremonial altars. And then there's like that rock at the top. And it's like, what was this actually used for? And there's like certain legends that say that they would take like some kind of perhaps like a DMT containing plant and wipe it on their forehead. So it was like an ointment that they would take, and it was like it had DMT in it. It was very like a plant mixture. It was like a plant kind of oil. And at Machu Picchu, like that last one I just posted, if you were to turn the camera 180 degrees, there's actually like a rock wall there, and then there's a little carved like a bowl that is carved into the rock. So it's like it's part of all the bricks and everything, but it's like a bowl that sticks out, and it's maybe, you know, I don't know, 4 inches or whatever, like a not huge, but like a little carved bowl. And so, as the legend has it, there would be a DMT or some kind of like a, you know, a powerful substance that would be of a plant mixture that was in that little bowl. And you would walk in, you would take some of it on your fingers, like dip your 2 fingers and put it on your fingers. And then you would walk up to this rock thing here, and you would like kneel on it and then put your head on that top rock. So your forehead. So you're putting like your pineal gland and your forehead, you know, right on the top of that top rock there. Like you would go up and kneel next to it. So basically your forehead is facing right down into the mountain, like the quartz pyramid crystal shaped, you know, mountain, because all the quartz is crystal. It's all made of quartz and it's all crystalline. And it's so, and the whole mountain is obviously shaped somewhat like a pyramid as well. And that you would wipe that plant mixture on your forehead, right near your pineal gland. You would wipe it on there, and then you would put your head down on that rock as you're kneeling, your forehead, and touch your forehead to the rock. And by creating the electrical field between your forehead and the rock and your pineal gland and that plant mixture, the DMT in the plant mixture would absorb right through the skin, and you would have, and then they were using that for essentially having like, you know, yeah, like very powerful experiences in terms of like interdimensional type experiences in which they were connecting with certain entities to like receive knowledge of like technology and of different things that they were channeling, perhaps even like free energy technology. I mean, the possibilities are endless as to what they were actually tuning into. But yeah, that's kind of some of the legends of what they were actually doing there, and kind of using all the carvings and the mountain and the quartz crystal as a place for essentially like creating a portal to the beyond, you know, to be able to access information, knowledge, you know, healing, and yeah, who knows what else.
What a spectacular place to go and have a ceremony like that with, you know, with your fellow brethren and shit. Like that'd be amazing. Oh, I just found these couple of photos from this story of this this giant skeleton that these people have found. Looks pretty real. It was found in Thailand, that one.
Probably fake. Probably fake.
And even if it were real, I think, like, yeah, when it comes to organic material that's been allowed to fossilize, it's like you can't date it, like, because there's no organic material left. Like, it would be just straight up stone.
Yeah, but in order for a body like that to fossilize, there has to be some pretty catastrophic event, or like it has to fall into a mud bog or like a bog, or like get
Sure.
frozen in ice. Some event has to occur. So what they do is they scrape underneath it, and or like around it, and they figure out what sedimentary layer or what occurred to fossilize this thing, and they can date it that way by what's underneath it. Right? Get it?
Sure, I do.
Yeah.
I'm just
well, that's
also
what they do.
looking
They
how
test the
intricate-
soil.
Go ahead.
So you're saying that? Oh, I was gonna say, so like, oh, sorry, Ramsey, but I was gonna say, like, you're like that those bones would have had to be locked in that sediment very quickly, and then been able to be preserved to where once the bone material is gone, then you have the actual outline of it. And you were saying that that would have had to happen like some kind of swift type bigger event rather than just falling over on the dirt or what, in that way.
Yeah, like a fossilization like that, like only it occurs like under extreme or like very rare circumstances. Yeah, unless
What? Because usually the bones themselves also break down. Is that
bacteria, microbes, animals, every kind of bacteria would decay and like destroy the structure before it had time to convert into a crystal
Wow,
rock. Yeah.
that's a good point. So, wow,
Yeah.
that's deep.
Even the
so that's
bones
why-
just.
This
Yeah.
is it's got mud floods written all over it.
Oh, exactly. Well, that's kind of 10,000 BC is the layer where like we find mammoths and shit, right? So you can actually find you can kind of I'm not familiar with the layers at which we find different crustaceans and all that, but there's
Dude,
definitely layers.
Have you seen that experiment where that guy filled up a hot tub full of sand, and then he put it was that Mark Robles guy, I think, the one that like used to work for NASA. What, I forget the name of his channel, but you've probably maybe even seen it. But he takes a hot tub, fills it with sand, and then he puts these like have you ever seen it? Like these like air bubbles through it.
Oh, yeah. Is it the Smarter Everyday guy?
Possibly, yeah, but it makes it
Yeah,
to where
like
like
a hockey table kind of thing. Yeah, where he makes quicksand.
well, but this is like what was this with? I guess it was with it with air bubbles or sound vibrations? I'm kind of have to remember what it was. I think it was just with air, right? I'll have to look it up. Basically, he puts sand in a hot tub, and as you can imagine, a hot tub filled with sand, it's just rock hard. You put your hand on it, yeah, you can dig a little bit, but it's sand, right? But once he turns it on, it creates the sand is like water, and you can get in it, and you can move around in it. And then if he turns it off, you get frozen in it. And you're back. So I'll have to show you the video if you haven't seen it. It basically just with changing the material with like the air bubble things, it makes it like a fluid. Whereas once you turn that off, it goes back to being rock solid. So in terms of like the idea of like if there was a big mud flood thing, if the earth does that, if the earth somehow vibrates it to then create like a liquid, like the earth just turns to liquid, and then once it stops doing that, it goes back to solid.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Liquefaction. I think it's called liquefaction, but yeah, hell yeah. That is what happens, like kind of when you see a house like sink into soil.
It's called liquefaction. Is that what that word is? That.
Yeah.
I think
I
it
just
is.
found
Kind
this
of.
should be it. This is Mark Rober. This guy, he's got like 22 million subs. He's the guy that used to work for NASA. This video has 100 million views. But yeah, liquid sand hot tub, fluidized airbed. Yeah, that should be it.
pretty neat.
It's crazy what happens. Yeah, so I think what he does, he puts a bunch of like metal tubes in, down in there, like a bunch of metal tubing that releases air, I believe. And yeah, that's what it is. Exactly. It's just air. So he puts these tubes in there that have little holes. So once he turns those on, the vibration, like the air basically just turns all the sand into like what seems like a liquid. And then once you turn that off, it goes back to being like rock solid.
So yeah, it's just aerating all the
that is kind of
sand.
crazy.
Oh yeah, I get it. Yeah.
It actually happens underneath buildings and stuff. Like, so if there's an earthquake, all that air gets released, and then the building sinks. I kind of posted a little.
All right, so it's aeration. Exactly, it's aeration. So then, if there was a mud flood thing,
Yeah.
then it would be that the Earth would be releasing some kind of vibratory air bubble.
Yeah, so buildings do, like, in the photo you can see how the building literally sunk in like that. There's plenty of video.
Yeah.
Exactly. He's doing this one with a basketball too. That is trippy, where he's like pushing the basketball into it like it's liquid, but then if you were to turn it off, it would all just harden. It's insane.
It's like if you have a bunch of aerated flour in a cup, it might come all the way to the top of the cup. But then if you go and push and squeeze it all down, you can squeeze it down to maybe halfway down the cup. So that aeration allows it sort of to be more fluid.
Yeah, like at the end here, I was just skimming through it, and there's a part where they have their, like, it's in the liquid mode, and they just stick their arms in it, almost like it's water, and they're just moving around freely. Then he turns it off, and the kid's arms get stuck in it.
Yeah.
I mean, if that was happening with these mud floods, that would definitely be a very viable explanation. It just freezes you in there.
Yeah.
There's got to be something like that. Like, so why would air bubbles start coming from deep within the earth? That's the question.
Oh, there's plenty of reasons it could happen. Probably a big, a little earthquake. Well, a little earthquake could release a pocket of air. It wouldn't be too hard to believe. It could sink an entire city. Depending on what's underneath.
Right. So it brings back to the giant thing, because you were pointing out that if that is real, that's not something that just happens, willy nilly. Like, there's something unique about that would have allowed that to occur.
Yeah, like, well, you're thinking mud flood and all that, and then there's quickly, say, being buried by rubble or frozen in ice, kind of like the mammoths we find, right? And then so the frozen in ice one requires a deluge, like literally a flood.
It's actually sort of similar like an avalanche, eh? Like if you had an avalanche of a shitload of dust and dirt come tumbling down the mountain, it would first arrive as a big cloud, like what we saw on 9/11, when the buildings fell. You get that massive cloud of dust and dirt, and that flies down and out and goes down, I guess, to the lowest point around, and then once it all settles, you have a layer of dirt everywhere. But I mean, if you had like an avalanche come down over a city, you could bury a whole city in a few minutes.
Yeah, or like in Pompeii, a volcano did that. All the ash, like it was like 3 meters of ash or something, and it just kept compacting. And
right.
Now that I'm watching this video, I want one of these hot tubs, these sand hot tubs. It looks awesome. They're jumping in it and playing around in it. It looks so fun for those kids to be doing.
That would feel so funky, I bet.
The thing wouldn't be hard to make, actually. You just need like an air compressor.
Yeah, that's right. Just an air pressure, just like a tub of some kind, any tub, and then a bunch of pipes with holes in the right places, spread out in just the right way, and that's it, and a bunch of sand.
It'd be funny if this was like an actual product. Like you could make a hot tub with sand, maybe be like hot sand, you know? A hot sand bath.
It'd probably feel really good, actually. Yeah.
I mean, you could build the air holes into the actual hot tub, you know. So instead of having like big metal tubing in there, it could be built into the seats and stuff, you know.
Yeah. Oh, what about for like sports recovery and stuff like that, where you need compression, you know, on parts of your body? You could get into it and then turn it off,
right?
And then you'd have that compression around your legs and your body and everything, and that might be useful for some sort of, you know, rehabilitation or physical recovery, or
I can see that for sure.
Yeah, maybe if they add like essential oils in with the sand to have like healing benefits.
Yeah, now we're thinking.
Or maybe even herbal, like herbs, because like a poultice, you know, and different herbs that could be absorbed perhaps as well.
I'm guessing it's already a thing.
You think so?
I'm just in like Saudi Arabia or something, you know, it's probably a thing somewhere. Like sand therapy. Watch, Google it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's definitely got some funding behind him, the stuff that he does. He claims he used to work for NASA.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen a couple of his videos. He's pretty entertaining.
Yeah, he's great. He does like the package thief ones. Package thief.
They built this, I saw those. And they built this domino robot. It was like a robot that was able to set up a massive domino arrangement all automatically. It set up 100,000 dominoes in 24 hours. It's pretty cool. One's got some pretty cool engineering for them to do that. But yeah, it's basically this machine that sets up massive domino arrangements. And it actually worked. And it was faster, I think, than the human.
I'm liking this sand therapy idea, the sand hot tub.
Yeah, dude, that's the bomb.
I think
we got to get on that.
Chumps would pay for that. You know, they would pay to come sit for an hour in a booth. Maybe you'd have like tanning options. I don't know, tanning lights.
Infrared. Yeah.
Only the top half. I have no idea.
Well, infrared saunas are already a thing, like using infrared for healing. It's got all kinds of different healing benefits, like far infrared, mid infrared, near infrared. So yeah, to do the hot sand with infrared would be huge. Like if you created some kind of a tub, maybe like a one-person tub, and then have infrared heaters around it, and then the sand would be heated by the infrared, and you'd be getting the infrared healing. You could even do like a sauna. Oh yeah, that's the spot, dude.
Like
a sauna, because
it's got to be hot sand, yeah.
Yeah, well, because they actually do that, like in like Algeria and different countries where they actually do saunas like that, where they dig a hole and you get in it and you have a sauna in the earth. It's actually like one of the best ways to do it, because all the like the natural clays and the natural minerals from the soil, like you get a replenishment, but then it also helps to detoxify you. So, but of course it's a little hard to do like in the actual earth. It's a little messy and stuff, you know, whereas what we're talking about would be like more of a controlled environment, you know, a little more hygienic, however that would be. But you have to change the sand out for each person. How
No.
to clean the sand? How do you do that?
The sand
That's tough.
You wouldn't have to for every person. It would kind of be like a hot tub where you'd put chlorine or whatever.
Okay, some kind of disinfectant or something.
There would be some way, yeah.
You could probably soak the sand in some kind of solution, but then you're getting into chemicals.
You know, you could probably put a little bit of
UV.
You know, fuck, what's that stuff? Arm & Hammer, like Arm & Hammer. Put a
How
little
about
bit of
UV
that.
lights? UV lights is a little more natural, but
Or you could just have the people that get into it wear
Take a shower before.
something.
They take a
Yeah.
quick shower, like going into
Yeah.
a public thing. Anyway, all the crud from them would sink to the bottom, and there'd be some kind of way to get it out.
yeah, I mean, if you flushed the whole thing with water or something, yeah, I don't know how that could work, but
No, yeah.
Those details could be worked out.
seems like you'd have to kind of clean the sand. Maybe you'd have to run it through a cycle where it kind of empties and then it kind of just run through some kind of something and then dried and put back in or something.
Yeah. Maybe it's blown through a filter. Yeah.
Blown through a filter of some sort.
Some kind of screening process. Yeah.
Dude, that's a great idea, though. You could also add like crystals and sound therapy. Maybe even a sensory deprivation, like the flotation tanks, where you could have like out of body experiences.
You could have candles all around it. You could do whatever. You could set up the room so that the person could take like incense and do whatever they want. You know, if they want to turn on the UV light, they turn it on. If they want to just sit there with music, then they can. You know?
Added DMT is optional.
So it'd all be there, like set up. Yeah, DMT
Right.
would be sitting there on the table.
Yep.
Yeah.
You could just dab a dose. That'd be a trip.
That'd be cool, but you'd be stuck in the sand.
Yeah. You would be stuck in the sand.
There'd have to be a way to control it with your voice, maybe, like air. Because if you don't have the controller in your hand and the thing is off, you know.
Right, you're all frozen up. Yeah, you'd have to have some kind of.
Would have to be pretty trusting of the people around the button, I'd say. Yeah.
Right, you'd have to hope the power doesn't go out. You'd be digging.
They come in there with spade shovels, little
Yeah.
spades. Yeah.
Dig your ass out there.
Plastic spades. Yeah.
It's like an earthquake and the power goes out. That's a rough way to go. That could be cool though, for real, like as an actual therapy, especially if you heated the sand.
I think I would do it for like 10, 15 minutes.
Well, you know, like a mud bath or like a clay bath.
Yeah.
Because those have all kinds of benefits for the skin as well.
I think being buried at the beach in sand is fun. Have you ever done that?
Yep, that's definitely a good time.
It's fun, yeah.
Well, you're also grounded too. See, that'd be the other thing with these what we're talking about. We'd have to have them grounded into the earth, so you're getting the Earth's magnetic field. Because like grounding, like earthing and grounding has a lot of benefits, but it definitely is more exponentially potent. Like when you swim in like a lake or the ocean, you get a really good dose of grounding. That's why usually we feel really good after swimming, because you get massive grounding. Like your whole body's in water and the water's just directly touching the earth. Whereas when you walk just with your bare feet, yeah, you're getting grounded, but it's only with the bottom of your feet, you know? Whereas if you lie on the earth, yeah, you're getting a little more, but like this sand thing we're talking about, or like burying yourself in sand, you're like earthing to the core with the earth, like right there. And that's very healing in and of itself.
Yeah, it would have to be grounded. Maybe hot tubs are grounded, so just plug it in. I don't know.
Doesn't a planar Earth that's stationary make more sense when it comes to grounding rather than a globe? Because like, what are you grounding in a globe? You know, it's like a ball in space. Like, where are you grounding the shit?
Well, isn't that what makes Austin's point about? Isn't that what makes Austin's point about the Gaussian surfaces make sense? You know, I want to take a look into that. But have you heard him talk about that?
I don't know who that is.
Austin, Witsit gets it. Austin. The other day he brought up the fact that because the static potential that moves up from the ground, right, is 100 volts per meter, right? So every meter it increases 100 volts. It's just uniform. Boom, 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 boom. He says that in his research, he found out the only way that can happen is if you have two surfaces, one below and one above, to mediate the charge. So his argument is then, what's the top surface above us then, man?
I see.
So I want to take a look into that, where he got that information, just to see what's out there. But it makes sense. I guess I'm trying to address what Gio said. He said, doesn't it make sense? You know, grounding makes more sense. Yeah, I mean, I think it does.
Yeah, I hear what you're
Right,
saying.
like to have two surfaces that are part of a circuit, and then the ground is the actual ground. The sky is actually the positive. Whereas on a globe, how does that work?
Well, the same way it would on a flat Earth. It's a different surface in that it's like another. It's another layer. It's like a lighter layer. It builds up a charge.
Well, like, wouldn't that mean that there's something else within the ground? Because it's not just a matter of having ground. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I was just thinking about it abstractly. It's like I can't even get it, man, but it was an abstract thought.
Well, it's discharging into the ground, trying to balance out.
But where does it go on a sphere? Like, if it's in space, where would it ground to?
You got to think of this little burst of energy, this lightning, and happening at such a close, like relatively close to the surface, and it's like local. You know, like if a lightning bolt is discharged into my neighborhood here, like you won't hear it. You're not gonna know, and it's a very local thing. Like it's barely skimming off the surface. So like when you're like, how does it discharge into a ball? You know, you got to zoom into the surface of that ball, like really freaking microscopic, and think of like a tiny little spark, like kind of like touching a doorknob.
Well, the whole heliocentric idea, right, is that the electric field is being generated by the core of the Earth.
Oh, sure, but
spinning.
Yeah. Well, that's a whole like, you got to think of that like that's creating a giant magnetic field. That's not creating these little static discharges, like the lightning. It is like,
are they
on the
not
whole,
connected?
kind of like if you want to like go macroscopic and think of it like, how are they connected? Sure, there are, you know, it is all connected, but the rotation of, like, say, the core and all that creating the magnetic field and the magnetosphere isn't like what you would focus on when you're thinking about a lightning strike hitting the Earth.
I guess the way I was trying to say what I was thinking was, if you come across a long cable, it's just a cable. It has to be connected to power in order to generate or to conduct anything per se. So just because there's earth beneath our feet, is that in and of itself the generating source, or is there something else that's using the ground to conduct that flow? I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. Like, is one dependent on the other? Are they intrinsically inseparable?
Yeah, I think I get what you're getting at.
Yeah, it's a little bit abstract, but that's the best way I could think about it. Like, if you dug up dirt, would it be a section of charge? And then would it deplete like a magnet, right? Like a magnet. You cut a magnet in half, you're going to have two magnets. The other one's not going to like lose, or it's not going to like dwindle away if you separate it from the source. So take a bucket of ground. You know, if you take a bucket of ground somewhere, is it going to deplete?
Deplete what?
Its charge.
I kind of get what you're saying. The charge doesn't come from the ground, and it shoots through the atmosphere and follows like the quickest path down into the ground. And it doesn't just disappear into the ground, it gets converted into something, I don't know, heat and vibration and light.
I mean, I guess what have they done studies where lightning strikes happen, or is it charged up at that spot, or does it just like ripple out and distribute unilaterally?
Like the atmosphere would be charged up at that spot where the lightning strikes are occurring. Like when we were talking about the ancient structures. Is everybody going to sleep or waking up?
I'm going back over a story I read just the other week, and yeah, it was like another Native American story of giants. And though the particular book I was reading didn't contain a particular story about giants, but
what's it about?
Tell
us.
I was just looking for what the name of their tribe was. I think it was Paiutes in Nevada.
Okay, go on.
Yeah. Okay. And I was just thinking earlier where they were kind of first getting used to the new white settlers and the stories they had about like us, where they knew there was a difference between us and the giants. And like the story, the old ones that they have is that a long time ago, basically in their beginning, there was like a dark colored pair of children and then white pair or white pair of children, and they ended up hating each other. And in order to stop the fighting, the parents forced them to basically go in opposite directions or something. And that one day the white people would come back, and so when the white settlers came, they took that as basically a reunion of that. But long story short, this tribe, they had their medicine men, their shamans, their healers, those types. And I remember reading through this story, and it hit me really hard because it's like the way that they talk about heaven and angels and communing with, with them. It's like there's so many similarities with that in scripture, even though, their exact take on it is a little different, but their method was so direct because like they would do actual meditations and prayers and everything. And yet when white settlers came, they thought that they, had kind of were more, advanced because we could like write letters and have it travel great distances, and that we were better off communicating that way. When in reality, it's like they already had just, they had a direct method with communicating with actual heavenly beings. And it's like, I was just thinking about that, and it's like, man, like they didn't even quite know how right on they were, and like there's like no reason to be jealous, our communication method when theirs that's what we do. And so like in a lot of our like white culture or whatever, a lot of that gets lost a lot of time because we get so hung up on just text and reading, instead of actual application, actually praying and meditating. So I was just thinking about that. And so the book awesome. I was reading, there was just one of the daughters of the chiefs who basically was just detailing her life as she knew it. And it was interesting. And the book where she talks about like giants, I think I would actually have to buy that one because I haven't found yet where they actually get into it. Though I kind of did, go on ahead a little bit and see like what they were talking about, and it has something to do with Lovelock Cave, and they like found remains of, bigger than average humans in there, or humanoid, I should say.
And surely they would be able to verify that those bones are real. Like, like the ones in the couple of pictures that I posted just a little bit earlier. Surely they'd be able to verify that that's, I mean, either somebody's carefully taken their time to make that fake for I don't know why. Why would somebody be motivated to create a fake thing that looks as real as that does?
Right. Well, and just evidence aside, I mean, it's like, just for me, it's like in virtually every culture we know of in history talks about giants. All of them.
Yeah, but a lot of them say about dragons too. That's what I found was really interesting, is that most ancient, or almost all ancient cultures have dragons in their mythology.
Right, and it's like these
in
are a
one
lot
form
of,
or another. Yeah.
and a lot of these cultures were separated from each other for a long time, but they still on these stories.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not much of a coincidence theorist myself. It's just, it's just for me, it's like it's easy to believe when there's too many coincidences to count. Because it becomes a pattern.
Yeah.
Mm.
Hell yeah.
So speaking of something like that, have you guys seen the cartoon Onward? If you enjoy movies that have truth drops in them, Onward's a good cartoon to watch. It's entertaining as a cartoon goes, but it's also got shit ton of truth drops in it. Stuff that
I've
you
never
guys
heard of it.
Yeah, Onward, Onward. It's all one word.
Okay.
But it's all about mythological shit and
cool.
and wizardry in the past, and yeah. And then if you're into that still, the other one to watch is called Smallfoot, which is yes, Smallfoot is the reverse of Bigfoot. So you have this Himalayan group of Sasquatch that believe that in this myth of these creatures that have small feet, which are humans. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, it's that one's got a shit ton of truth drops in it. Crazy, man. It was so funny because at the beginning of my journey, about a year after I turned into a truth or whatever, and my kids, my youngest kids, knew that I started changing the way I thought and not believing in tradition and blah blah blah. As soon as the movie started, my son leaned over and he goes, "Oh, you're gonna like this one," because even he could pick up on it. I remember there was one scene in the movie where I was the only one that laughed out loud in the theater because you had to be a truther to get it. It was so funny. Like I was the only one. I was the only one that got the joke. I was laughing, man, because it was so good.
I'm watching the trailer for that Onward film. And yeah, it's like a lot of stories that I've heard about. It's like it involves, like other beings that have blue skin. And I mean, I can't exactly tie it all together, but I can't help but think that there's something to that. But that's just my thought.
Do any of you guys know what the origins are of like the pantheon of Greek gods? Because the Greek mythology of the pantheon of gods is super cool.
Yeah, I've read anything about trying to decode the whole origin, but that's a fantastic question.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously we've all heard about it, but I've never ever heard about where it came from. Because the Roman pantheon of gods is just literally a copy of the Greek, and then you've got the Hindus, and they have their own pantheon of gods that maybe they're both talking about the same group of entities that are part of the development of this world or the creation of this world.
Well, if you watch Flat Earth Philosophy, Lindsay Harris, he talks about how he thinks or believes that the Iliad is actually a decoding of just the way the world works. It's an allegory, an allegorical story that decodes the whole fucking thing. And he's said it a number of times. He hasn't done a video on it. I think he's turned it into a monetizing, Patreon thing. Like he'll tell you the story if you're a Patreon. That's like one of the perks of being a patron is you get to hear the story. But anyway, he said it a number of times that the Iliad is basically just a story about how the whole system works: sky, earth, everything.
Creation, how it operates, or how it came to be.
I don't know about how it came to be. I think just the mechanism.
Just how it just is after it already is here.
Yeah. But I
how
don't.
It got here. That's a different question.
Okay, so if it does do that as well, I don't know.
Okay.
It might very well.
Yeah.
When I think about the pantheon and Hindu history and all the ancient history, I do think about the Sumerian legends of like Enki and Alalu and all of those guys.
Yeah, then you've got the Egyptian pantheon as well.
But they are related. They're all telling one story. There is one history. And I do think they do tell one story. Like there's this set of beings that like got here.
And there's beings that are in charge of different attributes of the world and of life. And I think that's how they characterize or embody those characteristics of life and the world as these entities. And these entities maybe they're not in charge of them. They're just the embodiment of those, characteristics.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what made me think of saying what I said about Lindsay Harris, because I do think that the mythologies are just simply allegories of nature.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which then doesn't necessarily make them stupid and, fairy tale woo woo just bullshit, right? It's like, no,
Yeah.
they're talking about the way they see the world, right? It's like there's nothing wrong with that,
Yeah, it's like the criticism you'll hear people give of Hinduism is that they have millions and millions of gods. So that is in that way they diminish those gods by saying that there are so many of them, but they don't understand that God is expressed in so many different ways, and the Hindus understand that each of those so-called gods aren't the god, and that even Hindus know that there is one ultimate god, and they call it Brahman. I mean, so all of the religions believe the same thing. They just
It's all lost to history. But I think when you put them all together, you can kind of come up with a decent mythology. Zechariah Sitchin and those guys try to do that. Like Zechariah Sitchin and Von Daniken. If you want a good book, it's The Lost Book of Enki.
So what's that book about?
Well, it's Sitchin's translation, loose translation of Sumerian tablets, and Sumerian's like some of the most ancient stories.
Yeah, I know about those tablets. There's thousands of those, isn't there?
Yeah. So Zechariah Sitchin, he translates them kind of and puts them on a page, and then on like.
But there's some controversy, isn't there, over the translations, right? Different people disagree on how they're translated.
Yeah. So mainstream archaeologists and mainstream scientists would disagree with like him and call him a conspiracy theorist and stuff. But the show like Ancient Aliens is based on Von Daniken's work and like Sitchin's work. The whole origin of that show.
Yeah.
Do you know if they have any? Do you know if they have any parallel translations to put up beside Sitchin so that you can see the contrasts? Or is it, you know what I mean?
Not really. No, they don't. There's
Because
so
then
few
it's kind of
people.
hard. Right. It's kind of hard to then take a critic's word for it if he's just going to be critical of Sitchin and you don't have anything to compare it to. It's like, well, how do I know?
Yeah, exactly. But he puts it in a way in the Book of Enki. It's like he puts it in a way that really resembles Genesis and like the Nephilim mating with the daughters of men, and like he puts in his Christian kind of twist. Like he's a human and he's deciphering the things the way a human does, He's not a robot.
Yeah, adding his own personal interpretation to the meanings of things.
Yeah, or like
can I get in here real quick?
one more thing is he has a certain set of knowledge and books he's read. So when he interprets things, he will reference those books.
Yeah.
Go
Can I
ahead,
get in here real
Jeremy.
quick,
Yeah,
guys?
yeah.
I mean, first of all, Sitchin was completely wrong. He was deciphering those tablets before anyone else knew deciphered them. He had no history in linguistics or anything. Graham Hancock used to hang out with Sitchin, and even Graham Hancock said he was wrong. You can see that he's wrong because all the tablets have been deciphered. Ancient Aliens is totally bunk. They've been debunked so hard by Chris White. It's not even funny. He did a 3-hour debunking on them. They just flat out lie. They flat out lie in Ancient Aliens. I don't
Jeremy,
know what.
did you hear my question earlier about having a comparative translation? Like you said that. What did you say that the
All the translations are on the internet. They're all on the internet. Anyone can go see any tablet they want.
Okay.
It's all out there. He's been debunked so hard it's not even funny.
Yeah, but it makes for a good TV show.
Disagree. Go back to your bubble bath, Jeremy.
Go back to painting your toes, man.
Even Graham Hancock, that was Sitchin's boy. They were buddies. They used to hang out and shit. Even he said he was wrong.
Yeah,
Everyone knows Sitchin was dead wrong, bro. They don't say anything about gold. You can go search through the tablets. You can barely find the word gold.
That's
okay. Supposedly, according to Sitchin, they had him here mining gold. The aliens had him mining gold. You can barely even find the word.
Well, you're talking about Von Daniken.
Talking about Sitchin. Von Daniken was a fraud also. He flat out lied about the types of rocks, tons of shit. The list Von Daniken and Sitchin got wrong is immense.
All right.
You're just a bubble burster, man. We were having a good conversation.
I'm sorry, dude. That shit is wrong. It's flat out wrong, bro. Sitchin lied about all kinds of shit. Either lied or got it wrong. So did Von Daniken.
All right.
Yeah, see, but the interesting thing is the actual tablets themselves. You're just talking about one dude's interpretation, and who cares? He may or may not be right with his interpretation. What is interesting is the tablets themselves.
Yeah. On one page, he'll have a picture of the tablet, and then on the other, he'll have a translation. In the actual hard copy.
Well, like, why can't you why can't he just give you the key and then the exact translation and let you let you do the interpreting of it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not one of those books. It's not like here decipher the Sumerian language. It's here's everything I've read, and I've compiled this into a cohesive story for you. I might get something wrong. I might get a lot of shit wrong, but here's the story. Like, if you read any of the books, he's usually prefacing everything and quoting things, and he's not just flat out lying to the audience. He's basically telling you,
he's conveying his interpretation, right, as he genuinely believed it to be.
And he's jumping from Pumapunku to another side of the globe, and then he's going to Egypt, and then he's jumping to Petra. He's going to all sorts of locations.
Jeremy, are you still there? So the question would be, is this a completely different translation? Like, if you had this tablet A, and then you had Sitchin's translation and some other guys, would they be completely two different stories, not even close? Or are they just tweaking a word here and there?
Doubt it. It's yeah, well, they're not translated that way. I'm sure if Zechariah Sitchin was there translating a tablet, there would be 10 other dudes keeping him honest.
And is it almost like Joseph Smith, right? He finds the golden tablets and then the spectacles that help him look at it.
It's not like that. No, he found and read, like, say, hundreds of lists of like kings and genealogies and different kinds of events that occurred that were written down, and then he came to like convey the message in a book. Like,
one thing that's interesting, if you look into the biblical lengths of the patriarchs in Genesis 5, people lived, like Methuselah lived 900 years, blah blah blah. They're all able to be matched up to the zodiac in their circuits. So people who push hard for like the literal years, like we can trace back how old the Earth is because of these people's ages. Well, if they correspond to the cycles of the zodiac, then you're going to have to take that into consideration in terms of how you're understanding the meaning. It's like, why would they use the cycle of Taurus, to represent Japheth's length of days? You know what I mean?
yeah.
I mean, all these little hiccups that I had as a kid and a young man, like, this doesn't make sense. I don't get what, like, there's something else here that I just don't understand. I know what they're telling me, but when I look at the text, it's just like, it's not, doesn't jump out at me saying what you're saying. And now that I'm on the other side of the fence looking back, I'm just like, yeah, man, I always felt like they were square pegs being trying to be put into triangle holes. For me.
I hear you.
And that's what I said before. Trying to do that in a literal, like, if you take it literally, to me, you're going to have a square peg that you're trying to put into it, and you're going to, like, this doesn't make any sense. Where did Cain get his wife? Like, dude, the story's not literal, so that question doesn't even follow. You know what I mean? It's not, they weren't really brothers. They weren't real people. It's a story.
Well, that story you have, if you read the book of Enki, like, there's another piece of the puzzle. Like, it says the same story, just in a different way. So,
which story? The brothers?
Yeah, like how could Cain, after killing his brother, like, where's the rest of humanity? Like, those questions are kind of explained in other texts, but they were kept out of the Bible. Book of Enoch, obviously, I know you've heard of that. It explains so much, but obviously still you can't take it literally. You have to take it as a piece of the puzzle. Hang on, I'll be back in case you reply. I'll be
No,
back.
I got to go into the grocery store, so I'll be on mute too.
All right.
and in case if anyone is still listening, like about Cain, like what wife would he have? Like the Bible that we have today is not the one that they were reading 2,000 years ago. Like they had the full version, and the closest that we had to that, was centuries ago with the Apocrypha, which has the Book of Jubilees in it, and it says exactly who he took for a wife, his sister, Awan. So it doesn't say that in the Bible that we have now, but it did in the old one. So it's a story to some people, but what I believe. So, yep.
I'm listening if you want to keep talking about that.
What was that? What was that?
I said I'm here listening if you want to keep talking about that, man.
Oh, well, yeah, because
if you want to monologue, go ahead till he come back, man. I'm listening. So.
Right on. Well, because I used to wonder about that too, because I started out just reading the Bible that
if you do
have, and I, just that information isn't in like the modern version. It's taken out, and with it being taken out, that doesn't make sense. So, but when you actually look at, what they were reading 2,000 years ago, it does make sense.
Well, that would be what the Jewish were reading, right?
Correct.
Like it was Judaism, obviously, back in those times.
Yep.
And then they created this whole new version of it after Jesus' death, when Jesus came.
They took parts out, is what they did.
And
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I mean, I don't want to offend anyone, but how do we know that Jesus even existed?
Sure. And you know what? I mean, that is kind of it's that for me, like, despite all of what I heard, I mean, this was like 22 years ago. I didn't know what to believe. I had no idea. I had, heard about all kinds of religions and what people believe and this and that. I didn't know. Like, people told me Jesus was real, and it's like, well, yeah, he could have been. I don't know. But I mean, that's the tipping point for everybody, because that's also why people have the capacity to believe.
But even then, once you accept that he was a man that existed, then the question is, well, what is the story about what happened to him, and what is the real, true story about what happened to him and what he did? Obviously, I can accept then that there was a man that existed at one time, this character, this entity that did something, and then the world told stories about it, but the interpretation, I don't know if I can trust it, because I know people what they're like. People, especially people with power, and the most powerful people in the world are the same people that are responsible for putting this book together. So,
well, I mean, it's more like the same people who have been trying to eliminate it.
Yeah, that's true. It survived a couple thousand years, but there's also corroborating evidence. It's not just this one book. Like, there's corroborating accounts of his existence. I think historians will tell you that the man existed. They obviously, you know, if they have an atheist tinge, then they'll say he wasn't the son of God, but he most definitely existed, just based on extra biblical texts, you know, like letters that were written from I don't know, Pilate to the government, Roman government, and back. I don't know, the rumblings going on in Judea at the time. Like, there was unrest and uproar. Not only that, like Jesus was one of many. Sorry. Jesus was um at the time of his arrival, he wasn't like the only person pretending to be some kind of magician on the street corner. Like, many other prophets had come prior to him and were crucified and killed, and nothing happened. So, like, the significance of Jesus is that he came, and he wasn't just a preacher on the street corner being like a crazy person, like, the end is near, the end is near. Like, his words and influence changed the world, you know. So he's not David Icke, even though David Icke's pretty cool. Like, this guy 2,000 years ago did something crazy significant. So you get what I mean? Like, historically speaking, he must have existed.
And when it comes to belief, it's like, you know, like evil forces, for example, they, because human beings have the capacity to believe, they spend all their time trying to get us to focus on what's not true, or to prey on our belief towards things that are not true. So that way we'll miss the truth. I mean, yeah, that's just how it's done. So the main reason we have belief is because God believes in himself. So it's really just natural for his creations to believe in him too.
And I think when you want to go back to ancient history and stuff, like, this doesn't negate any of the other stories. Like, I think God has sent multiple souls this way. Like, Jesus was his ultimate kind of like final warning to us, and like the last prophet. Whereas like, prior to him, there might have been like these heroes, and I've said this before, like, they had missions, and
technically, wasn't Muhammad the last prophet?
Well, yeah, see, I've read the Quran as well, and it does fit. It does fit. If an angel came and told Muhammad the whole story, it all makes sense. But like, people get a lot of that confused because they mix up the Islam and like the hadiths with what it says in the Quran.
I'm willing to accept, obviously, that Jesus was a man that existed and lived a life, and that there was something very special about his life that he lived and what he did during that life.
His soul.
But I don't know exactly. I don't know that the stories that are in the Bible today that we read about are accurate at all. I mean, I don't know
Well, some
you know, that they
aren't.
can't be interpreted in different ways. And
But 1500 years ago, they were the most accurate, you know, like those were like that was science, like the way they describe how the world works and how to govern and do things, like that was the ultimate form of literature. It was the most expensive book, you know what I mean? Like that is history. But yeah, obviously today, looking back in hindsight, we're like, oh, this city never existed. What are they even talking about?
well, many cultures, you know, conveyed their mythologies and their stories and their values through oral traditions, you know. So, you know, writing a book for most people up until a couple of 100 years ago, everybody was illiterate, except for only one very, very small class of extremely wealthy people generally.
Yeah, well, that was like history. At one point it was science and it was history, like. But you're right. Like every culture has its own way of keeping and recording history, and I would contend that the more of those cultures you look into, the more you dig into it, the more you'll have like an understanding of what actually occurred.
Yeah, because the truth is going to be something in between all of them, right?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like they used to like pass notes to each other, like, "Hey, this is how you rule over that group of people. This is how you do it." And then like people started to learn to read and started reading the books, and they were like, "Hey, like, wait a minute."
Certain religions are based on that ruling, and they're meant to rule and not to be ruled. Like they're meant to keep your culture strong and together and homogenous. Like faith, there's a whole science to that. Like the whole, it's like why are Hindus and Muslims so like devoted to their faiths? And it's because it's dynastic. It's like their grandma had the statues that your mom kind of would, I don't know. And it's like it's very dynastic. Like it stays within the family. Everyone kind of it's not that they're all related and incestual. Like it's not like a gross thing. It's that everyone looks the same. You know, it's homogenous.
You know, it's interesting. That's what they like in Islam. They say how like you will choose. Like most people will choose what their fathers worshipped.
Yeah.
As opposed to like Islam.
Yeah, no, that's
Or
pretty much
Allah, rather.
And the closer, like the tightly knit the family, the more dynasty and religion and God prevails. And the looser and the more dishomogenous or not cohesive, the more irreligious the family gets.
Well, this is one of the reasons why I love the TV series Game of Thrones, because I reckon the real truth of history was just exactly like that. Like, just really powerful people constantly, battling each other and trying to form alliances and dirty backstabbing shit happening all the time.
Probably, yeah. And much worse. Like it's probably, since it's real, you got to think of real like backstabbing and real like blackmail and setting up people for assassinations and sending them off to to their doom and death. There's so much history that's just way more crazy than we could put on to movies, eh?
Well, look at what they do today. Look how many young kids, get sent overseas to kill other human beings and destroy other human beings' property for what? For some sort of idea of they're defending? They're somehow defending their homes by going overseas to other people's homes and fucking them up. Like, I can't believe anybody fucking swallows this fucking bullshit.
Just real quick, I put a link in if anybody's interested. At least the preface is worth reading. It was a real what the hell is the word I'm looking for? It turned the tables for me to look at the biblical text in a different way. And I know the book is available on PDF somewhere. You can find it for free online. But anyway, the preface is really good. He does a good job of giving you an idea as to where he's going to go with his book.
I'll check it out, man. Cool.
Check it out. I think if the Bible, say, touches on events that occurred 10,000 years ago, and then it touches on events that occurred 6,000 years ago, and then it fast forwards to 2,000 years ago, you take it for what it is, and then when you read the Bhagavad Gita, which is like the Hindu text, and all its events take place 10,000 to 6,000 years ago, then you throw that into your timeline. Do you get what I'm saying? Then you take into account the Greek mythology.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So I've tried. I mean, look, I've rocked the boat enough with a lot of these people in this channel alone with my views on the Bible, but that's exactly the context. It's like the 8th century BC. That's the entire context of the Bible, right?
Yeah. And the final messenger of Allah, like when you want to talk about Muhammad here, he's like 1,300 years ago, something like that, which is still
actually
quite
like
a while.
Treaty. There's actually a treaty from him that I guess still exists. They say, right? There's like a document, which is interesting in light of
I think his home still exists, like his burial site. I don't know about his burial site, but there's he's pretty historically there. Like there's
that's what the whole Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem is. It's the rock where he apparently literally ascended from the earth to heaven, and that's what they built the Dome of the Rock around. And there's actual rock in there in the center of that temple.
There's like battle descriptions, and like how he set up his cavalry and which places he invaded and charged.
Yo, what's your guys' thought on like the idea that like Moses was like Tut Moses? You know what I mean? Like the idea that a lot of the names and stuff come from like the Egyptian kings, which is interesting.
Well, Moses was probably a very common name, like in Egypt. I don't know.
Yeah, right. We don't know. It's like I could tell you what happened to this rock 10 million years ago.
No. There's historical accounts and records. Like,
what are your thoughts on like all that shit being like created in the 1800s and made as part of like the
fake history,
like the World's Fair kind of a thing for history, you know?
I do think that there's something to that, the fake history. Like there's a lot of examples of
yeah, did they just give us a fake history to go along with a fake globe?
Well, it's just it. The most powerful people in the world back in the 1600s, let's say, they had full control over what every single human being on the planet had knowledge of and what they knew. And so they could retell the story of history any way they fucking want, as long as they get together and organize themselves to do it.
There's limitations, but I don't think that. I do think that there is a lot of fakery and attempts at fakery. Yeah, like these civilizations, they always rise to a point where they can trick and do that, but I do think that there's good humans that always object and see the truth. You know what I mean? So they kind of rise up and fight back against it, and then that society crumbles.
I kind of think of like that when people say like the spirit of Christ. It's like, regardless of the historical realities or whatever the fuck it is, it's like it's still this notion of like the moral principles that come with what we call Christianity today. And that's like the kind of like the compass that the good ancestors have like laid. This, like, you know what I mean? It's not about whether it's fucking historically accurate. It's about the way you think about the world you live in. And
that's a good point. That's a good point.
Like, it's kind of like a vehicle. Real quick, it's kind of like a vehicle that can travel over time to be able to bring the morality with it.
Wow, that's.
Well, I think what you're talking about is the power of the symbol and the symbol that is Jesus. What Jesus represents, that is more powerful than the actual man.
Right.
And what he did and blah blah blah, and the stories about him. What's
That
more
is kinda what he
important than that
says.
is what he represents.
That's what Jesus says. He says like his body is the temple. Like when he dies, that idea is what created the church and created it. And the vehicle for morality, like you put it kind of very similar to have you heard of the author of
Are you
Narnia?
talking about C.S. Lewis?
C.S. Lewis, yeah,
yes,
yeah.
sir. I got you, brother. I read that like so many years ago. When you started to say that, that just rekindled. I read that book when I was like 16. So that's so cool.
It's very true. Like, definitely seems like our ideal. It's like what we want is justice. So the way C.S. Lewis says is like if witches exist and like they're casting evil spells,